Goes into that drugstore. He's stepping on the scales.
Weight 239 pounds. Fortune, danger.
Who is it?
The Fat Man. Love is a nice emotion. A soft, sweet, warm, deep dream for two. But for two, strictly. When comes a third dreamer latching his wagon to the lullaby train, the dream becomes a nightmare and has a nasty habit of turning into reality. The grim reality of murder.
And now here's the Fat Man in Murder Squares the Triangle.
I was broiling myself a brace of double loin lamb chops when my doorbell rang at 6:30. I answered the door, and when she told me her name, I let the chops burn. Her husband, Mr. John C. Kinnard, was famous as a hot-headed but well-heeled gentleman who could write a check with 6 zeros. And I always say, rich or poor, it's good to have money. So I asked her in.
You must excuse me for coming to your home, but it was urgent.
You need a detective, Mrs. Kinnard?
No, I need to get rid of one, Mr. Runyon.
That could stand a little clarification.
I know. The fact is this. My husband's hired a detective to follow me. It's John's considered opinion that I'm running around.
And of course you're not.
Of course I'm not. Believe me, my husband's attitude is completely without foundation.
Okay. What is it you hope I can do for you?
I want you to call this man off.
The detective?
Yes. Frighten him. Make him stop tormenting me.
What method would you suggest?
Oh, there must be a way of handling such a man. Mr. Runyon, if there isn't, I may not be alive tomorrow morning.
You won't be alive?
No.
Why not?
My husband, he'll kill me, Mr. Runyon.
You're not straining your imagination, are you?
Oh, I wish I were, but it's all real. The detective phoned me this morning. Phoned me and openly demanded that I give him $10,000 in cash, or else he's going to talk to John.
What can he say? You told me there'd been nothing but sweetness and light.
He's going to make up a lie, a hideous lie.
Now, let me get this straight.
He's manufactured a character, Mr. Runyon. Tim Foster, he calls him. Timothy J. Foster. And he swears he's going to hand John a report to the effect that he spied on Mr. Foster and me under very compromising circumstances.
I can't imagine a man like John C. Kinnard falling for a gag like that.
But the awful thing is he will.
Without investigating?
He'll shoot first and investigate later.
What's the matter with him?
We all have our diseases, I suppose, and jealousy is John's. A thing like this is all he needs to turn into a raging lunatic. You've got to help me, Mr. Runyon. You've got to do something.
Okay. What's the detective's name?
Tanley.
Fritz Tanley? That cheap bloodsucker?
You know anything about him, Mr. Runyon?
Plenty.
What?
Nothing I'd care to mention in mixed company, Mrs. Kinnard. She'd spoken highly of her personal checking accounts, and the fee we agreed on made beautiful music. I knew Tanley wouldn't take orders from me, but remembering that the legal name for the gag he was working was fraud, I scraped the lamb chops out of the broiler and put on my hat. The phony in question made his headquarters on the dingy 5th floor of the Graham house on Willis Street. And when I knocked on his door a little while later, I found him in.
Well, look who's here. Santa Claus's boy. What brings you here, Hanson? Come in.
Thanks. Word is that you want to cash in big on a little game of tag you're working for Mr. John Kinnard.
Anything wrong with that?
As I hear it, you're threatening to make report on the antics of your client's wife with a Mr. Timothy Foster. And it wouldn't take a genius to nail you for fraud, Tanley, if it happens that Foster doesn't exist.
Yeah?
To coin a phrase, yeah.
Who is it's got this idea that Foster doesn't exist? Not Mrs. Kinnard, by any chance?
By every chance.
Must be a pretty funny sensation for her, then.
What must be?
Getting mail from a party who don't exist.
What are you talking about?
This letter, Runyon. Exhibit A in my defense for fraud.
May I glance over it?
Help yourself.
Thanks.
I hold on to it. Spell it out from where you are.
Dear Kathleen, meet me tonight in the room at 26 Cabot Road. I'll be waiting at 8. Your own Timothy.
How does that sound to you? Stylish stout.
Where'd you get that?
The bimbo Mr. Kinnard loves tossed it into a corner wastebasket early this a.m. What happened to the fraud conviction, powerhouse?
You plan to show that to your client, Tanley?
Me? No, I don't plan to show it to him, Runyon, because I already did.
You don't say.
20 minutes before you gumshoed in.
My watch said a 8:15. To Mrs. Kinnard, I owed nothing except a loaded cigar. But I knew that if she kept that 8 o'clock appointment, there'd be more fireworks than a Chinese New Year. So I left my gruesome brother detective, grabbed a taxi, and gave the address on Cabot Road. My watch showed a shade after the hour as I got out of the cab and rang the bell. I'd rung it 3 times before I saw the door was off the latch. So I went in.
Timothy! Timothy, no! No!
Well. Looks like an early 4th of July. I'm Brad Runyon, Mrs. Kinnard. Remember me? Who's the man on the floor?
It's my husband.
Your husband?
Yes.
I see John came with a gun in his hand. What happened? A slight case of backfire?
Tell me, is he dead?
He sure is.
Oh, it can't be. It can't be.
It's been, sweetheart. Sealed and stamped. The question before the house now is, where's the tenant?
What?
Where's he taken himself?
I don't know who you mean, Mr. Runyon.
Your friend, Mrs. Kinnard.
My friend.
The reference is to Timothy Foster.
I told you this morning, Mr. Runyon, there's no such person as...
You can cancel that speech, sweetheart. As it happens, I heard you screaming his name when I opened the front door.
You did?
Clear as a bell. Now, where is Foster?
Who's Foster, Mr. Runyon?
The man who was here with you when your husband walked in, Mrs. Kinnard. The man who shot first without waiting to be shot at, and then took a 2-story leap into the hydrant just through this window here.
Really?
Where will I find him? Tell me, or I promise you, pretty as you look, you'll hang as high as a Christmas goose.
You know you're less attractive when you scowl.
Where's Foster? Where does he live?
What is it you two are making here, mister?
Huh? Oh, who are you?
Me? Henderson. Janitor. I think was maybe from here a big noise, no?
Reasonably big. The man on the floor is only dead.
Yeah?
Yar. What do you know about Mr. Foster?
Mr. Foster?
The man you rented this room to, remember?
I not rent rooms. Not no tenants. My place is in the basement.
Somebody rents these rooms. Who is it?
Mrs. Heufels. She rents them.
And where is she?
She's on trip away to her mother's.
When does she get back?
He tell me she come home tomorrow at 12 o'clock.
Well, that's the ball game, Mrs. Kinnard.
What do you mean?
I mean, you may as well open up. Mrs. Heufels is going to keep no secrets. She's seen Foster, she's dealt with him, and she'll talk so fast and loud, we'll know enough to land him in jail by tomorrow noon.
Really?
Really. And look, sweetheart, you're standing on the threshold of trouble deluxe. If you take good advice, you'll...
Oi, what's this?
They're overdue already.
Yeah, the police. Somebody else hear big noise. Somebody sent for them.
Well, this is it, Sugar Plum. There are going to be questions, lots of questions. There could even be confusion.
You're so efficient.
You're pretty, too, but this is no time for orchids. John C. Kinnard was a mogul in this man's town, and his murder won't go unsung. The newspapers will make such a noise, there'll have to be a conviction.
It's nice of you to care, Mr. Runyon.
Do I have to tell a woman of your intelligence that your own safety's at stake, Mrs. Kinnard?
Do I have to tell a man of your intelligence that Timothy means more to me than my own safety, Mr. Runyon?
And so it stood. She didn't bat an eye when the minions of the law crashed in, looked over the room, and took her to headquarters. But half an hour later, after a phone call, there was an attorney in Mrs. Kinnard's detention cell with a writ of habeas corpus and $50,000 in bail money. While they'd held her, they'd gotten strictly nothing out of her. And all Lieutenant Mackenzie knew about Mr. Timothy Foster was his name. So next morning, I decided I'd pay a call on the landlady of 26 Cabot Road, who was due back at noon from a visit to her mother's.
Yes?
Mrs. Heufels?
What is it you want?
Like everybody else in town, I'm interested in last night's murder.
Go away from here now. Don't bother.
You haven't started being bothered yet, Mrs. Heufels. Wait till the DA gets here.
The DA? He's gonna come here?
In time, and not a lot of time at that. He's bound to. But if we get together and have the right kind of talk, we might manage between us to keep the police away altogether.
So, come inside. Who are you?
Private detective.
What is it you want to know?
All about him.
Who?
Your second-floor boarder.
And who is it will look out for me?
Why does anybody have to look out for you?
That's the way it is. From a distance it looks easy, and the next thing you know, the world is on your head.
I'm afraid I don't quite follow you, Mrs. Heufels.
Of course not, of course not. How could you? Go in the dining room and keep quiet.
Why all the secrecy?
Do what I tell you. Just sit down over there, and we'll bring all this to a finish.
That's what I want.
Wait till I close the door. You may wonder why I'm being so careful, but if anybody heard it, it might be dangerous.
The finish had come from an unexpected angle. A gunshot, sudden and deafening, from far down the long and dim-lit corridor. I was across the room in 2 strides, but already the hall was as empty as a fireplace in July. Mrs. Heufels stumbled forward and fell. She fell under a picture of herself on the wall. A picture taken when she was very young and very alive. Mrs. Heufels lay dead on the carpet. And with her passing went my best hope for a fast finale to the Kinnard killing. When I broke the news to Lieutenant Mackenzie, I could hear the ragged edge of despair in his voice. To soften the blow a little, I pointed out that now at least we knew Foster had been in the neighborhood as late as 12:15. After I hung up and sat a while in quiet speculation, my mind suddenly focused on a certain detective, a hard-bitten gent who had been overlooked. And as soon as the police arrived, I took my way once again to the Graham house on Willow Street.
beat it, Runyon.
Take it easy, Tanley. Take it easy.
I told you to beat it.
Is that the way to talk to a friendly colleague?
The friendly colleague will either take himself a walk...
Go on in and sit down.
What have you got with me, Powerhouse?
Not much. Only a certain John C. Kinnard, who earned his money the hard way, might be alive today to enjoy it. If you hadn't stuck that note under his nose and let him go off on a rampage to get lead in his chest.
I did what I was paid for. Why do you come off telling me my business?
It just seems to me that a detective who actually spotted Foster with Mrs. Kinnard ought to have a pretty clear picture of what he looks like.
Did you figure that all by yourself?
With a minimum of prompting from the audience. You say you saw him, Tanley.
And who's saying not?
How often did you see him?
Often.
How close?
Close enough to know.
Then let's have it.
He's about 6'1", brown hair, gray eyes, walks with a cane and drives a black 41 Ford sedan.
Thanks for the information, Tanley. I'll pass it along.
Attention all city squads. Timothy Foster wanted for double murder. Description follows. Height 6'1", hair brown, eyes gray. Attention all state patrols. Murderer of John C. Kinnard at large. Post guards at all toll bridges and highway entrances. Stop all suspicious vehicles with particular attention to black 41 sedan. Attention all National Police Headquarters. Arrest on site Timothy J. Foster. Height 6'1", hair brown, eyes gray. Uses cane and drives 41 sedan. This man is a dangerous killer.
And I did pass it along to the police, who broadcast it near and far. For 12 hours, the homicide squad struggled along on not a wink of sleep. And from all this labor, they scored a very circular goose egg. It crossed my mind that Tanley could have given me a bum steer. And shortly thereafter, I felt a craving for that note which Foster had written to his beloved Kathleen. I phoned Police Lieutenant Mackenzie and asked him to drop in on the gumshoe and confiscate the note as vital evidence. Then I decided to pay a call on Mrs. Kinnard.
I've heard the description of Timothy on the radio. It's quite accurate, Mr. Runyon.
And complete?
Complete. Believe me, I'd tell you if it was otherwise. I'm not interested in shielding him any longer.
No.
No.
What happened?
I've had time to realize what a fool I made of myself. None of it was necessary. I was just running around with Foster to taunt John.
Oh, I see.
To make him jealous. I was afraid he was taking me for granted. You see, I really loved my husband.
That is news.
He's gone now, and I can never undo what was done, but, well, I'm making every attempt to have deserved him.
That's a little after the fact, Mrs. Kinnard. Tell me, how do you do such a thing?
Well, for instance, his monument. I've written the epitaph myself, see? Here it is. What do you think of it?
John C. Kinnard, a brave and generous soul, survived by his loving wife, Tina.
Nice.
Lovely. But who's Tina?
Me.
I thought your name was Kathleen.
Oh, I was christened Kathleen, but to people who love me, I've always been Tina.
I left her and went down to the drugstore for chocolate malty. Then, say 10 minutes later, I made a call to Mackenzie and asked him if he confiscated the note written by Foster arranging the fatal date with Mrs. Kinnard. He said he had. I then wanted to know if he had a handwriting expert on tap, someone who could not only analyze it but write it. Again, the answer was yes. There was a graphologist named Mercer in the lab, and he was at that moment studying the note in question when Mackenzie switched me over.
Mercer speaking.
This is Brad Runyon.
Oh, yes, Mr. Runyon.
Do you have the Foster note nearby?
Here, it's in front of me. You want me to analyze it?
No, I want you to copy it.
Copy it?
Yeah, stroke for stroke, and write out the following. You got a pen?
Yes, sir.
Okay, here goes. To the police.
What's that?
Write what I tell you. To the police, Mrs. Kennard killed her husband.
Yeah?
I'm leaving town because I don't want to be involved.
Yeah?
But I saw her pull the trigger. Have you got that?
Yes, sir. I'll have her done in half an hour.
Okay. Sign it, Timothy Foster. I went over to headquarters and arranged with Mackenzie to take out the little document. And then went calling on that gentleman of the old school, Fritz Tanley. Hiya, Tanley.
What? No cops this time?
No cops. This visit's off the record, Fritz.
Nice to see you so sociable. Sit down. What's on your mind?
The Kennard case is about to close.
Huh?
Thought you'd like to know. After all, you've been so close to it. What's the matter?
Nothing. What should be the matter?
You look surprised. After all, the case has got to close sometime.
Who says not? Well?
Well, what?
What's the payoff? Who did it?
A certain much-discussed bimbo. Mrs. John C. Kennard.
Who?
Kathleen Tina, the dead man's wife.
You must be nuts.
Why, Fritzy?
Well, I mean, how you figure?
Oh, new piece of evidence clinched the deal.
What piece of evidence?
This note. Exhibit B.
It is a note.
To quote you, Fritzy, it is not a piece of veal.
Can I see that?
Sure, from where you're sitting. You're far-sighted. Spell it out.
Mrs. Kennard killed her husband. I'm leaving town because I don't want to be involved, but I saw her pull the trigger. Who wrote that?
The signature's there.
Timothy Foster.
And the script is identical with the first note. The one about the date on Cabot Road. You can see now why I say the case is about to close, huh, Fritzy?
Yeah.
You're the first person to see this little billet doux.
Where'd it come from?
Under a sofa cushion in Foster's room at the boarding house.
You found it, I take it?
Who else?
What kind of angle are you looking to cut here?
Isn't it all too obvious?
It's N.G., Runyon.
Why?
Because she didn't kill Kennard.
You mean you don't think she killed Kennard?
That's right. I don't think she killed Kennard.
Okay, you have a right to your opinion, Tanley. But nevertheless, she's it.
Wait a minute.
For what?
You can't pin a rap on her with that note, Runyon.
Oh, I think I can. The DA is hungry for conviction, and so is Mackenzie. Tina will do.
What do you mean she'll do?
I mean it has to be somebody, so it might as well be her. So long, Fritzy.
Hey, wait. Listen.
Mackenzie's waiting for me, Tanley.
She's innocent. She didn't do it, I tell you. She didn't do it.
I can make out a pretty nice case. She had motive and opportunity.
What about the murder weapon?
I've got that, too. Found it in the hydrangea bush outside the window.
You're a liar, you dirty swine.
What do you mean?
You haven't got the murder weapon.
Who says I have?
I say you haven't.
Why not?
Because here's the murder weapon. Right here, Fatso. And it's going to come in real handy again.
What do you mean?
To put a slug in a too-smooth operator.
Me by name?
Who else by name? Foster didn't write that note. You had it written.
How can you be so sure? Foster could have written it, couldn't he?
You know all about it, powerhouse. That I can see.
You mean that there's no such person as Timothy Foster? Could that possibly be what you mean? Couldn't be that you invented him out of thin air to be a fall guy.
Yeah, it could be.
Could it be that you did more than trail Mrs. Kennard? That you caught up with her, fell in love with her, and invented a man named Foster to lure Kennard into the trap at 26 Cabot Road?
It's possible.
And it's what happened.
Yes, it's what happened.
You rented the room from Mrs. Heufels as Foster. And when she was about to talk, you killed her, cool and deliberate. So she wouldn't upset your dream of a blue heaven with Tina Kennard and her husband's millions. Was that the play, Fritzy?
Exactly, king size. And now, before we wind up your shining career, can I ask one
The floor is yours.
How did you know all this?
Just one of those nasty gags that nobody can count on did the trick, Fritzy. When you wrote that first fake love note from Foster to Mrs. Kinnard, you had him address her as Kathleen. And then today, unsolicited, the lady tells me that to people who love her, she's always Tina.
You knew from that?
From that, I started thinking.
Not bad, Runyon.
At my best, I'm very good.
But not good enough to stick my girl with a trumped-up gimmick and get away with it.
I never planned to stick her, Tanley.
What do you mean?
All this was to get you to hand out a confession.
Confession?
To Lieutenant Mackenzie, who's standing on the other side of that door out in the hall. For a moment, he doubted me. Then he decided I was on the level and turned, firing as he swung. The bullets went wild, nosing into the doorframe. Before a third slug could better his score, Mackenzie opened fire, and Tanley grabbed his chest and pitched forward like a sack of grain. I'll get it, Mac. Hello?
Hello, darling.
Who's this?
It's Tina, sweetheart.
How are you, Tina?
You don't sound like yourself. Is this Mr. Tanley?
No.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Is Mr. Tanley there?
Yes.
May I speak with him, please?
I'm afraid you can't.
Why not?
Because, Tina, Mr. Tanley's dead.
Oh, no.
Yes, sweetheart. And I think you'll find that little boy Blue will be blowing his horn in front of your house shortly, so don't go away. Mackenzie took over then. And as I left, he said little, but meant much. And he watched me descend as the wire cage elevator groaned me down to the lobby level. I went out in the street, and at the corner of 4th and Willis, there was a fruit stand with a pyramid of rosy wine saps, where I stopped and bought a sackful. Then I went on my way thinking that love is a nice emotion. A soft, sweet, warm, deep dream for two. But strictly for two. Strictly. That's that. It seems I spend my life in getting into trouble and getting out of it. But at the same time, I generally manage to get some other people in and out of trouble, too. Be seeing you again. So long.
There he goes into that drugstore. He's stepping on the scales.
Weight 239 pounds. Fortune, danger.
Who is it?
The Fat Man. Man's bulk can cover a multitude of things, such as hard muscles and maybe a soft heart. I go for the first myself. They pay off better. Crime and soft hearts don't mix. But that doesn't mean you can't make a nice gesture once in a while, even in the midst of a considerable amount of murder.
And now here's the Fat Man in Murder Plays the Horses.
Colonel B.J. Decker's home was one of those old mansions over near the park. You know the kind I mean. A museum on the outside and a morgue on the inside. The Colonel was pretty well known in the racing world and owned a few horses himself. He had a beautiful daughter and a knack for getting into more trouble than a 60-year-old playboy should. I'd done a couple of minor jobs for him when some of his chorus girl sweethearts got a little too rough. So I wasn't surprised when he called and said he wanted to see me right away.
Hi, Runyon. Come in, come in.
Hello, B.J.
Pull up that chair and sit down. Have a martini?
No, thanks. Not before the sun goes down.
Good idea, good idea. I don't either as a rule, but this business has got me all upset.
Who is she this time, B.J.? A redhead?
A redhead? Oh, oh, no, I wish it were as simple as that. Runyon, this is serious.
I didn't think anything was more serious than a redhead unless it was a horse.
It is a horse. In fact, it's more than one horse. And it's also my daughter, Ethel.
Your daughter, eh? Okay, start at the beginning.
Well, it was several weeks ago. One of my horses was running at Pimlico. She was the favorite and should have won in a walk, but she didn't. Coming into the back stretch, she threw a shoe and took a bad fall.
A tough break, B.J., but it's happened before.
Oh, I know that, of course. But 3 days later, another one of my horses took sick just before the race. It was something in the feed.
Yeah? What next?
A week later, it was a shoe again. And then yesterday afternoon, I got a phone call.
From one of your horses?
Oh, stop it, Brad. This is serious. It was a man's voice. He said, if you love your daughter, Ethel, you'll keep Snowflake out of the Kingston Handicap.
You didn't tell the police?
No, I had nothing to go on. The Kingston Handicap is day after tomorrow, and Snowflake is the favorite. The purse is over $100,000.
You didn't recognize the voice on the phone?
No.
And now you're going to scratch Snowflake?
I'm afraid not to.
Okay, B.J., I'll see what I can do.
Well, here's $50.
$50? Who are you trying to kid, B.J.?
Oh, I don't mean that's all I'm going to pay you. That's just all the cash I have in my pocket.
I don't mind a check.
Oh, what's the matter with you anyway, Runyon? I'll pay you whatever you want. You know that. Now quit acting like a schoolboy and help me.
Okay. Any idea who might be behind this business?
Well, I do have, but...
Don't stall. If you know something, tell me.
Look here, Runyon, I don't want to point suspicion at anybody without being positive.
Okay, B.J., it was a nice chat. I'll be seeing
Now,
you.
wait a minute. You've got to help me.
All right. Who's behind it?
Well, I don't like to jump to conclusions. I think I know, but I like the boy, and he does a good job.
He works for you?
Yes. He's Eddie Burns, my jockey.
Attaboy, Eddie, attaboy! Let him out! Come on, Eddie, come on!
Nice horse.
Nice? Who you trying to kid, mister? That's Snowflake.
Yeah? Good horse, eh?
There ain't no better.
Who's the exercise boy?
Exercise, boy? Are you kidding? You ain't been around much, have you, mister? That's Eddie Burns, the best jockey in the business.
Oh, Eddie Kearns.
Not Kearns, Burns. Oh, brother, you're a real square, aren't you?
Not if you're observant. You a jockey?
No, not yet. I work 'em out. They give me the plugs. But I'm learning fast, and Eddie's talking me up. I'll get a break pretty soon.
What's your name?
Pete?
Okay, Pete. See that tall, thin fellow leaning against the rail over there?
Yeah? What about him?
Who is he?
I don't know. I seen him talking to Eddie a little while ago. I guess it's some pal of his.
See you later. I want to talk to Eddie's pal. I thought I smelled something besides horses around here, Deacon.
It couldn't be a fat detective, could it?
It might be a tin-horn gambler.
I know a fellow once who had a wonderful nose. It was so good he just had to go around using it all the time. But he had an accident.
What a shame.
Yes, wasn't it? They found him in an alley without his nose.
Know any more bedtime stories, Deacon?
Yes, lots of them.
Tell me one about a jockey.
A jockey?
Yeah. A jockey named Eddie Burns.
You know, it's a curious thing, but I don't know any Eddie Burns stories. How about the Three Bears?
Let's skip that. I'd almost bet you knew at least one Eddie Burns story.
You'd make more betting on a horse.
Okay, Deacon, let's go. I got
Hello, Sneed. Remember me?
What's this two-bit dick doing here, huh?
He's being too inquisitive.
Oh. That's not so healthy, fat man.
You know, Deacon, you ought to be more careful in picking friends. Somebody might get the wrong idea.
Why,
Cut
you
it,
big...
Sneed. Come on, let's go.
Better brush up on your horse stories, Deacon.
Take him, Pete.
Okay, Eddie. Boy, oh boy, he's really looking good, ain't he?
Like a dream. Feeling good, aren't you, boy? I say we're going to take that Kingston handicap like candy from a baby.
Ooh, boy, hold it.
Here, Pete, take him round again. Take it easy. Just cool him off.
Okay, Eddie. Give me a leg up.
I hear there's a big purse in the Kingston handicap, Eddie.
Here.
Think you'll win it?
Maybe. What's it to you?
Some funny things have been happening to Colonel Decker's horses lately.
Okay, mister, what's on your mind? Talk straight.
Somebody might think you're behind it.
Well, some funny things have been happening, all right, but I'm not behind it.
Somebody called the colonel yesterday and threatened his daughter Ethel if Snowflake ran on the Kingston handicap. Know anything about it?
Me?
That's right.
Why, I wouldn't threaten Ethel.
Why not?
Because we're getting married right after the big race.
Eddie's crack slowed me up a bit. While I was figuring my next approach, Eddie turned quickly and headed for the stables. I wanted to straighten this angle out, so I drove back to town, had me a breakfast, and hustled over to see Colonel Decker. It was still only 10 o'clock, but the colonel was up and through breakfast when I called. Now, let me get this straight, B.J. You said it was your jockey, Eddie Burns, who phoned you and threatened Ethel.
Ed, where's Eddie, I tell you?
But he says he loves Ethel, and they're getting married the day after the race.
Why, that's ridiculous. Eddie marry Ethel? Well, I might have known it.
Now, stop. If you want me to help you and protect your daughter, you've got to come clean or I quit right now.
All right, Runyon, I'll tell you the whole truth.
It's about time.
I was foolish, perhaps, but, well, it looked like a sure thing, and I couldn't resist the temptation.
What are you talking about?
A few weeks ago, two gentlemen that I know got in touch with me. They had some money. They wanted to bet on a long shot, and they wanted to spread it around without too much suspicion. So they asked me to bet $25,000 for them.
Who were these gentlemen?
Two men named Deacon and Sneed.
And you took the money but didn't place the bet?
That's right. It was a 7-to-1 shot. I didn't think the horse had a chance, so I decided to take the bet myself.
But the horse won, so you owed them $175,000.
Yes.
Go on.
When I told them I couldn't pay, that they'd have to wait, they threatened me. I told them I could pay after the Kingston handicap if Snowflake won, but that wasn't good enough. They wanted collateral. The only thing I had to give them was the deed to a gold mine I own.
Which is worth more than the money you lost.
Exactly. Now you see why I've got to win the Kingston handicap tomorrow.
Yeah. Why didn't you tell me the truth to start with? Why all the business about Eddie Burns?
But Eddie is mixed up in it. They're trying to keep Snowflake out of the race, and they've gotten to Eddie. Bought him off. Oh, excuse me. Hello?
Colonel Decker?
Yeah, speaking.
This is Lieutenant McKenzie at police headquarters. We're at the stables right now, but can you meet us at headquarters in an hour?
Why, yes, of course, but what's the trouble? Is Snowflake...
Snowflake's all right, but there's a guy named Sneed that isn't.
What happened?
We found him on one of your empty stalls with a bullet in his head.
Colonel told me about the phone conversation and said that the police figured that Sneed had been murdered around 8 that morning. Right after I'd seen him, by the way. We killed a little time over a cup of coffee, then I drove the Colonel down to headquarters, where, after a few questions, he was sent home. I was just about to leave when they brought in Sneed's pal, the Deacon. Hello, Deacon. Got a good one in the 4th tomorrow?
What are you doing here, fat man?
Too bad about your pal, Sneed.
Yes, very unfortunate.
Your mourning is very touching.
He was a nice guy, and I liked him. He was old enough to know what he was doing. Took his chances like everyone else, but he drew the wrong card.
Have you got any idea who might have been gunning for him?
Lieutenant, why don't you ask Runyon here? Perhaps he knows.
What do you mean by that, Crack?
I mean that...
Wait a minute. Lieutenant McKenzie. What? Okay. Hold the Deacon till his lawyer springs him.
Okay, sir.
You want to come along, Brad?
What's up, Mac?
Colonel Decker's stables are on fire.
When Mackenzie and I arrived at the track, Decker's stables were a smoldering mass of ruins. The intense heat had prevented every attempt to save the horses. And Colonel Decker angrily declared,
Eddie Burns is behind all this, Runyon. They didn't want my horse Snowflake to run. They wanted to ruin me, and now...
But, Dad, I know Eddie didn't have anything to do with this.
You keep out of this.
But, Dad...
Ethel, are you all right?
Eddie, where have you been?
Oh, I just heard about the fire. Oh, Mr. Runyon, I've got something important to tell you.
What are you doing with that gun, Eddie?
Well, that's what I wanted to tell you. I found it down near the Madison stables.
Let me have it. It's been fired, Eddie.
You see, Runyon, I told you
Just
all
a second,
along...
Colonel, just a second. Where were you this morning, Miss Decker?
I went out riding.
Who with?
Why, I went alone.
Now, look here, Runyon, you surely
Miss
don't...
Decker, I'd advise you to keep close to your home for a while. And as for you, Eddie, I'm going to turn you over to the police to answer a few questions.
Oh, there's no question about his guilt. He murdered Sneed and started the fire that killed Snowflake.
Snowflake's all right.
What?
He wasn't in the stable.
Where is he?
Oh, he's down in the Madison stables. I was worried about him, so I took him down there after this morning's workout.
Good. Don't say anything to anybody. If we can keep it out of the papers, it may save a lot more trouble. Murderer on the loose, I stayed close to the Decker family. The next noontime, the day of the big race, I told the colonel I'd drive him out to the track. Eddie Burns was in police custody, and Pete, the young stable boy, was assigned to ride Snowflake. With the Deacon free because of lack of evidence, the colonel didn't object to my companionship until he found out where I was taking him. You know, Colonel, there are a couple of things that don't make sense.
What?
Why Sneed was murdered, for instance.
Well, that's simple.
Is it?
Of course. The Deacon killed him.
The Deacon may be a crooked gambler, but he's no fool. Besides, there are some others with equally good motives.
Who?
Eddie Burns, for instance.
Oh, Eddie, yes.
And there's somebody else.
Who?
You.
Why, what do you mean?
You owed Sneed and Deacon money. They wanted the mine instead. So if you lost the race today...
But, Runyon, you're forgetting the fire and... Just a minute. Turn around, Runyon. It's almost time for the race.
We're not going to the track, Colonel. We're going to listen to the race on the radio.
What do you mean? What are you trying to do?
Save your life, maybe.
But I told you, Runyon, I want to be at the track. Whose house is this?
A friend of mine. Come in and relax. Come on, Colonel. Sit down and be comfortable. I'll turn on the radio.
I won't sit down.
Have it your way, but you're not leaving. Don't worry about Pete. I think he knows how to handle Snowflake.
Weather is clear, track fast. The horses are on the way to the starting gate. Right beneath me are the boxes reserved for the owners. There's Mr. and Mrs. Dudley Fletcher, owners of Breakaway, and Bill Donovan, who owns Fantan. One of the boxes is obviously empty. It belongs to Colonel B.J. Decker, owner of the favorite Snowflake. Rumors have been flying around here all afternoon as to whether or not Snowflake would run. But up to now, Snowflake has not been scratched. After the terrific fire yesterday, it was doubtful, but I understand Snowflake was not injured.
You'll pay for this, Runyon.
Now, the horses have reached the starting gate now and are being led in. There's Snowflake goes in easily, despite the fact that Eddie Burns, his regular jockey, is not aboard. Fantan is giving his jockey a lot of trouble. He's on the inside. Now they're all... No, Fantan backs out. And now he's coming back. And the others are all set. Fantan is in. He's set now. We shouldn't have any difficulty. And they're off. Breakaway comes out of there first, followed by Yellowtail and Fantan. Buzzboy is fourth, and Snowflake, the favorite, is fifth. Breakaway opens up a length lead as they go into the first turn. He's showing lots of early speed, with Snowflake trying for the rail to save ground. It's Breakaway, Fantan, and Snowflake as they go down the backstretch. Yellowtail is falling off the pace, and Buzzboy fades. As they go into the far turn, it's still Breakaway on top by a length. And Snowflake makes his move. He's up on Fantan and pulling away. Snowflake is coming up fast. They're making the turn into the home stretch now. Snowflake is bearing down on Breakaway. It's an eighth of a mile to go, and Snowflake has caught Breakaway. They're neck and neck. It's a stretch duel. Both boys go to the whip, and Snowflake goes into the lead. He's going to win. But something's wrong. The jockey on Snowflake has collapsed in the saddle. Breakaway takes the lead. The jockey is falling. Yeah, he's falling. There he goes. He's fallen off Snowflake, and Breakaway opens up a lead of a length and a half.
Any idea what happened, B.J.?
It's your fault, Runyon. If I'd been at the track, this would never have happened. Look, Runyon, the window.
He got away before I could see him. Who was it, B.J.? Could you see him? Try, B.J., try. Who was at the window?
Eddie. It was Eddie. It was...
Operator, give me police headquarters.
Police headquarters.
Get me Lieutenant Mackenzie.
Hello, Mackenzie speaking.
Mac, this is Runyon. Colonel Decker has just been murdered.
Murdered? Who did it?
Why did you let the jockey go, Mac?
What are you talking about? Eddie Burns is still locked in a cell here at headquarters.
After the police routine was over, I decided to look in on the Deacon. So I drove down to Times Square, parked, after quite a search, and went up to the Deacon's hotel room.
Who is it?
Well, boy.
What do you want?
Message.
What the...
Why, Runyon, yeah.
What's the idea of saying you're a bellboy?
I wasn't sure you'd want to see any visitors, Deacon.
Why not? I've got nothing to hide.
I'm not so sure about that. Packing, huh? Going someplace?
Yes, I am. I don't like this hotel.
Why?
They aren't particular enough who they let in.
Deacon, how'd you cut your finger?
Opening a can of soup. Why?
Somebody smashed the window this afternoon.
Window? I don't understand.
You will. Somebody stuck a gun through it.
That is a good story.
Yeah. I've got another one, too. Somebody doped a jockey named Pete, and he fell off a horse named Snowflake just when he had the race in the bag.
Snowflake? But Snowflake... Snowflake is dead. He couldn't run.
It's a good act, Deacon, but it won't work.
But the fire, I thought he was...
You mean that's what you hoped. But Burns took the horse out before the fire. Someone started that fire for you, didn't they, Deacon?
No, Runyon, so help me, I didn't. I swear I didn't.
It's no good, Deacon.
I really thought Snowflake was dead.
Then you weren't at the races, were you?
He was. No!
Why not? I'll tell you. Because you followed Decker and me and shot him through the window.
Right, that finishes the story, Runyon.
Don't reach for your gun, Deacon, or I'll put a period to the story.
Oh, I can't figure you out, Brad. What's the idea of bringing me out here to the racetrack so early in the morning?
There's somebody here I want to see, Mac.
Who?
I'll show you in just a minute.
But, Brad, it's an open and shut case. You said so yourself.
It is, but not the way you think.
But if Eddie Burns killed Sneed and Deacon killed the Colonel, what else is there?
Quiet, copper. Let me do the talking.
Oh, okay, but I hope you know what you're doing.
I do. There they are, over by the rail.
Why, that's Colonel Decker's daughter and the kid, Pete.
Yeah. Now remember what I said.
You have to exercise Snowflake now, Pete, and take care of him.
Don't you worry none, Miss Decker. I'll take good care of him.
Good morning.
Mr. Runyon, what are you doing out here?
I wanted to see you. The police are freeing Eddie.
Oh, thank heavens, thank heavens. I knew Eddie wasn't a murderer. I knew he wouldn't.
And you can get married right away.
I knew Eddie wasn't guilty.
That's right, Pete.
But, Runyon, what are you...
Pete, you'd better take Miss Decker home so she can welcome Eddie.
Yes. Oh, thank you, Mr. Runyon, thank you. Come on, Pete.
What's the matter with you, Brad? You've lost your mind. What's the idea of telling that girl that Eddie Burns is going to be let out of prison?
Listen, Mac. For once in your life, you're going to forget that you're a cop. You're going to tell a little white lie.
Huh?
It won't hurt anybody, and it'll make somebody else happy.
What do you mean?
Deacon murdered the colonel, but as far as you and I are concerned, he killed Sneed, too. And don't forget, Mac, you can only electrocute a man once.
But, Brad, you don't know what you're saying. That's letting the real murderer get away.
You can't get the real murderer.
Why not?
Because he's dead.
Dead?
Yeah. Mac, surprise, surprise. Colonel Decker murdered Sneed.
Decker?
Sure, it all fits in.
But I don't get it.
The colonel stalled me on my fee. That made me suspicious, so I looked into his financial affairs.
So?
I found out the mine Decker gave Sneed and Deacon as collateral was worthless, and Decker knew it.
Oh, then he didn't really want Snowflake to win the Kingston.
Right. It was a sort of double cross. Sneed and Deacon didn't want Snowflake to win either, because they thought the mine was worth a fortune. And they wanted it instead of the money that Colonel owed them. Decker realized he had a chance to kill 3 birds with 1 stone.
3?
He wanted to keep Eddie from marrying Ethel, so he decided to frame him. Make it look as if the gamblers had bought him.
Ah, then the Colonel monkeyed with his own horses to throw suspicion on Burns, and he was behind all the other funny business of the track.
Yeah. He saw a chance to clear his debt with a worthless mine by burning the horses and collecting the insurance. Decker was literally broke.
But, why did he kill Sneed?
Sneed learned the truth about the mine too soon, so the Colonel had to kill him. Deacon found it out from Sneed. That's why he killed the Colonel.
Ah, so that's it.
Yeah. The Colonel's dead, and his daughter doesn't have to know what a louse her old man really was.
You know, I never suspected you of being soft-hearted.
Well, a soft heart's better than a soft head if you don't overdo it.
Maybe. Hey, by the way, Brad, you know any good horses for tomorrow?
Yeah. I got a couple of fillies in my little black book. Well, that's that. It seems I spend my life in getting into trouble and getting out of it. But at the same time, I generally manage to get some other people in and out of trouble, too. Be seeing you again. So long.
There he goes into that drugstore. He's stepping on the scales.
Weight 239 pounds. Fortune, danger.
Who is it?
The Fat Man. Recipe for everything in this modern world. Take some flour and stuff, mix them and bake them, and you've got hot biscuits. Take some uranium and assorted neutrons, split them down the middle, you've got atomic energy. Take a blonde and 2 guys, add a dash of larceny, a heaping amount of jealousy and greed, bring to a boil before pulling the trigger, and you've got the perfect recipe for murder.
And now, here is the Fat Man in Murder Runs a Wanted.
With 20,000 restaurants between the Bronx and the Battery, a New Yorker can spend a lifetime rounding out a full life of a gourmet and also rounding out his waistline. The night I bumped into Dwight Burgess, I'd had a yen for ravioli and green noodles. So I'd spent 2 hours in Vanini's in Greenwich Village. I left there around 9:30. As I made my way along a dark passageway street just off McDougal Street, a door suddenly opened and somebody blundered right into my $4 dinner.
Watch where you're going. Here, get out of my way, can't you?
Take it easy, Mac. You're not in the subway yet.
If you don't get out of my way...
Don't swing, pal. You might regret it.
Let go of my arm!
Come over here. Under the lights.
Now, listen, I'm warning you. Wait a minute. Aren't you Brad Runyon?
Now guess my weight. How'd you know me?
I've seen you around. Hey, listen, Runyon, you've got to help me.
Help you do what? Prevent a Class A hangover?
No, it's more than that.
It's Leela.
Who's Leela?
My wife. Here, come inside. She's around the tail in the hole. Here.
All in a heap on the floor, huh?
She's dead, Runyon. My wife's dead.
Murdered. Stabbed through the heart.
Well, I didn't do it, Runyon. I didn't do it.
Where were you running? To get an aspirin?
I lost my head. I had too much to drink, and then when I followed her here...
Followed her? What does that mean?
Look, I meant to kill her, but I didn't do it. I didn't.
Tell the cops that. Maybe they'll believe you.
Oh, they won't. I know they won't. You've got to help.
Okay, I'll do what I can.
Look, find out who did it, Runyon, and hide me out. Don't let the police find me.
I'll help you, but I can't hide you.
You've got to. You can't let them get me.
Don't be a dope. I can't cover up for you that way.
All right, then get back against the wall. Now, stay where you are, fat man. Stay right where you are.
Nobody with all his marbles argues with an automatic, so I let him go. Then I turned to the murdered woman on the floor. Even in death, she had a selfish, handsome face. I went through her purse and came up with loose change, lipstick, compact, a driver's license. Her name, Leela Burgess, address, Sutton Place. All this plus a typewritten letter signed H.M. Smith arranging an appointment at the address where she'd be murdered. I called homicide and then caught a cab to Sutton Place. It was possible Widower Burgess had run back home. When I entered his apartment building...
Oh, excuse me.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Oh, not at all. It was my fault entirely.
Anything I can do for you, ma'am?
I don't reckon so. I came to see Dwight and Leela Burgess, but they don't seem to be home.
I reckon you came a long way to see them.
How can you tell? All the way from North Carolina.
I only came across town, but it's still a long hike if I'm going to miss them.
Oh, you know Dwight, too?
We're great pals. Too bad nobody's home.
Such a shame. And the evening's still young.
Yeah. My name's Brad Runyon. You think we might find someplace where we can talk and have a drink?
Well, now, Mr. Runyon. My name's Betty Lou. Betty Lou Barlow. Just lead the way. It's an awfully cute little bar. Awfully cute.
The customers make it that way. Some of the customers.
Why, thank you, Brad. If you don't mind if I call you...
Brad, go right ahead. You in New York on business?
I surely am. How'd you guess?
I read the tea leaves in my last old-fashioned. How long will he be here?
Oh, just long enough to tell Dwight and Leela the good news. Good and bad news, I guess you'd call it.
What's the news all about, Betty Lou? Money?
It surely is. Dwight's uncle back home. He's left him all his money, $200,000.
You mean they don't know about it yet?
Goodness, no. I came up to tell them. You see, I'm Uncle Waldo's attorney.
More uncles should have attorneys like you, sweetheart.
Honey, I may not look like Portia, but I reckon I know how to face life in my own way.
I'm sure of it, Betty Lou. So Dwight and Leela both inherit his money, eh?
Uh-huh. In the event of either one passing on, the survivor inherits the entire estate.
When did Uncle Waldo pass on?
Just 4 nights ago. He was killed by an unknown prowler.
That's so. A burglar?
My, yes. Somebody broke in late at night. Uncle Waldo woke up and then got himself killed. But let's not talk about that. Let's talk about something gay. Brad, honey, you're so big and strong. Now tell me what great big eyes I've got.
The conversation developed into basic baby talk after that. It was 3 in the a.m. before I dropped Betty Lou off at her hotel. 4 hours later, I was jerked out of sleep by some goon leaning against my door buzzer. Oh, go away. Oh, beat it. Okay, take it easy. I'm coming.
Brad Runyon?
My office hours don't start until 9.
I know it's a rugged hour to get anybody up, but I've got to see you. My name's Frank Guthrie.
Okay, Guthrie, come on in.
Thanks.
Now, what can I do for you?
It's not for me. It's a friend of mine.
In trouble?
Well, I guess so. His name's Dwight Burgess.
Burgess? What's he want?
Well, I don't know, Runyon. He got me out of bed an hour ago. Said he was in a jam, gave me the sealed envelope for you, and then beat it.
That's all he told you?
He didn't stay more than 2 minutes. Hey, what's wrong with him? Has it got anything to do with Leela?
Let me see the envelope first. Thanks.
Well, what's happened, Runyon?
He encloses $200 cash and the key to his office. And he doesn't want me to talk to anybody about the trouble he's in.
Well, you can tell me. The Burgesses are my best friends.
They happily married?
Well, yes. They've been married 4 years now. Came here from North Carolina.
What business is Burgess in?
He runs a small brokerage office.
How'd you happen to meet them?
Why all the questions? I'm in the same business. Now, what's happened to him?
Sorry, Guthrie. Burgess asked me to keep it to myself. I can't betray a client's confidence.
Okay. Well, now I'll go and find out from Leela. She'll tell me what's happened.
I let Guthrie go his way. He'd learn the news soon enough. Burgess's note asked me to go to his office and pick up a threatening letter he'd started to write to his wife. He swore he was innocent and again begged me to help him. It was after 8 when I let myself into his office. It was small and neat, like a high-class telephone booth. I found the letter propped up on his desk. My dear Leela, after 4 years, I know the truth. You don't love me, have never loved me. And yet you say you're going to stay married to me because of my money and because of the money we'll get when Uncle Waldo dies. Well, you're wrong, Leela. We won't stay married. I won't be made a fool of, and I give you fair warning that... Hello?
Hello, Dwight? That you, Dwight?
No, it isn't. Who's calling?
Oh, I reckon I must have the wrong number.
No, you haven't, Betty Lou.
Well, I declare. Who in the world?
This is Brad Runyon, sweetheart.
For goodness sake. Is Dwight there with you, honey?
No, he isn't.
Well, I just don't know what's happened. I tried to call Dwight and Leela at their apartment, and a strange man answered. I simply hung up on him.
You did, huh? Well, the cops will trace your call.
Cops? Brad, honey, what's going on here?
I take it you haven't seen the papers yet.
Of course not, silly. I'm not even dressed. Well, I mean to say, I'm still up here in my room.
Better get dressed, baby, then go buy yourself a paper.
Why, for goodness sake? Why, sure.
I've got a visitor. See you later, Betty Lou.
But Brad, honey...
Runyon, I hoped I'd find you here.
Come on in, Guthrie. Story broke in the papers, huh?
Yeah, look at it, Runyon. Leela's murdered. Police search for missing husband.
Yeah, I know.
How do you know?
How do you get mixed up in this?
Later, Guthrie.
Look, I've got to know. Tell me where Dwight is.
What makes you think I know where he is?
The note he wrote you. Now, where is he?
Sorry, I don't have my crystal ball with me.
But Leela's dead. I've got to find him.
Why? So you can turn him over to the police?
What makes you say that?
Because you were in love with Leela Burgess.
Now, wait a minute.
Why deny it?
Oh, all right, I was. So what of it?
Did Burgess know about it?
No, he didn't. And I didn't get anywhere with Leela.
Madly in love with her husband, eh?
She said she wouldn't leave him. Now, look, tell me where Dwight's hiding. You've got to tell me.
Don't pamper it. I'll take it.
Mr. Burgess, this is the Jade Collector's bulletin.
Jade Collector's what?
The bulletin. You still haven't picked up the answers to your want ad. Would you like to drop by for them?
Well, Yes, I'll drop by. Thanks very much.
What was that about?
It wasn't Burgess. Anything else you know about the Burgesses, Guthrie?
Nothing I care to say. I'm going back to my office. Let me know if you have anything to tell me.
I went through Burgess's desk before I left his office. I found one item of interest in it. A reservation envelope for an airline ticket to Durham, North Carolina and back, dated 4 days before. I put it in my pocket, checked the address of the Jade Collector's Bulletin, and then caught a cab. The Bulletin's office was on the 9th floor of a broken-down office building on Lower 4th Avenue. A tall brunette in a tailored suit and harlequin glasses stepped out of the elevator with me. We reached the Bulletin office door at the same time.
Oh, I didn't know you were coming in here, too.
Yeah, I've got some letters to pick up. Maybe you're the one who phoned Dwight Burgess about the ad.
Oh, no, that was Susan Weston. Oh, gee, I'm late in getting down here this morning. What on earth?
What's wrong?
I don't know. The door's locked.
Here, let me try my key. There you are.
Thank you. Susan.
What?
Susan!
Harlequin glasses had reason to scream. Susan Weston lay in a heap on the office floor. A tiny redhead who must have been a lively city mouse when she was alive. Now she was a limp bundle of rags with the back of her head bashed in.
Oh, no. No, Susan, it can't be.
You better get hold of yourself. This is no time to go to pieces.
But she's dead. Susan's dead.
We'll call the police on it. Who are you?
Uncle Benson. We were friends. Partners. Oh, who could have done this to her?
Let's hope we can find out, Margot. I spoke to Susan less than half an hour ago.
Oh.
My name is Runyon. I'm a detective.
Detective? I don't understand.
I'm working for a client named Dwight Burgess. Susan called his office about a want ad in the Jade Collector's Bulletin. She said she had some replies for Burgess to pick up.
Yes, the Bulletin's weekly newsletter we circulate among Jade collectors. Susan handled our want ad section.
I'd like to see that ad and those replies.
But what about the police? Why don't you call the police?
As soon as I've seen the ad.
But we can't waste time with that. We've got to find out who killed Susan.
That want ad may give us a lead on her killer.
What?
Oh, quit stalling, sweetheart. Get me that ad.
Well, here it must be in this issue.
Okay, I'll find it while you get those letters.
Well, I'll have to check the box number in the book first. Yes. Here it is. Box HF.
A blind ad, huh? And Dwight Burgess paid for it?
Yes, that's the name.
Okay. Here's the ad in this column. Hey, get those letters for me now, huh?
All right. All right, they'll be in this box.
A real blind ad. Need money quickly. Will sell my very rare Chinese jade necklace to right buyer. Right box, HS for appointment.
Mr. Runyon! Mr. Runyon!
Now what?
The letters, the answers to the ad, they're gone!
When the homicide detail arrived, I had to tell them all about Dwight Burgess, his want ad, and the stolen letters. But it didn't help them find out who had killed Susan Weston. After they'd finished questioning me, I looked up Frank Guthrie's office number and called him from the corner drugstore.
What do you want, Runyon?
I want to know about Leela Burgess.
I don't have anything to say. Leela's dead. The police will take care of everything now.
Don't be an idiot. I want to know if Leela collected jade.
What?
Jade. Jewelry. Lots of women collect it. Was she a jade collector?
Well, as a matter of fact, she was. Made a big thing of it.
Did she read a magazine called the Jade Collector's Bulletin?
What?
Are you hard of hearing, Guthrie? Or is this a bad connection? I asked you if Leela Burgess read the
Yes,
Jade...
she did. Why do you want to know?
Just trying to earn my dough? I intend to find out who killed my client's wife. After hanging up on Guthrie, I called the airline office to check on the ticket Burgess had bought to North Carolina. Then I went to Betty Lou Barlow's hotel.
Oh, Brad, honey, I've seen the papers. Poor Dwight. The police think he killed Leela.
Do you think he killed her, Betty Lou?
I don't care to answer that.
Why not? You're not under oath.
Well, I just wouldn't care to say.
You've known the Burgesses a long time, haven't you?
Ever since we were knee-high to a possum.
You knew Burgess before he married Leela.
Of course I did, silly. What's so unusual about that?
Well, it occurred to me you might have been in love with him.
Oh, for goodness sake, honey. What put that crazy notion in your head?
You did, sweetheart.
I did?
Yeah. You're not at all concerned about Leela, but you're plenty upset about Dwight.
Oh, you detectives think you know so much.
How did you know I'm a detective?
I found out.
Snooping, eh? Well, I've been doing some snooping where you're concerned, baby. You've been registered at this hotel for 2 days now.
There's nothing wrong in that.
Maybe not. But maybe the police will want to know why you didn't get in touch with the Burgesses right away.
I wanted to mix pleasure with business. I wanted to have a good time by myself.
Better think of a smarter answer than that, sweetheart.
What are you talking about?
Lady lawyers can be cute, Betty Lou, but they're not dumb. Better give up that sweet but stupid routine, baby.
Just what are you getting at?
You're Uncle Waldo's attorney. Who killed him?
I've already told you. An unknown prowler.
An unknown prowler named Dwight Burgess.
That's crazy. Dwight hasn't been home in 4 years.
Burgess inherits all the money now Leela's dead. What happens to the estate if he dies?
Dwight isn't gonna die.
Who gets the money if he kicks off?
It goes into a trust fund for charity.
Who's the executor?
I am. I'll handle it.
You will, huh? Very interesting.
Now, see here. Just what are you insinuating?
For one thing, I'm saying you were in love with Dwight Burgess back home and jealous of Leela.
That doesn't mean anything. You can't make a case out of that. And furthermore, Mr. Runyon...
I'll answer that.
Don't you dare!
Don't.
Oh,
You...
Give me that...
Relax, sweetheart. Hello?
Miss Barlow, please.
Who's calling? That you, Burgess.
How do you know? Never mind.
Burgess, wait. Burgess, Mrs. Runyon.
Is that what? Let me talk to him. Give me that.
Too late, sweetheart. He hung up on me.
You should have let me answer. He would have talked to me.
Yeah? He'll have plenty to say to me when I find him. I told our operator to trace the call, but it got lost in a welter of incoming and outgoing switchboard calls. I phoned Frank Guthrie's office again, but he'd gone for the day. At 11:30 in the morning. Guthrie was the one person in New York outside of Betty Lou who knew anything about the Burgess family. So I paid a hunch and took a trip to Central Park West, with Betty Lou tagging along beside me. Frank Guthrie's apartment is 410.
Look, I still don't know what you expect to find out from him. After all, he's just a friend of theirs.
You ever meet him, sweetheart?
Frank Guthrie? Why, no.
Well, here's 410. Let's see if he's home.
I don't know why you didn't phone him first.
I did.
Not just the office, at home.
Hold it. There's someone coming.
Oh!
Come in, Runyon. You too, Betty Lou.
Dwight! What are you doing here? Hey, that guy!
Come inside. Now, shut the door.
Dwight, I just don't understand, honey.
Stay where you are. Both of you.
I had a hunch I'd find you here, Burgess. Couldn't ask for a better hiding place, could you?
What have you found out, Runyon? Tell me.
I'm not so sure you'll want to hear it.
Tell me.
Okay, pal, here it is. I've found evidence that proves you killed your wife.
Oh, honey, no.
And you killed a girl named Susan Weston.
You've got the evidence that proves that?
Your wife read the Jade Collector's bulletin, didn't she?
She read it.
And you knew she'd answer that wanted.
I told you last night. That's why I followed her there. But she was already dead when I got there.
You'll have a tough time making the cops believe that, Burgess. Especially after that want ad was paid for in your name.
Ah, you're out of your mind.
Am I? The girl who took the ad was murdered this morning, and the answers to the ad were stolen.
You think you're going to tell the police that?
They already know it. And they'll know about your trip to North Carolina.
You're not going to frame me. I won't let you.
Dwight, no, you can't.
Get out of the way, Betty Lou.
Stop it, Dwight. I'll shoot if you move.
Frank!
Yeah. Came in the other door.
Thanks for the interruption, Guthrie. I guess you know you can be held for harboring a fugitive, though.
Well, he was my friend. I thought he was innocent.
You mean now you think he's guilty?
I heard what Runyon found out. You'll have to give yourself up, Dwight.
No. You can't make me any of you.
You've got 2 murders chalked up against you, Burgess.
3. Counting that trip to North Carolina, he must have killed his uncle, too.
You won't frame me. I won't let you.
Runyon, look out!
No, you don't!
Guthrie thought he was playing Notre Dame when my 239 pounds hit him. He went on hard. But he was still struggling as I cried out to Burgess, "Don't shoot! Hold it, Burgess!"
Hey, you fool, Runyon. Let me up.
Not yet, pal. Give me that gun. Come on, give me.
No, you're... All right.
Now your pockets. Yeah, I thought so.
Give them back. Give those letters to me.
Brother, these letters are going to the DA's office.
Runyon, what's all this about?
Here's the killer, Burgess, your friend Guthrie.
What? Frank killed Leela.
And Susan Weston and your Uncle Waldo, and he just tried to kill you.
But all the evidence against Dwight.
Frame up, sweetheart. Guthrie, frame.
Listen, Runyon,
Don't move, Guthrie. You inserted that ad in Burgess's name, and you bought that ticket to North Carolina in his name. Then you planted the ticket envelope in his office.
But why? Why did you do it, Frank?
Because he was in love with your wife. He killed your uncle for her, then she double-crossed. She said she meant to stay married to you and all that dough.
Frank, no. No, you couldn't.
He did it all right, didn't you, Guthrie?
Yes, I did, but how did you know?
You said Burgess must have killed his uncle. Only Betty Lou and myself knew he was dead. That meant you'd killed him.
But the letters, what about them?
These are the replies to the want ad, 5 of them, all unopened, and one of them from Leela Burgess.
Yet Leela received an answer to her reply.
Yeah, that ad was bait for murder.
I ought to kill you for this, Frank.
Don't waste your bullets or your life on him, Burgess. The state will handle that job for you. Well, that's that. It seems I spend my life in getting into trouble and getting out of it. But at the same time, I generally manage to get some other people in and out of trouble, too. Be seeing you again. So long.
There he goes into that drugstore. He's stepping on the scales.
Weight 239 pounds. Fortune, danger.
Who is it?
The Fat Man.
And now, here's the Fat Man in Murder Through a Crystal.
Caseman Road is one of those neat little suburban streets where the bungalows don't quite look exactly alike. It was just before midnight when my car stopped in front of number 614. The street was as quiet and peaceful as a country school in July, and most of the bungalows were dark. But number 614 wasn't dark. A light blazed in the living room. Through the window, I could see a black-haired man, big enough to wear one of my suits, walking nervously back and forth, puffing on a cigarette. I looked the place over carefully. Dainty colored curtains made the windows into valentines, and the furniture looked delicate and neat. A bowl of fresh flowers stood on a table near the window. The black-haired man was still pacing as I walked up on the porch, but he stopped abruptly when he heard my steps, and I got a good look at him through the window. His frightened eyes stared toward the door as he ground out the cigarette. He stood there long enough for me to see that he looked 30, but was probably a good deal older. When I hit the knocker, he jumped, then headed for the door.
Who's there?
The Fat Man, Brad Runyon.
Oh. Come in. I wasn't sure who it was.
Expecting somebody else?
No, I'm not expecting anyone but you. I'm nervous, I guess.
Why?
Well, after all, I don't do this sort of thing every night.
Just what sort of thing are we doing, Frazier? You weren't too specific over the telephone.
Sit down, Mr. Runyon. I couldn't say too much on the phone.
You're not talking on a phone now.
What time is it?
5 minutes to 12.
At 12:30, I'm going to meet some men. I want you to go with me.
Why do you need me?
Well, I'm not sure about these men. I don't trust them, and I might need help.
Who are the men?
I don't know.
Why are you meeting them?
To give them some money.
Blackmail?
No, not exactly. I don't know whether you've heard about it, but during the last 3 or 4 months, it seems a gang of thieves have developed a new and apparently very safe racket.
Somebody comes up with a new racket every day. Which one has you cornered?
Well, I'm not exactly involved. I'm merely acting as an agent for a friend. These thieves pick out some prominent person, usually a woman. They watch her closely, learn her habits, and try to find out what valuable jewelry she may have.
They then wait for an opportune time and hold her up.
Exactly. They usually steal something of great value that would be difficult to peddle.
So they hold it for ransom. Is that the idea?
More or less. They contact the victim and offer to sell it back for a sum much less than the actual value of the jewels.
A nice, clean little racket.
Yes.
And this friend of yours is, of course, a woman.
Of course.
Married.
Naturally.
But you're not married, and you were with her when she was held up.
Now, look here, Runyon. I'm hiring you to accompany me in case there's any trouble, and I don't intend to...
Skip it. I'm not interested in your private life. I just want the facts. You were with her, weren't you?
Yes. Her husband has a terrible temper, and he doesn't know the bracelet is gone yet. If he should find out...
Your name would be mine.
I'm thinking of the woman.
Sure. So it was a bracelet?
Yes, a diamond bracelet worth about $40,000.
What are they asking?
$5,000.
Did she give you the money?
I have it here in my pocket.
Where are you supposed to meet these guys?
Well, it's about a 15-minute drive from here out in the country. We'd better get started. Do you have a gun?
Yeah. Why?
I don't want any trouble, any shooting. I'd prefer it if you empty your gun. If they try anything when I give them the money, you can step out with the gun and frighten them away.
They don't sound like the kind of boys who frighten easy. And you don't look like a wife chaser to me. I think I'll keep the bullets in.
I don't understand.
It may just be a coincidence, but we might look a little too much alike standing still in the dark.
You better stop here. Turn off the lights.
Nice lonesome spot.
I'm to meet them just this side of the old covered bridge over Ross Creek. It's about 200 yards down that little dirt road, leading off from our right up ahead. Can you see it?
I think so.
I'll walk on down there. Wait about a minute and then follow me, but don't make any noise. Keep a good distance back, but watch me. If they start anything, then you can do whatever you think best.
I've got a better plan.
What?
First, tell me the name of this friend of yours.
I can't do that.
Anything you tell me is confidential. I'd lose my license if I tried any funny business. Now, what's her name?
I don't see what difference it makes.
It might make a big difference.
Very well. Her name is Mrs. David Creel.
That's better. Now, listen to me. I don't like this job, and I don't like your story. You're going to sit here in this car while I take a look at that bridge.
But they might hear you.
Let me worry about that. If you're on the level, a little scouting won't do any harm. I'll be back in about 5 minutes. Get down in the back of my car so nobody passing can see you.
All right, but be careful.
That's just exactly what I'm doing. The moon ducked behind a cloud as I moved off into the shadows, got contrary, and popped out again just as I reached the little dirt road. I stopped by a tree and glanced back. The car looked empty. For 5 seconds, I stood under the tree listening. Only the sound of crickets broke the silence. I felt uneasy, and I didn't know why. There was something wrong with the picture, something about the big guy huddled on the floor of the car that I didn't like. Pulling the pistol from my hip pocket, I headed for the covered bridge, taking my time and hugging the shadows under the overhanging trees. The bridge loomed ahead like a barn in the middle of the road. 10 yards from the bridge, the chirping of a cricket suddenly stopped. I stopped and held my breath. Nothing for 10 seconds, and then they started again. I walked onto the bridge and across to the other side. A black convertible with the top down was half hidden in the trees just off the road. It was empty. But the driver's license in the pocket was made out to David Creel. I was halfway back up the little dirt road when I heard somebody trying to get through the brush. Slipping the safety on my gun, I waited behind a bush. What's your hurry, Mr. Creel?
Oh, who are you?
Little Boy Blue. And this is no horn in my hand. It's a loaded .45.
What do you want? How did you know who I was?
You ought to carry your driver's license in your wallet.
My driver's license? But my license...
It's in the pocket of your car.
Oh, yes. Yes, my car.
Let's take a walk, Creel.
First, tell me who you are.
I'm a private detective.
A detective?
He's waiting for you in my car.
He?
My client. The guy you're looking for. He was afraid of you, so he hired me to come along and hold his hand.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Move along. He's about 50 yards down the road. You don't look like a mob to me.
Listen to me. I don't know who you are or what you're talking about.
Then what are you prowling around the woods this hour of the night for?
That's my business.
Was he blackmailing you, or were you blackmailing him?
There's been some mistake.
Yeah. There's my car up ahead. He's waiting inside. On the floor. He's scared silly. And I thought a mob was gunning for him.
Wait a minute. What's this about a mob?
That's his story. I guess he felt foolish being afraid of you.
No, I think you're wrong. Who is he? Who's waiting in that car?
Frazier. Who else?
Frazier? Carl Frazier?
Yeah. Wasn't he the guy you were expecting?
No, I wasn't expecting anybody.
Then what were you doing here?
I followed someone here tonight.
Who?
My wife, Emily.
What was she doing here?
I don't know. I suspected she'd been seeing this Frazier. Tonight, she took my car. I had a taxi waiting on the corner. I followed her out here to the other side of the bridge.
Then you didn't drive your own car here?
No. I left the taxi about 300 or 400 yards back, from where she parked back there in the trees. I tried to follow her in the woods, but I must have lost her.
Come on. I think we'll have a talk with Frazier.
What was all that about? Blackmail?
I don't know yet. It's Runyon, Frazier. Get out and come out here. It's okay, Frazier. There's nothing to be afraid of.
He must have left the car. Emily must have been the person he was meeting.
I don't know who he was meeting, Creel, but whoever it was didn't like him much.
How do you know?
They stuck a knife in the back of his neck.
We can't hold Creel any longer, Brad. He won't admit a thing. The boys worked on him all night. He admits trailing his wife, but says he lost her in the woods. The same story he gave you.
No fingerprints on the knife, Mac.
Nah.
What did you find on Frazier's body?
The usual stuff. Watch, cigarettes, wallet.
What was in the wallet?
$9 in cash, some stamps, a tailor's receipt for a suit of clothes, nothing that means anything.
Frazier told me he was carrying $5,000 in cash.
Hey, that might make a difference. Did you see the dough?
No, but I think he had the cash, or something that was worth that much or more.
What do you mean?
I don't know, Mac. What about Mrs. Creel?
Well, we haven't found her yet. We found Creel's car, though. It was parked in an alley over near Colbert Street. Looks like she's our baby.
Maybe, but don't discount Creel. If Frazier was playing around with his wife, Creel had a swell motive, and he had the opportunity.
On the other hand, you said yourself this Frazier wasn't exactly a lady chaser. I can't imagine any dame going for it.
That's the part that doesn't fit, unless he was blackmailing her. But I think there's something else in this, Mac, something that hasn't shown yet.
I think it's a woman, Brad. When we get her...
I'll call you later, Mac. I got a visitor.
Okay.
I'm looking for Mr. Runyon.
Your search is ended. Have a seat.
Thank you.
I'm pretty busy right now. What did you want to see me about?
You're not too busy to make $5,000, are you?
Murder is a very serious crime, Mrs. Creel.
You knew me. Kublan was right.
Kublan?
He's a famous mystic, a great man.
And you go to this Kublan for advice?
Yes. He said you'd give me the letter back for $5,000. You will, won't you?
Maybe.
I have the money here in my purse. I promise the police will never know.
Never know what, Mrs. Creel?
That you murdered Carl Frazier last night. Oh, you needn't pretend, Mr. Runyon. The letter was not on Carl's body last night.
Then you were the one he had a date with?
Yes. He was to bring the letter, and I...
The letter?
Of course. Oh, it was foolish of me, I know, but I thought I loved him. Then he wouldn't see me. I became frantic. I wrote this letter and told him I loved him and how much he meant to me. Please give it back to me. I'll give you the $5,000 gladly, and I'll forget that I've ever seen you.
It's not as simple as that, Mrs. Creel.
But why not? If you took the letter...
I didn't take any letter, and I didn't kill Frazier. He told me a bracelet had been stolen from you by a gang of hold-up men. He said he was buying it back for you.
A hold-up and a bracelet? There wasn't any hold-up. I lost nothing.
You didn't give Frazier $5,000 to buy back a stolen bracelet for you?
No. No, of course not. Don't you see, he was blackmailing me for the letter I'd written. He was going to sell the letter to me last night. Don't you understand?
Yeah, I think I do understand.
What do you mean?
Frazier hired me to go with him last night because he was afraid the person he had a date with was going to kill him. Mrs. Creel, you killed Carl Frazier last night.
I'm desperate, Mr. Runyon. I want that letter, and I intend to get it.
The gun won't help you.
I want that letter.
Sorry, I don't have it. Maybe your husband got it.
David?
Uh-huh. He was there last night, too. He followed you in a taxi.
No. No, he couldn't have. Well, that's impossible. Don't move, Mr. Runyon. And don't try to follow me.
I wouldn't think of it, Mrs. Creel.
Yes?
I've come to see Kublan.
Who is calling, please?
Mr. Shanks called about an hour ago.
Oh, yes, of course, Mr. Shanks. Come in. His Excellency will see you at once.
Good.
Would you just follow me? Since this is your first visit, Mr. Shanks, I feel I must warn you of our rules.
Rules?
Under no circumstances must you speak while His Excellency is concentrating. Second, we prefer as little publicity as possible. I'm sure you understand.
I think I do.
Third, it is customary to pay in advance for the reading. So, if you please, $10?
Here you are.
Thank you so much. In here. Mr. Shanks is here, Your Excellency.
I am ready. Come in, sir. That will be all, Mother. Please be seated in the chair across the table from me. Is there any particular thing you want to know? Perhaps you have lost something, Mr. Shanks.
It's possible. You're the fortune teller. Suppose you get out your crystal ball and tell me.
We have no place here for skeptics.
I paid my $10.
Very well. Mr. Runyon?
You didn't learn that from the crystal ball.
Why did you come here, Mr. Runyon?
There was a murder last night.
Really? And what might that have to do with me?
I don't know. But when I talked it over with my crystal ball, your name came up in the conversation.
I am afraid I do not follow you.
I didn't think you would, Kublan. I'm talking about Mrs. David Creel.
Creel.
Look in the crystal ball. Maybe that'll help your memory.
Yes, I think I do remember Mrs. Creel.
It seems she lost a letter.
Oh, yes, of course. Now I remember. A rather good-looking woman.
Some people might think so.
She has been to me several times for readings.
She wasn't here this morning by any chance.
This morning? Oh, no, she has not been in for some time. I remember the lost letter now. It seems it was rather important. She wanted to know where it was.
And you told her?
Mr. Runyon, whether or not you believe in extrasensory powers is no concern of mine. There are a number of people who attribute such powers to me.
And there are a number of doctors who tell rich women they're sick if the rich women want to be told that.
Naturally. A man must make a living. Call me a quack if you wish. I do nothing outside the law. No one is forced to come to me or to believe what I foresee.
And what did you foresee about this lost letter of Mrs. Creel's?
Didn't you have the lost letter, Mr. Runyon?
No.
I think you did, Mr. Runyon. And I think you still have it. Very nice, Mother. You are stronger than you look. Quickly, search him.
All right, Kelly, break it down.
Okay, Lieutenant. Drop that knife. Hey, Brad. Brad, what in the name of...
Mac.
Brad, that knife, did you kill him?
No, Mac, I didn't do it. At least I don't think I did.
Who is it?
A phony fortune teller named Kublan.
What happened to you?
Somebody slugged me from behind about 4 or 5 hours ago. I don't remember anything else. I woke up just a second ago. This knife was in my hand. Somebody's idea of a joke, I guess.
Some joke.
Yeah. How did you get in on the party?
A phone call tipped us that there'd been a murder at the fortune teller's. Where do you fit in, Brad?
Mrs. Creel was a patient or a patrol of this guy Kublan. He sent her to me to get a letter that Frazier was blackmailing her with.
You? But I don't get it.
I think I'm beginning to.
Did the same person that killed Frazier last night kill the Swami?
I'm not sure. I think Frazier and this guy Kublan were working a racket together.
Blackmail, huh?
Yeah, it's an old racket. They look for silly women. The fortune teller gives her the works, gets her confidence by telling her a few obvious things. Then he tells her some dark man is coming into her life. I've seen it hundreds of times. Then Frazier pops up and the game is on.
Yeah, I get it.
In this case, it was a love letter she wrote to Frazier, probably at Kublan's directions. After that, they wring her dry. The fortune teller pretends to help her, but of course he only makes it tougher for her.
Then she must have gotten wise to him and knocked them both off.
Maybe. But it could also be her husband. And there's something else.
What?
This guy Kublan had an assistant, a tall, dark, oriental-looking babe named Marver. It could be any one of the three. Let's take a ride, Mac. Whoever killed Frazier and Kublan did it to get the blackmail letter, but I don't think they got it. I think the letter is still somewhere in that house, and unless I miss my guess, the murderer probably thinks so, too. Cut out your gun, Mac. The door's unlocked.
Check.
I don't think anybody's here now. Let's find a light.
Yeah, here's a switch. Hey, look at this place.
Yeah.
Looks like a cyclone hit it. Must have been the murderer, all right.
Whoever it was in an awful hurry.
I wonder if they found the letter.
I don't think so, Mac.
Why not?
First, they were in too much of a hurry.
And second...
Don't you notice anything peculiar in this room, Mac?
No, I don't think so. Nothing except the room's been torn apart.
I don't mean that. I mean something unusual, something that isn't right.
No. What are you driving at?
That bowl of flowers on the table by the window.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm surprised it wasn't broken.
Look at the flowers, Mac.
Well, tulips, aren't they?
Yeah. When I was here last night, I noticed them. I thought at the time it was funny for a man to have fresh flowers in his house, even a man like Frazier. But of course, last night the tulips were fresh, so they all looked alive. But now they're all wilted, except one.
You mean that one is an artificial flower?
That's right, Mac. A good one, too. Now then.
Hey, in the stem.
Uh-huh. It's hollow. Here, let's see now. It's the letter, all right, Mac, and it's a little beauty. No wonder it was valuable.
How very clever of you, gentlemen.
Hello, Marver.
The letter, please. Throw it on the floor. And put your hands well above your head.
Okay, there you are.
Put the gun down. You can't get away with this.
Perhaps you are right. However, they have not got me yet. And you will not be able to help them.
Well, then, would you satisfy a condemned man's curiosity? Did you kill Kublan?
Why, yes. Yes, I killed Kublan. I killed him because the fool was going to try and pin Frazier's murder on me.
You didn't kill Frazier?
No. Kublan killed him.
Why?
He was a fool, too. A greedy fool. He was holding out on us. Walk over to the wall and face it.
Killing us won't help you.
Do as I say.
Okay. I see where you fit. You were going to use the letter for your own little blackmail, huh?
Very clever. Is there anything else you would like to know before you die?
Yeah. Why do you want the letter now?
Well, it happens to be rather valuable, Mr. Runyon.
Sure. As long as she was alive, you could blackmail her, but now she's dead.
Dead? What are you saying? Who is dead?
Why, Mrs. Creel, of course.
You're lying.
Lying? You killed her yourself, didn't you?
She is not dead. She can't be dead.
Hey, wait a minute. Mac, we're wrong.
Huh?
What a couple of saps we are. Marva really doesn't know about Mrs. Creel.
What are you talking about?
Don't you see, Mac? It must have been her husband. He killed her tonight because of Kublan and the letter. Don't you get it?
Yeah, I get it.
It all fits. This babe didn't kill Mrs. Creel. She'd never kill the goose that laid her golden eggs. That's why she still wants the letter. The joke's on you, honey.
Are you telling the truth? Is Mrs. Creel really dead?
Call the police if you don't believe me. Well, everything's clear now. Let's get on with the shooting. Or maybe you'd like to make a deal with us.
A deal? What sort of a deal?
I'm not quite ready for the next world yet, and I don't think Lieutenant Mackenzie is either.
You turn around, please. Speak quickly.
Okay.
Now keep your hands up. Now then, this deal.
If Creel killed his wife instead of you, we've got him cold.
So? I do not follow you.
He could just as easily have killed Kublan, too.
Oh, I think I see what you mean. Then if I let you go, you will...
Sure. If Creel's going up for one murder, he might as well go for two.
And let her off? Nothing doing. Go ahead and shoot.
Don't be a sap, Mac.
I won't do it, Brad, and I won't let you either.
You can't stop me, Mac. It'll be your word against mine. Creel killed Kublan, didn't he, beautiful?
Well, yes. And as for this stupid Mackenzie, I should kill him anyway. It would be better.
Maybe it would. Go ahead.
But, Brad, you must be
Keep
nuts.
quiet, you fool. Now we will see how this gun feels against your head. Oh, you... Let go of my arm.
Let's see how the gun feels in my hand.
No, you... Don't.
Grab her, Mac, okay?
Let me go.
There.
Go, you...
Yeah, nice work, Brad. Boy, you had me plenty worried there for a minute.
Yeah. Now you can worry, baby. Get the cuffs on her, Mac.
Right. Hey, but Brad, how did you know that Mrs. Creel was dead? We didn't.
She's not dead, Mac.
Then you were lying.
Save it, baby, save it. You know, I'm surprised at you. A big-time fortune teller like you should have been through that. The trouble with you is you don't consult your own crystal ball. If you did, you'd see that murder always puts you behind the 8 ball. spend my life in getting into trouble and getting out of it. But at the same time, I generally manage to get some other people in and out of trouble, too. Be seeing you again. So long.
There he goes into that drugstore. He's stepping on the scales.
Weight 239 pounds. Fortune, danger.
Who is it?
The Fat Man.
And now here's the Fat Man in Murder and the Peacock.
The Brunson Insurance Company specialized in fire and theft. They'd insure almost anything, but occasionally they got hit and hit hard in spite of the persistence of old man Brunson, president of the company. I'd done a lot of work for them from time to time, so I wasn't surprised when I got a call asking me to drop in. I was surprised when I was told the old man himself wanted to see me. I usually dealt with somebody in the investigation department. It was 10 a.m. when I was ushered into the office of the president. Bronson sat at the big desk in the corner, his fingers beating a nervous tattoo on the arm of his chair. He glanced up as I came in and waved me to a seat.
Sit down, Runyon. I suppose you're wondering why I called you personally.
That is a little unusual.
This is an unusual case, Runyon, and a very important one to this company. Did you ever hear of Solomon's rope?
The matched jade necklace stolen from the Mavis family 15 years ago?
Yes. I don't know whether you know it or not, but this company had insured the necklace for $300,000.
Yeah, and you paid off on it.
Exactly. If you remember, the Mavis home was robbed by a gang of gunmen led by a man named Jack Kelly.
The first of the Dillinger breed.
That's right. The necklace was part of the loot. Less than 3 weeks later, the FBI trapped the gang. And in the gunfight that followed, killed most of them, including Kelly. The entire loot from the Mavis robbery was recovered, except for the necklace known as Solomon's rope. It was never found.
I thought the police figured Kelly broke it down and got rid of it stone by stone before the FBI closed with him.
I'm not the police, Runyon. I'm a businessman. $300,000 represents a tremendous investment to this company. Besides, I think the police were wrong in their theory.
Why?
Well, look at it this way. Kelly was just a gunman with more nerve than brains. The FBI was closing in on him. He didn't have much time. He had plenty of ready cash. Why would he take the trouble to get rid of the necklace stone by stone? I think he liked it and hid it someplace. Maybe he thought he'd give it to some girlfriend.
15 years is a long time, Mr. Brunson. Why the sudden interest?
Well, I'm coming to that. If you remember, there were 2 members of Kelly's gang who weren't with the rest when the G-men closed in. One was a little weasel-faced fellow named Tucker Malone.
I remember. They caught him 2 days later hiding in a flop house in Chicago.
That's right. The other missing member was a girl named Kitty Cassidy. They didn't know too much about her and never did catch her. She's still missing.
You think this Kitty Cassidy got the necklace?
No. She hadn't been with the gang long, and she wasn't Kelly's girl. I don't think she would have known where Kelly hid it, but I do think Tucker Malone might know.
He got life, didn't he?
Yes, but his sentence was commuted. He was released from prison 3 days ago.
And now you think he'll go after the necklace?
Exactly.
It seems to me you missed a bet on not having somebody pick up his trail when he got out. He might be hard to find by now.
Oh, I did that purposely. I didn't want to arouse his suspicions. Now, do you think you can find him?
I can try.
Good. Then you'll take the job?
Yeah.
Oh, and by the way, Runyon, I might add that there is a $10,000 reward posted by this company for the return of the necklace.
And so, with his head bowed deep in thought, the fat man solved another case.
Very funny, very funny. Now listen, Charlie, I'm busy.
Sure. What are you doing? Posing for an overweight version of the Thinker?
If you're looking for a story, go down to night court. You won't get any byline here.
Already I got a story. And what a story. You like to hear it?
Go write it. I'll read it in the morning edition of that tabloid you work for.
I haven't got the ending yet. That's why I came to see you.
I'm not a storyteller. I'm a detective.
Precisely, my dear Watson. Which brings me to the purpose of my visit. I want to hire a detective. Out of my own pocket, I want to hire a detective.
I hate to miss that, but I told you I was busy. Now beat it and let me alone.
Ever hear of Solomon's rope?
Maybe I'm not as busy as I thought.
I'm your employer, then?
Well, let's have the story first.
Last night, in the course of my duties as an ace reporter, I happened to stop in a little beer joint over on 3rd Avenue.
That's no novelty.
A man was standing at the bar, and he was very drunk. I couldn't place him, but the face was mighty familiar. It made me think of sweet, bygone memories. Black touring cars with curtains, straight homemade gin, and Tommy guns without khaki uniforms.
And that made you think of Jack Curley, and then it clicked. The guy was Tucker Malone.
Yeah. So you know he's out.
I get around, too. What happened after you recognized him?
Well, I remembered the necklace, Solomon's rope, and how it had never turned up. Right in my lap was the only guy in the world who might know where it was. And he was drunk. What a story if I could get it.
Yeah.
He didn't know me from Adam. I bought him a couple of drinks and finally got him out of the place. And then I tried to pump him.
Did he talk?
Well, not much. He was awful drunk. But just before he passed out, he did say something. I can't make anything out of it, but, well, maybe you can.
What did he say?
He put his hand on my shoulder and he said, "You're the first real pal I ever had. I'm gonna make you rich, pal." I shook him and said, "Well, when? How?" He stared at me a minute and then he said, "The old guy raises peacocks. Tie that for me, will you, pal?"
Peacocks?
Well, that's what he said.
What do you think he was talking about?
Beats me. Maybe he was seeing peacocks instead of pink elephants. I like that part about making me rich, though. I think he meant the necklace.
What do you want me to do?
Listen, that guy's valuable. He's the lead sentence to the story of the year, and I want that story. There may be others who want the necklace. I want to hire you to protect him until I get him to talk. And what do you say?
I take it you know where Malone is.
I'll say I know. I wasn't taking any chances. He's under lock and key in my apartment, sleeping off his drunk right now. In here.
You'd better make some coffee for Malone.
That's a good idea.
You haven't got a girl hidden in here, too, have you?
A girl? Well, of course not. Why?
Perfume, smell it. It's constant love.
Yeah, you're right. Well, that's funny.
Where's the bedroom?
Oh, that door over there.
Come on.
Hey, look at Malone. Cute, huh? Sleeping like a baby.
Yeah. He's sleeping like a baby, all right. A dead baby.
Dead?
Bullets, 3 of them. They weren't taking any chances.
Well, who could have... Hey, you don't think I did it?
I don't know.
But I didn't, Brad, I swear. I told you I left him here sleeping it off. Well, why would I kill him? He was my story. That perfume. It must have been a girl. She came here...
Yeah, maybe. You're in a jam, Charlie.
I didn't kill him.
No, I don't think you did, but I'll have to call the cops.
No, wait a minute, Brad. I'm in a spot. You said so yourself. I really need a detective now for myself. I gotta find this guy's murderer. You're still hired if you want the job. This is just the beginning of this thing.
I think you're right about that.
Well, give me a break then. Let me knock out a story on this. I'll have a clean scoop. I'll call the cops the minute I turn my story in.
Okay, Charlie.
Thanks.
You're sure nobody came up here with you last night except Malone?
What do you mean?
The perfume. No girl came with you?
I've told you the truth, Brad. So help me I have.
I hope so. Go ahead and write your story, but make it fast. And don't touch anything in this bedroom. When you finish, call Lieutenant Mackenzie at headquarters and tell him the truth. I left the reporter alone with the dead man and drove to my office. All the way downtown, Malone's last words kept running through my head. The old guy raises peacocks. Tie that one for me, will you, pal? A drunk's dream or the key to something? In this business, you can't afford to pass up anything, not even a drunk street. So somebody raises peacocks. It was just noon when I parked the car and went up to the office. I opened the door and smelled it. The same perfume. Constant love. The girl sat carelessly in the client's chair, one slim leg crossed over the other. I noticed her eyes. You'd always notice her eyes first. They were black. Blacker than the inside of a coffin at midnight. And they caught the light like agates. She motioned slightly with a small, flat automatic pistol in her right hand.
Kick the door closed with your foot and try to touch the ceiling with those big, strong arms, fat man.
What movie did you step out of, beautiful?
All right, wise guy. This gun has 6 bullets in it. According to my figures, your gun, if you still got it with you, has only 3. I want it. Now turn around.
Somehow you don't strike me as the constant love type.
Never mind that. Now I'll take the gun. Nice ride. But no powder smell. Wrong guess number 1 for little Kitty. Loaded and hasn't been fired. Must have been the newsboy.
Charlie didn't kill Malone, beautiful, and neither did I. We sort of thought you did.
Do you think I look like the kind of sap that would kill the goose that lays the golden eggs?
If the goose had quit laying, yeah.
Take your necktie off, fat man.
It's not hot.
That's what you think. Now off with it. Throw it on the chair. Now open your shirt.
Why, the striptease, beautiful.
A necklace is made to wear around a neck. Even a neck as big as yours.
Smart girl, but wrong guess number 2 for little Kitty.
Yeah, well, let's stop guessing, huh? Where is it, fat man?
I don't know.
This gun's got a silencer, and I'm not kidding.
Shoot, sweetheart. I wouldn't tell you even if I knew.
You've got a nerve. I like guys with nerve.
I don't like girls with guns. What made you add my name to this party?
That's easy. I've been waiting 14 years to talk to Malone. When he came out, I told him.
He must have led you to some interesting places.
He did. I saw the newsboy pick Malone up last night. I tailed him to his apartment. Malone was loaded, and I knew he wouldn't move until late today. I came back this morning and paid a call. The reporter was gone, Malone was dead, and the necklace was missing. It wasn't hard to figure, so I hung around outside and waiting. I saw you and the newsboy come in. That gave me idea, so I came to your office to wait.
How did you know me?
Why, Mr. Runyon, haven't you heard? You're a celebrity. You like it?
It makes sense.
Better sense than yours in the reporter story. Now turn around and face the wall. Time to travel. Sorry, but I'll have to keep your gun. Maybe we'll meet again.
I can hardly wait.
You know, for a fat man, you wouldn't look at all bad in a bathing suit.
Okay, sweetheart. Lock the door. Have it your way. Operator, I'm in a hurry. Get me the city zoo. Yeah, that's right, the zoo. Yeah, quite a girl. I'd hate to have her for my first date. Hello, City Zoo. I'd like to know the name of anybody who raises peacocks within 100 miles of this city. Good afternoon, Mrs. Jarvis.
Why, yes. How did you know? For land's sakes, it's getting cold, ain't it?
Yes, it is.
I just told George, he's my husband, George, I just told him that he was foolish to go out without a coat, but he won't let those peacocks alone. Won't you come in?
Thanks.
I reckon that's what you come about, ain't it? The peacocks.
As a matter of fact, it is.
Sit down, Mr.
Runyon.
Sit down, Mr. Runyon. George will be in a minute. My, I never saw the like of it.
What?
All the peacock buyers coming at once. Here we go along, raising them for years, and nobody wants them. And then, in less than a week, 2 of you fellas show up to buy. That's what you're here for, ain't it?
Yes, that's it. Of course, I'll want to look them over pretty well.
That's just what the other fella said, too.
I always like to know what my competitors are doing. I was just wondering who this other fellow was.
I don't rightly remember his name, but George might. He was a little fellow with an awful pale face. Looked like he'd never seen the sun. Let me see now. It was the day the barn caught fire.
The barn caught fire?
Yes. It happened while that little peacock buyer was here. We was all mighty busy putting it out, I can tell you. That was just 2 days ago.
This is a nice old house you have here, Mrs. Jarvis.
Yes, it's real homey.
Lived here all your life?
Oh, land sakes, no. George bought this place about 10 years ago.
You never know what you might find in an old house like this.
Ain't it the truth?
Antiques and things.
Oh, it's funny you're saying that. I found something very peculiar in this house right after we moved in.
You did?
Yes. George don't like for me to talk about it. He says it might not be good publicity.
What did you find, Mrs. Jarvis?
Guns, Mr. Runyon. 5 of them, all loaded up. They was under the floor in the kitchen.
Guns?
Oh, lots of folks don't know it. But this house was headquarters for some gangsters in the old days.
You don't say?
Yes, sir. What do you think of that?
That's very interesting. You never found anything else, did you?
No, not a thing. Some folks think there's a loot hidden here somewhere on the place, but we ain't never seen any of it. Oh, here comes George. Now, don't let on I told you about the guns. He don't like my talking so much.
Maggie, where was that?
Come in, George. This here is Mr. Runyon. He's another one of those peacock buyers. He wants to look at your birds.
I ain't interested in selling my peacocks, mister.
Why, George, what on earth are you...
You heard me, Maggie. I ain't interested. So you might just as well run along, mister.
But, George, you know very well
I
that
said no.
Do you mind if I just look at them?
Yes, I do mind. I told you I ain't interested in selling, so why look at them? I don't want no more buyers coming around here, so you can get.
George Jarvis, you must have lost your mind.
I know what I'm doing. I ain't selling my peacocks, and I ain't showing them to anybody either. And that's final.
Hey, Brad, where you been anyway? I've been looking all over town for you.
I was in the country, Mac, seeing a man about some peacocks.
Peacocks? Look, Brad, I thought you and me were friends. That news hound says you were with him when he found the body.
That's right.
Well, why didn't you report it? You know the
Calm down, Mac. I gave Charlie a break because he gave me one.
Yeah, I'll say you gave him a break. The paper's already in the street when he calls up nice as pie and says, I've got a murder for you, Lieutenant. I'm surprised he didn't wait for me to read it in the paper.
Maybe he doesn't think you can read.
Yeah. Well, I'm putting the heat on Charlie Blake. I think he killed Malone.
Quit acting like a kid, Mac.
I mean it. I think that news hound did it just to get a good story. I'd pull him in on suspicion if it weren't for the paper. They already made a big enough sap out of me.
Now you're using your head again. Why don't you ask me about the peacocks?
Yeah, what were you doing in the country, and what about the peacocks?
The farmer doesn't want to sell them anymore.
What are you talking about?
Solomon's rope. Remember it?
Oh, so that's why Malone was knocked off.
I think so.
But Kelly broke that necklace up and got rid of it before the FBI got him.
I don't think he did.
Why not?
Because I think I found the place where Kelly hid it.
Where? Is that what you mean about the peacocks?
Right. A farm up near Statesville that Kelly used as a hideout once. A farmer and his wife live there now, and the farmer raises peacocks. I've got a hunch the necklace is still there.
Ah, but that doesn't make sense. Malone must have had the necklace. Why else would he be killed?
I think I know.
You're crazy. Besides, we got a tip that Kitty Cassidy was in town. She's been missing for years and was one of the old Kelly mob. She must have done in Malone and got the jade.
She's in town, all right, with a gun of her own and one of mine.
Yours? What happened, Brad?
She dropped in to see me, made me do a striptease, and took my gun.
Well, that's one for the book. Why'd she do that?
She thought I had the necklace. She didn't have it, and she came after Malone was killed. Where's Blake now?
In his office at the newspaper, I guess.
Come on. We've got to see him right away. I hope Blake's in his apartment.
There's a light under his door. See, he knows the game's up and he's stalling. Come on, put your shoulder against this door and heave. Right?
You don't need your shoulder. It's unlocked.
All right, Blake, don't try to...
Put your gun away, Mac. Somebody else got to Blake first.
Dead?
Yeah, but not long.
The girl. He did have the necklace, and she got it away from him.
I think the girl killed him, but she didn't get the necklace. Come on, Mac. We haven't got much time.
Where are we going?
Back to that peacock farm.
Who's there?
Who's that? Jarvis' wife. Open the door, Mrs. Jarvis.
Why, Mr. Runyon, what in the world are you doing here at this time of night? Oh, I've never seen such goings-on. Decent folks ought to be in bed.
Where's your husband?
Why, he's gone out to show his peacocks to... who's this other fellow, Mr. Runyon?
He's a friend of mine.
Oh, well, I just never saw anything like it. First the little man, and then you, and now tonight that girl.
Girl?
Why, yes. She come about a half an hour ago. We was all ready for bed. I thought she must be crazy wanting to see them birds at this hour. I says to George, them peacocks must be mighty all-fired important all of a sudden.
Did he take her out to look at the peacocks?
Yes, and they've been out there for the last...
Come on, Mac.
Why, Mr. Runyon, what's the matter? Where are you going?
To see your husband.
Oh, well, I don't know. It's mighty dark out there.
What's it mean, Brad?
The girl's after the necklace, of course. It's still here. We better hurry.
You think the girl's going to try and knock off the farmer?
I don't know.
I can't see anything out here, can you?
That dark building off to the left is the Peacock Pen and House. That's where they must be.
Hold it, Brad.
What's the matter?
Over there in the other direction. That other big building. Just saw a light flash over there.
That's the barn. They must be in there. Come on.
Right.
You got a flashlight, Mac?
Yeah.
Good. Well, here it is. Hold it a second.
I don't hear anything.
That's a light. Let's go in. Jarvis.
They've gone.
Shine the light around, Mac.
No, there's nothing in here.
Wait a minute. Shine it back there on that pile of hay again. I thought I saw something.
Oh, it's just an old shoe.
It's a shoe, all right, Mac. A girl's shoe, and the owner is still wearing it. Look.
Dead. Is that...
It's Kitty.
Strangled with a piece of twine.
Yeah. There's your murderer, Mac the farmer. He killed Malone and this girl.
But Blake, he couldn't have killed him.
No, Kitty killed Blake because she thought he had the necklace. When she didn't find it, she must have suspected the farmer of killing Malone.
But why?
Don't you get it? The farmer found the necklace. He had it all along. He knew Malone was after it. He probably followed him back to town, waited his chance, and killed him.
Hey, what's that?
It's a peacock screaming. Somebody's in the pen. Come on.
But the peacocks, what are they
I
screaming?
don't know. That was a shotgun. It came from the peacock pen. Hurry, Mac. Here's the pen.
He's gone.
Look! They're on the ground, Mac.
A dead peacock.
He shot it.
But why?
I think I know now. Come on. He's running off through that field with one of the birds. He probably broke the bird's neck to shut it up. He's not too far ahead.
Yeah, but it's so dark it'll be hard to see. Right. Hey, the shotgun again. What could he be shooting now if he's killed the bird already?
I don't know, but... Look, Mac. Over there in the field near the fence.
I can't see anything.
Give me that light.
There. There, now do you see?
The farmer. Yeah, but what happened to him? He must have fallen.
He fell all right. Look there.
My golly, half his head blown off.
He tripped in the dark, and when he fell, the shotgun went off and hit him.
Well, that'll save the state a lot of trouble. What about the peacock he was carrying?
Dead, too. He wrung its neck while he was running.
Yeah, but I don't get it. What did he want with the bird?
This, Mac. Look here where I'm shining the light, here on the bird.
I don't see anything to... Well, I'll be darned.
The necklace. Smart boy, that farmer. What better hiding place could he find than the plumage of a peacock?
But how'd he manage it?
Easy. It's strung around the body of the bird and held in place by a piece of wire. The green color of the jade fits in perfectly with the green feathers of the bird.
But why did he shoot the other bird back there?
It was dark. He thought he had the bird with a necklace. He shot it so he could get it off easier. Then he realized he made a mistake. He probably heard us coming and didn't have time to shoot this one. Or maybe he wanted that one remaining shotgun shell to fire at us.
Yeah, but it got him instead. That's irony, isn't it?
Yeah. Wait a second, Mac. Until I get this necklace off. There. Come on, let's go.
Well, you got your necklace, and I got my murderers, even if they are both dead.
Yeah. And we're each $5,000 richer.
Huh? Hey, what are you talking about?
That's right, Mac. There's a $10,000 reward for the recovery of this necklace. You helped me get it, so I figure you're entitled to half the reward.
Do you mean to say that I'm going to get $5,000 all at once?
Uh-huh. $5,000. I guess you'll be able to... Hey, Mac! Mac, what's wrong? What? Well, I'll be. That's the first time I ever saw a cop faint. Well, that's that. It seems I spend my life in getting into trouble and getting out of it. But at the same time, I generally manage to get some other people in and out of trouble, too. Be seeing you again.
There he goes into that drugstore. He's stepping on the scales.
Weight 239 pounds. Fortune, danger.
Who is it?
The Fat Man.
And now here's the Fat Man in Murder Calls the Undertaker.
I was sitting in my office hoping nothing had happened. It was a warm, lazy morning, and I didn't feel like working. A soft breeze blew through the window. I lit a cigarette, leaned back in the chair, and began to look over the mail. Indian summer. The kind of a day meant for picnics, a ball game, and a tall glass of something cool. But someone else thought it was a day for the perfect murder. Runyon speaking.
Mr. Runyon, I've got to see you immediately. They're going to kill me.
Okay, take it easy. Who's trying to kill you, and who are you?
Hernley's my name, Joshua Hernley. 1032 Fairview Avenue. There isn't time to explain. I tell you, they're after me.
Now, cool off, Hernley. Start at the beginning. What do you mean someone's trying to kill you?
Just what I say. Can you protect me? I need protection.
That's my business. But I have to know what I'm supposed to protect you against.
Against the... wait a minute. How much will you charge? I'm a reasonable man. I'll pay, but mind you, I won't pay too much.
Listen, Hernley. If someone's trying to kill you, don't you think it's a little ridiculous to be talking price?
I'm not a fool. I save my money. That's why they want to kill me. They're trying to steal my money.
You want me to protect you and your money, eh? I think you're crazy, Hernley. Go bother someone else.
Hey, don't be hasty, Mr. Runyon. I'll pay.
Yeah, I know. You've got money.
Will you take the case?
I don't know.
You've got to. They won't.
Hernley! Hello! Hello! Traffic was heavy, and it took me almost an hour to get to Hernley's house. It was an old-fashioned American Gothic near the edge of what used to be an exclusive residential district. Dirty shutters covered even dirtier windows. Ugly little tufts of scribgrass dotted the neglected grounds. The porch sagged under my weight. I rang the doorbell, waited. Nobody answered. I tried the door. It was unlocked. I walked through the living room and shouted a couple of times. All I disturbed was the quiet. I went upstairs and opened the door of a bedroom. Then I saw him. His body was slumped in a chair over by the window, an empty whiskey bottle in his right hand, and a clean, round little bullet hole in his throat. A dark patch of blood had soaked into the carpet, and there were cigarette ashes where a tray had been knocked over. Nothing else. I started down the stairs. All right. Put down that gun.
What? Who are you?
Skip it. What are you doing here?
I just killed a man.
Who are you?
Dr. Paul Walters. I'm Hernley's personal physician. I was on my way to see him when...
When what?
When I saw this man shoot through the window.
What do you mean, this man? What man?
The man in the back of the house. He saw me and started to run. I chased him and he hid in the garage.
Yeah?
He pulled his gun and I shot first.
And killed him?
Yes.
Is a gun standard equipment for a doctor?
I always carry a gun. Some of my patients live far out of town.
Hernley doesn't.
Hernley isn't my only patient.
Okay. Let's look at this guy. Have you ever seen him before?
Oh, no, I haven't, Mr. What did you say your name was?
I didn't. However, it's Runyon.
Runyon. Well, here he is. He was trying to kill Hernley.
You said that before.
You don't think I'm lying?
I don't think anything yet. Until I go over his body.
Well, I'll help you.
Never mind. You've done enough already. Wallet. Cards. $100 in cash. Ticket for speeding made out to Ben Linkman, 90 River Street. Tough section of town. Shoulder holster. 38 revolver. 5 shots left. Only took 1 to kill Hernley.
Hernley, is he dead?
Yeah. This guy must have got him. I'm going to have another look at Hernley's room. Come on, Walters. You're sticking with me.
I certainly am. I want to find out what you're doing here.
You will. But for the time being, I'll ask the questions.
Have you called the police?
Not yet. After you, Dr. Walters.
Thank you.
The body's upstairs.
Oh, poor Mrs. Hernley.
Mrs. Hernley? Where is she?
Why, I don't know. This will be a terrible shock to her.
Yeah. Here we are. He's in here.
What? But that isn't...
Isn't what?
It isn't Hernley.
Are you sure?
Of course I'm sure. You think I don't know my own patient?
Well, then who is this guy?
I don't know. Never saw him before.
Now listen, Walters. You've got some explaining to do. 2 people have been killed. 1 in self-defense, you say.
It was in self-defense. Now, look here, Runyon. Before I answer any more of your questions, you've got a little explaining to do yourself.
I'm a detective.
A detective?
Yeah. Brad Runyon, the fat man.
But what are you doing here?
Hernley sent for me.
What for?
He said something about needing protection.
Protection? Against what?
Maybe you can tell me that.
Well, I don't know. He's rather eccentric, especially when it comes to money.
Yeah? What about his money?
Hurnley's always been afraid someone was going to steal it. I suppose you know he's very wealthy.
No, I didn't.
Well, that's possible. People don't hear about him very often. He's something of a hermit.
The surroundings indicate that.
Joshua, where are you?
Who's that?
Why, that's Mrs. Hurnley.
Come out in the hall and keep her out of here.
Dr. Walters, I thought... Oh, what's the matter? Is something wrong?
There's been an accident.
Shut up. You're Mrs. Hurnley?
Why, yes. Who are you?
Runyon. Brad Runyon. Your husband sent for a detective.
Sent for detective? What in the world does Joshua want with a detective?
Would you mind coming downstairs for a moment, Mrs. Hurnley?
Of course not, but where's my husband?
I'll get it. Well?
Pardon me, is this Joshua Hurnley's house?
Yeah, what do you want?
Where's Mr. Hurnley?
Who are you?
Thompson, the undertaker. I got a call to pick up Hurnley's body.
Police headquarters, Lieutenant McKenzie.
Mark, this is Brad. You identified those two bodies yet?
Brad, this is the craziest case I've ever been on. One body is Linkman, all right. He was just a two-bit gunman, and unless he was trying to rob Hurnley's house, I can't know about what he was doing there.
What about the other body?
Well, it was Linkman's gun that killed him, all right, but we haven't been able to find out who he was. The only sure thing is that he was loaded with liquor.
That doesn't help much.
Brad, where is this guy Hurnley?
I want to know that even more than you do, Mac. I have a stake in him. He's a client of mine.
I might have known. Well, I'm holding Mrs. Hurnley, Dr. Walters, and the undertaker, Thompson, for questioning. So far, they've all got perfect alibis.
That's the trouble. They're too perfect.
And another thing, Brad, I'll have to question you. After all, you found the body of the unidentified guy in Hurnley's room.
I was afraid you'd think of that, Mac. Okay, I'll be down to see you. But first, I want you to do me a favor. You can let Mrs. Hurnley and Dr. Walters go if you want to, but hold Thompson until I get there.
Well, hurry it up, Brad.
I'll be there. But first, I want to pay a visit to Thompson's undertaking parlor.
Yes?
Where's the boss?
Mr. Thompson? He's not in. Can I help you? I'm his assistant.
No, it's not important.
He should be back any minute. Will you wait for him?
No, thanks anyway. I guess he's out of the Hurnley's house.
Hurnley? What Hurnley?
Joshua Hurnley died this morning. Didn't you get a call to pick up his body?
Why, no.
You sure?
Yes, sir. As Mr. Thompson's assistant, I would have known about it. Nobody called all morning.
Well, I couldn't hold Thompson any longer, Brad. We got nothing on him. For that matter, we got nothing on anybody. I don't like to admit it, but it looks as if somebody pulled off the perfect crime.
Maybe, Mac.
That's more than maybe. First, the undertaker shows up to collect a body that wasn't there, and now Hurnley's gone.
You haven't been able to find him, huh?
I got men out searching for him, but there's not a trace of the guy so far.
I had an idea you wouldn't find Hurnley. That's why I wanted you to hold Thompson. And now there's another reason.
Another reason?
I talked to Thompson's assistant at the undertaking parlor.
Did you find out who called Thompson to pick up Hurnley's body?
That's just it. Nobody called Thompson. According to the assistant, nobody called all morning. Mac, we've got to get hold of Thompson fast. Call the undertaking parlor and see if he's there.
Okay, Brad. Give me Thompson's funeral parlor right away. Brad, I don't see where Thompson fits into the picture.
I don't see either yet. You see, Mac...
Hold it. Listen, this is Lieutenant McKenzie, police headquarters. Is Mr. Thompson there?
Why, no, sir. He just left a few minutes ago.
Did he say where he was going?
Why, yes, sir. He went home to pack. He's leaving town on the 6 o'clock plane.
Here's Thompson's place.
Yeah. A gloomy-looking house.
Right, and character for an undertaker. Come on. Quiet neighborhood, isn't it?
Yeah. I hope that assistant didn't give us a wrong steer.
We'll soon find out.
Looks like nobody's home. Come on, let's try the window.
There's no need to exert yourselves, gentlemen. The door to my house is always open. Come in.
Thanks, Thompson.
I don't want to appear inhospitable, but to put it plainly, I'm a busy man. I tried to help what I could when I answered your questions at police headquarters, but you must realize that I have other things to do.
Simmer down, Thompson. Since Lieutenant Mackenzie last spoke with you, a few questions have come up that need answering, and we believe you can help us fill in the blanks.
But I gave all the information I had. Besides,
Yeah, I know. You're a busy man. Tell me, does your business often take you out of town?
Occasionally.
Is this an occasion?
I don't understand.
Let's not be coy, Thompson. We called your assistant a little while ago, and he said you were leaving town on the 6 o'clock plane.
Oh, is that what all the mystery is about?
Yeah, and I hope your answer is just as funny.
It is, I assure you, gentlemen. Here, read this telegram.
Huh? Looking forward to seeing you at Jubilee reunion of class of 1912. Stop. Reunion costume for class will be white beer jacket and white shorts. Signed, George Baker, secretary. Well, what do you think of that, Brad? A college reunion.
Yeah, well, his answer was funny. I don't think, though, Thompson, that you'll be able to wear that beer jacket. You'd better stay in town until the Hurnley case is cleared up.
It seems to me that as far as I'm concerned, it is cleared up.
Not quite. You said that you received a call to pick up Hurnley's body this morning.
That's right.
When I questioned your assistant, he told me nobody phoned all day.
He said nobody phoned? Oh, that's not true. He must have been up when that call came.
You mean to say there was a call? Somebody did phone you to collect Hurnley's body?
Why, certainly. It was this morning around 10 o'clock.
Okay, Thompson, spill it. Who called?
It was Mrs. Hurnley.
I'd like to talk to Mrs. Hurnley. Is she at home?
Well, yes, but she's not feeling very well.
What's the matter with her?
Well, the murder this morning has put her nerves on edge. I'm afraid that...
It's all right, Doctor. Won't you come in, Mr. Runyon?
Thanks.
What can I do for you, Mr. Runyon?
You're in trouble, Mrs. Hurnley. Real trouble.
I don't understand.
Thompson, the undertaker, told me who called him to pick up your husband's body. You did, Mrs. Hurnley.
What does this mean, Paul? You
it's
said
not
that...
true. He's lying.
Yeah? Then you tell me where she was at 10 this morning when the call was made.
In my office.
Your office? What was she doing there? You were here in her house.
Mrs. Hurnley had an appointment with me. She waited. When I didn't show up, she went home. You can check with my secretary. She'll tell you.
Okay, she had an appointment with you. But you didn't keep it. Why?
I tried to, but I stopped off here at the Hurnley's house on my way to the office. I thought I'd just drop in and see how Mr. Hurnley was getting along. He'd been ill. And when I arrived...
Linkman was shooting at him. Nice timing.
What are you getting at?
Listen, Walters. You didn't kill Linkman in self-defense.
Of course it was self-defense. He pulled a gun on me.
He didn't pull any gun, remember? His gun was still in its holster when I examined the body.
And let me have a double report on it as soon as you can. Right. Goodbye. Hey, Brad, I got a lead on that body we found in Hurnley's room, the guy Linkman killed.
Who was he?
Well, that's the funny part. Just a tramp. An old panhandler named Simmons. Always hung around the Oakland bar. Wonder what he was doing in Hurnley's house.
That's what we've got to find out, Mac.
But the only guy who can tell us is missing, Hurnley.
I think I know how we can find him.
Well, how? I got a dragnet out for him already.
Don't hunt for him. Make him come to us.
And how are we going to do that?
Set a trap.
Well, we got nothing on him.
That's where you're wrong. Listen, Mac. I want you to give a story to the newspapers. Tell them Hurnley was found dead this morning, a suicide victim.
Suicide? But we didn't even find Hurnley's body.
That's the idea. When Hurnley reads the paper, he'll wonder what's up.
So what does that do?
Plenty. What happens when someone dies?
They bury him.
Yeah. And if he's got dough, they liquidate his estate.
I know that.
And so does Hernley. If he wants to protect his money, he'll have to show himself. Otherwise, he'll be left without a dime, if he's alive.
Yeah, but won't he think it's kind of funny that Walters and Mrs. Hernley didn't tell the police they made a mistake, that the body isn't really Hernley at all?
Why should they? If the bank thinks Hernley's dead, his wife will collect, won't she? Why should she talk? If she keeps quiet, she stands to make a fortune.
Hey, that's right.
You know, Mac, people have various motives for murder. Love, hate, jealousy, revenge. And sometimes there's another one more dangerous than the others. Money.
What'll it be, fat man?
There.
What up? Here you are.
Thanks.
Fits the spot in a hot day, don't it?
Yeah, it's pretty warm outside. You been working here long?
Sure thing. Been at the Oakland Cafe ever since it opened. Must be 3, maybe 4 years.
No, a friend of mine, Simmons, he sometimes comes in here.
Simmons, that old tramp. What are you doing pulling around with a deadbeat like that?
Did me a couple of favors once. Haven't seen him lately. Has he been in?
Well, he was here, let me see now. Yes, must have been yesterday. Came in for drink just about 8.
Alone?
Yeah, that was the trouble.
What do you mean? What trouble?
No dough, broke. Always coming that way. I didn't want to serve him. But then this guy says...
What guy?
Well, the guy that paid for the drinks. I was going to toss Simmons out when this character says he'll take care of the check. The drinks are on him.
Then what?
Simmons kept knocking it off. And the guy paid, just like I said. Only I guess Simmons had one too many, because he almost passed out.
Yeah? What did you do?
I told the guy to take his body home. He says that's a good idea. Let's go to my place.
And they left together?
Yeah. Simmons just about made it.
You don't happen to remember what this guy's name was, do you? The one who paid for the drinks?
I think I remembered. I think he said his name was Hernley.
Won't you sit down, Mr. Runyon?
Thank you.
The terrible thing about Mr. Hernley's suicide, he was one of this bank's largest depositors.
Yeah. I suppose you'll have a lot of work to do now.
How do you mean?
Well, the estate, will, things like that. You are the executors, aren't you?
Why, yes. Mr. Hernley empowered our bank to administer his interests in case of death. We even helped him make his will.
You just said Hernley was a very wealthy man. I suppose he'd have had a lot of bonds, papers, and so forth that'd have to be cleared up?
He would have had.
What do you mean?
Well, strangely enough, only day before yesterday, he liquidated all his holdings. Asked us to give him cash for everything.
And he withdrew his money? Closed all his accounts?
Yes. I haven't any idea why.
Was Mrs. Hernley the beneficiary named in his will?
Yes, she came into the bank this morning. When I told her that her husband had withdrawn all his money, she collapsed.
Yes?
Mr. Runyon? I'm Kenneth Sherwood. I must talk to you.
All right, sit down.
Thanks.
What did you want to see me about?
About Joshua Hernley.
You know him?
Yes, he was a good friend of mine. I read in the papers about his death. That's why I came to you. Mr. Runyon, Hernley did not commit suicide. He was murdered.
The police think it was suicide.
Nonsense. The police are making a big mistake. I knew Hernley. He wasn't the type. It was murder.
Okay, murder. Who did it?
Well, he was a wealthy man. A lot of wealthy men have enemies. People who are after their money.
Do you know anybody who was after Hernley's money?
Yes. His doctor. A man named Walters and Hernley's wife. They were plotting against him. They killed him.
How do you know all this, Mr. Sherwood?
Hernley himself told me just a few days ago.
What did he tell you?
That Walters was going to hire a gunman to kill him. Walters even planned an alibi. He planned to kill the gunman so that it would look like he was trying to save Hernley's life. Then he and Mrs. Hernley we're going to share Hernley's money.
I see. Well, what do you want me to do?
Investigate the circumstances of his death. You can prove they did it.
Maybe. Where can I reach you, Mr. Sherwood?
Why, I have no phone in my apartment, Mr. Runyon, so I'd better keep in touch with you.
Okay. Oh, by the way, my fee will be $500.
$500? Yeah. Very well. I'll send you the cash.
Runyon speaking.
Hey, Brad, this is Mac. Did you get a lead on Hernley out of that suicide story I planted?
Well, the minute the story broke, Mrs. Hernley went to the bank to collect his money, but it was gone.
Gone?
Yeah. It seems Hernley withdrew his entire account 2 days ago.
Hey, I don't get it, Brad. Where does that leave us?
I'm not sure, but it begins to look as if we're up against not one, but two setups for the perfect crime.
Yeah, and a slip-up now may let one of them get away with it.
Exactly. I want to see Dr. Walters again. Go on over to his office and pick him up. If he isn't there, meet me at Hernley's house. I'm going out there now to see Mrs. Hernley. I've a hunch that right now another perfect murder is being planned, and I have no desire to be the victim.
Mr. Runyon, what was the meaning of that story in the papers? My husband didn't commit suicide.
I know that. Mind if I come in? Thanks.
Well, then why did you let them print it?
I told her to print it. Oh, hello, Dr. Walters. I thought you might be here.
Runyon, I'm getting tired of your frequent visits.
All right, Walters, you can quit acting now. The show's over.
What? What are you driving at?
You and Mrs. Hernley had a neat little scheme, didn't you? The perfect murder.
Murder? You're crazy.
Am I? You hired Linkman to kill Hernley, and then you knocked off Linkman. That was your cover. You could plead self-defense. Unfortunately, something went wrong. The guy your gunman killed wasn't Hernley, and now you're stuck.
What do you mean?
I mean you're not going to get Hernley's money. The bank has already paid it out.
Helen, I knew it. You crossed me. You got it.
Shut up. I haven't got anything. I told you the bank...
Yeah, the bank paid off all right, but not to you. This is going to be a shock, Walters. Hernley got it.
Hernley?
Yeah. He's got the money, and you've got nothing, except a murder charge.
You can't pin a murder on me. You're bluffing.
Am I? How can you plead self-defense when the man you killed didn't pull his gun on you? You had it all planned, Walters, even Thompson, the undertaker.
Thompson?
You bribed him to haul off Hernley's body, then you figured on filling out a regular death certificate, didn't you? Saying Hernley died of natural causes. That would be the end of it. You'd split the dough with Mrs. Hernley. But when Hernley substituted the tramp for himself, you had to change your plans.
Don't move, or I'll kill you. You too, Helen.
Put down that gun, Walters. You can't get away with it.
Can't I? I'll take my chances. Don't move or I'll shoot.
Paul!
Let him go, Mrs. Hernley.
Hey, Brad. Brad, are you all right?
Yeah, I'm all right, Mac. I was beginning to wonder if you'd get here. Did you get Walters?
Somebody else beat us to it.
Somebody else? Who?
I don't know. One of my men is holding him. We grabbed him just after he shot Walters.
Let's go.
There's the guy.
Hello, Runyon.
Hello, Hernley.
Hernley?
Yeah. He tried to hire me under the name of Sherwood. He's the guy who got the old tramp drunk, brought him home and left him sprawled in a chair, knowing that he was going to be killed by Walter's gunman. But our planted story about a suicide worked. He thought Walters was going to get away with it, so he killed Walters himself.
That's not true.
Come on, Hernley. Where you're going, you won't need your money.
Stop that.
Hey, that reminds me, Mac. He still owes me $500. Well, that's that. It seems I spend my life in getting into trouble and getting out of it. But at the same time, I generally manage to get some other people in and out of trouble, too. Be seeing you again. So long.
There he goes into that drugstore. He's stepping on the scales.
Weight 239 pounds. Fortune, danger.
Who is it?
The Fat Man.
And now here's the Fat Man in Murder Makes the King's Coffin.
And this night I'm talking about had gone up to the office to pick up my mail. I'd been busy all day finishing up a case, and I was awful tired. It was about 8 o'clock, and all I wanted was a little quiet. Hello?
Mr. Runyon?
This is Runyon.
Oh, thank heaven I found you at last. I've been calling you for 2 hours.
Sorry, I was out all day working on a case.
I want you to help me. It's terribly important.
They're all important.
Please, Mr. Runyon, I need your help. I can't stand it any longer.
Who are you? What's the trouble?
I'm Mrs. Thomas King, and it's my husband.
What about your husband?
I don't know. Someone's been watching our house.
You're sure you're not imagining things?
No. At first I wasn't sure, but now I'm positive. Today I was followed. It was the same man. He followed me home, and he's watching the house right now.
Why don't you call the police?
I can't call them. My husband won't let me.
Why not?
I don't know. But last night somebody tried to break into the house. I wanted to call the police, but my husband wouldn't let me. He seemed terrified of something and asked me if I wanted to get him killed.
Do you think he's in danger?
I don't know. I'm sure he's keeping something from me. I want you to find out what's behind it all.
What's this fellow look like, the one watching the house?
Well, he's tall, sort of tough-looking, not too well-dressed.
What's your address?
1440 Locust Avenue.
Anybody know you called me?
No, my husband hasn't come home yet.
Good.
I'll pay you well, Mr. Runyon, if you'll only help me.
Okay, start out right now by putting $200 in an envelope and mailing it to me here at my office.
But I'll pay you when I meet you.
You're not going to meet me. At least not yet.
What are you going to do?
I'm going to watch the guy who's watching you.
Hello, Runyon.
Well, fancy meeting you here. Why the forlorn look?
I've been looking for a taxi cab for 15 minutes. I don't think there's one in town tonight.
Why don't you use a squad car for joyriding?
I don't want to advertise myself tonight.
Working?
Yeah. Which way are you going?
I'm working, too.
Okay. I just thought maybe you'd give me a lift if you're going out my way.
Which way is that?
Out towards Cloverdale?
Come on, get in. I'm going out that way, too.
Boy, I hope I'm not too late. I wasted too much time already.
What's the rush?
Well, we got a tip tonight that a guy we've been looking for is hanging around acting suspicious out on Locust Avenue.
Locust Avenue?
Yeah, somewhere around the 1400 block.
Who is this guy?
Fellow named Cole, Steve Cole. He's been out of sight for 4 or 5 years. We figured he was probably dead. Then tonight we get this tip, and it sounds like Cole, so... Hey, watch it, there's a red light.
Hey, Runyon!
Hey, somebody's yelling at you.
Who is it?
Ah, it's Sammy Sampson, the reporter on the Daily Mail.
Yeah, I wonder what he wants.
Oh, what a break. You gotta do me a favor, fat man.
What's the matter, Sammy?
Take me out of 1440 Locust Avenue.
Why?
There's a big fire out there. The house is burning down.
But you can't see her yet. It's against the hospital rules.
But, nurse, I'm Brad Runyon.
I don't care if you're Dick Tracy. You still can't see Mrs. King. She was badly overcome in that fire last night.
I know that, nurse, but I've got to talk to her. It's important.
Well, you couldn't talk to her anyway.
Why not?
Because she's unconscious.
How's my wife, nurse? Has she regained consciousness yet?
No, Mr. King. Oh, I'm sorry. We'll call you just as soon as she's able to talk.
Thank you.
Are you Thomas King?
Why, yes. Why?
Come over here a minute. I want to talk to you.
I don't want to talk to any reporters.
I'm not a reporter. I'm a detective.
A detective? You're from the insurance company?
Insurance company? Yeah, that's right.
What happened last night, King?
Listen, you don't think that
I don't know what I think yet.
But you know I only carried $5,000 insurance on the house. You're not thinking I set fire to my own house for that.
Why not? It's been done before.
But you know, in the present market, I couldn't have replaced the house for less than $15,000.
Why did you carry only $5,000 if you knew it would take $15,000 to replace the property?
I was just foolish, I guess. I intended to get more, but I just kept putting it off. You see, my business hasn't been doing so well. I own a garage. You know how it is. You just never think it's going to happen to you.
Yeah. There are a lot of dopes in the world, but somehow you don't look like one of them to me.
But it's the truth, I tell you.
How did the fire start?
I'm not sure. It started somewhere on the second floor. By the time we discovered it, the whole house was on fire.
Where was your wife?
In the kitchen, I think. That's where the firemen found her. She was overcome by the smoke.
And where were you?
I was downstairs. Downstairs in the basement.
What were you doing down there?
I'd just come home a few minutes before.
What were you doing in the basement?
I went down there to get something.
What?
I wanted some wine. I kept my wine down there.
Mr. Runyon, there's a phone call for you.
Thank you, nurse.
I hope now that you don't think that...
I'll let you know later what I think.
Here you are.
Hello?
Hello, Runyon. This is Mackenzie.
Hello, Mac.
That job you were working on last night, where the fire was there a little skinny gray-haired guy mixed up in it?
Not that I know of. Why?
Because we just found his body down in the cellar.
Burned to death?
No. He was shot. Twice. In the back of the head.
Hello.
Yeah?
Is this Mr. Runyon's office? Are you...
Yes, I'm Runyon, but I'm just going out. I'm busy.
You're not too busy to help me, are you?
Yeah.
Oh, please help me, Mr. Runyon. I'll make it worth your while.
Look, honey, if I stopped to help every beautiful girl who thinks she needs it, I'd never get anywhere. I've got a murder on my hands.
Maybe we have something in common.
You're not as coy as you act, are you?
Maybe not.
Sit down, Miss...
Barry. Irene Barry.
Why did you come in here, Miss Barry?
I want you to find something that was stolen from me. At least I think it was stolen.
Don't talk in riddles. What was stolen?
An emerald necklace worth $32,000.
Ooh, that's a lot of money.
It's a lot of necklace.
No police?
No police.
Why not?
The necklace was smuggled into the country.
I'm sorry, but in that case I can't help you.
Listen, the necklace belongs to me. I haven't got it. When I get it, I'll pay the duty on it.
Any idea who stole it?
Maybe.
Meaning?
Meaning that was stolen from the man who smuggled it in for me.
Where is he?
In the morgue. With 2 bullet holes in the back of his head.
You got around, don't you? Want to tell me about it?
Will you help me?
It'll cost you.
I don't have much money.
You're pretty well dressed.
But I don't have too much money.
Give me your pocketbook.
I will not. Hey, take your hands off my bag.
Take it easy, beautiful, and sit down.
You've got no right to open my bag.
Oh, broke, huh? $500 to $1,500. Here's $500 for you.
You took $1,000. You can't give that money back to me.
Want to call the police?
But $1,000.
I'm expensive.
But that's all.
Okay, then. I won't take the case. Here's your bag.
No, wait. Please keep it. I guess I can't afford it.
That's better. Now tell me about it. Where did this necklace come from?
From Shanghai. I was there before the war.
And the guy with the bullet holes in his head?
His name was Charlie Griffin. He said he would smuggle the necklace in, and we made a deal. He gave me an address here in the city and told me to meet him there.
What was the address?
1440 Locust Avenue. A man named Thomas King lived there.
Go on.
When I got there, the house was burning down. This morning, I read in the paper about the body found in the basement. I went to the morgue. It was Griffin.
Stop lying. You were watching the house night before last.
All right, I was lying, but only a little. I did go out there, but I was afraid to go in, so I watched to see if Charlie might come in or out. He didn't.
There was a man watching the house, too. What about him?
Man? I didn't know. What man?
A thug named Steve Cole. Know him?
No. No, I don't know him. He must have killed Charlie and taken the necklace.
And you expect me to believe that story? Why would this Griffin give you the address of a stranger?
A stranger? Mrs. King was Charlie Griffin's sister.
I'd like to see Mrs. King, nurse. Has she regained consciousness yet?
Yes, but you can only stay a minute or two. That's her room right across the hall.
Beg your pardon.
Get out of my way.
Take it easy, brother.
Yes. Who is it?
Brad Runyon, Mrs. King.
Mr. Runyon. The detective.
The one you hired last night before the fire, remember?
Oh, yes, of course.
How are you feeling?
Much better. They say I can leave the hospital soon.
Good. Why didn't you tell me the truth, Mrs. King?
What do you mean?
Why didn't you tell me about your brother?
Poor Charlie. Oh, what happened, Mr. Runyon?
Suppose you tell me.
I don't know. I only just heard.
Who was the man that left here just as I came in?
I don't know. But he was the man who was watching the house.
What did he want?
He said he was a friend of Charlie's. He said Charlie had a package that belonged to him. He thought I knew where it was.
Do you know?
No. I don't know what it all means.
When did Charlie show up?
About 4 days ago. I hadn't seen him for 5 years. He acted strangely. Seemed afraid. And my husband...
What about your husband?
I think he knew something about Charlie. And it frightened him.
Who killed your brother, Mrs. King?
I don't know.
Was he in the house when the fire started?
I don't think so.
Did you kill him?
No. Why would I kill Charlie? He was my brother. I loved him.
Did your husband kill him?
I don't know. You know something. There was something. Oh, Mr. Runyon, that man who was here. I'm afraid he's going to...
What?
I don't know, but I'm afraid, terribly afraid.
Where is your husband?
He's gone to the undertaking parlor to see about my brother's funeral. Is my husband in danger?
No, Mrs. King. But somebody else may be.
Who?
A good-looking girl named Irene Barry.
I've got a gun, Steve. If you try to come in again, I'll kill you.
Open up, sweetheart. It's me, Runyon.
Mr. Runyon, you...
Yeah. Come on, open the door.
I'm glad you've come. I tried to call...
You always greet visitors with a gun? Who sucked you in the eye? Hey, what happened? This room looks like an unmade bed.
That rotter. He came here. He wanted the necklace.
Why did you lie to me? Was it Steve Cole?
Yeah, that rat.
Save it. Sit down there now and tell me the truth.
How'd you find me? How did you know where I was staying?
I saw your hotel key in your bag this afternoon when you paid me.
Oh.
Come on, baby, start talking. You do know Cole, the guy who was watching King's house, don't you?
Yeah, I know him. We came back to the States together. He was going to help me get the necklace.
But when you got here, you thought you'd do better on your own.
That isn't true. He tried to ditch me. He wanted to get it for himself.
What happened tonight?
He came here to my hotel room. First, he was nice and tried to explain his running out. He thought I had the necklace, and when I told him I didn't, he hit me.
Did you have the necklace?
No. I told you Charlie had it.
You've told me a lot of things.
But that's the truth. I swear it is.
Did Cole kill Charlie Griffin?
Yes, he must have.
But he didn't get the necklace?
No.
Then there's only one other person who could have it.
Who?
King. And Steve Cole must have guessed that by now. Come on.
Where are we going?
To the funeral parlor.
I'm sorry, but Mr. King left just a few minutes ago. He saw that everything was satisfactory.
Was anybody with him?
Why, no. Oh, a gentleman did call to see him just before he left. They were talking in the front parlor where Mr. Griffin's body is laid out. I believe the gentleman's still in there.
Steve.
Maybe. Thanks. We'll just look in and pay our respects to the deceased.
Right through that door over there.
Be careful.
Don't worry.
not Steve.
No. What are you doing here, Mac?
Well, I came over here to talk to King. Who's this girl?
A client of mine.
She mixed up in this business?
Maybe.
How many clients have you got in this case?
What's he talking about?
Nothing, sweetheart. He's a cop. Where did King go, Mac?
He had a call from the hospital saying his wife was dying.
Dying? Give me that phone.
Huh?
I just left her a couple of hours ago. She was ready to be released.
Who you calling, Brad?
Hospital.
Alcott General Hospital.
I'd like to talk to Mrs. Thomas King. She's in room 708.
Just a moment. I'm sorry, sir, but...
Is she too ill to talk?
Why, no, sir, she isn't here. She was released from the hospital over an hour ago.
And how do you know King will be in his garage?
I don't know it. But when a man's home is burned down, it seems to me that his office is a good place to look for him.
Oh. Well, there's an attendant.
Yeah. Hey!
Yeah?
We're looking for Mr. King. Have you seen him?
Oh, yeah. He's upstairs in his office. Came in about half an hour ago. I was working under the car there, and I just happened to look up and see the two of them.
The two of them? Was somebody with him?
Well, yeah, there was...
Come on, Mac.
Mr. Runyon,
Well, looks like we're too late.
It's King, all right. Give me that gun, Mrs. King.
I didn't do it. I didn't shoot him.
Is he dead, Mac?
Yeah, he's dead. 3 slugs on him.
I didn't kill him, I tell you. He was dead when I got here. I just came in. The gun was lying on the floor beside him.
What were you doing with the gun in your hand?
I don't know. I heard you coming up the stairs, and I thought...
What did you think?
I was frightened. I thought the murderer was coming back.
You'd better think of a better story than that.
It's the truth.
What are you doing, Runyon?
I'm looking for something that King should have had on him.
What?
He doesn't have it. Where is it, Mrs. King?
What? What are you talking about?
The necklace.
Necklace? I don't know what you mean.
What's this about a necklace, Runyon?
Never mind. Come on, Mrs. King, give it to me.
But I don't understand. I haven't any necklace.
Never mind about the necklace, Mrs. King. You're under arrest for the murder of your husband.
Just a second.
No gun this time.
Why, Mr. Runyon, I didn't expect you at this hour.
You keep late hours, don't you? I thought you'd be in bed.
I wasn't sleepy.
I thought I told you not to open the door without knowing who was outside.
I guess I forgot.
Not afraid anymore?
Why, I guess not.
Mind if I come in a minute?
No, I don't mind. You look tired.
I am tired.
Would you like a drink?
Uh-huh. Maybe a drink would help.
Why did you come up to my room?
Where did you go after you left Mackenzie and me tonight?
Why, I came here to my hotel. Why, what happened? What's the matter?
King was murdered tonight.
Murdered?
You dropped a glass.
Who killed him?
I thought maybe you did.
Me? You don't think
Did
that
you?
No, of course I didn't.
Don't lie to me. If you killed him, I want to know.
But I didn't. I swear I didn't. You've got to believe me. You do believe me, don't you?
Yeah. Yeah, I believe you. Give me that drink. The police have arrested Mrs. King.
Did she kill him?
I don't think so.
Well, it must have been Steve Cole.
Yeah,
Here's the drink.
thanks.
Sit here on the sofa with me. You trust me, don't you? Why?
Maybe it's because I've got to, or maybe it's because I think you're too beautiful to be mixed up in anything like murder.
Then you don't really think I'm so bad, do you?
You're an awful liar, sweetheart. You haven't come clean with me yet.
Maybe you haven't come clean with me either.
What's that supposed to mean?
You're nice. I like you.
Yeah.
Kiss me.
That's nice perfume, baby.
You know, you and I could do all right if we played square with each other.
Maybe we could.
I'll make you a proposition. I'll split 50-50 with you if you'll give me my necklace.
You think I've got it?
You know where it is.
You're wrong, baby. I know where it isn't.
What do you mean?
King didn't have that necklace.
But he must have had it.
How do you know? Quit stalling and come clean with me.
Why, I don't...
King killed Charlie Griffin, didn't he?
Yes.
Did you see him do it?
Yes, I was looking through the basement window.
And he took the necklace?
I think so. The fire started just then. I had to run. But you just said King didn't have the necklace.
He didn't have it on him when he was murdered.
Why are you so sure of that?
Nobody in his right mind would have had that necklace in his pocket if he was going to meet a guy like Steve Cole and make a deal with him. That phone call he got at the funeral parlor was from Cole. It was probably a threat telling King to meet him.
You mean the call about his wife dying?
Yeah. That was King's gag to get away from Mackenzie. Wait a minute.
What's the matter?
What a dope I am. Come on, honey.
Where are we going?
Back to the funeral parlor. It's locked.
There's a light on in the front room. I can see Charlie Griffin's coffin and the flowers.
There must be somebody here. These places usually have a man on duty all night. Let's go around and try the back door.
Why did we come back here to the funeral parlor?
For a couple of reasons.
I don't understand.
You will. Here's the back door. It's not locked.
Don't you think we ought to knock first?
No. This is the door where they bring you out feet first. We're going in head first.
Oh, it's dark in here.
Quiet. There's a light shining under the door at the end of the hall.
What was that?
Like a door closing.
Somebody's here then.
Yeah. And I don't think they want to see any visitors.
I don't like this place. Bad enough to come to a funeral parlor in the daytime, but at night.
Here's the door to the front hall.
It's empty.
Let's have a look in the front parlor where Griffin's body is.
Do we have to go in there?
Yes.
There's nobody in here either.
Nobody but Charlie Griffin.
Oh, this place gives me the creeps. I don't like being in a room with a dead person.
Don't worry, sweetheart, you're not.
What are you talking about?
This coffin's empty.
Empty?
Yes, Charlie's body is gone.
Listen, did you hear that?
Yes. It came from this closet over here. Quick! Take that gag off him and I'll untie these ropes. What happened?
I don't know exactly. I was in here with the body. I didn't hear anybody come in, but suddenly somebody hit me on the back of the head. When I came to just now, I was tied up in that closet there.
Any idea how long you were out?
Well, it was about 1 when I got hit. I remember I just looked at my watch.
It's only a few minutes after 1 now. What happened to Griffin's body?
Why, I don't know. Isn't it? Why, that's not the same coffin. Somebody must have moved it out and put that one in its place. But why?
Was the lid on Griffin's coffin bolted down?
Yes, I bolted it tonight.
Where did this coffin come from?
From the room where we keep the extra coffins. Down in the warehouse.
Show me the room, quick.
Yes, it's right down the hall here. Follow me. Here it is.
You turn on lights in there from out here in the hall?
Switch is here by the door.
Nobody in here.
What? Why, there's Mr. Griffin's coffin over there.
Yeah. Somebody was trying to open it.
But why would anybody...
Can you open this coffin?
Why, yes, certainly. It's easy if you know how to slip the bolt.
Open it up, then.
But I don't know what...
Come on, open it.
There you are.
Is Griffin in there?
Yeah. He's here all right. Yeah, just as I thought.
What?
This was in the coffin, too.
The necklace? But... Well, how'd it get in there?
King dropped it in there this afternoon when he got that phone call from Cole. He intended to get it out before Charlie was buried, but he was killed before he had a chance to do it.
Then Cole was... Look at that coffin behind you. Something on that coffin just moved. Look out! It's Steve Cole. There's a gun in his hand.
It won't be there long.
Oh, my head! You broke my head! Let me out! Let me out!
Give me that gun on the floor.
Here it is. Who's that in the coffin?
It's the guy who socked you. He was hiding in here. Now, hand me that phone over there.
Yes, sir.
You all right, baby?
Yeah, I guess so.
You want to sit on top of the coffin with me? It's kind of a hard seat.
No, thanks.
Hello, operator. Get me police headquarters. Right.
Give me the necklace, Mr. Runyon.
Not yet, sweetheart.
But it's mine. Give it to me.
Wait a minute, baby. You'll get everything that's coming to you. Hello, Mackenzie.
Yeah, that you, Runyon?
I've got your murderer here. You can turn Mrs. King loose now.
Where are you?
Sitting on top of a coffin.
A coffin?
Yeah. Your murderer's inside. His name is Steve Cole. Remember him?
Is he dead?
No, not yet. He's just getting used to his new home.
What's it to be, Buster?
Ham and eggs okay with you, Mac?
Yeah, sure.
2 orders of ham and eggs. Oh, wait. Make it 3 orders. I'm hungry.
Coming up.
Now listen, Runyon, I don't want this necklace. Why'd you give it to me?
You've got to take charge of it until the court decides who owns it. The girl says it's hers, but nobody knows. Maybe they'll decide it belongs to Mrs. King.
Boy, she could sure use the dough it'd bring.
Yeah, that was a tough break not having enough insurance.
Hey, by the way, Runyon, what about that fire? Who started it and why?
Mac, some things that happen in this world are just coincidences. I hate to disillusion you, but that fire was just an accident.
Say, how about a piece of that apple pie while we're waiting for the ham and egg?
Well, that's that. It seems I spend my life in getting into trouble and getting out of it. But at the same time, I generally manage to get some other people in and out of trouble, too. Be seeing you again. So long.
There he goes into that drugstore. He's stepping on the scales.
Weight 239 pounds. Fortune, danger.
Who is it?
The Fat Man.
And now, here's the Fat Man in Murder Makes a Black Moon.
There are a lot of places in the Midwest like Boone City. 20 to 30,000 people, 1 or 2 good industries, and a country club set. I don't, as a rule, take jobs so far away from home. But the letter had been pleading, almost frantic. Please, Mr. Runyon, please come at once. If anyone can help Tommy, it's you. There was a check and a promise of more. And it was signed Lucy Nelson. It took a shoe shine, a haircut, and an across-the-counter lunch to find out that Lucy Nelson lived with an aunt and uncle. The uncle, Frank Livingston, was the local big shot. He came from the oldest and richest family in town, and he owned the eldest and most expensive house. When I got there, a girl opened the door. She wasn't exactly beautiful, not if you go by Hollywood standards, but there wasn't anything wrong with her either. There was something clean and fresh about her. It made me think of burning leaves and football games. Her brown eyes were troubled, and her hands kept folding and unfolding nervously before she spoke.
Mr. Runyon?
Yes.
Oh, I'm so glad you're here. Come in. Uncle Frank and Aunt Muriel are waiting in the living room. I'm Lucy Nelson, Mr. Runyon. I'm engaged to Tommy Barnes, the boy I told you about in the letter. We're going to be married this time next week, and then this terrible thing happened.
Lucy, was it Mr.
Yes, Aunt Muriel, it's Mr. Runyon.
Come in, Runyon. Come in.
My aunt and uncle, Mr. Runyon.
How do you do?
How do you do? It was good of you to come, Mr. Runyon. Poor Lucy, she's been half crazy. I do hope you can do something to help.
Sit down, Runyon.
Yeah, thanks.
It was a long trip for you. I hope it won't be a waste of your time, but as Mrs. Livingston says, if there's any possible chance, we don't want to overlook it.
I know Tommy is innocent, Mr. Runyon. He just couldn't murder anybody. That's why I insisted on writing to you.
You didn't say much in your letter, Miss Nelson. Tell me about this girl who was murdered. I think you said she was an actress.
Not exactly an actress. She was in the chorus, a showgirl. I didn't know her. In fact, I'd never even seen her, and I didn't know she was in Boone City until she was found murdered in a hotel room.
Hey, when was that?
It was just 6 days ago.
A maid found her body in room 755 at the Boone house.
That's the biggest hotel in town.
How was she killed?
She was shot.
Anybody hear the gun?
No. The police say it must have happened late at night.
This boy, Tommy Barnes, why was he arrested?
That's a terrible part. They didn't actually have any evidence, but, well, you see, Tommy'd known her. Her name was Angela Keene.
Was she a native of Boone City?
No. Tommy met her in New York and fell in love with her. At the time, he wrote me that our engagement was off. Later, he came home to Boone City and got a job. Seemed to have forgotten all about her.
I see.
Maybe you think I'm crazy, Mr. Runyon, but I loved him. So I took him back, and we decided to get married. And this horrible thing happened.
Didn't Tommy have an alibi?
No, Mr. Runyon. And to make it worse, the police proved that Angela telephoned Tommy. They also proved that he met her during the afternoon before she was killed.
Did he deny meeting the girl?
No. He said she called him to say hello and ask him to come down and have a drink for old time's sake. He said he left her at 5:45 and didn't see her again.
Didn't he know why she was coming here?
He said that she told him she was just passing through and had stopped for the night.
She was driving a car then?
Yes, it was almost brand new, a beautiful car.
Showgirls don't usually drive big, expensive cars.
Of course they don't. And that story about just passing through. Tommy had known her, had been engaged to her, broken it off. No, it just doesn't make sense any other way. I like Tommy Runyon. I've known him all his life, but it does look bad.
But he didn't kill her. He couldn't. Mr. Runyon, I'm sure there must be...
Now, Lucy, you must try and control yourself. We're doing everything we can.
I've got the best lawyer in town for the boy, but he told me quite frankly that he didn't think Tommy had a chance.
He's innocent. I know he is. Oh, Mr. Runyon, you can help, can't you?
I'll do the best I can, but from what I've heard so far, it looks like the boy's in a tough spot. However, I'll get to work on it. And in case you want me, I'll be at the same hotel the murder occurred in. The Boone House.
Here, Mr. Room 750. Oh, it's unlocked. Guess the maid's inside. Yeah. Hi, Mom.
Hello, Joey.
Just put the bag over there.
You didn't come home last night, Joey. Where were you?
Forget it. My mom's the maid here. She thinks I'm still a kid.
He's only 19. Joey, why didn't
Don't pay no attention to her. Listen, Mom, this man's not interested in your troubles.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just wanted...
Here you are, son.
Thanks. If you need anything, just call for Joey.
I'll remember.
I'm sorry I spoke like that, mister, but I was worried about him.
That's all right. Kids that age are apt to get cocky.
He's a good boy, and it's just recently he's been acting this way. I think the money he makes goes to his head.
Bellboys don't make much money.
No, but he gambles a lot, and he's been awful lucky. I found 3 brand new $100 bills in his shirt pocket the other night.
New $100 bills don't usually come from bellboy poker games. Oh, don't worry about him. He looks like a nice kid. I'll have a little talk with him the next time he comes up.
Thank you, mister.
Understand you had a little excitement here last week.
Yes. And about the murder?
Yeah.
Oh, it was terrible. I found her in a room when I went in to clean. It was that room right across the hall, 755.
Funny nobody heard the shots.
Well, Joey says there was a drunken party going on in one of the rooms on this floor. They were making an awful lot of noise.
Joey was on duty that night.
Yes. The police did a lot of questioning, but nobody heard a thing. Anyway, they got the man that did it. She was such a pretty girl, too.
So I heard.
I'm talking my head off, and I've got work to do. You won't forget to speak to Joey?
I won't forget.
Thank you, mister.
Hello. This is Mr. Runyon in room 750. There's a bellboy down there named Joey. Will you send him up here right away?
Got the right boy, mister. What can I do for you?
Sit down.
Sit down?
I want to talk to you.
What kind of... Oh, I get it. The old lady's been talking to you. Well, listen, she's nuts. She's getting old and screwed.
I don't think so. Go on, sit down.
Look, I ain't a kid. I work here and I got no time to be sitting around listening to lectures. If you want something, speak up or else I'm leaving.
I want something, all right. I want to know where you got the money.
What money?
The brand new $100 bills.
Well, she told you that. Why, that knows
That is no way to talk about your mother. Now sit down.
Get your hands off. What do you think you're...
Now, where did you get the money?
That's my business.
The FBI might think it's their business.
The FBI? What are you talking about?
The murder in room 755. Remember it?
Sure, I remember it. It was a local job. The FBI don't meddle in local jobs.
Oh, you're a sap, Joey. The girl came from New York, didn't she?
Yeah, but...
New York's not in this state, is it?
You mean that makes it federal?
What do you think? Look, I'm trying to give you a break. Now, where did you get the money?
I won it. Gambling.
You didn't win that money gambling. Joey, don't you know that bills are numbered?
Listen, you a G-man?
I told you I'm trying to give you a break. The FBI doesn't think you killed the girl.
Me kill her? Of course I didn't. Well, I caught the guy, Tommy Barnes.
The FBI doesn't think he killed her either. They do think somebody was paid off with new bills to keep quiet. Somebody who saw something.
Nobody saw nothing. Nobody heard nothing.
I think you did, Joey.
No, I tell you, I didn't hear nothing.
But you saw something.
Well, it wasn't anything. It couldn't have been.
Who paid you off, Joey?
Look, I don't know where the dough came from. It was in the pocket of my uniform, and there was a note with it.
What did the note say?
Well, it just said, you didn't see anybody the night of October 1st. That was the night the dame was killed.
But you did see somebody.
Listen, you gotta help me, mister. I mean, if the FBI... Well, it couldn't have nothing to do with the killing because, well, they got the goods on that guy, Tommy Barnes. Look, I think whoever it was just didn't want to get mixed up in it.
Let me worry about that. What did you see?
Well, it must have been about 2 a.m. There was a party going on in one of the rooms on this floor. I brought out some liquor. Just as I got out of the elevator, I seen somebody running down the hall and through the door to the stairs.
Did you recognize who it was?
No, I couldn't see nothing but the back.
What did he look like?
Well, I couldn't tell much. But it wasn't a man. It was a woman.
What is it, Mr. Runyon? Have you learned something?
Yes, Miss Nelson. It might be important or it might not mean anything. Where's your uncle?
Oh, just a second, I'll call him. Uncle Frank?
Yes, Lucy?
It's Mr. Runyon. Could you come downstairs?
Just a minute.
Well, what have you found out?
Where were you, Miss Nelson, at the time of the murder?
Well, I was here at home in bed.
Could you prove it?
Prove it? Well, I don't know. I was in my room. Well, what do you mean?
I mean that somebody saw a woman running down the hall of the 7th floor of the hotel at about the time of the murder.
But you don't think that...
It could have been you.
But... Oh, why, that's absurd. I was here at home asleep.
What is it, Runyon? You've made some progress?
I think so. I found a witness who saw a woman running away from the murder room.
A woman? But I don't understand. Why didn't this witness come forward when Tommy was arrested?
Somebody bribed him to keep quiet.
Who?
He said he didn't know where the money came from. But I think he was lying.
Who was the witness?
A bellboy in the hotel.
Didn't he recognize the woman?
He said he didn't. But I've got a hunch he'll be able to identify her if he sees her again. After midnight when I got back to the hotel. On the way to my room, I stopped in front of 755, the room where Angela Keene had been murdered. I stood there a minute listening. No sound came from inside, so I took out a ring of passkeys, found one that fitted, and went in. an ordinary hotel room of the better class type. 2 single beds, a dresser, closet, and modern bathroom. There was nothing to show that a murder had been committed, unless you wanted to call the brand new carpet significant. I ran my finger along the top of the dresser and came away with a thin layer of dust on it. The room hadn't been cleaned in several days, probably not since the day after the murder when the new rug had been put in. Something might have been overlooked. I dropped to my knees to look under the dresser, and then I heard the doorknob turning. The light switch was across the room, and my gun was in my suitcase in room 750. I got slowly to my feet as the door swung open. A man stood in the doorway. He was medium in height, but slim. His eyes were slits under the low brim of his hat. He closed the door with his feet and came slowly towards me, moving on the balls of his feet like a boxer. In his right hand was an Army .45.
Looking for something, fat man?
Uh-huh. A murderer.
All the murderers in this town are in jail.
I don't think so.
This isn't a healthy climate for thinking. I'm giving you a break, fat man. Who hired you?
A client.
Okay, play it wise, Flatfoot. You're fooling with dynamite.
Meaning you?
If I were you, I wouldn't stay long enough to find out.
No kidding. And what if I do?
I don't think you will, but just in case. Maybe that'll help you make up your mind. Next time it won't be a fist, it'll be the gun. There's a train leaving for New York at 10 o'clock in the morning. Get on it, fat man, and forget you ever heard of this town.
I had a visitor last night.
A visitor?
Somebody with a gun and a good left hook. Drive to number 410 Foster Street.
But this man last night, did he...
A tough boy. Took a crack at me and told me to get out of town on the 10 o'clock train this morning.
I don't understand. Why would...
That's the easy answer. Your boyfriend didn't murder Angela Keene, but somebody is pretty anxious to pin it onto him.
Do you know who the man was?
I'm a stranger in town, sweetheart.
I mean, did you see... Well, what did he look like?
Dark complexion, about 5'10", slim. His hook isn't as good as it was 10 years ago, but he still knows how. He's in his late 30s, and I think he was a pro boxer at one time.
Brass.
What?
He must have been Luke Brass.
Who's Luke Brass?
He's a local racketeer. Everybody knows him, and nobody does anything about him. Seems to have a hand in everything. He was a boxer once. Good one, too.
You're telling me.
But why would he threaten you? Unless he killed Angela Keene. Do you think...
Maybe.
But if Luke threatened you, he means it. Oh, he's dangerous. Look, it's only 9 o'clock. You can catch that train.
I thought you wanted me to prove your boyfriend's innocence.
Of course I do, but don't you see that there really isn't any need for you to stay now anyway? When Uncle Livingston told me this morning that the FBI was interested, I felt that they would clear it up.
I see. Just the same, Miss Nelson, I think I'll stay. Is this Foster Street?
Yes. Where are we going?
To call on a bellboy named Joey. I want to see if he can identify the woman he saw running down the hotel hall the night Angela Keene was murdered.
Yes. Why, Mr. Runyon.
That's right, and this is Miss Nelson.
Oh, how do you do? I didn't mean for you to go to all this trouble to speak to Joey. I thought you'd see him at the hotel.
I did see him at the hotel. I want to see him again. Is he here?
Why, yes, but he's asleep.
I'm afraid I'll have to ask you to wake Joey up.
But he gets mad if I disturb him.
Then I'll wake him.
What's wrong? Joey hasn't done anything, has he? I mean...
Ah, don't you worry. Just show me where his room is.
It's the last one on the left at the end of the hall.
Come on, Miss Nelson.
You tell him I warned you he was sleeping. I don't...
I'll tell him.
Mr. Runyon, I'm frightened. Luke Brass meant what he said about that train. Look, why don't
first,
you...
let's talk to Joey. Here's his room. Joey.
Is he there?
Yeah, he's here. Joey.
Joey, wake up.
What is this?
Stay out there.
Why? What's wrong?
Plenty. Somebody climbed in this window and killed Joey.
You should have taken that train, Mr. Runyon.
It's too late now.
But the police, you could have asked them for protection. You could have told them that you were threatened.
I know what I'm doing. The police don't think there's any connection between the bellboy's murder and the murdered girl Angela Keene. When the kid's mother gets through babbling about his gambling, the police will be sure he was killed over a bad debt.
What are you going to do?
I'm going to get out at the next corner and send you home.
No, I'm not going to leave you alone. I got you into this, and if you insist on going ahead, I'm staying with you.
You're going to do as I tell you. There have been 2 murders already. Whoever's behind this business isn't kidding. I'll be better off without you around, and so will you. Now, pull over and let me out.
All right. Well, I hope you know what you're doing.
I do. Drive back home and stay there. Oh, and by the way, tell your uncle to stick around, too. I may need all the local influence I can get in a little while.
Keep walking straight towards that car, fat man, the one with the open door.
Hello, Brad.
You're driving, fat man. Get in.
Suppose I don't feel like riding.
This is a gun in my pocket, Runyon. We're going to a nice, quiet spot out in the country. Now keep your hands behind your back and walk down towards the creek.
This is a suck-up play, Brass.
Yeah, and you're the sucker. I gave you a break, fat man. You should have gotten on that train.
I haven't forgotten what you gave me. Did you kill that bellboy?
You want to know too much, fat man.
I help it if I'm inquisitive.
That's a big mistake in this town.
Who killed the chorus girl, Brass? Who are you covering for? It's not the Nelson girl, is it?
Okay, that's far enough. Turn around.
I didn't think it was the girl. You're a sap, Brass. Don't you see what he's doing?
He?
Sure, don't you get it?
What are you talking about?
He's gonna make you the fall guy.
Not this, baby. That's why you're taking the long count. Nobody's throwing me to the FBI.
Oh, I told you were a sap, Brass. That's a gag. The FBI isn't interested in this business.
You're lying.
Use your head.
The girl was from out of the States.
So what? That's not a federal offense, is it?
Yeah, but
don't you see now why he told you the FBI was in it? He knew you'd kill the bellboy and me. Then he could throw you to the cops for everything.
Wait a minute. How do I know you're not lying?
Let's go see him.
Yeah, let's go see him. Maybe that's a good idea. Maybe if he's that kind of a rat, it'll... Why, you...
A little judo, Brass. Nice gun, Brass. I'll keep it to replace the one of mine you threw away back there.
Listen, Runyon, give me a break. I gave you one.
Sure, I'll give you a break.
The boss lied to me about the FBI.
He didn't know he was lying.
What do you mean?
That's how I knew he was behind it. I told the bellboy that stuff about the FBI. The boy got scared and told Livingston. He paid off the bellboy, didn't he?
Yeah.
Livingston got scared, too. If he'd used his head, he'd have known the FBI wouldn't be interested. So he got you to kill the boy. He must have had something on you.
It was an old bank job that the federal boys were still interested in. He's been holding it over me for years. I knew that if the FBI came prowling around about this other business, they might stumble on something, so I did what he wanted.
The FBI was never interested in the murder of Angela Keene. When Livingston told his niece this morning that the FBI were in it, I knew he must have talked to the bellboy.
You said you'd give me a break, Runyon.
Yeah, I'm putting this gun in my pocket.
What are you talking about?
I don't like to get hit without hitting back.
Okay, fat man. Maybe you're the one who's a sap after all.
No, just a sucker for a left hook when I'm not expecting it.
You're telling me?
You're good, Luke. You're fast. But you haven't got the steam anymore. How's this? You like that one? That's the 239 pounds.
Why don't you say something, Luke?
I'll say something, you big...
Not that way. This way, Luke. You've got a tough jaw, Luke. I'll bet you were pretty good 10 years ago. Now, come on, baby. We're going to take another ride. This time to the police station.
Why, Runyon, what happened?
I had a little trouble getting here. Mr. Livingston, it seems some people had other plans for me.
I don't understand.
Luke Brass. He's in jail, Livingston. It's all over, so you can stop acting. You killed Angela Keene, and I'm taking you in, too.
No, Runyon, that's not true. I didn't kill her.
Quit kidding. When you thought the FBI was coming, you forced Brass to kill the bellboy.
Yes, but
there wasn't any FBI. I made that up to make the boy talk.
No,
Let's go.
No, wait, Runyon. I'll tell you the truth. Come in here.
Don't try any funny stuff.
No. Listen, Runyon. I didn't kill Angela. My wife, Muriel, killed her.
Your wife?
It's the truth, I swear it. You've got to believe me. It was I who paid off the bellboy, but I didn't kill anyone. Don't you see? The boy saw Muriel, my wife, that night.
She was the woman?
Yes. You see, I'd known Angela in New York. I never intended it to be serious, but, well, she had other ideas. She held it over my head, and I gave her a lot of money. And then finally a week ago, she came to town. She called the house and talked to Muriel. I didn't even know she was in town until they found her dead. Muriel had told her she'd meet her and give her money to go away. Instead, Muriel killed her. She told me after they found Angela. She said a bellboy had seen her leaving. I had to protect her. With my position in town, I couldn't afford such a scandal.
But you could afford to let an innocent boy go to the chair.
No, I wouldn't have let that happen.
It's a good story, Livingston, but I don't think it's the truth. I think...
Oh, yes, it's the truth, all right, Mr. Runyon.
Muriel, put down that gun. You must be out of your mind.
No, Frank, I've just come to my senses. I heard everything you said. So it was only your position you were worried about.
No, Muriel, no. Don't you see?
I see what a fool I was and what a no-good...
Muriel, listen.
Don't move, either of you. And I thought I loved you. I'd kill that girl for you. I thought you would protect me.
You better give me that gun, Mrs. Livingston.
She's crazy, Runyon. She's out of her mind. Muriel, put down that gun.
Oh, no, Frank.
No, Muriel. Don't. Please,
Don't you move, Mr. Runyon.
What on earth? And Muriel.
That's all right, Lucy. I've just finished a very bad job.
But Uncle Frank.
Is he dead, Mr. Runyon?
You didn't need a second shot.
Here, Mr. Runyon, take the gun. Well, I'm ready. The police will want to see me, won't they?
Yes, I think they will. I'm afraid I'll have to take you too, Miss Nelson.
I've done nothing. Why would the police want me?
The police don't want you. But somebody else does. Don't you want to be there when they let Tommy Barnes out of jail? Well, that's that. It seems I spend my life in getting into trouble and getting out of it. But at the same time, I generally manage to get some other people in and out of trouble, too. Be seeing you again. So long.
There he goes into that drugstore. He's stepping on the scales.
Weight 239 pounds. Fortune, danger.
Who is it?
The Fat Man.
And now, here's the Fat Man in Murder Shows a Phantom Face.
The empty road wound snake-like beside the river. It was an old river, wide and sluggish, with tired hills rolling off on each side. A lonesome, desolate place. The early November twilight slipped across the valley. The hills gazed reproachfully at the river and began putting on gray shrouds for the night. I pulled my topcoat close around me and turned on the headlights. 3 hours from the city by car, she'd said on the phone. Money is no object, Mr. Runyon. That was just about all she had said, in a voice as distant as the North Pole and twice as cold. Annabelle Gunston. I couldn't place the name, but it had a vaguely familiar sound. The rain came in torrents, splashed against the windshield. Suddenly, a tall iron gate appeared on the right side of the road. The gate stood open under a crescent of faded iron letters that spelled Gunston Lodge. I swung the car through the gate and into a steep, tree-lined gravel drive. After about a quarter of a mile, the house came into view. It stood directly on top of a cliff that sheered off to the river 200 feet below. It was a big house, big and old. Its old-fashioned turrets looked like bony fingers reaching towards the leaden sky. I rapped a knocker on the front door.
Yes, sir?
My name is Runyon. I believe Miss Gunston is expecting me.
Which Miss Gunston, sir?
Are there more than one?
There are 3 Miss Gunston, sir. Miss Frances, Miss Laura, and Miss Annabelle.
I'll try Miss Annabelle.
I beg your pardon, sir?
Skip it. Tell Miss Annabelle that Mr. Runyon is here.
Yes, sir. Just come inside. I'll tell her.
Ah, hello, big boy. You're pretty fat. You're kind of good-looking, Fat.
That could be a cue for something. Is it?
Maybe. I heard you tell Thorne you came to see Annabelle. Now, why would a man come to see her?
If she looks like you, I might be able to answer that.
She doesn't look like me or act like me. Let's have a drink, Brown Eyes.
Later. Business before pleasure.
I don't like business. But I like you. You're nice. What do you think about that?
I think somebody ought to give you a good spanking.
That's what they all say. But they all like me. Even Brutus and that sneaky doctor of Laura's. But Brutus is gone now.
Miss Gunston will see you now, Mr. Runyon.
Okay.
Don't forget that drink, Brown Eyes.
If I do, it'll be the first time.
This way, sir.
Who was that, Thorne?
Miss Frances, sir. The youngest of the 3 sisters.
Interesting girl.
Yes, sir.
She mentioned somebody named Brutus. Know who that might be?
Her father, sir. Mr. Brutus Gunston.
She said he'd gone away.
Yes, sir.
Long trip?
Quite long, sir. Mr. Brutus died last week.
Come in, Mr. Runyon. That'll be all, Thorne.
Yes, Miss Annabelle.
Sit down, Mr. Runyon. I must apologize if I appear to be nervous, but I've been extremely upset.
I understand. Cigarette?
No. And I'd prefer it if you did not smoke in my presence.
Okay. Your sister didn't seem to mind.
My sister. You've seen my sister?
The young one downstairs in the hall.
Frances.
Mm-hmm.
That is unfortunate. Mr. Runyon, my younger sisters and I do not see eye to eye in a great many matters, one of which is my reason for asking you to come here. I might add that my younger sister, Frances, is not quite all she might be.
I see what you mean.
She caused my poor father untold trouble.
I understand he died last week. I'm sorry.
Yes, it was a terrible blow. And, Mr. Runyon,
It has to do with my reason for sending for you.
I see. Suppose you tell me all about it.
My father did not die of natural causes, Mr. Runyon. He was murdered.
Murdered? Why didn't you call in the police?
I couldn't call the police because there was no proof, no evidence. He supposedly died of a heart attack. That's why I've hired you. I want you to find proof of my father's murderer. I want you to find his murderer.
If there wasn't any evidence of murder, what makes you so sure? What did the doctor say? Didn't you mention your suspicions?
Of course I did. I told all of them, and they laughed at me. Said I was imagining things. And that doctor, he said it was a heart attack.
If it wasn't his heart, what was it?
Oh, it was a heart attack, all right. That's why there was no proof. Even the broken bottle of pills on the floor, the disarranged bedclothes.
What about the broken bottle?
Father had some pills. I don't know exactly what they were, but he took them for relief whenever an attack started. He kept them on the table beside his bed. He died late at night. The bottle of pills was lying on the floor, broken. Of course, Dr. Taylor said Father had obviously knocked them over himself. I don't believe it.
You mean you think somebody deliberately knocked over the bottle when your father had the attack, so he couldn't reach the medicine?
I'm sure of it. I'm also sure that this attack was caused by something.
For instance?
For instance, sudden fright. His face in death had the most horrible expression of fear I've ever seen. My father was murdered, and I intend to find his murderer. That's why you're here. I'll pay you well.
Just what do you want me to do?
I want you to stay here in the house for a few days as a guest.
Just what do you think I can find out by doing that?
Mr. Runyon, I'm not a person to point the finger of suspicion without just and ample proof. But there are people in this house who will benefit by my poor father's death.
Meaning?
Meaning, first, my two sisters. My father was a sensible man. He was a very wealthy man. He'd arranged his wealth in such a manner that we three daughters should not come into money of our own until we reached the age of 35. Except in the case of his death. I am 40 years old. My sister Laura is 28, and my younger sister Frances is only 25.
Are you accusing your sisters of murder?
No. I'm only pointing out the fact that they benefit by his death. There are others in this house who benefit also.
The butler?
My father's will left Thorne $10,000.
You said others. Who else?
Dr. Taylor. My father's physician is staying in the house as a guest. He also stands an excellent chance of benefiting by father's death.
How?
He is engaged to marry my sister Laura.
Come in.
I beg your pardon, sir, but Miss Annabelle wished me to tell you that dinner will be served in 15 minutes.
Good, I'm hungry. Oh, by the way, Thorne, it's raining pretty hard outside, and I left my car standing on the driveway.
I took the liberty of putting it away, sir. It's in the garage.
No, thank you.
If you would be so kind, sir, as to follow me.
Follow you? What do you mean?
Miss Laura would like a word with you, sir.
Laura, eh? Okay, what can I lose?
Her room is just down the hall. It's that room there, sir.
Thank you, Thorne.
Yes, sir.
Oh, Thorne.
Yes, sir.
I was just wondering, how does it feel to inherit $10,000?
Beg pardon, sir?
Never mind, skip it.
Yes, sir.
Come in, quickly. I must apologize for asking you to my room, but I had to see you in private.
Why?
You needn't pretend. You're a detective.
And you know why I'm here.
Of course, and it's too ridiculous. Father murdered. Why, it's absurd. He was a sick man. He died of a heart attack in the middle of the night.
Your sister Annabelle doesn't think it's so absurd.
Mr. Runyon, my sister Annabelle suffers from what you might call hallucinations. You don't know her very well. She's a strange woman. My father's death was a great shock to her. You see, she was very close to him, closer than my sister Frances or I. That's why I wanted to talk to you before she makes a complete fool of herself.
In that case, it shouldn't do any harm for me to look around a little bit to humor her. Then I can tell her.
No, you don't understand. Don't you see, if people know that a detective is here, that the family thinks my father was murdered, surely you can see what that sort of talk might cause. That's why you must leave here at once, tonight.
I'm sorry, Miss Gunston, but I'm afraid I can't do that. Your sister has hired me, and...
Very well, then. In that case, I'll tell you the truth.
It might help.
My sister Annabelle suffers from something worse than innocent hallucinations. You've seen her. You know what she looks like.
She certainly didn't get her share of the family looks.
Annabelle is much older than Francis and I. She never had boyfriends, never went out. And certainly never considered marrying. She devoted all her time to Father, taking care of him, managing the home. Naturally, she was Father's favorite. 10 years ago, she became quite ill, and Father was forced to send her away for nearly a year.
Let's talk straight, Miss Laura. What do you mean ill? Do you mean insane?
Call it that if you want to. She was pronounced cured and returned home. I'm sure you can understand now why I...
Laura, is it true that Annabelle has hired a...
Really, Ray, don't you think you should knock?
I'm sorry, Laura.
This is Mr. Runyon.
How do you do?
My fiancé, Dr. Taylor.
You were going to say something, Doctor. Don't let me stop you.
Well,
Mr. Runyon is a detective, Ray. Annabelle hired him because she feels that Father was murdered.
Well, that's just too silly, Mr. Runyon.
Maybe I ought to find that out for myself.
Brutus Gunston died of a heart attack. I was his doctor. I don't know what caused his death.
Yeah, you should. But I'd like to ask... Wait a minute. There's somebody outside that door. Looking for something, Thorne?
No, sir. Miss Annabelle wanted me to announce that dinner is served.
Dinner was a cozy little affair in a candlelit room big enough for a basketball game. There was no talking, very little eating. A lot of looking, mostly at me. The candles threw great flickering shadows at the beam ceiling. A big wooden fire at one end of the room caught the shadows and tossed them to a rain-splashed French window on the opposite side. The young one, Frances, sat on my right in a low-cut evening dress that only she could wear. She wore a delicate perfume that did what it was supposed to do. Thorne had gone out for the dessert when she squeezed my hand lightly under the table. The doctor and Laura were across from me, silent. Annabelle sat grimly at the head of the table, staring at the windows. The flickering fire behind her gave her thin, repressed face a skull-like appearance.
Annabelle!
What's the matter? Annabelle!
The window. There was a face. There was a face against the window.
Did you see anything?
No.
Annabelle, you're sure you saw something?
Yes, I tell you, I saw it. It was horrible.
There was nothing there, Miss Annabelle.
No, of course it's not there now. It only stayed a second.
Did you recognize it?
You won't believe me, but I did.
Who was it?
It was Father.
Nonsense, Annabelle.
I tell you, I saw him. I know he was murdered now. He was trying to tell me something.
Now stop it, Annabelle. You're upset. You're imagining things. It's all being too much for you. You gotta control yourself.
It was Father, I tell you. I saw his face. He's trying to speak. I can't stand anymore.
Come, Annabelle, you'd better lie down.
I'll give you something to make you sleep.
No. You stay away from me. Stay away from me. Mr. Runyon, please don't let him touch me.
Now, take it easy.
Now, really, Annabelle, you've got to control yourself. Come, I'll help you to your room.
I saw him.
She'll be all right. It's a simple case of nerves. I'll give her a sip.
Nice act, wasn't it?
Yeah, Francis. If it was an act.
How are your nerves, Brown Eyes?
I'm ready for that drink you promised me.
There's a bar downstairs.
Complete with ghosts, bats, and witches.
And 30-year-old brandy.
Is that all?
That's charming. And I'll make it more charming. Brown Eyes. Straight?
Straight. Somehow this modern bar doesn't seem to go with the rest of the gloom.
There are a lot of things in this house that don't go together.
For instance?
You're a detective, aren't you?
Uh-huh. And detectives ask questions.
This is the only room in the house I like. Brutus liked it, too.
And Brutus was an honorable man.
You're nice. I like you. You're bright.
And you're a lot smarter than you pretend to be.
Maybe. Yes, I know Brutus. I know him a lot better than the frustrated Annabelle or the pure and mighty Laura. He liked me, too, in his way. Maybe it was because I was like him. He built this bar, you know, but he never lived to enjoy it.
And you caused him a lot of worry.
I suppose Annabelle told you that. Yes, I guess I did my share. And I really liked him. For all his faults, he was a real man. I like real men.
Not yet, sweetheart. The drinks.
All right, Brown Eyes. Here's to gloom and ghosts and murder.
He was murdered then.
Yes.
So you knocked over the bottle of pills.
No, Brown Eyes, I didn't knock over the bottle of pills. But I think I know who did.
Who?
Oh, maybe it's better to let sleeping dogs lie.
But sleeping dogs have a habit of waking up and biting.
Oh, Brutus was getting old when he died. Old and sick and tired. Maybe it was best.
Murderers never bet.
See him that picture there at the end of the bar? That's the way I like to remember him. Handsome, arrogant, and smiling.
So this is Brutus, your father.
I hung it there just after... Well, what are you doing? Why are you taking it down?
Just a second, and I'll show you.
Oh, don't take it out of the frame.
Hold it, sweetheart. Just a moment. Yeah, I'll get this out of the frame. Now, look here.
What? Why, the head of the picture's been cut out like a paper doll.
It's the face Annabelle saw in the window tonight. See how carefully it's been cut, so it could be put back against the rest of the picture.
Yes.
Whoever did it figured nobody would look closely at this picture if it was hanging on the wall in its frame. So they cut out the head, took it to the window tonight for Annabelle to see, then brought it back and put it in the frame again.
Then she did see the face.
I don't say she did. It was dark outside. It was raining. Annabelle's nerves are shot. All she really needed was a suggestion. This was more than that. It was her father's face.
But who could have done it? We were all there.
Not all. Thorne the butler wasn't in the room.
But I thought... Well, I was sure.
Sure that what?
Well, I see it all now. I know who murdered Father. It was... The lights. Somebody turn off the lights.
Francis! Francis!
What happened? What is it? What are those shots?
Francis. She's hurt.
No, Laura. Your sister's dead.
Dead? Oh, no.
Somebody shot her from the head of the stairs. Didn't you see anybody?
No, I didn't.
Where were you?
I just taken Annabelle to her room up in the tower.
The tower?
That's what we call it. It's a turret overlooking the river.
Sir, I tell you, I don't know.
What happened, Runyon?
It's Francis. Francis.
Oh, let me see.
She's dead, Dr. Taylor.
Yes. She's dead, all right.
Where did you get that gun, Taylor?
I met Thorne in the hall. He's holding this gun in his hand.
But I tell you, I found it on the floor.
Laura, you say you've just taken your sister Annabelle to her room.
Yes. She was so upset. On the way back downstairs, I stopped in my own room for a minute. They heard the shots and came down.
What is it? What's happened? Laura? Francis?
Annabelle, you better go upstairs with her, Laura. Don't let her come down here, and don't tell her Francis has been shot.
Yes, I'll go. It's all right, Annabelle. I'm coming. It's nothing.
But, Laura, I thought I heard shots.
It was nothing, Annabelle.
Give me that gun, Taylor. 2 bullets gone. All right. Let's hear your story, Taylor.
Well, we'd taken Annabelle to her room. We heard 2 shots and started down here. Then I saw Thorne. He was carrying this gun in his hand.
I told you I found it lying in the hall, sir. I was in the kitchen. I heard the shots and came to investigate. I picked up the gun just as Dr. Taylor came along.
It's not good enough, Thorne.
But, sir, I tell you,
Look here on the bar, Thorne. Did you ever see this picture before?
Well, where did that come from?
It was hanging on the wall in that frame.
But somebody's cut out the head.
That's the face Annabelle saw in the window tonight. How about it, Thorne? Recognize it?
Well, of course I recognize it, sir. I've seen it many times, but I didn't cut it out like that.
He's lying.
No, I'm not lying.
It's no good, Thorne. You murdered the old man by breaking his bottle of pills so he couldn't get at them when he had an attack. Then you must have frightened him to bring on the attack.
But, sir, I tell you...
You knew he was leaving you $10,000.
I knew that.
Then Annabelle got suspicious and called me. And that scared you.
No, I didn't know you were a detective.
But somebody else suspected you, too. The dead girl there. She said she heard something the night her father was murdered. And she was just about to tell me who the killer was when she was shot.
Please, you're making a terrible mistake. I didn't kill anybody.
You had the gun when Dr. Taylor found you upstairs. You admit that. And another thing. When Annabelle saw that face in the window tonight, you were the only one who wasn't in the room. There's something about all this that doesn't add up, Dr. Taylor.
I don't see what. It's all there. It couldn't be anybody else but Thorne.
That's just what I mean. It's all too pat. I've got a feeling that I've overlooked something. Something that I did see but didn't notice. Something that's off-key. Operator. Operator. Operator!
I'll answer in a minute.
Yeah, not tonight, they won't. This phone's dead.
Dead?
Uh-huh.
Oh, it's still raining pretty hard. Maybe the storm blew the line down. But sometimes on a rainy night like this.
That's it, Taylor. That's it.
What?
The rain. I knew there was something wrong, something missing.
Why, I don't understand.
You will. Come on. We're going up to the tower room to see Laura and Annabelle. Thorne didn't murder anybody. But I know who did.
So I was right. My father was murdered, wasn't he, Mr. Runyon?
He was murdered, all right. Look at this, Annabelle.
Ah, this picture. But it's been cut out. Why?
That's the face you saw in the window, isn't it?
Why, yes. Yes, it is. So that was it. It wasn't a ghost.
You're sure this is what you saw?
Yes, I'm almost positive. Of course, it was dark outside, and the rain was pouring down, but...
I found this cutout picture about 15 minutes after you saw it. It was absolutely dry.
Dry?
Why, what do you mean?
I mean this picture was never out in the rain, Dr. Taylor.
But it had to be if Annabelle saw it.
The point is that Annabelle didn't see a face.
I tell you, I did.
No, Annabelle. It was a swell scheme, wasn't it? Too good, in fact.
What are you driving at?
Thorne didn't murder your father or your sister. You did, Annabelle. You killed your father.
Annabelle? You?
Yes, me. I killed him, and Francis, too. I hated them. All of you. But I hated him most. I was his servant. Yes, I killed him. I broke his bottle of pills. I frightened him out of his sleep. I killed him.
Frances heard the bottle break. She went into the hall to see what it was, and she saw you, didn't she, Annabelle?
Yes.
But Annabelle called you, Mr. Runyon. She was the one who kept saying Father's been murdered.
Sure. That was to throw us off the track.
Yes, I hate you. You've all had everything. I had nothing. Why should any of you have been happy when I wasn't? Why should my sisters have been beautiful? Look at me. Look at me. Why should they have sweethearts and not me?
Annabelle.
Easy, Laura. She's sick.
Sick? Am I sick? Oh, you're clever, all right. Very clever, Mr. Fatman. Yes, you're clever. You're clever enough. Stop her. The window.
Annabelle.
There are rocks down there, Runyon. 200 feet below.
Oh, why did she do it? Why?
Don't you understand, Laura? All her life, she'd been eaten up by jealousy. It was like a cancer tearing her apart, distorting everything with hate and greed. She was sick, beyond hope. That's the trouble when greed and hate and envy start boring away inside. Whether it's a person, a family, even a nation, the result is always the same. Dissension, violence, death, and destruction. Well, that's that. It seems I spend my life in getting into trouble and getting out of it. But at the same time, I generally manage to get some other people in and out of trouble, too. Be seeing you again. So long.
There he goes into that drugstore. He's stepping on the scales.
Weight 239 pounds. Fortune, danger.
Who is it?
The Fat Man.
And now, here's the Fat Man in Murder Makes a Silent Partner.
This one began in my office on one of those sleepy Monday afternoons when a fat man wishes he could be lying down instead of working at a desk. But the work had to be done, and I was poring over it when the door opened and a guy came in. He was a skinny little runt, about 25 years old. There was nothing out of the ordinary about him, except that he had a gun in his hand and was pointing it straight at me.
Keep sitting in that chair, big boy, and put your hands behind your head.
Wait a minute, kid. Somebody steered you wrong. You won't get much cash in here.
I said put your hands behind your head.
Okay, only you better put that pistol down. You might hurt somebody.
I'll hurt you if you keep asking for it. Roll your chair back.
Look, kid, there's $26 in this right-hand drawer and another 5 spot in my pocket. Now take it and get out of here. My arms are getting tired.
I didn't come here to take your dough. I want to give you some advice.
About what?
The Robin case. Lay off it, fat man. And get old man Robin to lay off it, too.
Old man Robin?
Come on, don't play dumb. Call the old guy up right now and tell him you're through. Tell him you don't want the job.
But I do. Business is awful slow around here.
You won't have any business if you don't do what I say.
And if I don't want to?
You'll get a belly full of lead.
All right, kid. If that's the way you feel about it, start shooting.
Huh?
Go ahead, let me have it.
But are you crazy?
Sure. I want to die if you're willing to take a chance on killing me.
Shut up.
You don't really want to dust me off, kid. I know you don't. Otherwise, you'd have caught me in a dark alley some night and given it to me in the back.
Shut up, I said.
You're just trying to frighten me, son. Only I don't frighten so easy. Now, put that gun down and talk some sense, or I'll take it away from you.
Stay in that chair.
Better talk, kid. They'll sweat it out of you at headquarters.
They'll have to find me first.
Hey, don't run away.
Stay where you are, I'll wing you. And don't forget what I said about Robin. Lay off the case.
You little punk. I've got a good mind to go after you. Oh, shut up. Yeah, hello.
Mr. Runyon?
Speaking.
Mr. Runyon, this is Mr. Robin, Wilfred Robin.
Yeah?
Would you be good enough to come out to my house in Crestview this afternoon? I can't say much about it on the phone, but if you're wondering...
I know all about it, Mr. Robin. I'll take your case. Go on with your story, Mr. Robin. It's very interesting. In the light of what happened in my office this afternoon.
What happened?
Oh, just a little intimidation. Somebody with a gun advised me to lay off this case. In fact, he wanted you to lay off it, too.
Desmond. Chuck Desmond. He's the man I was telling you about.
The gambler?
Yes, gambler and heaven knows what else.
Well, what made him think I was already working on this case?
I told him, Mr. Runyon.
Told him you'd hired me?
Yes. I said that because I wanted to frighten him. I thought if he knew there was a detective on his trail, he might tell me where he's hiding my daughter.
When did she disappear, Mr. Robin?
Oh, about 5 weeks ago.
And you haven't told the police?
Well, I wanted to, but you see, this isn't the first time it's happened. She's run away from home before.
Even so, it's a serious business.
I know, Mr. Runyon, but if I call in the police, it'll be in all the papers. And if they do find Dorothy, I might lose her forever.
How do you mean?
I mean, she might hate me for bringing her back. She might even refuse to come back.
Why?
Well, she's a strange girl, Mr. Runyon. Always had her own way, always been terribly independent, and for some reason or other, she's always been attracted to men like this Desmond fella. Gamblers, petty racketeers.
Sounds like some sort of a complex.
I don't know what it is, frankly, but I've always kept track of her in the past, even when she ran away from home. I'd get a phone call or a letter or a wire for money. Always something to tell me where she was.
And this time she hasn't gotten in touch with you?
No. That's why I think Desmond must be hiding her, keeping her somewhere, against her will.
Well, if that's the case, I don't think I'll have too much trouble locating her.
Why not?
Because Desmond can be found and made to talk, especially if he has a police record. I'll get that sawed-off little runt and squeeze the truth out of him.
Are you talking about Desmond, Mr. Runyon?
Why, yes. What's the matter?
Well, Desmond isn't a little fellow. He's a big, strapping 6-footer.
I don't know why I let you look through my files, Runyon. You never told me a thing about the case you're working on, but you come down here to police headquarters and go through every file I got.
Will you, Mac? Anytime I work on a job, I'm giving you guys one less case to solve. Now, let me see one more of these pictures.
Here. What are you looking for, anyway?
A little guy about 5'2" with blonde hair and funny eyes.
I thought you said Desmond was a big fella.
He is. But you haven't got anything on him, and I don't know what he looks like. That's why I have to find the little squirt first. He might leave me... Here he is.
Ralph Kermit. Is that the guy?
That's him, all right. 2 years in reform school, 1 year on the big time, and 3 arrests. Know where I can find him?
Sure, we'll have an address on him somewhere.
Well, let's have it, Mac. The sooner I go after the little fish, the sooner I can land the big one. Come on, open up, you jerk.
Yes?
Oh, excuse me, I'm looking for a guy named Ralph Kermit. Does he live here?
Yes, who wants to see him?
The fat man.
Come on in.
Thanks.
Kermit isn't here right now, but we were expecting you, Runyon. My name's Desmond.
Oh, that saves me a lot of trouble.
Does it?
It was a neat trick, Desmond. I should have been ready for it.
You better get ready for some more. You broke into my apartment, fat man.
Huh?
Don't reach for your gun. I only need an excuse for beating you up. Now, I'll take that gun.
Okay. Anything else you want?
No. Just get up.
Why should I? Come down and get me.
Get up, I said.
You know how to kick, too, don't you? Anything else allowed?
Oh, everything.
Okay, that's all I wanted to know. That's what they call a stomach bug, Desmond. You can do it if you've got a hard enough head.
You won't do it again, Runyon.
Be sensible, Desmond. Tell me where you're hiding that girl, and I'll leave you alone. I won't even ask you why.
Don't make me laugh.
Don't lead with your right. Where's that girl, Desmond? Come on. Tell me where you're hiding her, or I'll choke the life out of you.
You won't find her, Runyon.
No.
She's in love with me, and if her old man doesn't come through with $50,000, he's gonna get me as a son-in-law.
You're gonna tell me where she is. Now, come on, Desmond. This is your last chance.
Don't make me laugh, fat man. Don't make me laugh.
Hello, Kathy. This is me, baby, Brad.
Where are you?
In my office. I'm afraid I won't be able to keep our date for tonight, honey.
What's the matter?
Oh, nothing serious. Only I ran into a tough customer a little while ago, and I've got the most beautiful shiny you ever saw.
Oh, Brad, you poor thing. Why don't you come over here and let me take care of you?
You know how to patch up a black eye?
No, but I can take care of the other one.
What about the rest of me? I got a swollen hand.
Only one? You used to have two.
Cut the comedy. I'm not that fat.
Oh, come on over, Brad. I want to see you.
Well, I should be out looking for Mr. Robin's daughter, but I suppose it's all right to knock off for a while. The guy that knows where she is won't be moving her tonight. I don't think he can stand up.
Then you'll be over here?
Yeah, in about half an hour.
All right, Brad. I'll be waiting for you.
So long, honey. Yeah, who is it?
Me, Mr. Robin.
Well, come in, Mr. Robin. I was just about to call you up and tell you what progress I've made.
With Desmond?
Yeah. He knows where your daughter is, all right. And as soon as he feels a little better, I'm going to make him lead me to her.
I don't think that will be necessary, Mr. Runyon.
Why not?
Because I know where she is.
What?
I had a telegram from her this evening. Here, read it.
Need money very badly. I'm through with Desmond and all of them. They'll come home if you wire me $1,000 care of Bryce Cochran at above address. Must pay debts and get into shape before I see you. Love, Dottie. Who's Bryce Cochran, Mr. Robin?
I don't know.
When did this wire arrive?
About an hour ago, but I haven't sent her the money yet.
That's good.
I don't want to send her the money.
What do you mean?
I don't trust her anymore, Mr. Runyon. That's why I came here. I want you to go down to this address and bring her back. Do you think you can get her to come with you?
Think. Look, Mr. Robin, she'll come back with me if I have to carry her under my arm.
Yeah? What do you want?
I'd like to see Miss Robin. Is she here?
Who's calling?
The fat man. I've got some money for her.
Oh. Her old man sent you?
Yeah.
Well, come on in.
Okay.
My name's Cochran. Bryce Cochran.
How do you do?
Say you got the money with you?
Yeah, but I'll give it to Miss Robin.
Okay, don't get sore. I just asked you because I don't think she'll talk to you if you haven't got the money.
I've got it right here. Look. Want to count it?
No, I believe you. Just a second, I'll get it for you. Dot.
Yeah?
Come on out. The guy here with money from your father.
What kind of a guy?
It's all right, he's okay.
I don't care. I told my father to telegraph that money. Didn't ask him to send a spy.
I'm not a spy, Miss Robin. I'm an escort.
What?
I came here to see you home.
You mean go with you now, the way I look?
That's the idea.
That's impossible. Besides, I have to settle my debts first. I'll be home the day after tomorrow, if you leave the money with me.
Well, I'd like to, Miss Robin, but how can I be sure you're Wilfred Robin's daughter?
I have identification.
Where?
Right here in my bag. Letters, my bank book, a bracelet.
Uh-huh.
Now, what's the matter? Don't you think I'm Dorothy Robin?
I don't know. But I got a good way of proving it. Come in, Mr. Robin.
Why, you dirty double-crosser!
Stay where you are. Is this your daughter, Mr. Robin?
Why, no. I never saw this girl before in all my life.
I thought so. I thought this was a gag, only it isn't very funny.
That's Cochran's fault. He got me into this. Said it was going to be a cinch.
Shut up. How'd I know the old guy'd come around?
Take it easy, you two. You got a long way to go.
What are you going to do?
Well, I could run you in for fraud. But if you're nice about this, I'll make a deal with you.
What's the deal?
I want the truth, Cochran. Why did you pull this shakedown?
It looked like an easy way to make $1,000.
Do you know the Robin girl?
No.
He's lying. He knows her all right. He knows her too well.
Keep quiet.
Look, Cochran, I told you I wanted the truth. Now, you must know something about the Robin girl, or you wouldn't have a bank book or these letters. Where did you get them?
I stole them from her.
You mean she left them here in this apartment? She's been over here.
Well, what if she has? You know why I wanted to see
You big liar.
Hold it. I'm not interested in your private fights. I want to know where Dorothy Robin is.
We can't tell you.
You better tell me or I'll run you in.
But if Desmond finds out, he'll kill us.
Desmond won't know.
What's to stop you from telling him?
Listen, sister, if I wanted to tell Desmond anything, I could tell him about this shakedown you were pulling right under his nose.
No, please.
All right, then, talk, and talk fast. Where is she?
Right across the street, in the top floor apartment.
Over here, Mr. Robin. This is the apartment over here.
Wait, somebody's coming out.
Quick, get back. It's the shrimp Kermit.
See you later, Dottie.
Watch it. I'm going to grab him.
Hey, what's up with it? Runyon, what are you doing here?
Get back in that apartment, kid.
Yeah, but listen.
Go on, get back.
All right, don't shove.
Come along, Mr. Robin.
Right.
For heaven's sake, what's going on here?
Dorothy.
Pop! How did you find out where I was?
Oh, it's not important now, Dorothy. The important thing is...
Stop that sob stuff. I got enough of it at home. Who's a fat guy?
Brad Runyon, Miss Robin. I'm a detective.
Well, I don't like detectives. Get out of here and leave Kermit alone.
Yeah, let go of me.
Take it easy, Squirt. I thought you might be keeping Miss Robin here against her will.
Are you crazy? He's a friend of mine. He brought over some coffee and groceries for me. Let him go.
Okay.
See you later, Dottie.
Yeah.
Dorothy, you look so tired.
I am tired. tired of people telling me how to run my life. I'm old enough to know what I'm doing.
But you're ruining your health, my dear. Look at you. Look at the girl I tried so hard to give everything.
Oh, be quiet. I don't feel good enough to take that speech right now. I don't feel good at all.
What's the matter?
I don't know. I just feel kind of woozy. As if everything was going black.
Maybe I'd better call a doctor.
Yeah, maybe you bet. But,
Dorothy.
Quick, Mr. Robin. Get some water. She's fainted. The poor
What's the matter, Runyon?
I was wrong, Mr. Robin. She hasn't fainted. She's dead.
She just got faint and collapsed right here on the floor. Is that it, Runyon?
Yeah, it was like a heart attack, Mac, only it wasn't quite.
Well, there's no sense in guessing about it until we get a report from the medical examiner. I just hope you and Mr. Robin didn't wipe your fingerprints all over the place.
Didn't touch a thing.
I'll get it. Yeah, Mackenzie speaking.
Mackenzie, this is Fogarty.
Oh, yes, Inspector. Any word yet?
Well, it isn't official, but I've had an advance report. There was poison in the coffee she drank, so you'd better start thinking about suspects.
All right, Inspector, I'll be right at work.
Good.
Well, you call the turn, Runyon. That wasn't a heart attack at all. It was poison in the coffee she drank.
Coffee? Did you say coffee?
Yeah, why?
That's the one thing I forgot to tell you, Mac. Kermit was leaving the apartment just as we got here. He's the one that brought the coffee.
Hello?
Hello, Kathy. This is me, Brad.
Brad Runyon. Have you got the nerve to call up here after standing me up all evening?
No, don't get mad, baby. I just couldn't get to a phone. Too many things have been happening.
How many black eyes have you got now?
No, this is serious. I'm on a murder case, gorgeous. And I got just one more call to make before I wrap it up.
Why are you telling me?
Well, I thought you might wait up for me and have a drink if I got there within the next hour.
Oh, all right, you big ape. I'm spoiling you, but there's nothing else I can do. Where are you now?
In a drugstore on Craig Street. I'll be up at your place in about... Wait a minute, baby. Hold the line.
What's the matter?
The guy I'm looking for just went out of this store. I gotta grab him. Hey! Hey, Kermit! Hey, Kermit, come back here!
What?
Wait a minute, Kermit.
Yeah, for Pete's sake, Runyon, what do you want? Why do you keep following me around?
Because I like you. I like you so much, I'm going to give you to the police as a present.
What are you talking about?
That coffee you brought over to Dorothy Robin, there was poison in it.
Poison? In that package of coffee?
It didn't come in the package, Kermit. You put it there.
I didn't touch it.
No. I suppose they gave it to you that way in the store.
I didn't get it in the store. I borrowed that coffee from Bryce Cochran.
This is crazy, Runyon, coming over to Cochran's apartment on that kid's say-so. If Cochran poisoned that coffee, he won't be sitting around a house waiting for somebody to arrest him.
Don't be too sure, Mac. Not all murderers run away.
Hey, what was that?
Sounded like a pane of glass breaking. Hey, open the door.
Open it up! Give it your shoulder, Brad.
Not tonight, Mac. I'm black and blue all over. Well, it's about time you...
He went down the fire escape.
Who?
Desmond. We can still catch him if we run.
Just a minute, young lady. Who are you, and what are you doing with a gun in your hand?
I shot after Desmond. I tried to stop him.
Why don't tell me who you are?
She's Cochran's partner, Mac, the one who posed as Dorothy Robin.
For heaven's sake, hurry, will you? He'll get away.
What's the rush? We're not after Desmond. It's Cochran we want to talk to.
Well, you can't anymore. Desmond just killed him. You fools! While you're questioning me here at headquarters, Desmond is getting further and further away.
He won't get very far. Every road out of town's being watched.
Then why are you holding me?
Because you might have killed Dorothy Robin.
Dorothy Robin? I didn't know she was dead.
That doesn't mean you didn't kill her. You could have poisoned the coffee that came from Cochran's apartment.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Then I'll make it plain. You said Desmond came down the fire escape at the apartment, broke the window pane, and shot Cochran.
Oh, he did.
That's your story. And so far, you're the only one who can prove it.
What do you mean?
Just what I said. Desmond could have poisoned the Robin girl, and shot Cochran, too, if he came down that fire escape.
If he came down?
Yeah. You might have invented the whole story.
Oh, that's crazy.
Is it? You had a reason for killing Cochran and Dorothy Robin, too. You were jealous of them both.
No.
Don't lie to me. You as much as said so the first time I came to the apartment.
Mackenzie! For Pete's sake, Dugan, how many times have I got to tell you, don't bust into a room like that? Can't you see we're busy?
But it's important, Mackenzie. We've got a lead on Desmond.
Oh, yeah? Where is he?
Hiding out somewhere in the railroad yard. He is spotted there by a yard policeman.
Well, don't bother us with that now.
Well, what do you mean? He's a murderer, Mackenzie. He's the one who shot Cochran.
How do you know? How do you know it wasn't done by this girl right here?
It couldn't have been. The bullet that killed him didn't come from her gun.
Easy now, Runyon. Take it easy going through this yard. If Desmond's in one of these boxcars, he'll saw us down before we got a chance.
He won't live long if he starts shooting. Every cop in the yard will be down on him.
Yeah, but that won't do us any good.
Watch it. I saw something move in that car.
We saw a glass of milk on the hook.
Not that car, Mac. This one right here. Come quick. He's in there all right with a jammed gun. Can't you hear him?
Yes, I can now.
Hurry up, Mac. Crawl under the car and get some men on the other side of the yard. I'll pin him here till you close in.
Okay, Brad. We'll make it back here as soon as we can.
Good.
Well, Desmond, how about it? Are you going to come out with your hands up? Or do you want me to do it the hard way?
Why should I make it easy? Come on in here and get me.
Oh, no. There isn't enough light in there yet. I'll wait till they bring up the floods.
What are you afraid of, Runyon? You know my gun is jammed.
That's why I'm playing it cozy. You've got to come out.
Maybe I'd better come out right now, huh?
Watch your step, Desmond. This gun is awful ready for you. I've got the hammer up.
I don't care what you've got. I'm coming down. Now we're on the same level.
Stay right there, chum.
Quit your kidding. You won't kill me, Runyon.
I will if I have to.
Go on. You're too good a detective to bump me off before I've made a statement. No, you'll try to save my life.
I'll save my own first.
Sure, but you'll have a couple of scars to show for it. I'm gonna cut you up, Runyon, just once with this knife to pay you for that beating you gave me.
Don't be a chump. Stay where you are.
Make me. See if you can stop me before I get to you.
I'll stop you. Did you forget about your legs, Desmond? You can't walk if you haven't got your legs.
You lousy copper. You got eyes like a cat.
Drop the knife, Desmond, or your hands go next.
Okay. What else you want?
Your reason for shooting Cochran and killing Dorothy Robin.
Dorothy Robin? She's not dead, is she? Runyon, she's not really dead.
What do you mean? You killed her, didn't you?
You crazy. I was in love with her, Runyon. That's why I shot Cochran. He was doing everything he could to take her away from me.
I didn't know you cared. You told me you were using it to blackmail her father.
I was. She knew about it all the time. We was both living on the money I got from her old man.
Then why were you hiding her?
Because I didn't want him to find out.
What?
That Dorothy was my wife.
What's the idea, Runyon? Why are you dragging me back to Dorothy Robin's apartment?
I'm not dragging you, Kermit. I just want you to help me find out something.
About what?
The cause of Miss Robin's death. Come on in.
Who's here?
Just Mackenzie and Mr. Robin. You've met each other, haven't you, Kermit?
No.
Oh, how do you do?
Hi.
Got anything new yet, Mac?
No, the inspector thinks she might have committed suicide. Mr. Robin doesn't believe it.
She wouldn't have done it, Runyon. She wouldn't have done it.
Hey, for Pete's sake, what's this all about? You got no right to hold me here.
Take it easy, kid. Just take it easy. You had your breakfast yet?
Huh? Well, how could I? You've been pumping me at headquarters all night, now you bring me here.
Well, relax, will you? I got a cup of coffee for you.
Coffee?
Yeah. Here you are.
Hey, wait a minute. Where did you get this coffee?
Quit worrying, kid. I made it fresh just now.
What package did it come from?
The red one up in the cupboard.
That's the one I brought here last night. I won't drink this stuff.
Why not?
Because there's poison in it. You know there is. This stuff killed her.
No, kid. This stuff didn't kill her.
What do you mean?
The package you brought over here last night was never opened.
Well, what are you trying to give me, heart failure?
Because I have to make sure you didn't know where that poison came from.
Well, where did it come from?
Suppose you answer that, Mr. Robin.
What?
You were here last night, Mr. Robin, before we came over together.
Why, you're mistaken.
Don't try to deny it. The landlady saw you come out of the apartments. It's no use, Mr. Robin. If Kermit didn't do it, you did. Somebody tipped you off she was living here, and you decided to put her away. So you slipped into the apartment and poisoned the coffee pot. Maybe you were hoping to get Desmond, too.
Yes, I was. I found out they were married, and I couldn't bear to think of the life he'd make her lead.
And you hired me to throw the police off the track.
Yes. I was afraid Kermit might talk in spite of the money I paid him, and I didn't want to be suspected.
Kermit? Well, what's he got to do with it?
Everything. He's the one who gave me this address.
Hello?
Hello, Kathy. This is me, baby. Brad.
I'm not speaking to you, Mr. Runyon.
Oh, now, don't be that way, honey. I didn't mean to leave you hanging on the phone last night, but I got so busy I forgot all about it.
What made you remember now?
Well, my eye kind of hurts, and I thought you might soothe it.
Go to a barber. He'll fix it for you.
I like your way better.
Sorry, I've got a date.
Oh, honey, my eye really hurts.
All right, you big ape. Come on over here, and I'll blacken the other one.
Well, that's that. It seems I spend my life in getting into trouble and getting out of it. But at the same time, I generally manage to get some other people in and out of trouble, too. Be seeing you again. So long.
There he goes into that drugstore. He's stepping on the scales.
Weight 239 pounds. Fortune, danger.
Who is it?
The Fat Man.
And now, here's the Fat Man in Murder Makes Music.
I put the telephone slowly back in its cradle and doubted what I'd heard. J. Sherman. Would I please see Mr. Sherman at 2 o'clock? That's what the secretarial voice had said. My memory took a backward dive to an autumn day in 1929 when the world went crazy, and the tinsel of ticker tape and paper profits came tumbling into Wall Street with a globe-shattering crash. Through it all, the name J. Sherman stood out like a beacon on a stormy night. He had been smart. While other fortunes were swept away, he built one. While the mob was selling, he was buying. It was the beginning of the J. Sherman legend, the original rags-to-riches story of the uneducated country boy who started as a runner on the floor of the exchange and went on to become the czar of Wall Street and the husband of one of the wealthiest social beauties of the middle 30s. The boy plunger, they'd called him in those days. The boy wonder. He wasn't a boy anymore. He must be on the downhill side of 40 by now. I lit a cigarette and wondered why the mighty J. Sherman needed a private detective. Hello?
Is this Runyon?
Yeah?
Runyon, this is J. Sherman. My secretary called you a little while ago.
2 o'clock is fine, Mr. Sherman. I told you, Secretary.
Never mind that. Something has just happened. Could you meet me right away?
I guess so. What's it all about?
I just left my office. I'm in a public phone booth downstairs. I'll be brief and frank, Runyon.
That always makes it easier.
It's my wife.
What about her?
She's in love with another man, a music teacher named Arthur Winthrop.
You want me to check up on her?
Originally, that was what I wanted you to do. As I said, something just happened that I don't quite understand.
What was it?
Somebody telephoned me and said, if you're interested, your wife is in Arthur Winthrop's studio right this minute.
Did you recognize the voice?
No, it was a woman. I asked who it was, but she said, a friend, and hung up. I thought maybe if you would meet me, we could go to Winthrop's studio and confront them together.
Where is this studio?
It's in an old brownstone on West 56th Street. I'll be waiting for you on the corner of 56th and 7th. Meet me there at 11 o'clock.
Okay, Sherman.
That's the house, Runyon. His studio's on the second floor in the back. I hope my wife is still there.
Would you rather I went in alone?
No. No, I want to be there, too. I've got to see this for myself.
Okay.
Yeah, she's upstairs all right, Runyon.
How do you know?
That piece of music. Do you hear it?
Sure. It's the Moonlight Sonata.
That's her favorite. Winthrop taught it to her. It almost seems to hold a spell over her.
Really?
I hate that music, Runyon. I hate it so much that when I hear it, I almost go crazy. Runyon, that was a shot.
And it came from that studio. Come, quick. Ah, it's locked. Give me a hand here.
Natalie! Natalie! She's not here.
Is this the music teacher?
Yeah, that's Winthrop.
The music stopped suddenly when we heard that shot. There's no gun in this room.
Yeah, but what happened?
That open window back there. Take a look.
Well, there's a fire escape here that leads to an alley. There's nobody there.
Whoever it was had plenty of time while we were breaking the door down.
I'd better call a doctor.
There's no need for a doctor now, Sherman. This guy Winthrop is dead.
Come into the library, Runyon. My wife's not home yet.
I didn't think she'd be here, Sherman.
Listen, Runyon. You've got to give her a break. I'm sure she can explain where she was. Natalie wouldn't kill anybody.
That's not what the police are going to think.
Well, you can't tell them. They don't have to know that my wife was supposed to have been in Winthrop's studio. Don't you see?
Don't be a sap, Sherman. I've already stuck my neck out plenty for you. I gave you a break by coming home with you. Your wife's not here. Okay, where is she?
I'm sure she can explain when she comes home. You've got to help me, Runyon. I hired you. You're working for me.
I was working for you. You hired me to check on your wife, not to cover for her on a murder rap.
Yeah, but she couldn't have. I know she didn't kill him.
Maybe not. But it looks bad for her.
Well, the police don't have to know.
What kind of a sucker do you take me for? How long do you think they'll be satisfied with the story I gave them on the phone? I told them I discovered a murder, that's all. Don't you think they're going to want to know what I was doing there?
Yeah, but can't you make up some story?
Nothing doing.
Listen, Runyon. I'm a rich man. I'll pay you whatever you ask.
I don't play that way, Sherman. Now sit down there and listen to me. I haven't got much time. As soon as the cops locate me, I'll have to talk, and I'm going to tell them the truth. Maybe your wife is innocent. I don't know. After I talk to the police, if you want to hire me to try and clear her, I'll do the best I can.
Yeah. Yeah, I suppose you're right. Lying wouldn't help. But, Runyon, I know Natalie didn't. She couldn't. I do want to hire you.
It's the same music we heard before.
Yeah, it's Natalie. She must have just come home. She's in the living room.
Come on, I want to talk to her.
Natalie.
Why, Jay. What on earth are you doing home at this hour of day?
Natalie, darling, something's just happened. Where have you been?
What's wrong, Jay? Who's this gentleman?
Brad Runyon. He's a private detective.
Detective?
Sit down, Mrs. Sherman. Where have you been for the last 2 hours?
I don't understand. What's wrong?
Just answer my question, please. Where have you been?
Why, I went downtown. I did some shopping.
Could you prove it, Mrs. Sherman? Did anybody see you? Anybody who could prove where you were shortly after 11 o'clock?
I don't know. I met no friends, if that's what you mean. I was in several stores. Mostly I was just walking around looking in shop windows.
I see.
What is it? What's happened?
A man was murdered this morning.
A man? Who?
Arthur Winthrop.
Arthur? Arthur murdered? Oh, no. No, it can't be. It can't. What are you saying?
Natalie, darling.
Don't touch me.
But, Natalie, don't you see?
You killed him. You hated him. You knew I loved him, and you killed him.
No, Mrs. Sherman. Your husband didn't kill Winthrop. He was with me, and we both heard the shot.
You were with my husband.
Yes. Somebody called your husband this morning. A woman. Told him you were in Winthrop's studio.
No. No. Is that why you're questioning me? You think I killed him?
The police are going to think so.
I killed him? Why would I kill him? I loved him. Don't you understand? I loved him. She did it. She killed him.
She? Who?
Of course. That's it. You say a woman called Jay this morning. It was that she-devil.
Who, Mrs. Sherman?
Arthur's wife, Cora.
Winthrop is married.
Yes. His wife was jealous of him. He didn't love her anymore. She's a devil, I tell you, a devil. She killed him.
I don't like it, Brad. Why didn't you give me the whole story when you first reported the murder?
I told you, Mac. Sherman was a client of mine. I wanted to talk to his wife first.
We can't hold her unless we get more evidence than we got. If she's guilty, what's her motive? Her husband's got more motive than she had.
Yeah, but he didn't do it. Don't forget, he was with me when the murder was committed.
I know. I hope this Winthrop dame hasn't taken a powder.
She's got plenty of time to get away. Soon find out. Pull it, Mac. I think this is where she lives. Yeah.
Well, this Mrs. Winthrop had plenty of motive. Maybe she's our baby.
Maybe.
Something screwy about this.
Mrs. Winthrop?
Yes, I'm Mrs. Winthrop. If you're looking for my husband, he's not here. His studio's in the city.
We're not looking for your husband, Mrs. Winthrop. We want to see you.
Well, who are you? What do you want?
I think we'd better go inside.
Is something the matter?
Thinking of taking a trip, Mrs. Winthrop?
What do you mean?
The suitcase is here on the floor.
Who are you?
This is Lieutenant Mackenzie of the police. My name is Runyon. I'm a private detective.
The police? Then there is something wrong.
Yeah, there's plenty wrong, all right. Where were you going, Mrs. Winthrop?
Well, as a matter of fact, I'm leaving my husband. I'm going away.
Why?
I don't see what business that is of yours. I don't love him anymore. There's another woman and... Well, what is it? What's the matter? What's happened?
Mrs. Winthrop, your husband was murdered this morning.
What? Murdered? Arthur, dead?
Yeah.
So he's dead. He's really dead.
We don't think it's so funny.
Funny. You don't know how funny it is.
You killed him?
I? Oh, no. No, I didn't kill Arthur. I could have killed him often enough. He gave me reason enough to kill him, but I didn't do it. What a fool. I warned him. I told him to stay away from that woman, but he wouldn't listen.
Are you trying to say that Mrs. Sherman murdered your husband?
No, of course not. I'm saying that her husband, Jay Sherman, did it.
Why do you think it was Sherman?
Why? Because he told Arthur a week ago that if he didn't leave his wife alone, he'd kill him.
Didn't make sense, any of it. I sat at my desk smoking a cigarette and thinking. It was just past 9 p.m. A murder. 3 people with motives. But did they all have motives? What about Mrs. Sherman? If she loved the music teacher, why would she kill him? Unless there was something else, something that I didn't know. The music teacher's wife had a swell motive, but she didn't appear to love her dead husband. Why kill a man you don't want anymore? Sherman really had the best motive of all. He loved his wife. I was tired of thinking in circles. I ground out the cigarettes, got my hat, and went down to the street. Mac had left a cop on duty at Winthrop's studio all day, but he was probably gone now. I found a cab on the corner and gave him the music teacher's address. The street was quiet and deserted. I kept twisting the puzzle round in my mind when suddenly I realized I was about to pass Winthrop's studio. I climbed the steps and tried the front door. It was unlocked. The hall was dark, and I stood for several seconds waiting for my eyes to get accustomed to the blackness. The dim outline of the stairs slowly came into view. I started up. Winthrop's studio was at the back of the house, straight down a narrow hall on the second floor. I groped my way down the hall and found the door I wanted. It was locked. I opened it with a passkey. I stepped into the room and closed the door behind me. A sudden feeling of uneasiness came over me. My hand felt quickly along the wall for the light. The room flared into brightness, and I looked around. I walked over to the piano and reached out for the music sheets on the rack above the keyboard. It might have been a slight noise, or it may have been plain intuition. But before my hand touched the sheet music, I knew I wasn't alone in the room. My back was toward the curtains. I started to swing around, but I was too late.
Hello, Brad.
Hello, Mac.
Yeah, I tried to get in touch with you a little while ago.
I just got home. I'm sitting here with an ice pack on my head.
An ice pack? Hangover, huh?
Somebody slugged me tonight in Arthur Winthrop's studio.
What were you doing there?
Playing a hunch that was evidently right. We overlooked something in that studio, Mac. Something that was so important the murderer had to go back after it.
We went over that place with a fine-tooth comb. What could they have been looking for?
I don't know. But whatever it was, they've probably got it now. Why were you trying to get in touch with me?
We had to let the Winthrop woman go. I thought you'd want to know. Who could have slugged you, Brad?
I don't know. But I can tell you one thing. It wasn't a woman. Nobody but a man could have hit that hard.
Sherman?
Could be.
But why? He's not the murderer. We know that. Why would he go there?
Maybe he was covering for his wife. She might have left something in the studio if she killed Winthrop.
Oh, yeah.
There's always the possibility that it was a fourth person, too. Somebody that we don't know anything about.
I should have left the cop on duty there, but I was sure we'd been over everything.
No use worrying about that now. I'll see you in the morning, Mac.
Okay.
Ooh, my head. When I find the guy who gave me this, I am going to... Hello.
Mr. Runyon?
Yeah?
This is Natalie Sherman. I must see you immediately.
Where are you?
At home. Please hurry.
What's wrong?
It's important. Please hurry.
What is it?
I've discovered something about...
Mrs. Sherman. Mrs. Sherman.
Why, Runyon, what are you doing here?
Where's your wife, Sherman?
Natalie? Why, she's in the music room at the back of the house playing the piano. Did you hear her?
That's the same piece we heard this morning.
Yeah, I can't stop her, Runyon. She's been like an insane person ever since they let us come home. She won't talk to me. All she does is sit there and play that piece. It's driving me crazy. We're just about to go out. I can't stand much more of that.
She called me a little while ago.
Natalie called you? What for?
She said she'd discovered something. I think it was something about Winthrop's death.
But she didn't tell me. Are you sure it was Natalie who called?
Yeah. Let's go talk to her.
All right. Oh, that music. If only she'd stop playing. Natalie!
Come on!
Natalie! Natalie! They've shot her, Runyon. They've shot her. She's dead, Runyon, dead. Wait, where are you going?
Somebody's running toward the front of the house. Quick, see if you can head them off out the front door.
Right.
Let me go! Let me go! I didn't shoot.
Hurry, Runyon, hurry! I've got her. She's got a gun.
Hold her.
Please, let me go. I didn't shoot. I didn't.
Give me that gun.
It's Winthrop's wife.
Yeah. Nice work, Sherman. She'd have gotten away, probably, if you hadn't headed her off. Well, I guess we've got our murderer.
Listen to me. I didn't kill her. I didn't shoot her.
Save it, sweetheart.
But I tell you, I didn't. I was going to kill her, yes. I hated her. She ruined my home, she stole my husband, and then killed him. I came here tonight to kill her, but somebody else beat me to it.
What are you talking about? We heard the shot.
No, I know. That's why you've got to listen to me. I took that gun, the one you have there. It belonged to Arthur, and came out here tonight. I was standing in the garden, trying to decide what to do, when I heard Mrs. Sherman playing the piano. She was playing that piece, the one Arthur had taught her.
Yeah, I know.
Well, it did something to me. I couldn't stand it. This gun was in my hand, and I came over to the window. There wasn't much light in the room. She was bending over the keyboard, playing. I raised the pistol to fire at her when...
When what?
When somebody else. I don't know where they were. Somebody else fired. I was so startled that for a second I couldn't move. Well, then I heard you coming, so I turned and ran. No, wait a minute. There, you see? It's true.
She's telling the truth, Sherman. This gun is fully loaded and it hasn't been fired.
Yeah, Kelly. Okay. Thanks for calling me. If you want me again, I'll be here at Runyon's place. Right. Ah, by golly, it beats me.
What did Kelly want?
He just got the report on the Sherman dame. Ah, Brad, can't you stop playing that piece? You're driving me batty. I got enough trouble with these two murders without you trying to drive me daffy.
Mac, I think the key to these murders is in this piece.
You're driving yourself batty.
No, I'm sure of it. Both murder victims were playing this piece when they were shot. Doesn't that strike you as peculiar?
You mean this music sends a murderer off his nut when he hears it?
I don't know. But I'm sure the answer is here in this music. What about the report?
Well, it's just what you said. The bullet in the Sherman woman's head didn't come from the gun Mrs. Winthrop had when you grabbed her. And Mrs. Winthrop's got to be the killer.
I'm not so sure.
Well, who else is there?
Sherman.
Ah, but he couldn't have done it. You were with him.
Yeah, twice.
I think she must have had another gun and managed to hide it somewhere.
Don't be a sap, Mac. You've had every inch of ground covered around the house. There isn't any other gun.
Well, maybe she managed to hide it somewhere in the room before you got there.
In that case, she only had about 10 seconds.
Well, if it is in that room, we'll find it. Nobody's getting in there until this is all cleared up. I got a man on duty in that room, and he's going to stay there. Oh, it's got to be the Winthrop woman, Brad. It's just impossible any other way.
No, Mac. Nothing that actually happens is impossible. But lots of times it looks that way. Come on, let's take a ride.
Where to?
Back to Sherman's house.
Hello, Lieutenant. Hello, Mr. Runyon.
How are you, Murdoch?
Anything happen around here, Murdoch?
No, Lieutenant, not a thing. Not a soul been here except me.
Where's Sherman, Murdoch?
I think he's upstairs in his room. Boy, is that guy a bother.
What do you mean?
Oh, nothing much. He won't let me alone. Keeps hanging around outside in the hall. If he's tried to come in here once, he must have tried 20 times since last night.
Did he say why?
Once he wanted a book. I gave him one out of the bookshelves there. Later, he wanted to know if I wanted something to eat. I told him I couldn't leave the room, so he brought me a sandwich. Then he said he was lonesome and wanted to talk. I told him he couldn't come into this room, and that made him sore. Said it was his house, and he'd come and go as he pleased. I had to get a little rough with him that time.
Yeah. Close that door, Miller.
Okay.
Hey, what are you going to do, Brad?
Just look around a little. 2 and 2 are beginning to make 4 again.
What are you talking about?
Sherman. After the first murder, the killer came back to the studio and hit me over the head when I interrupted him. He came back for something, Mac, and he got it. After this second murder, nobody's been allowed in this room.
That's right.
But Sherman's been trying to get Murdoch to let him in here. Why?
You mean that Sherman's the murderer, but he can't be. You were with him when both murders occurred. It's impossible.
I told you once, Mac, that's just because the thing looks impossible. That doesn't make it so.
What do you expect to find on those bookshelves?
Nothing in particular, just looking around. Yeah, nice library he's got here.
Yeah.
Sherman goes in for detective stories, especially the suave armchair variety.
What do you mean?
See here? He's got the whole Van Dyne collection here.
Who's he?
The guy who wrote the Philo Van stories.
Yeah. Hey, what's wrong, Brad?
I've got it, Mac.
Huh?
Wait a minute. Mac, open that phonograph up over there.
Are you nuts?
No, Mac, go on, open it. Is there a record on there?
Yeah. St. Louis Blues.
Murdoch, have you been playing this phonograph?
No? Why?
I'll show you. Turn it on, Mac.
Now, what do you want to hear the St. Louis Blues for?
Turn it on.
Hey, that's not the St. Louis Blues.
No, Mac. Don't you see?
Wait a minute. You mean
Exactly. This book, Mac, this one here, is the Canary murder case by S.S. Van Dyne.
I don't see...
Wait a minute. I'm going to move this record over further.
Stop it! Stop it! I can't stand it! What's the meaning?
Grab him, quick, Mac. Right. Sherman's our murderer.
Oh, no, you don't.
Put the handcuffs on him, Murdoch.
Just hold him.
You shouldn't have tried it twice, Sherman. You might have gotten away with it once.
You mean this guy made a record of the piece with shots and all of it?
That's the record there, Mac. You just heard it.
Well, I'll
You never read the Canary murder case, Mac, but Sherman did. The murderer in that story used a record to establish a perfect alibi. So Sherman used his idea and went him one better. He called me in to be his alibi. What better alibi is there than a cop or a detective?
Then he'd already killed both of them before you joined him.
That's right. No wonder Mrs. Winthrop couldn't figure out where the shot came from. Mrs. Sherman was already dead. Sherman shot her before I got here and left the body hunched over the keyboard. When he heard me drive up, he started the record.
Take him in, Murdoch. Tell him to let Mrs. Winthrop go.
Okay, Lieutenant. Come on, Bud.
So he planned the whole thing.
Sure. He didn't get any phone call yesterday morning. He made that up. He was planning to kill them both all along. If it hadn't been for the fact that Mrs. Winthrop decided to kill Sherman's wife at the same time he did, we might never have guessed the truth.
And that was the thing that made it look impossible. Oh, boy, the DA will never believe it.
That's okay, Mac. If he's skeptical, just lean over and whisper to him that the whole business is strictly off the record. Well, that's that. It seems I spend my life in getting into trouble and getting out of it. But at the same time, I generally manage to get some other people in and out of trouble, too. Be seeing you again. So long.
There he goes into that drugstore. He's stepping on the scales.
Weight 239 pounds. Fortune, danger.
Who is it? The Fat Man.
And now, here's the Fat Man in Murder Writes a Story.
I like to read the personal columns of the newspapers. Call it a hobby if you want to. I never do anything about following them up. That is, I never did until I read the following brief announcement. $5,000 reward for the murderer of L.A. Lamont, killed October 2nd, 1937. No telephone. Address, Mrs. Costa, 413 Coleman Street. For some reason, it didn't look like a phony message or code. I decided to look Mrs. Costa up. It was late afternoon when I got to Coleman Street. Most of the numbers on the buildings were either hidden or missing. I stopped in front of the tenement that should have been 413 and looked vainly for the number. A flashily dressed girl stood nearby looking up at the same house. Suddenly, the door of the house opened and a big blond guy with hard eyes came out. He looked sore about something. The girl started toward him as he came down the steps.
Well, how about it? Was it Chink?
No, it wasn't Chink. Just an old dame with a beef. Come on.
But, Joe, maybe it's a blind.
I said, come on.
Pardon me, but is the number of this building 413?
413? Yeah, that's the number.
Thanks.
Stranger around here?
In a way. Why?
Nothing, I just wondered. Come on, Lola.
Mrs. Costa lived on the 4th floor rear. She must have been sitting near the door because she opened it almost as soon as I knocked. She was a small, stooped, tired little old woman with graying hair and bony, work-worn hands. Only her eyes looked alive. They were big and black, and they were filled with pain and suffering.
You've come about the ad?
Yes.
Oh, come in, come in. I've got the money right here. You know who the murderer is?
Not yet, Mrs. Costa.
Oh, I see. I thought maybe you knew. And that maybe you'd tell me for the $5,000. The other one, he didn't know either.
A big, tall, blond man?
Yes, that's the one. Do you know him?
No, I think I passed him on the way in here.
Well, why did you come if you don't know who killed Mr. Lamont?
I'm a private detective, Mrs. Costa. My name is Runyon. I saw your ad, and I thought maybe I could help you. Why are you interested in finding the murderer of this man Lamont? Was he a relative of yours?
No, Mr. Runyon. Not a relative. I didn't even know Mr. Lamont. They said my boy killed him. They took him away to prison.
Your son was convicted of this man Lamont's murder?
Yes, Mr. Runyon, my son Bobby. For 9 years now, my Bobby has been in prison. But my Bobby didn't kill him. My Bobby couldn't kill anybody. He was always a good boy and a good man.
Why have you waited so long, Mrs. Costa?
9 years ago, I am a poor woman. I have no money. Money will do anything, so I work hard. I save and I save until now I have $5,000. Now I have enough to bring my Bobby home again. It's all for you, Mr. Runyon. All for you if you find the murderer of Mr. Lamont.
Who was Mr. Lamont?
He owned a jewelry store on James Street. One day, 9 years ago, a man came into his store to steal. The man had a gun. Mr. Lamont had a gun, too, under his counter. But the man shot Mr. Lamont. They said it was my Bobby.
Why did they think it was your son?
I don't know. All I know, Mr. Runyon, is that my boy would not kill. He would not steal.
I see.
You can help?
I'll do what I can. But 9 years is a long time.
Yes, 9 years is a long time. I know how long 9 years is, Mr. Runyon.
This other man, the one who was here just before I came, what did he say to you?
He was not such a nice man. When I told him I am Bobby's mother, he laughed, just like he didn't believe me. He said I was not telling the truth. But I am, Mr. Runyon. I swear to you that I am telling the truth.
Did you find it, Mackenzie?
Yeah, here it is, Brad. I remember the case now. Didn't cause much of a rumpus, just another one of those robberies where a jeweler reached for a gun instead of the ceiling.
How much loot did the killer get?
Nothing. He ran after shooting Lamont, didn't stop to take anything.
And got away?
Yeah, but there was a couple of witnesses. Several people saw him running, and there was a dame in the store at the time of the killing.
How did they happen to pick up young Coster?
Let's see. Yeah, here it is. He was picked up that night in the pool room along with some other guys. Just a routine pickup of suspicious punks. They had the witnesses to the jewel robbery down for the lineup. Now, one of the witnesses said this Coster looked like the guy. Naturally, he denied it.
Did he have an alibi?
Only his mother. She swore he was home at the time of the holdup, but then she was his mother, you know.
Yeah, I know.
The dame who'd been in the store identified him positively at the trial.
But she wasn't so sure when she saw him in the lineup.
Well, no, I don't know about that. It doesn't mention it here. It just says he was partially identified by a man who saw him running from the scene.
But it was the testimony of the woman in the store that really sent him up.
Yeah. The others said it could have been the man they saw. You know, same height, age, build, that sort of stuff. But the dame was positive. They sent Costa up. He was lucky not to get the chair. If there'd been other positive witnesses, he would have gotten it.
Mac, who was the woman?
Lillian Reese. Her address at that time was the Fenimore Hotel. I think you're running down a blind alley, Brad. Why don't you forget it?
Maybe I'm a sap, Mac. But I've got a hunch Costa was railroaded. I'm going to try and find out.
Well, you'll need help. It's a tough job opening up a case like that after 9 years.
I think I know where I might get the help.
Where?
Felix McDonald, the newspaper publisher.
Yeah, maybe you got something there. He sure causes up enough trouble yelling about injustice. You know, I suppose a paper like that is really a good thing, but sometimes I wish old Judge Hanley hadn't sold out to him 5 years ago.
Now, try not to embarrass the police too much, Mac.
You'll have to have a lot more than you got now before you embarrass anybody.
Don't worry, Mac. I've got something else to go on besides a mother's love for her son.
What?
A tough blonde guy named Joe and a good-looking girl. And they're both looking for a man named Chink. That's the story, Mr. McDonald.
It's interesting, Runyon. Very interesting indeed.
Will you give me a break with your paper?
Absolutely, Runyon. If you can show me any reasonable proof that an injustice was done, I'll go all out with you.
Okay. That's all I wanted to know.
About this witness. You know where she is now?
Not yet. I checked this morning with the hotel she lived at during the trial. She left there 5 years ago. She didn't leave a forwarding address.
That's not so good. What about this man and woman, the ones who were there seeing the old lady?
I don't know. It may not mean anything, but I got the idea they thought somebody else put that ad in the paper. Somebody they called Chink.
Chink? Funny name.
Yeah.
Could you recognize them if you saw them again?
Yeah, the man was tall and blond, the kind that always looks like he needs a haircut. His eyes were blue, hard as nails. Tough-looking guy in his middle 30s. His first name is Joe. The girl wouldn't be so easy. A dime a dozen type. Late 20s, brown hair, good figure, flashy dresser.
Well, that's something anyway. If you can find them again, maybe you can learn what the connection is.
Yeah.
Too bad you can't find that witness, Lillian Reese.
I don't think I'll have to find her if she's still in the city.
What do you mean?
I think she'll look me up.
Look you up? But why?
Because I put an ad in the morning papers that Lillian Reese was being sought as the beneficiary of a $10,000 insurance policy. I gave my telephone number to be called for particulars. I left McDonald and went back to my office. There wasn't anything to do now but wait and wonder. I did plenty of both while the hands on my desk clock swung slowly round. And then at 5:22, the phone rang. Hello?
There was an ad in one of the papers this afternoon about some insurance.
Oh, yes. You have some information concerning Miss Lillian Reese?
I'm Lillian Reese.
Where can we find you, Miss Reese?
The ad said a $10,000 policy. I didn't know about any policy. Who left me this money?
In that case, perhaps there's been a mistake. There must be another Lillian Reese. I'm sorry
No,
to...
wait. It's possible that I wouldn't know. Couldn't you give me the details now?
I'm afraid I'd have to see you personally, Miss Reese. Naturally, there's the matter of positive identification.
But I tell you, I'm Lillian Reese.
You'll have to have more than your word, I'm afraid. Now, if you'll come to my office...
No, I'd rather not do that. What I mean is, couldn't you come here and meet me?
Yes, I suppose so.
Where are you?
I'll meet you in an hour. In the lobby of the Kessler Hotel.
Okay, if that's the way you want it.
I'd prefer it that way. I know it may sound strange to you, but I have my reasons. In an hour, then?
Have your identification with you.
I will.
How will I recognize you?
I'll be wearing a red hat, and I'll be sitting in the little alcove near the big windows on the 50th Street side.
I looked at my watch. Nearly 5:30. That meant she'd be waiting at 6:30. The Kessler was about 8 blocks away, not more than a 10-minute walk. More time to kill. I opened the small cabinet on the side of my desk. There were 2 guns inside, a small pocket-sized .32 and an Army .45. I took out the .32, checked it, and put it in my hip pocket. Then the phone rang again. Hello?
I'm calling about an ad that appeared in the paper this afternoon.
Yeah?
This telephone number was given.
That's right. You have some information as to the whereabouts of Mr. Leon Reese?
Yes. The ad said there was an insurance policy.
Uh-huh. Could you come to my office?
Of course. Right away?
No, not right away. Could you come here at 9 tonight?
Yes. Where is your office?
The Landis Building. 6th floor, room 608. I'll leave the door unlocked. If I'm not here, come in and wait.
All right.
Are you a close friend of Miss Reese?
A closest possible friend. I am Lillian Reese.
All right, let that stretch you through. That means you too, big boy. Come. Hey, Brad.
What's happened, Mac?
Some mess. A dame just got chopped in two by a Tommy gun.
Who was it?
How do I know who she is? She was sitting over there in the alcove, according to witnesses, when a car stops outside and somebody lets go with a Tommy gun right through the plate glass windows.
Was she wearing a red hat, Mac?
Yes, she was. Hey, wait a minute. What are you doing here anyway? Do you know this dame?
I had a date with her, Mac. She said she was the missing witness in the Costa case. The woman called Lillian Reese. I'm sorry to keep you waiting, but... Well.
So it was you who put that phony ad in the paper?
Yeah, but I didn't expect to find you with it. Where's your big blonde playmate, Joe?
Right behind you, fat man.
Why the gun, Joe?
You're going to do some talking, and we're going to do some listening. I hear better with a gun in my hand. Close the door, Lola.
Okay.
Lock it. See if you can touch the ceiling, fat man. Now frisk him.
Uh-huh. Here, Joe.
Kind of a small gun for a big guy like you, huh?
I'll admit it's not as good as a Tommy gun.
What's that supposed to mean?
I'm not quite sure yet.
Sit down.
Who's Chink, Joe?
Chink! I told you he knew something.
Shut up, Lola, shut up! I'm asking the questions, fat man. So you don't know who Chink is?
Should I?
Didn't he hire you?
Somebody gave you a bum steer, Joe.
He's lying.
I told you to shut up. Now listen, Runyon. Are you leveling about not knowing Chink?
I never heard of him until I heard you mention the name in front of old lady Costa's place yesterday.
I don't get this. Why did you answer the Costa woman's ad?
$5,000 is a lot of dough for a guy like me.
Where would that old dame get $5,000?
Doing something you never heard of. Working.
So you don't really know anything about Maloney either.
Who's Maloney?
That's the guy Lola and me are looking for. That's the guy Chink is looking for. And, Runyon, it's the guy you're looking for.
So young Costa was railroaded. You really didn't kill that Joe.
Just a dumb punk who took the rap.
What's your angle, Joe?
Now, listen, Runyon. You're a pretty smart guy. Maybe we can make a deal.
What do you want?
Oh, you must know something. You wouldn't have put that phony ad in the paper for Lillian Reese. Did she show?
Talk some more, Joe.
Joe, be careful. I tell you, this guy's dynamite.
Listen, baby, I told you twice to shut up and stay out of this. I ain't gonna tell you again.
Go on, Joe. I'm listening.
Okay. You're looking for the guy who really killed that jeweler 9 years ago. I'm looking for the same guy, only for another reason.
What's your reason?
That's my business. The point is, we both want this guy. Now then, you want to tell me what you know if I lay my cards on the table?
Sure, Joe. That's fair enough.
Good. Did you find Lillian Reese?
Uh-huh.
Where is she?
On a slab in the morgue.
In the morgue?
Yeah. Murdered tonight in the lobby of the Hotel Kessler. She was waiting for me, but somebody got there first.
Maloney. He's here, Joe. He's here. He killed her.
Now it's your turn. Start talking.
Okay. This guy Maloney was a penny ante stick-up man 9 years ago. The dame Lillian Reese was his shill.
Things are beginning to make sense.
Sure. Maloney and Lillian worked together. She'd go into a store and pretend to buy something. Then Maloney would come in with a gun.
No wonder she was the witness that put the finger on Costa.
That was a cinch. Nobody suspected nothing at all. There wasn't nothing to tie Maloney and the dame together, and he got away clean after the killing. Naturally, they hauled her in as a witness. So when one of the other witnesses says this Costa looks like the guy, she swears right out that it is.
That's why an old woman scrubbed floors for 9 years.
What's that?
Skip it. Go on.
Oh, pretty soon after Costa went up, Maloney began getting bigger ideas. Lillian wasn't seen around with him anymore, and everybody figures he's through with her. Of course, he's never going to really be through with her because of what she's got on him, but I figure he'll be paying her off a long time.
Where do you and this girl fit into the picture? And who's Chink?
Yeah, I'm coming to that. About 6 years ago, Lola and me and a fella called Chink had what you might call a certain business arrangement with this Maloney. He owed us some dough. Big dough.
Where did the money come from?
That's not part of the story. Anyway, Maloney took a powder, a big powder. We haven't seen him since. We looked for him a year or so, and then Chink took a powder, too. When we saw that ad about the reward for the jeweler's real murderer, we thought it was Chink. And then when you showed up and put in the ad about Lillian, we thought Chink had hired you.
That could make sense.
Of course it does.
I didn't say it did. I said it could.
If Maloney killed Lillian tonight, that means he's wise that somebody's on his trail. He was afraid she'd blab about that old murder rap.
Or tell somebody where he was.
He'll kill us, Joe. Maybe he already knows where we are.
Yeah.
Put your gun away, Joe, and listen to me, both of you.
Okay.
Here. These are the keys to my apartment. Stay there until you hear from me. Don't go out for anything. Don't answer the door or phone, and keep the door locked.
I don't get it.
Maloney's not working this single-handed. That Tommy gun job tonight had the old gangs to lay out. That means that Maloney is desperate. If he knows you're here, he'll get you next. I don't think he knows about me, so you ought to be safe at my place.
Yeah, and what are you gonna do?
I'm going to try and lay a trap for Maloney with the help of a friend of mine who owns a newspaper. You got it straight, McDonald?
Yeah, I think so. Front page story on this woman, Lillian Reese.
All about the fact that she was the key witness in the Costa case 9 years ago. Lay it on thick. You know, why was she murdered? Was it because she'd been bribed to send Costa up, or had she double-crossed somebody? Tell how she disappeared for 5 or 6 years. And then be sure and put in the fact that she was living in room 716 of the Kessler Hotel.
Was that where she lived?
No. But I want this fellow Chink to think it is.
But why?
Because I've got a hunch he'll come to give the room a going over. And when he comes, I'll be waiting for him.
And what would he be looking for?
Joe, the girl Lola, and Chink were looking for Maloney and the dead girl. It had something to do with money. Probably a double cross in the holdup. Maybe Chink will think some of the money's still there. Or he may think he can get a lead on Maloney.
It's a long shot.
I think it'll work.
Okay, Runyon. I'll have the story in the next edition. By the way, what about this Joe and the girl?
They'll be okay. They're hiding out in my apartment, and we pick up Maloney and Chink. 716 in the Kessler Hotel. It was already dark outside, and the papers had been on the streets for nearly an hour. I left the closet door open and sat down in a chair to wait. 10, 15, 20 minutes passed. Then suddenly I heard the elevator doors open down the hall. I went in the closet. My gun was already in my hand. I left the door of the closet open just enough to let me see the side of the room toward the door.
Here you are, sir.
Okay, that'll be all. Oh, here.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
He looked slowly around the room, but didn't come near the closet. When I saw his eyes, I knew it was Chink. They were slanted slightly like an Oriental's. He was slim and dark, and his movements were quick and cat-like. He turned until his back was toward me. Then he started peeling off his coat. That probably saved both our lives. The coat was half off when I noticed the door to the hall swinging silently open into the room. A man's hand appeared holding a gun. I squeezed the trigger of my own .32. The gun clattered to the floor. The hand snapped out of sight, and Chink, still struggling with his coat, turned and tore into me like a wildcat. You dope! Let go! He's getting away! I didn't shoot at you.
Oh, no, you don't.
Don't go for your gun or I'll break your arm. Drop it! I'll just take care of this for you. Ah, he's gone, you sap. Why did you grab me?
Who are you?
Never mind that. Get your coat on. You've got to get out of here.
Where did you come from?
In the closet there. I was waiting for you.
No, it was a plan, huh?
Yeah.
Then the money's not here.
What money? Okay, clam up. But you're gonna talk soon. Come on.
Are you a cop?
No.
Then who are you?
I'm working with Joe and Lola. Maloney is loose around here somewhere, and he's gunning for all of us. He must have spotted you and tailed you here. Come on.
Where to?
To my apartment to see Joe and Lola. Yeah, this is my apartment. Wait a minute. I told them not to open the door unless they heard...
What's wrong?
It's not locked.
Oh, they must have gone.
Yeah. They're gone, all right. Look there on the floor.
What? Both of them?
Yeah. And they've got enough bullets in them to sink a battleship.
Look, what are we doing in a newspaper office? What's the idea?
Shut up and come on, Chink. The publisher of this paper is trying to help me dig up Maloney so Costa can go free on that jeweler killing.
Yeah, but I thought you were going to turn me over to the cops. But Maloney's still loose. He's still gunning for me. I'd be safer with the cops, and so would you.
I don't think so.
I don't like it.
Chink, how long has it been since you saw Maloney?
About 6 years. Why?
Never mind.
Come in. Come in, Runyon.
Thanks. Come in, Chink.
Chink!
Long time no see, huh, Maloney?
Keep your hands on that desk, McDonald. Or maybe I'd better call you Maloney.
It's Maloney, all right. And mighty fancy, too. Owner of a newspaper. No wonder we couldn't find him. So that's what you did with the dough.
Yeah, that's right.
Now, don't move. I've got you covered, boy. Where did that money come from, Chink?
Well, the Wetzel Bank job in Missouri 6 years ago. We got over 300 grand. He crossed us and got away with all of it. But how did you know he was Maloney?
He had to be it. He was the only one who knew Joe and the girl were in my apartment. He's the one who knew I was tracking down Lillian Reese, the witness in the Costa case. He knew you were coming to the hotel.
And all the time he was playing the good boy for the public.
Yeah. Come on, let's take him in. And now, no trouble now, McDonald. I've still got the gun.
Why, you...
Chink, if you behave yourself, you might get a break on the bank job for helping me pull this baby in.
Oh, thanks. And you'll get the $5,000 reward for clearing Costa.
I don't think I'll claim that reward. I've got a hunch Bobby Costa can use it for his mother when he comes out of jail. seems I spend my life in getting into trouble and getting out of it. But at the same time, I generally manage to get some other people in and out of trouble, too. Be seeing you again. So long.
There he goes into that drugstore. He's stepping on the scales.
Weight 239 pounds. Fortune, danger.
Who is it?
The Fat Man.
And now, here is the Fat Man in Murder Meets an Uncertain Lady.
This one began at cocktail time, in a club over on the east side. The music was good, the drinks were good, and the lights were nice and dim. So I didn't stand out like a sore thumb the way I usually do when I'm out with a beautiful girl like Kathy.
Penny for your thoughts, Brad.
Not these thoughts, baby. I wasn't thinking.
What were you doing?
Looking at that redhead at the second table over. She's been giving me the eye.
Well, give it back. You're out with me.
Not jealous, are you?
I am when you start feeling thin.
Can't help it, honey. Being with you gives me thin ideas.
Cigarettes, cigars, cigarettes, cigarettes, sir.
No, thanks. I've got plenty in my
Cigarettes.
pocket.
Cigars, cigarettes. Why the double take, Brad? Don't look so innocent. That cigarette girl handed you a slip of paper under the table. I saw her.
You've got sharp eyes, Angel Cake.
All the better to see you with, my dear. What was it? A note?
Uh-huh.
From whom?
That redhead at table number 3. She wants me to dance with her.
Well, that's nice. Who does she think I am, your sister?
Don't get sore, beautiful. The dame's in distress.
How do you know?
Listen, honey, when a dame wants to dance with me, she must be in distress. Mind if I find out what it's all about?
Well, watch her step. She's awfully attractive.
So are you, baby. I'll be right back. Good evening. Table number 3, I presume?
Yes. How do you do, Mr. Runyon?
Oh, you know my name.
Well, I've heard about you. Your work, I mean. You're a detective, aren't you?
That's right. Who are you?
Well, I'd rather not say.
You'd better if you want a dancing partner. What's the name?
Julie. Julie Warwick.
Miss?
No, Mrs. Richard Warwick. But let's not talk about names. Let's just dance, huh?
Okay, hang on. I'm not up on the minuet, but I can get by with a foxtrot.
Don't be so modest. Why, you're awfully light on your feet.
Watch your step, lady. I'm not so light on other people's. Now, what's this all about, huh? Come on, speak up, Mrs. Warwick. I can't help you if you don't.
But I'm not sure if there's anything wrong. At least I haven't any real proof.
Of what?
Well, it's awful to say this, but I can't help thinking she wants him to die.
Who?
My husband. You see, she's done so many things that can't be explained. Unless she does want him to die. And yet...
Wait a minute. Let's make some sense here, Mrs. Warwick. You think somebody is trying to kill your husband?
Yes.
Who?
Well, Oh, it's no use, Mr. Runyon. I just can't tell you. Not until I'm absolutely sure.
It may be too late, then.
No. I can find out. I'm sure I can. So let's just forget about the whole thing until I do. If I need you again, I'll call you at your office.
You've already called me, Mrs. Warwick.
But I've changed my mind.
You better tell me the rest of your story, Mrs. Warwick. It's taking too much of a chance to keep it a secret.
Do you think so?
With a man's life at stake, of course I do.
Well, all right. I'll tell you. Where can we talk?
In my office. Meet me at the front door in 5 minutes, and I'll take you there.
Very well. At the front door. In 5 minutes.
Right.
Well, what happened, Brad? Didn't she like the way you danced?
No, too old-fashioned.
She seemed to have plenty to say to you while you were on the dance floor. What's it all about?
Oh, just husband trouble. Come on, baby. Get your bonnet on.
Where are we going?
Well, you're going back to your apartment. For a while, anyway. I'm going to take the redhead up to my office. Business before pleasure, honey. She's got a case.
Of what?
I told you before, husband trouble.
Excuse me, sir. You Mr. Runyon?
Yeah, why?
I have a message for you from Mrs. Warwick.
What is it?
Well, she just left, sir, but she told me to tell you she's changed her mind.
You've got a nerve, Brad.
Look, I came out here to see her husband.
What for?
Well, he's got a stake in this, too, you know. If somebody's getting ready to feed him ground glass, he ought to know.
Yes?
Oh, is Mr. Warwick home? Mr. Richard Warwick?
Why, yes. I'm Warwick. What's wrong?
Well, nothing yet. But if you're not too busy, I'd like to have a little talk with you.
About what?
About your life, Mr. Warwick.
Good heavens, man. What are you driving at?
Well, I haven't all the facts yet, but from what I've heard, I have reason to believe you may be in danger.
Are you joking?
Not a bit. I'm a private investigator, Mr. Warwick. Jobs like this are my business.
Well, I don't know your business, but I'm an attorney. And if you think you can frighten me into giving you a job, you've rung the wrong doorbell.
Just a moment, Mr. Warwick. I came out here to do you a favor. Your wife was afraid somebody might be trying to murder you.
My wife told you that?
Yeah.
Then I know you're lying.
Why?
Because I have no wife. I'm not married.
How long are we going to sit here in the car, Brad?
Until that redhead shows up. She and Warwick are bound to get in touch with each other sooner or later.
You think Mr. Warwick really is in danger?
I don't know. But as long as you're with me, I don't mind waiting for developments.
Keep your mind on your work, dear.
My mind is. But I can't hold hands with a revolver.
Why not? No kick to it?
Not as much as there is to... You make a 45 look...
Hey, there she is.
Where?
Across the street, going towards Warwick's house. Quick, Brad, after her.
Don't worry, baby. She won't get away this time. Hey there. Hey, hold up a second.
Why, Mr. Runyon.
Yeah, in the flesh. What's the idea of giving me the runaround, sister?
What do you mean? I left a message for you, didn't I?
Not with Mr. Warwick. Why did you tell me you were his wife?
Well, I didn't want you to know who I was, so I used his name. You see, he's my attorney.
Go on.
Oh, don't be angry, Mr. Runyon. My name is Julie Chandler, and my husband really is in danger. I'm sure of it now.
Don't tell me you want to hire a private detective.
Well, I thought I'd speak to Mr. Warwick first.
Why don't you want me on the case?
I do. I mean, I will. Later on.
When? After your husband's dead?
Oh, Mr. Runyon, please don't talk like that. He's a very sick man.
Who's making him that way?
Oh, no. You don't understand. It's his heart. He's had an attack.
I thought you said somebody's trying to murder him.
Somebody is. But it's being done so subtly, I can't prove it.
What do you mean?
His nurse, Mr. Runyon. She's doing everything she can to hasten his death. Time and time again, she's left the windows wide open when they should have been closed, and his medicine that's never within his reach if he should need it.
How long has this been going on?
Oh, for almost a month. It's the little things, Mr. Runyon, the sly little things that nobody would notice. I wouldn't have noticed them myself if I hadn't found out she had a reason for killing him.
What's the reason?
She's mentioned in his will.
Well, if you think she's deliberately trying to hasten his death, Mrs. Chandler, why do you keep her on? Why don't you fire her?
I can't, Mr. Runyon. My husband won't let me.
Come over to my car, Mrs. Chandler. We're going out to your home right away.
Good heavens.
What's the matter, Mrs. Chandler?
Somebody left a trunk right here in the foyer.
I did.
Miss Walsh, what are you doing here? Why aren't you in taking care of Mr. Chandler?
He's asleep.
Is he? The light's on in his bedroom.
It was. I just turned it off. Where are you going, Mrs. Chandler?
Into the bedroom.
No, please. You'll wake him up.
Take your hand off me. I want to see him.
No, don't go in there.
Why not?
Because he isn't there.
What?
Where is he?
I won't tell you.
Good heavens. What have you done with him?
Nothing, Mrs. Chandler. I'm just trying to help him get well. That's why I took him away from here.
Oh, you little fool. Don't you know he mustn't exert himself? The slightest strain on his heart and he'll go like that.
Where'd you take him, Miss Walsh? Now, cut out the nonsense. Where's he gone?
To his club. I'm meeting him there as soon as his trunk is picked up, and then I'm taking him onto a boat.
What boat? What's the big idea?
He's going on a cruise for 3 weeks. The sea air will do him good.
Who told you that? Dr. Bell told him to stay home and rest. How dare you countermand the doctor's orders?
I didn't countermand them. Your husband did.
But you didn't lift a finger to stop him. You weren't even going to tell me you were leaving.
Well, don't worry, Mrs. Chandler. I'm sure your husband has everything he needs.
And what's this? Over here on the desk. How did you let him leave without this bottle?
What?
It's his medicine, Miss Walsh. You forgot to pack his medicine.
Sit down, Runyon. I'm not leaving the club till Miss Walsh gets here.
Well, I don't want to tire you, Mr. Chandler, but I do wish you'd think twice about going on this cruise.
What business is it of yours?
None, really. As long as you know what you're doing.
What makes you think I don't?
Your wife, for one thing. And Miss Walsh for another.
Watch your mouth, Runyon. You're talking about two people I care a lot about.
You care a lot about your wife?
I did. In the beginning.
And now?
Now I'm a sick man. I need somebody to take care of me.
Somebody like Miss Walsh?
Yes.
I wouldn't put too much faith in her if I were you, Mr. Chandler.
Oh? Why not?
Because I'm not sure she has your best interest at heart. She might even be trying to kill you.
Don't you dare say that.
It's a possibility, Mr. Chandler. A good nurse doesn't let a patient disobey the doctor's orders. And a good nurse would never forget to pack your medicine.
What are you talking about?
Your medicine, Mr. Chandler. She let you go without it.
You're crazy. I have my medicine.
What?
Look. It's right here in my bag.
Hello?
Hello, Kathy. This is Brad.
Oh, yes, Brad.
Anything happened up there at the Chandler place? Anybody trying to get away?
No, the nurse and Mrs. Chandler are still here, but the trunk's gone, and Miss Walsh wants to go, too.
All right, let her.
Oh, but Brad...
Let her go, Kathy. Then hop into a cab and follow every move she makes. Take Mrs. Chandler with you. I'll pick you up later on, down at the pier.
All right, Brad. What are you going to do?
Stop in at Todd's pharmacy and have a talk with the druggist.
Why, what's the matter?
I don't know yet. But I have a feeling Mr. Chandler has the wrong medicine.
Now, let me get this straight, Mr. Todd. You say a nurse came in here about a week ago and had a prescription made up for Mr. Chandler.
That's right. The prescription was written by Dr. Bell.
And the medicine is a heart stimulant.
Yes, it's only used in emergencies when a man is having an attack. Very often it can save his life.
Well, what about the other prescription, the one that was made up a day later?
Oh, that's just a harmless sedative made up in liquid form.
But both liquids are colorless. And if one bottle was substituted for another, a man having a heart attack might not know the difference.
No, I guess not, Mr. Runyon.
Then what would happen if he took the sedative instead of the stimulant? It might kill him, mightn't it?
Yes, I suppose it would. If he didn't have the stimulant when he needed it, he might die even without taking the sedative.
That's beside the point. The important thing is, a bottle with your label was needed to make the substitution. And the nurse who bought that bottle is trying to commit a murder.
But the nurse didn't buy it, Mr. Runyon. The second bottle was bought by Mrs. Chandler.
Kathy. Kathy.
Brad,
heaven's sake, I didn't know you'd come aboard.
I've been looking all over the ship for you, baby. Where's Chandler and Miss Walsh?
On deck here somewhere. They didn't go to his stateroom.
What about Mrs. Chandler? Where's she?
I don't know. We came down to the pier together, but she said she had to make a phone call to that lawyer, Mr. Warwick.
That might have been an excuse to get away.
Get away? I didn't know you were after her, Brad.
I am now, but it's more important to find her husband first. Where's his cabin?
Right next door.
Let's go in. If I don't find him before the ship sails, he may have a very rough voyage.
Oh, well, the ship doesn't sail till 6 tomorrow morning, so you'll have plenty of time.
Good. We'll wait inside if it's open. And it is.
Brad, look out. There's somebody inside with a flashlight.
Quick, turn on the lights.
No, please, let me go.
Drop that gun, you fool. Drop it, I said. That's better. How about those lights, Kathy?
I've got them. Well, Mrs. Chandler.
In person.
Let me go, you big hawk.
I will when you tell me what you were doing here.
Can't you see? I was putting a bottle of medicine in my husband's kit.
Don't give me that.
I was. I was putting it back where it belonged. The right medicine.
Then you admit there's a wrong one.
Yes, I admit it. I bought it and changed bottles so my husband would die if he ever needed his medicine.
That's attempted murder, Mrs. Chandler.
I don't care. I wanted him to die. I've wanted him to ever since he fell in love with Miss Walsh.
So that's the story. You tried to finish off your husband and make it look as if his nurse had done it.
Yes.
And now you've changed your mind again. You've changed your mind because you knew I'd find out about it sooner or later.
No. I couldn't go through with
That's
it.
a lie. Why did you try to hire me in the first place?
Because I thought I could make you suspicious of Miss Walsh. If anything happened, I wanted the police to blame her.
Well, you're a lousy murderer, Mrs. Chandler. But then most of them are.
What are you going to do with me?
I don't know yet. I'm going to see that your husband gets the right medicine first. And after he's back from this cruise, I'll find out if he wants to press charges.
I'm going with him.
Not on your life. You're going to spend the night with Kathy, Mrs. Chandler. And you're not going to leave her apartment until after the ship sails. Good morning, baby.
For heaven's sake, Brad, why the early call? It's only 7 o'clock.
Just wanted to know how you and Mrs. Chandler were making out. No trouble last night.
No, not a bit.
Good morning, Mr. Runyon.
Good morning. Did you have a nice rest, Mrs. Chandler?
I'd have had a nicer while on board that ship.
I know. Your husband wouldn't have slept a wink. You can patch up your family differences after he gets back.
You mean I'm free to go now?
Sure, whenever you want. I'll get it, honey. Hello.
Hello, Runyon?
Yeah?
Hey, that's a fine place to find you, 7 o'clock in the morning.
Never mind, Mac. What are you doing up so early? What's cooking at headquarters?
Plenty. You better get down here to Pier 6 right away.
Pier 6? What's down there?
A ship that didn't sail because of a guy you know.
What?
Yeah, a guy named Chandler. He was found dead in his stateroom.
Where's the body, Mac?
The medical examiner's got it, but I can show you exactly where it was.
Where?
Right here in this bed. His nurse found him lying here with his eyes open about 5 o'clock in the morning. Said he must have had a heart attack during the night.
Why?
Because he took some of this medicine, see? The bottle was open and the spoon's been used.
Then why are you making all this fuss? If the man died of a heart attack, why not let it go at that?
Because there's a lot more to it.
What do you mean?
The medicine in that bottle, Runyon, that's no heart medicine.
What?
It's just plain water.
Hello?
Hello, Kathy. This is me, Brad.
Oh, yeah?
Have you still got Mrs. Chandler in your apartment?
Yeah. We were just getting ready to go down to the ship.
Well, don't. Keep her at your place until I get there. I'll be up in 10 minutes.
All right, I'll do the best I can.
Oh, watch your step, kid. She may be dangerous.
Okay, Brad, I'll see you later.
Anything new?
No, Brad just called to tell us not to go down to the ship.
But why not?
Well, it's sailing in a few minutes, so he's coming up here.
You're not telling the truth.
Oh, don't be silly. What would I have to hide?
I don't know. But I'm not going to stay here any longer.
Wait a minute. Where are you going?
What difference does it make? I can go out, can't I?
Well, of course, but Brad wants to talk to you.
About what?
About your husband. He thinks Miss Walsh might have killed him.
I don't believe you.
I'm
going.
Let me go, you little fool.
Who's that?
I don't know, but I'm not going to answer it.
If you are, if you don't, I will. You little devil. How dare you throw me down?
Just a little judo, Mrs. Chandler. The fat man showed me that. Now stay where you are till I open the door. Yes?
You don't remember me, do you?
What? Why, you're Mr. Warwick, Mrs. Chandler's attorney.
That's right.
Dick, how did you know I was here?
The fat man left word at your home. They told me you spent the night here.
Oh, I see.
Come in, Mr. Warwick.
Thank you.
Perhaps you can persuade Mrs. Chandler to wait here till the fat man gets back.
On the contrary, I think Mrs. Chandler better leave right away.
Why do you think...
Quick, Julie. Tie my handkerchief over her mouth. Do as I say. Hurry. You gotta get out of here.
Why, what's wrong?
Don't you know? It's in all the papers that your husband was murdered.
They can't blame me. I was here last night.
You weren't here all night, Julie. You must have slipped out for a while when this girl was asleep.
No.
Stop lying, will you? I saw you on the pier at 3 o'clock this morning.
What's the good of running away, Dick? It'll only make me look guilty.
I'm not going anywhere, Julie. I just want to keep you away from the police until I hear your story. Whatever you say to them will be held against you.
But I didn't kill him. I went down to the ship because I knew I might never see him again. I didn't want him to hate me for...
Julie, will you stop wasting time and get into the car?
All right, Dick. Don't shout at me.
Quick, get behind the wheel and start the motor. The fat man's coming.
Oh, no.
Hurry up, will you, before he sees us.
Dick, he's coming over.
Don't wait for him. Go ahead.
Just a minute, Mrs. Chandler. Stop that car!
Step on it, Julie. Faster, faster. Turn the corner. Quick, he's shooting at us.
Dick, this can't be right.
Do as I say. That's it, Julie. No need for the... Now, head for the parkway and we'll never find us.
Dick, why are you making me do this?
Because you're in trouble. Sooner or later, they'll find out that I helped you with your plans.
But we didn't carry out our plans. Not unless you did. All by yourself.
Julie, don't be a fool. I went out of that ship because I got a wire from him at 2 o'clock this morning. It said he had to see me right away about his new will. That's why I know you must have killed him.
What do you mean?
You were there before I was, Julie. And he was dead when I got to his room.
Kathy, you all right, honey?
Oh, why, of course, Brad. They didn't hurt me. They just tied me up and left me on the floor here.
Well, it's a lucky thing you got off that easy. Even if you did let the murderer get away.
The murderer?
Yeah. The dame must have slipped out of here last night while you were asleep. She was seen down at the pier early this morning.
You mean she got out of this apartment and back in without my knowing it?
Uh-huh.
Oh, I must be a heavy sleeper.
You are, baby. You're an early one, too. What time did you two go to bed last night?
About 2:30.
2:30? Are you sure she was here till 2:30?
Oh, positive. Why?
Because the medical report gives her a perfect alibi. Chandler was dead by 2 o'clock. Come on, Kathy. Warwick's office is in the next one down.
What makes you think you'll find anything in there?
He was Chandler's lawyer, wasn't he? You ought to have a copy of the old boy's will. And that's something I'd like to see. I have a passkey here. With Mac's permission, I got it from the super.
Brad, there's a light on in the inner office.
Certainly there is. Mrs. Chandler and I don't see very well in the dark. Won't you come in?
Well, thank you, Mr. Warwick. The last time we met, you were kind of anxious to get away.
Yes, I know. But at that time, I didn't realize my client had such a strong case.
What kind of a case have you got, Mr. Warwick?
Me? I didn't know I was the suspect.
You weren't so intensely interested in Mrs. Chandler.
Mrs. Chandler is my client, Mr. Runyon. And that's as far as my interest goes.
Okay, Warwick. Only you better wipe the lipstick off your chin.
Huh?
What a guilty look.
Get out of here, Runyon.
Want to try throwing me?
Dick, please, don't start the argument.
No, he better not, Mrs. Chandler. He might lose. In court and out.
Stop your bluffing, Runyon. I have nothing to fear from you.
Neither of us have anything to fear. Because we know who killed my husband.
Who?
Miss Welsh, of course. She's the only one who could have put water in that bottle of medicine.
For what reason? What was her motive, Warwick?
Money. Chandler had a new will drawn up by another lawyer. And he left her every cent he had. There's your killer, Mr. Runyon. Coming in the door now.
That's a lie. I was in love with him.
To the tune of $100,000.
No, I didn't want his money. I wanted him. And she took him away from me.
Here, drop that gun.
No.
Drop it, you crazy fool.
No, please. Let me do it. Let me get even with him for killing him.
Stop this noise. This is an act you're putting on for my benefit. Cut it out.
What do you mean?
You know what I mean. Chandler left you all his money and a new will, and you killed him for it.
No, I wanted him to live, even if I were after his money. I wanted him to live.
What are you talking about?
The new will, Mr. Runyon, don't you understand? Mr. Chandler had it drawn up, but he died before it was signed.
It doesn't make any sense, Runyon. It just doesn't make any sense.
Why not, Mac?
Because I've been over every inch of this stateroom, and there isn't a mark or a fingerprint to prove that the murderer was in here last night.
Maybe he wasn't.
Don't be silly, Kathy. He had to be. He poured that medicine at Chandler's into this sink.
What?
We found traces of it in the receptacle underneath.
You mean the murderer came in here, emptied the bottle of medicine, and filled it with water right in front of Chandler's eyes? Oh, that doesn't make sense.
Well, Chandler might have been asleep.
When? I stayed outside this door till after 1 o'clock. And at 1:30 he sent a telegram to Warwick. At 2 o'clock he was dead and the door was locked from the inside.
Well, that's why I can't understand it, Runyon. The murderer couldn't have gotten in here, and yet he did.
He didn't, Mac. The murderer was in this room all the time.
Huh?
Chandler poured that medicine out himself, and he filled the bottle up again with water.
Brad, what are you saying?
He killed himself, Kathy. Let himself die. Because he knew he was going to anyway.
But why did he make it look as if somebody had switched medicines?
Because somebody had once before. So he figured she'd get the blame for it.
His wife?
Exactly. It all fits in. The new will that hadn't been signed. The telegram to Warwick canceling the old one. And the cruise itself. Any one of them was a motive for murder in the eyes of the law.
But he missed the boat just the same.
Yeah, he missed it all right. If we don't get moving, we'll miss the pier. Well, that's that. It seems I spend my life in getting into trouble and getting out of it. But at the same time, I generally manage to get some other people in and out of trouble, too. Be seeing you again. So long.
There he goes into that drugstore. He's stepping on the scales.
Weight 239 pounds. Fortune, danger.
Who is it?
The Fat Man.
And now here's the Fat Man in Murder Shows a Card.
This one began at the front door of the old Cartwright mansion. It was a gloomy, dark-looking place sitting back in a park with a lot of trees around. And the rain that night didn't help its appearance any. I don't usually make calls from the country at night, but the Cartwrights had a lot of dough, and the old lady had been insistent. After I'd knocked a couple of times, the door was opened by a typical-looking English butler, striped pants and all. Only this guy didn't talk a bit like a butler should.
I reckon you're the detective.
Does it show?
Come on in. You ain't too smart coming out here, bud.
Maybe you've got something there. Suppose you tell Mrs. Cartwright the Fat Man is here. She sent for me to come out right away.
I know she sent for you, but it's best not to butt into other folks' business. You're likely to get in trouble. Wait here in the hall. I'll tell you you've come.
Thanks.
You've got to listen to me, mister, please. You're the detective my mother sent for, aren't you?
Suppose you do the talking.
My mother, well, she gets funny ideas sometimes. She's old, and I think she imagines things.
What sort of thing?
Oh, I don't know exactly. I'm afraid she's sick. Oh, you've got to help me. You will help me, won't you?
Wait a minute, sister. Slow down. What are you afraid of?
I'm not afraid of anything.
Why did your mother send for me?
Oh, I'm not sure. Only you mustn't believe everything she says. My whole future depends on... Oh, somebody's coming. Please be careful.
guess you're Runyon.
You guessed right. What's your message for me?
My mother doesn't know what she's doing. Now, if you're smart, you'll get in your car and drive back to town right away. We Cartwrights know how to handle our own affairs.
Your sister doesn't seem to think so.
My sister? Has Lee been talking to...
Mister, she wants to see you.
Now, remember, Runyon, I want you to mind your own business.
You better quit yapping so loud, Roy, or your ma will wail the daylights out of you.
My mother had better watch her step, or she won't be wailing anybody anymore.
She's in here. Here he is.
Leave that door open, Slim, and get on downstairs. Don't want nobody listening to keyholes. Has it gone yet?
He's gone.
Good. Come over here, young man, and sit down. I want to look at you. You're a fat man, all right.
Don't let it worry you.
It ain't the fat that bothers me.
Just what is bothering you, Mrs. Cartwright?
You see that gun laying on my dresser?
Uh-huh.
I'm going to count 3. Get it and shoot the key out of the door behind you. Don't worry about the door or the noise. 1, 2. I hope Slim wasn't listening round the corner. I reckon you'll do, Mr. Runyon.
I'll do all right, Mrs. Cartwright. Now, what's the job?
Pull that chair up closer. Sit down. Ever hear of my husband, A.Y. Cartwright?
Yeah, he was a pretty wealthy man.
And you probably know about him dying last week.
I read in the paper he died of a heart attack. I'm sorry.
A.Y. didn't die of a heart attack, Mr. Runyon.
What did he die from?
Fright. He had a weak heart, all right, but it wasn't a stroke that done him in. It was something he saw.
What makes you think so?
This playing card.
The ace of spades.
You know what that means?
Fortune tellers say it means death.
No fortune teller dealt A.Y. that ace of spades. Here, read this old newspaper clipping.
Laredo Bugle, June 12, 1926. Terror of border disappears. It has been 3 months now since the daring holdup of the L&G Express train by Ace Yancey and his band of desperados. For many months, Texas was terrorized by this gang, whose calling card, the Ace of Spades, became a synonym for fear, robbery, and murder. Then suddenly, as if the earth had literally swallowed him up, Ace Yancey and his gang disappeared. So, your husband was Ace Yancey?
That's right. He stole the entire loot of the gang, and Slim and me helped him. We all come east together with over $400,000 in a suitcase.
And you've kept that secret all these years?
We kept it to ourselves. Children never knew the truth. Nobody never knew until I told you tonight.
Nobody, except the man who left the Ace of Spades.
There was only one of Yancey's old gang that could have outlived whiskey, guns, and a rope. He was the one we called Crooked Nose. A.Y. lived in mortal terror that someday he'd find us.
And now he has.
It ain't myself I'm worried about. It's my kids, Lee and Roy. Lee's in love with a nice boy, and she's going to marry him. You think he'd marry her if he knew her old man was Ace Yancey?
What do you want me to do?
Find Crooked Nose and buy him off if you can. I'll give him more than we took.
And what if he won't buy?
Then I'll have to kill him when he comes back.
What makes you think he's coming back?
This came to me through the mail this morning.
Just a plain envelope. And inside another Ace of Spades.
Either him or me is next. Unless you can get to him before he gets here. Crooked Nose may be a devil, but he'd never shoot nobody in the back.
You're wrong, Mrs. Cartwright. I guess you're not next after all. That scream couldn't have been far from the house, so we wouldn't have heard it.
It come from right out here, and it was Lee. If that devil is loose around here, and he's on my gal out...
Are you all right? I heard it scream, and I thought
What did you think?
I was afraid it was Mother.
No, it wasn't me, son. It was Lee. We gotta find her quick.
Lee, hold it. Let's come up the walk. Quick, get behind this tree. Just a minute, Miss Cartwright.
Oh, I didn't see you.
Did you scream a minute ago?
Oh, yes, I did. I'm sorry.
What are you doing out here in the rain?
I was sitting in the library when I saw somebody moving around outside the window.
And then I saw a figure, a man standing down here in the park. He looked suspicious.
Why didn't you call somebody?
I don't know. I guess it was because I thought I...
You thought you recognized it.
Yes. I thought it was Slim. I came out to see what it was doing. And then suddenly a man sprang out from behind a tree and rushed past me. It startled me, and I guess I screamed.
Did you recognize the man?
No, it happened so quickly, but he was tall, a big man.
It must have been him.
Who, Mother?
Stand just the way you are and keep talking.
What are you going to do?
I'm going to find out who it is.
What did...
Get up slow and turn around with your hands up.
I was wondering where you were. Almost got him a minute ago, but he got away.
Keep your hands up, Slim.
Well, you ain't thinking that...
Why were you hiding behind that bush?
I wasn't hiding.
What's that you're holding in your hand?
It's a deck of cards, Mr. Runyon.
I want to talk to Slim alone. The rest of you leave us here in the library a minute.
If there's any talking to be done, I'm going to do it.
You're going to do what I tell you. I'm working for your mother. She may be in danger, and you may be, too.
I got a right to know what all this is about.
You might find out sooner than you expect unless you do as I tell you.
Come on, Lee. And you too, Roy.
Start talking, Slim.
I told you the truth.
I don't believe you.
I seen somebody moving around down by the grape arbor, and I went down to see what he was doing.
What was he doing?
I seen him jump up from behind that bush and start running. He dropped something, and I was just bending over to pick it up when you came up. He dropped that deck of cards you got in your hand.
Quit lying, Slim. It's no good. The ace of spades is missing from this deck, the one you had in your hand.
I'm telling the truth. I found those cards.
Maybe you are telling the truth after all. Mm-hmm. Look, the face at the window. It's the man with a crooked nose. Is this the window?
Yeah, that's the window to the library.
Be careful where you step. The rain has made the ground so soft there may be footprints. Shine your flashlight around on the ground. Look.
Oh, them are footprints, sure enough. Big ones, too.
Give me the light a minute. He was wearing overshoes or galoshes, and he had to stand on his toes to see in the window. He was a big man. And a tall one, anyway.
The crooked nose had big feet, real big ones. Did them prints lead in any direction?
The rain's washed them pretty well away, except right here under the window where he stood. From the looks of the ground, though, I'd say he headed back toward the garage when he left here. Come on.
You're going to be sorry you mixed into this before you're done.
I'm being paid for it.
Money don't mean nothing, I know.
Yeah? Did you know that Mrs. Cartwright got an ace of spades in the mail today?
She did. That means we got to get him before he goes any further. That was the mark. And then death to anybody who got it. He's out to do us all in. And if I know Crooked Nose, he ain't going to stop till he's done it. Listen. What's that?
Open the garage door.
Oh, my God. Don't shine that light in my eyes.
Jim.
Who is it, Slim?
It's Lee's beau, Jim Dabney.
What happened to you, Dabney?
What are you doing here, Jim?
We've got to stop him. He's going to hurt Lee. Oh, my head. Somebody hit me on the back of the head.
Who hit you? Try and think.
I don't know. I followed him here to the house tonight.
Who did you follow?
Who are you?
This here's a detective, Jim. He's helping us out.
Who did you follow and why?
Lee's in trouble. It was something about her dad in the past. Oh, today I followed her. She met this guy, and they talked a while, and then she left.
And you tailed him?
Yeah, that's right. I followed him out here tonight. He went around the corner of the house towards the garage. I came up fast, and all of a sudden, I got it on the head. I just came to.
You're lucky you came to at all with a big man like Crooked Nose slugging you.
Big man? He wasn't a big man. He was a little man.
You've got to tell the truth, Lee. Who was this little guy?
Little guy?
I'll ask the questions, Roy. Was he blackmailing you, Lee?
Yes. Yes, he wanted money. He said it was about Dad, something that happened a long time ago out in Texas. He said that you'd go to prison, Mother, if he talked. You and Slim and Dad.
When did he contact you?
About 10 days ago. It was before Dad died.
And you gave him money?
Yes, but he wanted more. I told him that I'd try to get it, but yesterday he called me here and told me to meet him today. So I did. He said he wouldn't keep quiet any longer unless I got more money. I was to meet him at midnight and give it to him.
Where are you going to meet him?
Down in the old grape arbor.
There are two of them, then.
What do you mean?
I didn't know it. I didn't think anybody knew it. I don't know what Dad did in Texas before I was born. I don't know anything anymore.
What are you talking about?
All the time Lee was paying out to them, too. Oh, what a fool I am.
You were paying off, too?
Only it wasn't a little man. I was paying off to a big man. A man with a crooked nose.
Fastest man with a gun I ever seen.
I hope Mrs. Cartwright and Lee stay in the house.
Don't worry none about that old woman. She's better than most men. Anyway, Jim and Roy are with her. Hold it. There's the arbor right ahead of us. You see anything?
Yeah, I see him.
We.
In the arbor. He's sitting with his back to me. That's the little guy. Easy now. I'm going to move up right behind him. Okay. If you've got a gun, drop it and put your hands up. Get your hands up.
Watch him.
Shine your light on him, Slim.
Now then, mister, get up slow.
He can't get up. He's dead.
Dead?
Yeah. You know him?
No. Look at his face. Snake.
Who's he?
One of the old Ace of Spades gang. I know that little rat face anywhere. I don't understand it. Who could have done him in?
Your friend, Crooked Nose.
How do you know?
Look, pinned to his coat. Another Ace of Spades. I know it's late, Mackenzie, but this is important. I want you to come yourself.
But Runyon, it's 1 o'clock in the morning.
Never mind that and do as I tell you. There's been one murder here tonight, and there may be more. There's a killer loose somewhere on the grounds of this estate.
Okay. I'll get out there as soon as I can.
Bring some good men with you and throw a guard round the grounds. Then you come into the house. I'll be waiting for you.
Mr. Runyon.
And hurry, Mackenzie, hurry.
Okay.
Mr. Runyon.
What's the matter?
My mother has disappeared.
I told your mother to stay in the library with the others.
Nobody tells Mother anything, Mr. Runyon.
Where are the rest of them now?
Jim, Roy, and Slim went outside to look for her, and I came to get you.
You've got to find her fast.
Mother!
Wait a minute. That shot came from the cellar. Come on, quick. Is this the door to the cellar?
Yes, hurry.
Not so fast. He may still be down there. Where's the light switch?
Right inside the door.
Open the door and then jump back. I'll get the light.
All right.
Don't look, Lee.
He killed her. He killed her.
Listen, Lee. Listen to me. You've got to hold on to yourself.
He killed her. Mother!
He heard a shout, screaming.
He got Mrs. Cartwright, Slim. Shot her in the back.
Lee, honey, don't cry so. It ain't gonna help her.
Slim, why did he kill her? Why?
Because of something that happened a long time ago. But he's nearing the end of his trail. Ain't none left but me now.
What happened? Good Lord. Oh, who did it?
Where's Roy, Jim?
He's coming. I yelled for him when I heard Lee scream.
Don't let him come down here. Take Lee upstairs, and the three of you stay in the library and keep away from the window.
You think he's after Roy and Lee, too?
I don't know, but I'm not going to take any more chances. You better stay here with me a minute, Slim. I want to look around this cellar.
Come on, Lee.
She must have been leaning over this tool bench when he got her. He went out through that open basement window over there.
What in tarnation was he doing here in this cellar when she found him?
He wasn't in the cellar. She came down here for some reason, and he followed her. Evidently, she didn't even hear him. She was looking at something here on this bench. Or she was looking for something.
Ain't nothing on this bench but junk. Nails, tools, putty, and a few pieces of board.
She was looking for something.
Maybe Crooked Nose took it.
He must have followed her and shot her from the stairs. You see how the bullet went in the back at an angle. Her gun wasn't fired. She's still holding it in her hand.
Looks like me and Crooked Nose is going to have a showdown pretty soon.
Are you afraid of it?
I ain't pulled a gun in a long time, but I reckon I ain't too scared.
Good. Because I'm going to set a trap for this guy. And you're going to be the bait.
hope you know what you're doing, Runyon.
I know what I'm doing, Mackenzie.
You're taking a chance on Slim's life.
He doesn't mind. He's taken chances on it before.
But it's insane putting him out there in the kitchen all alone. You said yourself the killer is after Slim next.
That's what I said.
But you don't really believe it?
Maybe.
Oh, I don't like it, Runyon.
I do. And I'm going to catch your killer for you.
I got men stationed all around the place.
Good. We're going to play a little waiting game. Jim, Roy, and Lee are in the library. I want you to go in there with them.
How do you know this crooked nose is still around? Maybe he took off after killing the old lady.
He's still around. Crooked Nose is a very thorough guy, and his job isn't finished yet.
But he must know there's cops all around the place.
From what I've heard about Crooked Nose, cops don't bother him at all. I'm going to the kitchen where Slim's waiting.
Where are you going to wait?
I'm going to wait where I can do the most good. You all set, Slim?
I'm ready for him.
Okay. Now remember, you've got to trust me in this thing.
I trust you, Mr. Runyon.
This is the only way to trap him.
I ain't afraid.
And don't forget, Slim, if you have to shoot, shoot to kill.
We've been sitting here nearly an hour and nothing's happened. What does this fat man think he's doing? Well, doesn't he know people have nerves and feelings? My mother's body's lying down there in the cellar, and he's playing games.
Just take it easy, son. I've known Brad Runyon a long time, and what he does usually makes sense.
Yeah, but it seems pretty obvious that Crooked Nose is gone, and the longer we sit here, the farther away he's going to get.
Where is Mr. Runyon anyway? Why doesn't he come back? Oh, you don't suppose...
I don't suppose nothing. I think Runyon knows what he's doing, and I'm willing to play along with him.
Well, I'm not going to wait much longer. Oh, this is ridiculous. That killer's gone. He won't be back.
You're going to stay right here, all of you, until I tell you can go. Maybe you don't realize it, but your lives are in danger.
Why doesn't he come, then? Why doesn't he come now and show himself? This waiting's getting on my nerves. Well, why don't we pull the blinds down? Why are we just sitting here like ducks on a log waiting to get shot?
Why don't you quit yelling and shut up? You're getting on my nerves. I don't want to get shot any more than you do.
But he's gone, I tell you. He's gone.
Take it easy, Roy. Take it easy. All of our nerves are getting jumpy.
Ah! What the? The window! The window, look!
Did you get him?
I don't think so.
There he goes, down towards the garage. Come on! He's disappeared. I think he went into the garage.
Hold a minute. Where's Miss Cartwright?
I'm here.
Well, I think you'd better get back in the house.
No, she's safer with us. He might double back and get away from it.
All right, but stay behind us.
I'll be careful.
If he starts shooting, drop to the ground and lie still. He's in the garage.
Keep low.
Yeah, he's in there all right.
What do we do? We can't do enough.
No, don't you worry about that. He'll come out all right.
What do you mean?
I got a tear gas bomb here. I'll toss it in through the door. He'll come out. Now, just stand back by the doors. Here goes. We know you're in there. If you're smart, you come out with your hands up. That's tear gas.
Okay, I'm coming out. Don't shoot. It's me, Mackenzie.
Runyon. Well, what are you doing in there? The killer's in there.
I saw him go in.
The killer's not in there.
Yeah, but I saw him go in. He stuck his face in the window when we followed him. He ran in the garage.
He must be in there, Runyon.
Shine your light on me, Mackenzie.
But the killer might
do as I say, Mackenzie.
Okay.
Crooked Nose.
You, Runyon. But your face, that nose.
Huffy, Mackenzie, a phony nose. There isn't any crooked nose. There never was. At least there hasn't been for a lot of years.
Get your hands up. All of you.
There's our killer.
Roy!
Yeah, that's right. I killed both of them. And now I'm going to finish my job. You're pretty smart, aren't you, fat man? But you're not smart enough. I told you to stay out of this business, and you didn't. Now you're going to be sorry.
Oh, no, Roy, no.
Shut up.
Why did you do it, Roy?
Because I hate them. I hate them all. They're going to settle a lot of money on Lee when she married.
You needed money, didn't you, Roy? A lot of money.
Suppose I did. Now I'm going to get it.
You're crazy.
Like a fox, I'm crazy. That's what my old man told me. He thought I was crazy, too. He was going to have me put away. But I put him away. You should have seen the look on his face when I looked into his window. He really thought that Crooked Nose had finally found him.
You are insane, Roy.
Shut up. And keep your hands up. I'm not through talking yet. You aren't going to lick me after all. Crooked Nose is going to kill all of you. And then he's going to disappear.
How do you like that, fat man? Got you all here together now, and I'm going to kill you one at a time.
You ain't got it all yet, Roy. Ain't you forgetting me? Keep standing right like you are, Roy. My gun's been pointing straight at your back ever since you started talking. Now I got a little talking to do, too. One move and you're a goner.
Should I kill you first?
Yeah, you should have. In a second, you're going to get a chance.
Wait a minute, Slim. This wasn't part of our plan.
I'm sorry, Mr. Runyon, but it's best this way. I'll have to ask you to stay put, too.
What are you talking about?
I aim to kill you, son, but I ain't never shot nobody in the back. Come around quick and come around shooting.
Oh, Slim.
How did he get you, Slim?
In the stomach. What about him?
He's dead. You got him right in the heart.
We've got to get you to a doctor, Slim.
No, that ain't no use. Where's Lee?
Here I am, Slim, here.
Listen to me, honey. You're the only good thing that ever come out of this mess. Forget all. Try and be happy. All that money, get rid of it. It ain't no good. It brought nothing but trouble. Promise me you'll do it.
I promise, Slim. I promise. Oh, Slim.
He's dead, Miss Cartwright. All you can do for him now is to keep that promise.
Boy, you sure took a chance putting on that phony nose and letting me shoot at you through the window, Runyon.
I knew you couldn't hit me, Mackenzie. You never hit anything yet that you aimed at.
Oh, yeah?
Uh-huh.
Well, when'd you first tumble to the truth, Runyon?
When we found the old lady dead in the basement.
Well, I don't see how that told you anything.
I knew she was looking for something on that workbench. She'd guessed the truth about Roy posing as Crooked Nose. She was checking up on the putty. That's where he got the putty to make a phony nose.
And Roy followed her and saw that she was on the right track.
That's right. So he shot her in the back. That was his worst mistake.
How do you mean?
Old Mrs. Cartwright told me earlier that Crooked Nose was a rat, but he'd never shoot anybody in the back. That's when I decided there wasn't really any Crooked Nose at all.
Oh, what about the little guy, Snake?
He and Roy made a deal, but Snake double-crossed him by blackmailing Lee on the side, so Roy had to kill him.
I wonder what'll happen to Lee now.
She's going to marry Dabney, and she's going to give all the Cartwright money to charity.
That Slim was quite a guy.
He was right, too. Hot money always burns your fingers. Lee Cartwright's too nice a girl to go through life with scorched hands. Hey, Mackenzie, have you got anything to eat in your pocket? Well, that's that. It seems I spend my life in getting into trouble and getting out of it. But at the same time, I generally manage to get some other people in and out of trouble, too. Be seeing you again. So long.
There he goes into that drugstore. He's stepping on the scales.
Weight 239 pounds. Fortune, danger.
Who is it?
The Fat Man.
And now here's the Fat Man in Murder Makes the Payoff.
It was one of those brisk, clear mornings in early spring. And I'd gone uptown to say hello to Henry. They were letting him out today. Poor guy had been in for the last 5 months. Henry hadn't done anything to deserve the rap. It's just that Henry is a lion.
They spent the winter months in a nice, warm indoor cage. I walked around the zoo for a couple of hours, enjoying spring in New York, and suddenly realized it was a working day. I grabbed a cab and headed for my office, where I found the phone clanging away as I walked in. Runyon speaking.
I must see you at once, Runyon. My wife is in terrible danger.
Who is this?
George Mitchell, United Bank and Trust.
Well, Mr. Mitchell, you know where my office is.
I can't come to your office, Mr. Runyon. It's too dangerous. You see, I might be followed, and no one, you understand, no one must know that I've come to you.
I see. All right. You know a place called Clemens Bar and Grill? It's about 2 blocks east of my office on the same street.
Clemens Bar and Grill? No, I don't know it, but I'll find it. I'll be there in 15 minutes.
I'll be waiting for you.
How will I know you?
Well, I won't wear a red carnation, Mr. Mitchell. They don't call me the Fat Man because I'm anemic. I hadn't been waiting more than 3 minutes when George Mitchell rushed into the bar. He was a big guy and heavy. He looked as if there wasn't a situation he couldn't handle. But right now he was nervous, in a hurry. And the door seemed to jump off its hinges as he banged it closed behind him. Hey, take it easy, mister. You'll live longer.
I'll thank you to... Oh, you must be Runyon.
That's right.
I can't go to the police, Mr. Runyon. These men will kill us.
Whoa, simmer down, Mr. Mitchell. We'll do better if we start at the beginning.
You must forgive me. I haven't had any sleep since it happened, and it was 3 days ago.
Since what happened?
I received a note. A note telling me to bring $10,000 to them.
We'll get around to them later. Right now, I'd like to see this note.
I brought it with me. Here.
Yeah. You've got a nice wife. If you want to keep her that way, bring $10,000 to the Northland Pier on West 53rd Street Tuesday night, 1 a.m. And do it like we say, or your wife comes home in a box.
There. You see now why I...
Yeah. This is Friday. What happened Tuesday?
Well, that's just it, Mr. Runyon. Nothing happened.
Nothing?
I drew the money from my bank and went to the pier alone, as they told me. I waited and waited, and no one came. Finally, I went home. But then I got a phone call to go down to the pier again tonight at the same time.
You know, Mr. Mitchell, the police should handle this.
I don't want anything handled. I want to pay them off, but I want you around in case I run into difficulty.
I know what you mean. Have you any idea who them is? Or should I say are?
No, I haven't any idea. I just want to get it out of the way. Now, here's the money, all $10,000 of it. I'd prefer that you carry it. And here's an additional $500 for yourself. That should cover your fee.
It covers it. Okay, Mr. Mitchell. You've got yourself a private detective. Now, let's go calling.
Calling?
Yeah. We don't have to go down to the pier till late tonight. I'd like to meet Mrs. Mitchell first. I don't want to wait till she comes home in a box. We left Clemens Bar and Grill and headed for my car, which was parked 3 blocks away. The street was crowded with people, yet Mitchell walked along with his head down, his shoulders hunched, not saying a word. Once I tried to draw him out a bit, but it seemed that he'd told me everything he was going to. And from now on, anything I wanted to know, I had to find out for myself. We hadn't gone more than a block when suddenly, and without my turning round, I knew instinctively that Mr. George Mitchell and I had uninvited company in the crowd. Mitchell, keep looking ahead and don't change your pace. Now listen to me.
What?
Listen. We picked up a shadow. Just keep walking. Okay, now let's go look at those antiques in that window. I want to see what our friend looks like.
Which one is he?
Never mind. Look at the antiques. I can see him in that big mirror over the Grand Rapids Chippendale. He's stopped to look in the other window.
Oh, yes. I can see him now. A rather short and heavy-set, dark complexion.
That's our boy. Ever seen him before?
No, I'm sure I haven't.
He's not very smart. If he knew anything about tailing, he'd have walked past us when we stopped and picked us up further down the street.
What do you suggest we do about him?
Nothing. Look, give me our card. You hail a cab and go home. If he follows you, I'll hit him off. There's a cab now. Hey, cab!
I hope you know what you're doing. Here's my card.
Okay, now. Take this cab and I'll see you at your place later.
Mitchell's cab to turn the next corner, while I kept an eye on the mirror and the little guy who was so interested in us. Then I started off down the street the way I'd come, with the little bloodhound right after me. When I came to the corner, I walked round it slowly, then switched back and flattened myself against the wall. He walked right into the oldest setup in the business. Got a match, Happy?
Huh? Oh, yeah, sure, a match. Right here.
Keep the hands out of the pockets, Happy, or I'll tear your head off.
Yeah, sure.
That's better.
Yeah, well, where do you get this Happy stuff? I don't know no guy named Happy.
I don't play games in the street. I outgrew that a while back. Let's step into Clemens' bar here, and you tell me who's paying you to tail me.
Now, look, mister, you got me all wrong. Honest, you're nuts. I don't know what you're talking about.
Move.
Yeah, sure.
What will it be, Jack?
2 beers.
Right.
Look, mister, like I said, you got the wrong guy. My name ain't Happy.
Change the lyric, Buster. You're Happy McCoy, a small-time hustler with a long-time record. I recognized you the minute I spotted you in the street.
Okay. So what do you want from me?
Information, mostly. If I don't get it, we go down to headquarters. You used to pack a knife. Maybe you're loaded right now. You could go back to the camp for that.
Now, look, smart guy, for your information, I'm on parole. Would I have a shiv on me now?
That's too bad. Because for the information I want, there's only one other way to get it.
Hey, what's going on here?
Relax. My friend here is dying of thirst.
Yeah? We'll just cut out the rough stuff. This is a respectable place. Here's your beers.
Thanks. Here's the dough. Keep the change and don't worry.
Say, thanks.
Okay. Now, Happy, do we talk or do we go back to my office and see just how much you can really take?
Yeah, sure, I'd talk. I should take all this for Big Gino. He can take care of himself.
Gino? So he's in this?
Yeah. You know his place downtown?
Yeah, the Pelican Club, I know it.
Yeah, well, there's a roulette layout in the back. Maybe I spend too much time there. Anyway, I'm into the house for $200. So when Big Gino tells me to do a job, I do it.
And the job?
Tail a certain guy. Get a line on who he sees. And then report to Big Gino.
What certain guy?
The guy you were just talking to. Big Gino showed me his picture.
Okay. Let's go down to the Pelican Club and you can make your report to Gino.
You crazy? Look, so you scare me so I talk too much. But Big Gino scares me so I drop dead. Besides, go take a walk for yourself, fatso. Go on, beat it.
Getting tough again.
Fatso, I got backing now. There's a beautiful doll sitting in a booth behind you. Here, go ahead, take a look. That thing in her hand, she's pointing at you. That ain't the menu.
I turned from the bar and looked at the row of booths that ran along the opposite wall. And sure enough, sitting in a booth right behind us was a slim, cool blonde in a dark, shiny mink. The last time I'd seen her, she'd been third from the left in the front line of the chorus at the old Crystal Club. As I remembered her, and it had been a good many years ago, there'd been a lot more of her to see. She still looked beautiful, even with a small nickel-plated revolver in her hand, hidden with a handkerchief, but pointed right at my head. Okay, sweetheart. You call the next move.
That's right, Fat Man. Now you're being smart. It's the boy goodbye and come and sit by me.
Do like the nice lady says, fatso.
Beat it, Happy. You're lucky for now.
I ain't scared of you no more, you understand? I'm leaving real slow and easy, as I want to. See?
Bartender, bring my drink over to this table. I'm joining the lady.
Look, mister, we don't allow that sort of thing in here. This is a respectable place.
The lady asked me. Didn't you, sweetheart?
That's right. Sit down, Mr. Runyon.
See? Now be a nice guy.
Okay.
You can put the artillery away, sweetheart. If I'd wanted to go for Happy before he got out of the door, I would have.
I guess you would at that.
Tell me, why do you cover a guy like that? Or do I...
Oh, I'll tell you. Happy's a friend of a friend of mine.
You move in interesting circles.
I just happened to see you tag him in the street a few minutes ago. I slipped in and sat in this booth while you were slapping him around.
I see, Linda. It is Linda, isn't it?
You have a good memory.
Yes, Linda.
Linda Kellerman, the Crystal Club in the front line of the chorus. I remember as if it was yesterday.
Yesterday, plus about 15 years.
That was Gino's place, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's where he got his start.
And that's where I first ran into Happy McCoy, Gino's stooge and #1 hatchet man. You still working for Gino?
I'm a married woman now. I left the chorus in the Crystal Club on Big Gino years ago.
So the big rescue act for Happy a few minutes ago was just for old time's sake, huh?
You might call it that.
Well, I think I'll say hello to your ex-boss just for old time's sake. And by the way, Linda, since it's not Kellerman anymore...
It's Mitchell now.
It wouldn't be Mrs. George Mitchell.
That's right. Mrs. George Mitchell. The gal who's coming home in a box.
Linda was the gal some guy was gunning for. At least according to the note her husband had showed me. But aside from the $10,000, which might easily be reason enough, she couldn't or wouldn't tell me why. And her husband said he didn't know. But like her husband, Linda also impressed me as someone who could take pretty good care of herself. I left her in Kremen's Bar and Grill and went back to my office. There I called headquarters and got the dope on Happy McCoy's current status with the police. After mulling the thing over for a while, I decided to have another talk with George Mitchell. He lived in a converted private house in the upper 70s near Central Park. And there was a cop and a small crowd milling around the front door when my cab stopped.
Sorry, Mr. Runyon. I can't let you go in. Those are the orders.
Me in particular, officer?
Nobody, Mr. Runyon. There's been a killing in there, and nobody goes in, nobody goes out.
A killing?
A killing. And a fine job they did of it, too.
Who is it?
Mr. George Mitchell.
The cop wouldn't let me into Mitchell's house, so I headed for Big Gino. Big Gino had run 4 or 5 speaks during Prohibition. But with repeal and the drop in the market, he'd gone legitimate. Maybe running a club with a gambling layout and back wasn't legitimate in the strict sense of the word. But compared to some of his previous activities, you'd call it that. Anyway, he was a tough boy, and we'd played cops and robbers on several occasions. I got a thorough going over by 2 of his boys before I was ushered into his private office.
Well, fat man. So long I'd forget what you look like. It was nice to see old friends.
I'm deeply touched, Gino. Your boys frisked me when I came in. I'd like my gun back when I leave.
Of course, my friend. When you leave. Why you come to my club so early? We don't open till the 7th.
Business.
Business? With me? I'm a clean these days, fat man. Clean and legit.
Do you know a clean and legit hustler named Happy McCoy?
Never heard of him.
Gino, I used to like the floor show at the old Crystal Club. Remember?
Yeah, I remember.
Happy was on your payroll.
So?
So I think he's still on your payroll. Also, I just called headquarters. They told me about his parole record. You're at the top of the list of people he's supposed to stay away from.
He has my sympathy.
It won't do, Gino. Happy tailed me today. I tagged him.
And this Happy put the finger on me?
No. I'm putting the finger on you.
Are you in business for yourself?
For a client, Gino. And for a girl named Linda Mitchell. Remember her? Used to work for you.
Look, fat man. I've been real nice to you. I'll let you come in here, take up my time, and say many stupid things to me. Now I am tired of being nice. There is the door over there. Use it while you still can.
Okay, Gino. As I said, this is for a client. Unless the right guy gets paid off, Linda Mitchell's in trouble. My client can't make the payoff, so I'm doing it tonight at the Northland Pier on West 53rd Street.
You bore me, fat man.
Maybe you and I are on the same side, Gino.
I don't think so. You and me, we are never on the same side about anything. You understand? Now get out. Stay away from me.
Yeah, boss?
This guy is leaving, Nicky.
Okay, boss.
I think you're making a mistake, Gino.
Beat it. Hey, Nicky, give him back his gun. Maybe he'll shoot himself with it. Save somebody the trouble.
I went back uptown to the late George Mitchell's house just off Central Park. The homicide boys had finished taking pictures and powdering the place for prints, so the cop on duty let me in. I got the maid aside and gave her a small token, not too small at the current rate of exchange, for which she took me up the back stairs, past the reporters, and showed me into the upstairs sitting room. Then she went to call her mistress.
You're just a bit late, aren't you, Mr. Runyon?
We'll see. Maybe I'm just a bit early. You don't quite fit the picture of the bereaved widow, Linda. The press is downstairs. They might not like it.
Look, you're through, Runyon. Finished. Washed up on this case. My husband hired you. My husband is dead.
The word is murdered.
All right, murdered. But I'm paying you off.
There's still the guy who wrote the note to your husband, Linda. He hasn't been paid off yet.
A friend of mine is taking care of that.
A friend named Gino?
I thought you were smart, Runyon. Get up.
Take it easy, sweetheart. As you say, your husband hired me. He hired me to pay off the guy who was going to send you home in a box. And your husband also gave me 10 grand to pay off this guy.
I don't believe you. Anyway, I haven't the slightest idea who would threaten me or why.
All I know is, sweetheart, that I saw the note your husband got and I was paid to do a job.
That $10,000 is legally mine now, Runyon, and I want it.
Even if there isn't any payoff, you wouldn't get it till this whole thing is finished.
We'll see about that.
Look, just for the record, Linda, how did Gino know about the note?
I told him. I went to him after George showed it to me.
Why Gino?
Why do you think?
Gino in love with you?
Of course. He always has been. Ever since the old days of the Crystal Club.
You in love with him?
No, dear. I've never been in love with anybody.
I know. Linda just loves Linda.
It makes the decisions easier.
If you're happy that way.
I'm happy. When I married George, Big Gino told me to come and see him if I ever needed help.
And you needed help quite often.
If you mean, did I see a Big Gino often? Yes, I did. George was a nice guy. But the United Bank and Trust was his wife, not me. So, Big Gino.
When did your husband find out about Gino?
Look, I told you once.
When did your husband find out?
He read something in a column about a month ago. Some gossip column.
Oh, that about ties it all up.
What do you mean?
I'm going down for that payoff tonight. If there's anything in this note, we'll find out. If not, maybe I'll see some old friends, all looking for a ride. I left Linda and had myself a steak at my favorite chop house on the corner of 56th Street and 2nd Avenue. I was still puzzled at Linda's lack of concern about the note. After dinner, I killed a couple of hours at a movie about a private eye. What else? Then it was time to take care of George Mitchell's unfinished business. I parked my car at the inshore end of the Northland Pier. A big freighter was tied up alongside, and the only light came from the lamps that hung from the side of the ship over the lines. A watchman's shack stood at the offshore end of the pier, and I started walking towards it.
That's far enough, fat man. Don't reach for it. I got a gun on you, and I want to use it. Real bad.
Well, Gino, so we're on opposite sides after all.
You work for Mitchell. I don't like your client.
Mitchell's dead, Gino. Somebody killed him.
Yeah, I know. I'm not interested. You got the dough on you?
Sorry. I'll have to give you a check.
A smart guy don't make jokes at a time like this. It's not healthy.
Gino, Linda's husband is dead.
Okay, so he had it coming. But I don't know anything about it.
No, I don't think you do. But the police, Gino.
What about them?
They might think differently. So far, it adds up like this. Mitchell got mad when you moved in on his wife.
I never moved in. I love her, Linda. But she's another man's wife, and I don't move in while he's around.
He thought you did, so it's the same thing. Look, Gino, who wrote that note threatening Linda?
You're the wise guy. Find out.
It wasn't you. But you're down here to get the 10 grand for your girlfriend, aren't you?
That's my business, fat man.
Well, my business is to find out about that note. And I've got a strong hunch that whoever killed Mitchell will try to collect the dough, whether that note is on the level or not.
All your hunches should pay off as good as this one, Fatso.
Wow. Hello, Happy.
Happy? That's a big heater for such a little guy.
Yeah.
Happy McCoy, the small-time hustler, Gino. Not so small-time now, huh, Gino? I got you covered from the back, Big Gino. That's bad, ain't it? Big Gino, nuts. Big McCoy now.
Don't be a fool, Happy.
And you, Fatso. You got your gun in your pocket, so go for it. In 2 minutes, you'll get it anyway.
No, I'll wait, thanks. So you're big time now, Happy. Big Happy McCoy. Only I knew it doesn't fit. You want the 10 grand now or later?
Don't make a particle of difference as long as I get it.
So you're the boy, Happy, eh? And I put you under the whole thing.
Yes, that's right, Gino. You tell me to tail Mitchell. You tell me to keep an eye on his friends, trying to find out who he pays off. I find out all right. He pays off nobody. The notes are phony.
What do you mean?
I go to his house this morning. I get the truth out of him. I can do cute things with the shiv once I get the jump on a guy. He'll tell me anything. He wrote that note to give himself an alibi and gave Fatso here 10 grand to clinch it. Clear enough for you, Fatso?
Clear as a bell. He was going to kill Linda because he thought she was two-timing him with Gino. And that note might have given him a good out.
What?
That's right. But Mitchell didn't behave himself when they had the heat on him this morning. So he had to give it to him for keeps with the shiv. Too bad, eh? Well, you get it with the gun, okay, Gino? You first, and in the back. Then Fatso.
Let's take him, Gino.
Okay, fat man. We are coming for you, Happy.
No, don't move. Stay away from me, you hear? Don't come near me.
Think fast, Happy. Make up your mind. Gino or me. You get one, we get one. That's fair, isn't it, Happy?
Stop, I tell you. I'll kill you, both of you. I got you both.
You never did like to use a gun, did you? You cheap punk.
No, not Happy McCoy. A knife, maybe, or a blackjack, but never a gun.
We're almost on you, punk.
I'll get you.
Well, we got him, fat man. We got the punk.
Yes, Gino. We got him.
Like you said. We get one, he gets one. Take a look. I think maybe it's bad.
Yeah, let's see. That's not so bad. When the cops get here, we'll get you an ambulance.
The cops?
Yeah. But don't worry. This is one shooting mess where I'll keep you in the clear.
I hope you can. Say, Runyon, see that Linda gets the 10 grand. I know what she's like, but I love that dame.
The 10 grand is in the bank where I put it, Gino. I never planned to make this payoff. It sounded phony from the beginning.
It was a tough on Mitchell. But if Happy wasn't dead, he'd sure be burned.
Don't worry about that, Gino. Where he's going, he'll be burned anyway. That. It seems I spend my life in getting into trouble and getting out of it. But at the same time, I generally manage to get some other people in and out of trouble, too. Be seeing you again. So long.
There he goes into that drugstore. He's stepping on the scales.
Weight 239 pounds. Fortune, danger.
Who is it?
The Fat Man.
And now, here's the Fat Man in Murder in the Dark.
This one began at a party out in a swank estate up around Fairview. The host was one of those rich art collectors who valued his possessions a great deal more than the people he invited to his home. So I was hired to watch the art treasures, the silverware, and a priceless collection of guns in the trophy room. Nobody took the trouble of introducing me to any of the guests, so I was glad I'd brought Kathy along as a kind of technical assistant. But even she deserted me at times, so I parked myself next to a tray of crab meat savories and began to nibble. While I was at it, a gorgeous brunette sidled up to me and started a conversation.
All by yourself?
I was until you came along. How about you?
No, I've got a husband around somewhere. But I'm not looking for him.
That's good.
You're Dumont, aren't you?
Who?
Dumont, the art critic.
Not me.
Oh, but you must be. I know everybody else.
I wish I did. I don't know anybody, not even the host.
Well, come on. I'll introduce you to Mr. Grayson.
And break up this twosome? Grayson can wait.
For heaven's sake, who are you?
Brad Runyon.
Runyon? You're not someone I should know.
Not unless you're out to steal the silver.
I beg your pardon.
I'm a detective. A private detective.
Well, I must say that's a surprise. Who hired you? Mr. Grayson?
No, I've never met the gentleman. His attorney did the honors.
I see.
Anything wrong?
Well, I am a bit shocked. I had no idea everybody was being watched.
Oh, it isn't as bad as all that.
Isn't it? Aren't you watching it?
I'm watching you. But then I enjoy doing that.
That will do, Mr. Runyon. You better keep your mind on your work.
Yourself.
Oh, Kathy. Where in the world have you been?
Mixing with the horses, Seth. Didn't you tell me to find out who everybody was?
Uh-huh. Who is everybody?
Well, that white-haired gentleman over there by the fireplace is our host, Mr. Grayson. And the young man he's talking to is Mr. Marco.
What about the brunette I was talking to?
Didn't you get her name?
No.
What was you doing? Trying to get her telephone number?
No, but I will when yours is out of order. I like that gown she was wearing.
You would.
I'm still trying to figure out what holds it up.
Not your mind, dear. I thought you were hired to keep an eye on the silverware.
Well, I've got two eyes.
And they're both popping out of your head.
Wait a minute, baby.
What's the matter?
Somebody slipped into the trophy room.
How do you know?
The door's closed.
Well, don't run away. Where are you going?
Inside. Oh, it's you.
Why, Mr. Runyon, are you following me around?
Not a bit. I'm just keeping tabs on the people who come into this room.
Well, you haven't been very careful.
What do you mean?
Look, somebody's stolen a pistol from the wall. There were two in that set. Now, one of them is missing.
Oh, that's interesting.
You going to report it?
No.
Pardon?
Put it back later. I'll have to wrestle with you for it.
You wouldn't dare.
Come on. It was a nice trick, but it didn't work.
Why not?
Because you're the only one who's been in this room. Besides, you can't hide a pistol in a bag that small. It bulges.
All right, you win.
Then suppose you tell me what you wanted the gun for.
I didn't want the gun, Mr. Runyon. I just wanted to find out if you really were a detective.
Well, I guess we can go home pretty soon now, Kathy. The party's breaking up.
Yeah, it's about time.
Didn't you have any fun?
Not with you. You were chasing that brunette around all night.
I had to, honey. I was trying to find out what she was up to.
Why?
Because a dame like that can make a lot of trouble if she gets a gun in her hands. That's why I never let her out of my sight.
You think she really wanted that pistol?
I don't know, but she never got it. After that first break, she never came near this room.
Then who did?
What do you mean?
Oh, look at the wall, Brad. That pistol's missing. you're chasing around out here on the driveway, Brad?
I'm looking for that dame's car. She might not have left yet.
Oh, what difference does it make if she hasn't got the gun?
She may have it now. Whoever took it off that wall might have...
What is it, Brad?
The dame and that guy Marco kissing each other.
Where?
In that parked car. Yeah, that's some clinch, isn't it?
Whoa. A few seconds more and they'll break the record.
You don't suppose he's her husband, do you?
Not when they kiss like that.
Well, I'm gonna break it up. Come on, baby.
Brad, don't.
Come on. I've got to find out about that gun.
What are you going to do? Cough or knock on the door?
Neither. I'm going to barge right in.
Excuse me. I thought this was my car.
Just a minute.
Yes?
You didn't think this was your car. You made that mistake on purpose.
Did I?
I'm sure you did. You've been watching me all evening.
Oh, is this the man, Gloria?
Yes. He says he's a private detective, but I still don't believe him.
I do. I've heard of the fat man before.
Thank you, Mr. Marco.
What's your game, Runyon? Who asked you to come here tonight?
Mr. Grayson's attorney.
Huh? What for?
I've already told your friend here. I was hired to keep an eye on some of Mr. Grayson's valuable possessions.
Nothing else?
Not a thing.
And what you just saw in this car doesn't concern you, does it?
No, Mr. Marco.
That's fine. The less said about it, the better. Understand?
Sure. Only I don't like to be threatened.
Oh, this isn't a threat, Runyon. It's a bribe. It's $50 for keeping your mouth shut.
My mouth isn't that big, Mr. Marco.
Oh, go on. Take it. It's worth $50.
Oh, I'm sorry. I dropped it on the floor.
I'll get it.
No, it's all right. I have it. Only I'm not going to keep it.
Why not?
Because I don't take money from strangers.
Say, come back here.
See you again, Mr. Marco. Come on, Kathy, hurry up.
What happened, Brad?
Sandy, you've got to speak to Mr. Grayson right away.
Why, did you find the gun?
No, but I know where it is. In Mr. Marco's pocket.
Are you certain about this, Runyon?
Positive, Mr. Grayson. He has the gun all right. I felt it in his pocket when I bent over him in the car.
Well, I can't understand why Marco should want to steal a pistol of mine, especially that one. It's not a valuable item.
It shoots, doesn't it?
Well, I should imagine so.
And that's why he wants it. He and that Gloria woman have been after it all evening.
What Gloria woman?
That good-looking brunette in the white satin gown. Hey, you were talking to her a couple of times tonight.
Oh, yes. Of course.
She's pretty sweet on this Marco guy, isn't she?
I wouldn't know.
Well, I would. And if they were planning to knock off her husband or somebody like that, it might be a pretty good dodge to use one of your guns.
Good heavens, man, you don't think they're contemplating murder, do you?
I don't know what's in their minds. I'm not going to monkey around trying to find out. As long as I get that gun back, there's nothing for you to worry about.
But there is. There is, Runyon.
What do you mean? You can't help it if she wants to bump off her husband.
Don't be a fool. We've got to stop her.
Why, Mr. Grayson? Why are you so concerned about her private affairs?
But they're not her private affairs. They're mine. Don't you understand? Gloria is my wife.
Well, good night, Kathy. If I can make it, I'll be around to pick you up the first thing in the morning.
You think Mr. Grayson will be safe?
He ought to be. We're the only ones who know he's spending the night at his club.
What about his wife?
I left a note for her, saying he was called out of town.
And Marco?
Don't worry, baby. He and Gloria won't try anything for a long while yet.
Why not?
Because they know it'll mean the chair for them. After what we saw in the car tonight, they'll never be able to kill Grayson and get away with it. Not unless they're awfully cagey.
But Marco still has that gun.
Not anymore, honey. I peeked into the trophy room before we left. That pistol was right back on the wall.
Hello.
Hello, Mr. Runyon?
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, this is Marco, Runyon. I wake you?
Yeah, what do you want?
I want to make an appointment with you for early tomorrow morning. I'd see you in your office.
You can if you let me get some sleep. What's it all about?
I'll tell you when I see you.
What's it all about, Marco?
It's about a murder. I want you to prevent it from happening, Runyon.
Why? Who's going to get killed?
Me.
Another gun. Gets me to come down here at 9 o'clock in the morning when he doesn't show up. Is that you, Marco?
No, it's me.
Oh. How do you do?
How do you do, Mr. Runyon? My name is Grayson.
I beg your pardon.
Hattie Grayson.
Any relation to the man I worked for last night?
Why, yes. I'm his sister.
Oh, that's right. I think you were pointed out to me at the party.
Well, I didn't stay very long. I keep to my room most of the time.
You live with your brother?
Yes. On the 3rd floor.
Well, what can I do for you, Miss Grayson?
Accept my check for $500.
Oh, that'll be a pleasure.
Not until you find out what I want you to do for it.
What's the catch?
Do you know a man by the name of Paul Marco?
Yes, he'll be here any minute.
No, Mr. Runyon. He's not coming.
Why not?
Because he's dead.
What's that?
He's dead, Mr. Runyon. I killed him.
When?
Early this morning. I shot him with a revolver.
Now, look here, Miss Grayson. If this is your idea of it...
Please. I came to see you because I'm in trouble. I want you to get me out of it.
Well, I'm sorry, but this is no job for me. You don't need a detective. You need a lawyer.
Not if you help me. Nobody will suspect me, Mr. Runyon. I had no reason for killing him.
Then why did you do it?
I was afraid.
Of what?
Him. I was afraid that he'd kill me because I knew about him and Gloria. Don't you understand?
No.
Oh, they were shameless, Mr. Runyon. Shamelessly in love.
Even so, that's not against the law. But murder is.
Then you won't help me.
Help you? I'm going to turn you over to the police.
Oh, but you can't, Mr. Runyon. I told you all this in strict confidence.
This is more than a confidence, Miss Grayson. I'm not withholding information on a murder case for you or anybody else.
Then I'm going.
No, you're not. Sit down.
No.
Sit down, I said. Hey, drop that paperweight.
I won't.
Drop it, you crazy... No. Oh, confound it, you broke my water cooler. Now you better behave.
Let go of me, you fool. I'll kill you if you try to hold me here.
Phil! Yes, who is it?
Me, Brad, Kathy.
Good. You got here just in time.
What's the matter?
Don't ask any questions. Just call up Mackenzie over at headquarters and get him over here. Tell him I've got the murderer of Paul Marco.
Paul Marco? You must be crazy, Brad.
Why?
Because Marco's alive. He's waiting for you downstairs in his car.
Well, you really are down here, Marco.
Couldn't find a place to park, Runyon.
Well, I sure am glad to see you. In one piece, anyway.
Well, what do you mean?
Grayson's sister just told me a nice little fairy tale about you.
Hattie? Was she in your office?
Yeah.
I didn't know she was allowed out of the house.
What's wrong with her?
Couldn't you tell? She isn't all there. Suffers from an overactive imagination.
I might have guessed it was something like that. Well, she had me fooled.
What did she tell you?
Well, it isn't really important now. Hey, what's on your mind, Marco?
That's what I told you last night. Somebody's anxious to kill me.
Who?
Mr. Grayson.
How do you figure that?
Well, he called me over last night after the party. Asked me to come over to his house.
When was this?
About 3 o'clock in the morning.
Go on.
Well, I was smart enough not to go up to the front door and ring the bell. I saw a light in the living room, so I walked around the side and looked through a window.
And?
He was standing there in the middle of the room, loading a revolver.
What kind of lie is that, Marco?
What?
Are you and Gloria still trying to kill Grayson?
What are you talking about?
That lie you just told me. You're trying to build up a case against Grayson so you can bump him off and claim it was self-defense.
Oh, you're crazy.
Beat it, Marco. And don't try anything foolish. Grayson wasn't home last night. He was at his club.
No.
Go on, beat it. I've got work to do.
Don't let her get a job from me, Runyon.
Good.
Brad!
What's the matter, honey?
That Grayson woman, she got away from me in the office.
When?
Just now. I turned my back on her for a second and she was gone.
Well, there's no point in looking for her around here. We'd better go over to the Hillary Club and tell Mr. Grayson.
Grayson? Mr. George Grayson?
That's right. Are you ringing his room?
Well, I will, sir, but I know he's not there.
What do you mean?
He checked out, sir, early this morning.
When?
Oh, about 10 minutes after he came in. You see, he didn't spend the night here.
Oh, why the heck
sake doesn't somebody answer the door?
Don't ask me, dear.
Why not? With all the servants Grayson has, you'd think one of them had come... Oh, at last.
Yes?
Is Mr. Grayson in?
Well, I don't know if yes or not. Chris should answer door because I am working kitchen. But he is upstairs.
A fine thing.
Well, you come in, please, yes?
Thank you.
I go find Chris.
Thank you again.
Think anybody's home, Brad?
How can you tell in a stadium like this? Come on, let's wait in the library.
Oh, feel like reading.
No.
Then why the library?
A little privacy, dear. I'm going to put my arms round you.
Oh, what a nice idea.
Will you come into my parlor?
I don't know. You spiders have it too easy.
Come on, come on.
Oh, Brad, you're so rough.
That's because you're so smooth. Now?
Now? Oh, darling. You can be so romantic when you want to be.
How do you mean?
You carry your own moon around. All I have to do is light it up.
Sometimes it lights by itself.
Well, I wish it would... Oh, Brad.
What's the matter?
Somebody's sitting in that chair.
Hey, what's behind you? Get up out of there.
I don't think he can.
You're right, Kathy. He's dead.
Oh?
Marco. Had a scotch out of this glass and cashed in.
What is it?
Smells like cyanide. Wait a minute, baby. Somebody's coming.
Chris?
No. It's a woman. Quick, get down behind this desk.
I'm down.
Mr. Grayson, Dame, the cuckoo.
He's got a gun.
Wait.
Mr. Marco. Mr. Marco, I know you're in here. Where are you?
Stop the noise, Kathy. I didn't hurt you. I just frightened the gun out of your hand. Pick it up, Kathy.
Right. Oh, Mr. Runyon, how did you get it here?
Your Swedish maid did the honors. Evidently, Chris wasn't working.
But...
What are you trying to do, Hattie? Kill a dead man?
What?
I'll talk to you later. Call up headquarters, Kathy. This time there really is a corpse.
Yeah, cyanide poisoning, all right. From this whiskey decanter on the desk. You didn't touch anything, did you, Brad?
Nothing but Kathy, Mac.
Now, how about you, Chris? Did you come into this room after you let Marco in?
No, sir.
And you think he was in here alone, huh?
Yes, sir. Miss Hattie was up on the third floor, and nobody else was home.
Well, I don't get it. If Marco was murdered by anybody in this house, how did the murderer get him to come here and take this drink?
That's what I don't understand. Marco was afraid to come here last night because of Mr. Grayson yet this afternoon.
This afternoon, he might have known Grayson wasn't home.
He did, sir.
How do you know?
I told him, sir.
When?
On the telephone, sir, just a few minutes before he came here.
Oh, I see. He called up first to make sure the coast was clear.
Yes, sir.
Did he ask about Mrs. Grayson?
Yes, sir. I told him she was expected home any moment.
So he came over here, waited for her in the library, and poured out a drink.
That's right.
Oh, it doesn't make sense, Brad, and you know it.
Why not?
Because there isn't any way to commit murder like that. If Grayson or that screwball sister of his wanted to kill Marco, they wouldn't leave poison around in a whiskey decanter and wait for him to drink it.
But one of them must have put that poison there. Grayson and his sister are the only ones who had a reason for killing Marco.
If Marco was supposed to be killed.
Huh?
Maybe that drink he had was intended for Grayson.
You mean...
How about it, Chris? Was Mr. Grayson in the habit of having a drink here after his lunch?
Why, yes, sir. He always had his brandy in the library when he was home.
Well, that's it, Runyon. Marco was poisoned by mistake. Of course. Whoever put the cyanide in that decanter meant it for Grayson.
Then there's only one person who could have done it.
Who?
Grayson's wife, Gloria.
I don't get it, Brad. What do you expect to find in Marco's apartment?
Nothing.
Then why did you borrow the key from the superintendent?
I've got an idea, baby. If Gloria put the poison in that decanter, she did it without letting Marco know.
So?
So she's bound to get in touch with him sometime. And if she drops in at the apartment, we might be able to trap her into a confession. Well, at least we can try.
Paul?
She's here.
Paul? That you?
No, it's the fat man.
Runyon.
What do you want?
I want to know why you're here, for one thing.
Well, I'm waiting for poor Marco. I've been looking for him all day.
You should have looked in your own home.
What?
You might have saved yourself a lot of trouble.
What are you driving at?
Don't play dumb with me, baby. I'm investigating a murder, and you're right in the middle of it.
No.
Don't deny it. You've been wanting to kill your husband ever since you fell in love with Marco. If I hadn't caught you with that gun last night...
No, we put it back.
Sure you did. And this morning you figured out another way of killing him.
I didn't.
Stop the noise. You're wanted for murder, Mrs. Grayson.
But I didn't kill him.
Then who did?
I don't know.
Come on. Who put that poison into the decanter?
I don't know what you're talking about.
You will when the police get through with you. Who put the poison in that decanter?
Paul. It was Paul. He did it. He must have.
Paul is dead, Mrs. Grayson.
What?
He's the one who drank the poison.
You're lying.
He's dead, I tell you. You should have tipped him off.
You're lying. You're trying to trick me.
You tricked yourself. Come on, you. I'm turning you over to the police.
No. Let me go.
Don't get rough, sister. And stop kicking or I'll let you have it.
Let go of me.
Grab a coat, Kathy. We're taking you to the car.
I won't go.
Yes, you will. You'll go if I have... Oh, you little devil.
What happened, Brad?
She bit me. The car's right over here, Mrs. Grayson. Will you come quietly or do I have to carry you?
Where are you taking me?
Back to your house. Mackenzie's waiting for us.
You're making a mistake, Mr. Runyon. I didn't kill Marco, and I didn't put the poison in the decanter.
We'll see about that.
Brad, look out!
Huh?
The man in that car, he's got a gun.
Pick it up!
Oh, glory, that was a close call for all of us.
Stay here, baby. I'm going after that car.
Brad, no, those shots were meant for you.
No, they weren't. They were meant for me.
What?
My husband was driving that car.
Step on it, Brady. We'll overtake him in a minute.
Don't get excited, Runyon. This is a police car, not an aeroplane.
Okay. Only I don't want to lose him.
We'll get him now on this straight stretch.
Don't wreck him.
For Pete's sake, be quiet or I'll wreck all of us.
Come on, Grayson. Pull over. We'll run you off the road if you don't.
We've got him now. He's slowing down. Give him a chance, will you? He's doing it, you know.
Nice work, Brady. Nice work.
All right, Runyon. He's yours.
Thanks. You better come with us, Mr. Grayson. You're under arrest.
Did I kill her?
No, but you're under arrest just the same.
Oh, well, it doesn't really matter anymore. Nothing mattered after I found out I'd lost her. I wanted them both to die.
Then you killed Marco.
Marco? No.
What do you mean?
I didn't know he was dead.
All right, now sit down, everybody, and please be quiet. I don't want nobody to leave this library. Okay. Now, let me get back to you, Mr. Grayson. You say you didn't put the poison in this decanter.
Why, no, I've been gunning for Marco all day. If I'd seen him, I'd put a bullet through his head, the way I was going to last night.
Then you must have done it, Mrs. Grayson. Either you or Hattie or Chris.
Or the gardener or the Swedish maid. You can't accuse everybody, Max.
Why not?
Because only one person killed Marco. And I think I know who it is.
Oh, who?
A person who knew that Marco drank scotch.
What?
Here. Look at this decanter, Mac. The one with the poison in it.
Yeah?
Smell anything?
Sure, cyanide.
Nothing else?
Well, it's scotch, isn't it?
Of course it's scotch. But Chris told us that Mr. Grayson was in the habit of drinking brandy in here.
Then the poison wasn't meant for him at all.
That's right, Mac. The poison was meant for Marco. Only the murderer wanted us to think it was all a mistake.
Why, Brad?
Because it makes Mrs. Grayson look guilty. You killed Paul Marco, Hattie.
Me?
Yes, Hattie. You killed him because he was ruining your brother's life.
Well, I told you, Mr. Runyon. I told you I killed him.
You told me before he was dead.
Oh, no. I shot him after. At least I tried to.
That was to throw us off the track.
That's ridiculous.
No, Hattie, it's pretty clever. Only a mind like yours would have thought of it. And it might have worked if there were brandy in that decanter. But the scotch is going to convict you.
Hey, who cut off those lights?
Watch him, Max. He's going for that decanter. Chris, quick, turn on the light.
I'll get them, Brad.
Hurry up!
There's the light.
It's too late, Kathy. She smashed the decanter.
No, Mr. Runyon. It
dropped out of my hand after I took a drink of it.
Well, that's that. It seems I spend my life in getting into trouble and getting out of it. But at the same time, I generally manage to get some other people in and out of trouble, too. Be seeing you again. So long.
There he goes into that drugstore. He's stepping on the scales.
Weight 239 pounds. Fortune, danger.
Who is it?
The Fat Man.
And now, here's the Fat Man in Murder Shows Eyes in the Dark.
Volume clock on top of my office desk said 10 to 5 when the phone rang. I don't know why, but when I started to pick up the receiver, I noticed the rays of the setting sun as they came through the window and landed on a dark red blotter atop my desk. For some odd reason, it reminded me of blood. Hello?
Is this Mr. Runyon's office?
This is Mr. Runyon speaking.
Oh, you're the private detective they call the Fat Man?
Among other things.
My name is Craig, Mrs. Brandon Craig. I have a job for you.
What kind of a job?
Well, I'd rather not explain over the telephone. Are you available for $500?
For $500, I'm not only available, I can almost give you an exclusive contract.
The address is 772 Crest Avenue, penthouse apartment.
Are you sure you don't want to give me an idea of what this is all about?
I can only say you're going to have to earn your money, Mr. Runyon, in a very unexpected way.
Yes, sir.
Mrs. Craig, please.
Who shall I say is calling, sir?
Brad Runyon.
I'm sorry, sir, but Mrs. Craig is not available right now.
What do you mean she's not available? She called me 20 minutes ago and told me to come over.
She's not seeing anyone, Mr. Runyon.
Look, Jeeves.
Willis is my name, sir.
Mrs. Craig said it was important. Now, are you going to let me through?
Please, don't goad me into forcing you out with my hand, sir.
You're big enough to try. It might be fun.
Well, I'll handle this.
Very good, madam. Mrs. Craig?
Yes.
I'm Brad Runyon.
Who?
The Fat Man.
Obviously. But just what did you want?
Are you kidding?
Please state your business and leave.
Say, what kind of gag is this? Maybe my bankroll doesn't rate a penthouse lady, but I have to work for a living, and when I come traipsing up
All right. Here.
What's this?
$20 for your trouble. Now, please go.
In other words, you've changed your mind.
Yes.
I was just going to ask you why, but that isn't necessary now.
Good.
My eyesight's pretty fair, Mrs. Craig. But I wouldn't need to be an eagle to look over your shoulder through the open door of that bedroom.
And see what, Mr. Runyon?
The body of a man on the floor. The top of his head blown off. He's got no identification. Who is he?
A man named Roberts.
You called the police?
No, not yet. It only happened a few minutes ago. He was the reason I phoned you before, Mr. Runyon. He's been seeing my daughter Lois, and I felt he was dangerous. And I wanted to hire you to protect her.
Where is she now?
Well, I don't know, but that doesn't matter.
No.
You see, I killed him. He forced his way into my house a few minutes ago, and he threatened to strike me. I killed him in self-defense.
Where's the gun?
The gun? Oh, why, I threw it away.
Where?
I don't remember. Isn't it enough that I admit the murder? What more do you want?
Proof, Mrs. Craig. You say you shot him in self-defense. What did he try to do, attack you with his fist?
Yes, that's it, Mr. Runyon.
Then how come the bullet entered his head through the back?
The back?
What are you trying to do, protect your daughter?
She didn't kill him. She couldn't have killed him. Lois isn't a murderess.
Now, let's have the truth. When did you find the body?
10 minutes ago, I called you from a drugstore. I'd been away from the apartment all the afternoon, looking for Lois.
Where was this cultured gorilla at the time?
Willis came in after I did, Mr. Runyon.
And who frisked the corpse?
What?
Who searched the body?
Has it been searched?
His pockets are inside out. They didn't crawl out of his coat and pants by themselves.
I went through his pockets, Mr. Runyon.
Not for money, I presume. What are you holding in your fist, Mrs. Craig? Let's have it.
It's just the key.
Taken from Robert?
Yes.
Penn Station number 871.
Do you know what that means?
This key fits a public locker in Pennsylvania, station number 871. At any rate, we'll find out soon enough. Right after I call the police. The lockers are over on this side, Mackenzie.
Hey, you say Mrs. Craig admitted killing this guy?
But her story didn't make much sense. She seemed to be covering for her daughter, Lois.
Here are the station lockers.
Number 871.
There it is. Hey, what's inside, Brad?
This.
A woman's purse.
And heavy, too. I had an idea a lipstick wouldn't weigh that much.
That gun's a German Luger, Brad.
With 2 bullets missing.
Yeah, what else is in that bag?
A compact with a name engraved on the top. The name
is Lois, the daughter of Mrs. Craig. All right, Mrs. Craig, you're free to go now. You're released from custody.
Mr. Runyon.
Well?
Are you still interested in handling this case? My original offer still stands.
You may be paying to help put your daughter in the chair.
I'll take that chance. I still think you'll get additional evidence and save her.
I'm not making any promises. I'll do what I can.
Oh, you'll have your check in the morning mail. Good day, Sergeant Mackenzie. I'll be at home if you want me again.
Well, Brad, you made yourself an easy fee.
Think so, Max?
Well, all we have to do is locate the girl and the case is finished.
It seems to me that you've overlooked one minor item.
Have I?
We found the gun in the girl's bag in the station box. But what was the key doing in Robert's pocket?
But it wasn't found in Robert's pocket at all.
No.
Under questioning, Mrs. Craig admitted she really discovered the key in her daughter's jewel case.
Hello?
Mr. Runyon?
Yes?
I've been trying to reach your office for an hour.
I just got in. Who's this?
Mrs. Craig's daughter.
Welcome home, Lois.
Don't try to trace this call, Mr. Runyon. It won't do you any good.
What's on your mind?
I want to know if I can trust you.
That all depends. You're getting kind of popular with the police.
They think that I killed John Roberts?
Their suspicions run in that direction.
Well, I didn't. And I can prove it to you.
Now, get at it.
Can you meet me in half an hour?
Where?
Stand on the corner of 5th and 12th Streets at 8 o'clock sharp, and I'll have someone pick you up.
Do you want me to wear a red geranium in my buttonhole?
This is not a laughing matter, Mr. Runyon.
I'm not even snickering.
Look for a black sedan at 8. If there's anybody with you, you won't hear from me again.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
May I come in?
You're in already.
You're the fat man.
You're real sharp, aren't you?
And you're looking for the girl who killed John Roberts?
Who are you?
Lucille Roberts, his wife.
Sit down.
Have you found her?
Have I found who?
Lois.
What makes you think I'm looking for her?
She killed John and you know it. Look, I've got a proposition to make to you.
I like propositions. Stop making.
When you locate Lois, if you give me 5 minutes with her before you turn her over to the police, I'll pay you $100.
That's $20 per minute for someone else's time. Not bad.
Will you do it?
The police might let you see her for 10 minutes, and for nothing.
But I don't want her turned over to the police, Mr. Runyon.
No? Why not?
Because I want to kill her myself.
I arrived at 5th and 12th Street at 7:50. There was a convenient lamppost on the corner to lean against. I had a quick smoke as I watched the thin stream of traffic passing by. 12th and 5th is in the village, but it's a far cry from the cafeterias nearby where the long-haired poets and the long-winded writers discuss their art with a capital A. The section I was in was quiet, and its elegance subdued. At 8 sharp, I saw a black sedan slow up and park across the street. It was a big job, and the guy behind the wheel was in proportion. He looked me over and made sure I was alone. Then he nosed his car across the street and pulled up alongside of me. Somehow I wasn't surprised when I recognized his face. It was Mrs. Craig's butler, Willis.
Good evening, Mr. Runyon.
Out for a drive and a little fresh air, Willis.
It's not a bad idea, sir. Won't you step in, please?
Where are we going?
You'll be aware of our destination, sir, when we arrive.
You may not know it, Willis, but you're playing with dynamite.
Really, sir?
Lois is wanted by the police for murder.
So I understand.
And withholding information from the police doesn't exactly get you in good with the DA.
I'm prepared to accept full responsibility for my acts, Mr. Runyon.
That's mighty big of you.
If you don't mind my saying so, I'm not a very appreciative audience for sarcasm.
And I don't like being driven around to strange places like a 4-year-old in a kiddie car.
I'm taking you where you want to go, Mr. Runyon. Isn't that sufficient?
That all depends on what I find when I get there. You sound like you're still taking driving lessons, Willis.
I'm sorry, sir. It's something I can't avoid. You see, I occasionally find it rather difficult to maneuver this car with a revolver. Will you step into the living room, Mr. Runyon? I'll mix you a drink, sir.
Don't bother. I'm not thirsty.
Hello?
Hello.
You're right on time, Mr. Runyon.
Am I?
I'm Lois. Will you have a drink?
Not right now.
Leave the glasses on the table, Willis.
Very good.
You know, you surprised me.
Do I?
I heard that they call you the Fat Man. And I expected to meet some overstuffed individual with enormous jowls and stubby fingers. But you're not like that at all.
I'm not exactly anemic either.
You're virile. That's the word that describes you perfectly. Virile and interesting.
All right, Lois. I'm practically wallowing in your charm. Let's get back to business.
Oh, there really isn't any hurry.
There was when you had me on the phone a little while ago. What do you do? Specialize in quick changes?
I wanted to get to know you before I asked you to help me.
Okay. We're old pals now. What's the gimmick?
First of all, let me tell you that I did not murder John Roberts. I was not with him at all on the day that he was killed.
That's an alibi that might be useful, providing you can get someone else to back it up for you.
Willis will testify to that.
Willis? Well, that's fine. The DA will be glad to hear it. Especially when he finds out that Willis likes to carry a .45 in his car.
I tell you, I had nothing to do with John's death. As a matter of fact, I broke off with him the day before.
Why?
Because I found out he was only interested in me for my money.
Where have I heard that tune before?
Oh. I suppose I loved him at one time, but that's all in the past. It was ancient history before he was killed.
Sounds like a good yarn, Lois, but the edges need polishing.
What do you mean?
Your handbag was found in Penn Station with a murder weapon inside.
The murder weapon?
It was a German Luger. The kind that makes a hole as big as your fist.
I don't know anything about a gun. And I don't know how it got in my bag.
That's not an alibi anymore, honey. That's just a denial. You can say no until the cows come home. The evidence still says yes.
Mr. Runyon.
Yeah?
How can anybody as interesting as you be so stubborn?
I'm not stubborn, Lois. I just learned how to add 2 and 2 when I went to school.
Don't you want to help me?
If you want my help, you'll have to play according to the rules.
Anything you say.
What else do you know about this case?
I know who killed John Roberts.
All right, who?
His wife.
That's as good a guess as any.
I tell you, she murdered him. That's why I asked you to come here. I know that you can prove it.
You mean you want me to try?
Would you?
I will on one condition.
Go on.
You give yourself up to the police and we start from scratch.
What?
You heard me.
Are you crazy?
Not particularly.
You want me to stick my head in a noose?
It's in one already. You've got nothing to lose.
Haven't I?
You can't hide out forever.
I can see that you and I will never agree.
You're making a big mistake, Lois. The longer you hide out, the guiltier you look.
And you want me to give myself up?
That's right.
All right. I will. When I get good and ready.
It must have been Willis who slugged me from behind. I tried to turn and grab his leg, but he came down with it once more. That was all I remembered for a long, long time. A year later, maybe it was only an hour, I started to come to. Somebody seemed to be pushing me underwater. I couldn't catch my breath. Then I opened my eyes and saw that my ocean was just a trickle of water coming from a leaky faucet, dropping into a filthy sink in the corner of the room. I didn't know where I was, but even with a housing shortage, I wouldn't have picked a dump like that to live in. The floor was littered with rubbish, and the walls seemed to be renting out space exclusively to termites. I was lying on a dirty cot with my hands tied behind me, and my feet bound at the ankles. I couldn't move, and my head felt like a locomotive steam box with the pressure up. But I could hear. And I wondered if the guy who was sneaking up behind me was going to slug me again.
Mr. Runyon.
Well, Mrs. Roberts, fancy meeting you here.
I trailed you when you left your office. I followed you to that apartment and then waited outside. I saw that big man drag you out and drive you here.
Incidentally, where is that big man?
He's hiding his car in the brush. We're in a shack outside the city line. My car's about a quarter of a mile down the road.
The conversation is interesting, but I'd appreciate a little more action in getting these ropes off.
Well, I'm trying, but not so tight.
There's a penknife in my vest pocket. No, the lower left one.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I've got it.
Easy now. Hey, don't mistake my wrist for a side of ham.
There. Your arms are free. Oh, he's coming back. I can see him through the window.
Get behind that curtain, quick.
But what are you going to do?
Lie here, with my hands behind my back, temporarily.
Mr. Runyon.
Oh.
Are you awake, Mr. Runyon?
Oh, what hit me?
I did, sir. You showed very bad judgment in trying to struggle after the first blow. What did you say, Mr. Runyon?
Bend over so I can tell you something. I'm too weak to...
Certainly, sir.
There.
I can hear you now, sir.
Then listen to this.
Mr. Runyon.
Give me that knife so I can free my leg.
What did you do to him?
Dislocated his jaw, I hope. That's that. All right, there's another piece of rope on that chair. I can make knots as well as he can.
Are you going to leave him here?
He'll get his ride back to town in a cop's prowl car. I've got too many things to do to lug him along. You say you saw him drag me out of that house?
Yes. Lois was with him.
What happened to her?
He dropped her off at a Crest Avenue apartment house. Number 772.
That's where her mother lives.
I know. I
followed my husband to that house on the day he was killed. I've been doing a little detective work on my own, Mr. Runyon, ever since I found out about the fancy presents John was getting from that girl.
You say you followed your husband to the Craig apartment house on the day he was killed?
I waited outside the entrance for over an hour. And when I saw you go in, I left.
Do you know what Lois looks like?
I've seen her with my husband in one of their hideaways. And I've seen her with her mother.
And the day Roberts was killed, you didn't recognize anyone who went in or out of that house except your husband and me.
That's right.
Come on, then. Let's get started. I've got a little date in town with a female wasp.
Oh, Mr. Runyon.
Hello, Mrs. Craig. Is your daughter here?
She's inside. Oh, I'm so glad you came. I was afraid I wouldn't be able to hold her much longer.
Hold her? For what?
The police. I called them 20 minutes ago. I guess it's no use, Mr. Runyon. I'm convinced now. Lois killed John Roberts. And as miserable as I feel about it, she'll have to pay the penalty.
Oh, yes. You feel miserable about it, all right.
Lois!
You've got to see me in a spot like this, aren't you?
You've hated me ever since you met my father.
Ever since she what?
Lois is my stepdaughter, Mr. Runyon. I married her father 2 years ago. He died a few months later. Lois believes I resented her, but that isn't true.
Oh, no. You're just crazy about me, aren't you, Mother? That's why you pulled a gun on me when I came back home. That's why you called the police.
I'm sorry about that gun, dear, but it was the only way I could bring you to your senses and protect myself.
Would you mind turning that gun over to me, Mrs. Craig?
Oh, not at all. Here you are.
Thanks.
The police, Mr. Runyon.
I'll answer it. Well, Brad. Hello, Max. You're just in time for the party.
Is this Lois?
Yes.
Oh, nice work, Brad.
Not so fast, Mac. You've got the wrong gal.
What?
You don't want Lois. You want a stepmother, Mrs. Craig.
Mr. Runyon, what kind of a joke is this?
A real unfunny one. You killed John Roberts and tried to pin it on your stepdaughter.
Are you out of your mind?
You neither came out of your house nor went in from the time John Roberts arrived. His wife was watching the entrance. You were inside that apartment all along.
Oh, that's absurd.
If you want a motive, Mac, check up on her department store accounts. When a woman her age starts buying solid gold cigarette cases for another woman's husband, it must be love. At least your kind of love, Mrs. Craig.
Okay, just stand right where you are, Mrs. Craig, and relax. Robert threw her over for Lois, and when somebody like Mrs. Craig is given the go-by, anything's liable to happen.
Yeah, anything at all.
Judging by the job you did in your stepdaughter, you missed your vacation. You ought to go in for picture framing.
Well, I'm afraid she won't have much time for that, Brad. We're going to keep her pretty busy for a while.
Get out of my way.
Hey, you come back here.
Leave that open window. Don't you come near me. Don't come near me or I'll jump.
Come on down off that ledge.
Mackenzie, wait. She's not going to jump.
You keep away from me, Runyon.
We're 11 floors above the ground, and the sidewalk's hard. You know what you look like after you hit, don't you? It won't be very pretty, Mrs. Craig.
Hey, easy, Brad, easy.
There's nothing to worry about. Is there, Mrs. Craig?
Why, you...
You're through and you know it. Now come off that window ledge or I'll come after you and yank you down. Well, which is it going to be?
Don't touch me. I'll come down.
Hello?
Mr. Runyon?
Who's this?
Lois. I wanted to thank you.
For what?
Refusing to press charges against Willis when the police picked him up.
I still don't know why I did it. I must be getting senile.
You did it because you knew he was only trying to protect me, and he knew nothing about the murder.
Stop reminding me of it. I might change my mind.
I'd, also like to apologize for what happened in my apartment. I didn't want Willis to hit you, but I was too scared to stop him. Is there any way I can make up for it?
I'll speak to the lump on my head and find out.
Sergeant Mackenzie said you were coming over to the apartment today.
I want to get hold of your mother's correspondence. It may be needed at the trial.
Do you think you could take an hour or two off to have dinner with me?
I doubt it.
I'm not a bad cook when I set my mind to it. We'll have, oysters, big ones, and a 2-inch steak.
No thanks.
Creamy mashed potatoes with a special sauce. Delicious artichokes. They're in season right now.
With mayonnaise?
Mm-hmm. And we'll top it off with crepe Suzette and a bottle of champagne. How about it? Just so we can part good friends.
Yo, what time do we eat?
At 7. And just to make quite sure you get here, I'll send Willis over with the car.
Don't bother, honey. Just to make sure I get there, I'll walk. It seems I spend my life in getting into trouble and getting out of it. But at the same time, I generally manage to get some other people in and out of trouble, too. Be seeing you again. So long.
There he goes into that drugstore. He's stepping on the scales.
Weight 239 pounds. Fortune, danger.
Who is it?
The Fat Man.
And now, here's the Fat Man in Murder Shows Eyes in the Dark.
Volume clock on top of my office desk said 10 to 5 when the phone rang. I don't know why, but when I started to pick up the receiver, I noticed the rays of the setting sun as they came through the window and landed on a dark red blotter atop my desk. For some odd reason, it reminded me of blood. Hello?
Is this Mr. Runyon's office?
This is Mr. Runyon speaking.
Oh, you're the private detective they call the Fat Man?
Among other things.
My name is Craig, Mrs. Brandon Craig. I have a job for you.
What kind of a job?
Well, I'd rather not explain over the telephone. Are you available for $500?
For $500, I'm not only available, I can almost give you an exclusive contract.
The address is 772 Crest Avenue, penthouse apartment.
Are you sure you don't want to give me an idea of what this is all about?
I can only say you're going to have to earn your money, Mr. Runyon, in a very unexpected way.
Yes, sir.
Mrs. Craig, please.
Who shall I say is calling, sir?
Brad Runyon.
I'm sorry, sir, but Mrs. Craig is not available right now.
What do you mean she's not available? She called me 20 minutes ago and told me to come over.
She's not seeing anyone, Mr. Runyon.
Look, Jeeves.
Willis is my name, sir.
Mrs. Craig said it was important. Now, are you going to let me through?
Please, don't goad me into forcing you out with my hand, sir.
You're big enough to try. It might be fun.
Willis, I'll handle this.
Very good, madam.
Mrs. Craig?
Yes.
I'm Brad Runyon.
Who?
The Fat Man.
Obviously. But just what did you want?
Are you kidding?
Please state your business and leave.
Say, what kind of gag is this? Maybe my bankroll doesn't rate a penthouse lady, but I have to work for a living, and when I come traipsing up...
All right. Here,
What's this?
$20 for your trouble. Now, please go.
In other words, you've changed your mind.
Yes.
I was just going to ask you why, but that isn't necessary now.
Good.
My eyesight's pretty fair, Mrs. Craig. But I wouldn't need to be an eagle to look over your shoulder through the open door of that bedroom.
And see what, Mr. Runyon?
The body of a man on the floor. The top of his head blown off. He's got no identification. Who is he?
A man named Roberts.
You called the police?
No, not yet. It only happened a few minutes ago. He was the reason I phoned you before, Mr. Runyon. He's been seeing my daughter Lois, and I felt he was dangerous. And I wanted to hire you to protect her.
Where is she now?
Well, I don't know, but that doesn't matter.
No.
You see, I killed him. He forced his way into my house a few minutes ago, and he threatened to strike me. I killed him in self-defense.
Where's the gun?
The gun? Oh, why, I threw it away.
Where?
I don't remember. Isn't it enough that I admit the murder? What more do you want?
Proof, Mrs. Craig. You say you shot him in self-defense. What did he try to do? Attack you with his fist?
Yes, that's it, Mr. Runyon.
Then how come the bullet entered his head through the back?
The back?
What are you trying to do? Protect your daughter?
She didn't kill him. She couldn't have killed him. Lois isn't a murderess.
Now, let's have the truth. When did you find the body?
10 minutes ago, I called you from a drugstore. I'd been away from the apartment all the afternoon, looking for Lois.
Where was this cultured gorilla at the time?
Willis came in after I did, Mr. Runyon.
And who frisked the corpse?
What?
Who searched the body?
Has it been searched?
His pockets are inside out. They didn't crawl out of his coat and pants by themselves.
I went through his pockets, Mr. Runyon.
Not for money, I presume. What are you holding in your fist, Mrs. Craig? Let's have it.
It's just a key.
Taken from Robert?
Yes.
Penn Station number 871.
Do you know what that means?
This key fits a public locker in Pennsylvania Station number 871. At any rate, we'll find out soon enough. Right after I call the police. The lockers are over on this side, Mackenzie.
Hey, you say Mrs. Craig admitted killing this guy?
But her story didn't make much sense. She seemed to be covering for her daughter, Lois.
Here are the station lockers.
Number 871.
There it is. Hey, what's inside, Brad?
This.
A woman's purse.
And heavy, too. I had an idea a lipstick wouldn't weigh that much.
That gun's a German Luger, Brad.
With 2 bullets missing.
Yeah, what else is in that bag?
A compact with a name engraved on the top. The name
is Lois, the daughter of Mrs. Craig. All right, Mrs. Craig, you're free to go now. You're released from custody.
Mr. Runyon.
Well?
Are you still interested in handling this case? My original offer still stands.
You may be paying to help put your daughter in the chair.
I'll take that chance. I still think you'll get additional evidence and save her.
I'm not making any promises. I'll do what I can.
Oh, you'll have your check in the morning mail. Good day, Sergeant Mackenzie. I'll be at home if you want me again.
Well, Brad, you made yourself an easy fee.
Think so, Mac?
Well, all we have to do is locate the girl and the case is finished.
It seems to me that you've overlooked one minor item.
Have I?
We found the gun in the girl's bag in the station box. But what was the key doing in Robert's pocket?
But it wasn't found in Robert's pocket at all.
No.
Under questioning, Mrs. Craig admitted she really discovered the key in her daughter's jewel case.
Hello?
Mr. Runyon?
Yes?
I've been trying to reach your office for an hour.
I just got in. Who's this?
Mrs. Craig's daughter.
Welcome home, Lois.
Don't try to trace this call, Mr. Runyon. It won't do you any good.
What's on your mind?
I want to know if I can trust you.
That all depends. You're getting kind of popular with the police.
They think that I killed John Roberts?
Their suspicions run in that direction.
Well, I didn't. And I can prove it to you.
Oh, get at it.
Can you meet me in half an hour?
Where?
Stand on the corner of 5th and 12th Streets at 8 o'clock sharp, and I'll have someone pick you up.
Do you want me to wear a red geranium in my buttonhole?
This is not a laughing matter, Mr. Runyon.
I'm not even snickering.
Look for a black sedan at 8. If there's anybody with you, you won't hear from me again.
Hello. Hello. Hello.
May I come in?
You're in already.
You're the fat man.
You're real sharp, aren't you?
And you're looking for the girl who killed John Roberts?
Who are you?
Lucille Roberts, his wife.
Sit down.
Have you found her?
Have I found who?
Lois.
What makes you think I'm looking for her?
She killed John and you know it. Look, I've got a proposition to make to you.
I like propositions. Stop making.
When you locate Lois, if you give me 5 minutes with her before you turn her over to the police, I'll pay you $100.
That's $20 per minute for someone else's time. Not bad.
Will you do it?
The police might let you see her for 10 minutes, and for nothing.
But I don't want her turned over to the police, Mr. Runyon.
No. Why not?
Because I want to kill her myself.
I arrived at 5th and 12th Street at 7:50. There was a convenient lamppost on the corner to lean against, and I had a quick smoke as I watched the thin stream of traffic passing by. 12th and 5th is in the village, but it's a far cry from the cafeterias nearby where the long-haired poets and the long-winded writers discuss their art with a capital A. The section I was in was quiet, and its elegance subdued. At 8 sharp, I saw a black sedan slow up and park across the street. It was a big job, and the guy behind the wheel was in proportion. He looked me over and made sure I was alone. Then he nosed his car across the street and pulled up alongside of me. Somehow I wasn't surprised when I recognized his face. It was Mrs. Craig's butler, Willis.
Good evening, Mr. Runyon.
Out for a drive and a little fresh air, Willis.
It's not a bad idea, sir. Won't you step in, please?
Where are we going?
You'll be aware of our destination, sir, when we arrive.
You may not know it, Willis, but you're playing with dynamite.
Really, sir?
Lois is wanted by the police for murder.
So I understand.
And withholding information from the police doesn't exactly get you in good with the DA.
I'm prepared to accept full responsibility for my acts, Mr. Runyon.
That's mighty big of you.
If you don't mind my saying so, I'm not a very appreciative audience of sarcasm.
And I don't like being driven around to strange places like a 4-year-old in a kiddie car.
I'm taking you where you want to go, Mr. Runyon. Isn't that sufficient?
That all depends on what I find when I get there. You sound like you're still taking driving lessons, Willis.
I'm sorry, sir. It's something I can't avoid. You see, I occasionally find it rather difficult to maneuver this car with a revolver. Will you step into the living room, Mr. Runyon? I'll mix you a drink, sir.
Don't bother. I'm not thirsty.
Hello.
Hello.
You're right on time, Mr. Runyon.
Am I?
I'm Lois. Will you have a drink?
Not right now.
Leave the glasses on the table, Willis.
Very good, miss.
You know, you surprised me.
Do I?
I heard that they call you the Fat Man. And I expected to meet some overstuffed individual with enormous jowls and stubby fingers. But you're not like that at all.
I'm not exactly anemic either.
You're virile. That's the word that describes you perfectly. Virile and interesting.
All right, Lois. I'm practically wallowing in your charm. Let's get back to business.
Oh, there really isn't any hurry.
There was when you had me on the phone a little while ago. What do you do? Specialize in quick changes?
I wanted to get to know you before I asked you to help me.
Okay. We're old pals now. What's the gimmick?
First of all, let me tell you that I did not murder John Roberts. I was not with him at all on the day that he was killed.
That's an alibi that might be useful, providing you can get someone else to back it up for you.
Willis will testify to that.
Willis? Well, that's fine. The DA will be glad to hear it. Especially when he finds out that Willis likes to carry a .45 in his car.
I tell you, I had nothing to do with John's death. As a matter of fact, I broke off with him the day before.
Why?
Because I found out he was only interested in me for my money.
Where have I heard that tune before?
Oh. I suppose I loved him at one time, but that's all in the past. It was ancient history before he was killed.
Sounds like a good yarn, Lois, but the edges need polishing.
What do you mean?
Your handbag was found in Penn Station with a murder weapon inside.
The murder weapon?
It was a German Luger. The kind that makes a hole as big as your fist.
I don't know anything about a gun. And I don't know how it got in my bag.
That's not an alibi anymore, honey. That's just a denial. You can say no until the cows come home. The evidence still says yes.
Mr. Runyon.
Yeah?
How can anybody as interesting as you be so stubborn?
I am not stubborn, Lois. I just learned how to add 2 and 2 when I went to school.
Don't you want to help me?
If you want my help, you'll have to play according to the rules.
Anything you say.
What else do you know about this case?
I know who killed John Roberts.
All right, who?
His wife.
That's as good a guess as any.
I tell you, she murdered him. That's why I asked you to come here. I know that you can prove it.
You mean you want me to try?
Would you?
I will on one condition.
Go on.
You give yourself up to the police and we start from scratch.
What?
You heard me.
Are you crazy?
Not particularly.
You want me to stick my head in a noose?
It's in one already. You've got nothing to lose.
Haven't I?
You can't hide out forever.
I can see that you and I will never agree.
You're making a big mistake, Lois. The longer you hide out, the guiltier you look.
And you want me to give myself up?
That's right.
All right. I will. When I get good and ready.
It must have been Willis who slugged me from behind. I tried to turn and grab his leg, but he came down with it once more. That was all I remembered. For a long, long time. A year later, maybe it was only an hour, I started to come to. Somebody seemed to be pushing me underwater. I couldn't catch my breath. Then I opened my eyes and saw that my ocean was just a trickle of water coming from a leaky faucet, dropping into a filthy sink in the corner of the room. I didn't know where I was, but even with the housing shortage, I wouldn't have picked a dump like that to live in. The floor was littered with rubbish, and the walls seemed to be renting out space exclusively to termites. I was lying on a dirty cot with my hands tied behind me, and my feet bound at the ankles. I couldn't move, and my head felt like a locomotive steam box with the pressure up. But I could hear. And I wondered if the guy who was sneaking up behind me was going to slug me again.
Mr. Runyon.
Well, Mrs. Roberts, fancy meeting you here.
I trailed you when you left your office. I followed you to that apartment and then waited outside. I saw that big man drag you out and drive you here.
Incidentally, where is that big man?
He's hiding his car in the brush. We're in a shack outside the city line. My car's about a quarter of a mile down the road.
The conversation is interesting, but I'd appreciate a little more action in getting these ropes off.
Well, I'm trying, but not so tight.
There's a penknife in my vest pocket. No, the lower left one.
Oh, yeah, I've got it.
Easy now. Hey, don't mistake my wrist for a side of ham.
There. Your arms are free. Oh, he's coming back. I can see him through the window.
Get behind that curtain, quick.
But what are you going to do?
Lie here, with my hands behind my back, temporarily.
Mr. Runyon.
Oh.
Are you awake, Mr. Runyon?
Oh, what hit me?
I did, sir. You showed very bad judgment in trying to struggle after the first blow. What did you say, Mr. Runyon?
Bend over so I can tell you something. I'm too weak.
Certainly, sir. There. I can hear you now, sir.
Then listen to that.
Mr. Runyon.
Give me that knife so I can free my leg.
What did you do to him?
Dislocated his jaw, I hope. That's that. All right, there's another piece of rope on that chair. I can make knots as well as he can.
Are you going to leave him here?
He'll get his ride back to town in a cop's prowl car. I've got too many things to do to lug him along. You say you saw him drag me out of that house.
Yes. Lois was with him.
What happened to her?
He dropped her off at a Crest Avenue apartment house. Number 772.
That's where her mother lives.
I know. I followed my husband to that house on the day he was killed. I've been doing a little detective work on my own, Mr. Runyon. Ever since I found out about the fancy presents John was getting from that girl.
You say you followed your husband to the Craig apartment house on the day he was killed.
I waited outside the entrance for over an hour. Then when I saw you go in, I left.
You know what Lois looks like?
I've seen her with my husband in one of their hideaways. And I've seen her with her mother.
And the day Roberts was killed, you didn't recognize anyone who went in or out of that house except your husband and me.
That's right.
Come on, then. Let's get started. I've got a little date in town with a female wasp.
Oh, Mr. Runyon.
Hello, Mrs. Craig. Is your daughter here?
She's inside. Oh, I'm so glad you came. I was afraid I wouldn't be able to hold her much longer.
Hold her? For what?
The police. I called them 20 minutes ago. I guess it's no use, Mr. Runyon. I'm convinced now. Lois killed John Roberts. And as miserable as I feel about it, she'll have to pay the penalty.
Oh, yes. You feel miserable about it, all right.
Lois!
You've got to see me in a spot like this, aren't you?
You've hated me ever since you met my father.
Ever since she what?
Lois is my stepdaughter, Mr. Runyon. I married her father 2 years ago. He died a few months later. Lois believes I resented her, but that isn't true.
Oh, no. You're just crazy about me, aren't you? Mother. That's why you pulled a gun on me when I came back home. That's why you called the police.
I'm sorry about that gun, dear, but it was the only way I could bring you to your senses and protect myself.
Would you mind turning that gun over to me, Mrs. Craig?
Oh, not at all. Here you are.
Thanks.
The police, Mr. Runyon.
I'll answer it.
Well, Brad.
Hello, Mac. You're just in time for the party.
Is this Lois?
Yes.
Oh, nice work, Brad.
Not so fast, Mac. You've got the wrong gal.
What?
You don't want Lois. You want a stepmother, Mrs. Craig.
Mr. Runyon, what kind of a joke is this?
A real unfunny one. You killed John Roberts and tried to pin it on your stepdaughter.
Are you out of your mind?
You neither came out of your house nor went in from the time John Roberts arrived. His wife was watching the entrance. You were inside that apartment all along.
Oh, that's absurd.
If you want a motive, Mac, check up on her department store accounts. When a woman her age starts buying solid gold cigarette cases for another woman's husband, it must be love. At least your kind of love, Mrs. Craig.
Okay, just stand right where you are, Mrs. Craig, and relax. Robert threw her over for Lois, and when somebody like Mrs. Craig is given the go-by, anything's liable to happen.
Yes, anything at all.
Judging by the job you did in your stepdaughter, you missed your vacation. You ought to go in for picture framing.
Well, I'm afraid she won't have much time for that, Brad. We're going to keep her pretty busy for a while.
Get out of my way.
Hey, you come back here.
Wait for that open window. Don't you come near me. Don't come near me or I'll jump.
Come on down off that ledge.
Mackenzie, wait. She's not going to jump.
You keep away from me, Runyon.
We're 11 floors above the ground, and the sidewalk's hard. You know what you look like after you hit, don't you? It won't be very pretty, Mrs. Craig.
Hey, easy, Brad, easy.
There's nothing to worry about. Is there, Mrs. Craig?
Why, you...
You're through and you know it. Now come off that window ledge or I'll come after you and yank you down. Well, which is it going to be?
Don't touch me. I'll come down.
Hello?
Mr. Runyon?
Who's this?
Lois. I wanted to thank you.
For what?
Refusing to press charges against Willis when the police picked him up.
I still don't know why I did it. I must be getting senile.
You did it because you knew he was only trying to protect me, and he knew nothing about the murder.
Stop reminding me of it. I might change my mind.
I'd, also like to apologize for what happened in my apartment. I didn't want Willis to hit you, but I was too scared to stop him. Is there any way I can make up for it?
I'll speak to the lump on my head and find out.
Sergeant McKenzie said you were coming over to the apartment today.
I want to get hold of your mother's correspondence. It may be needed at the trial.
Do you think you could take an hour or two off to have dinner with me?
I doubt it.
I'm not a bad cook when I set my mind to it. We'll have, oysters, big ones, and a 2-inch steak.
No thanks.
Creamy mashed potatoes with a special sauce. Delicious artichokes. They're in season right now.
With mayonnaise?
Mm-hmm. And we'll top it off with crepe Suzette and a bottle of champagne. How about it? Just so we can part good friends.
Oh. Yo, what time do we eat?
At 7. And just to make quite sure you get here, I'll send Willis over with the car.
Don't bother, honey. Just to make sure I get there, I'll walk. It seems I spend my life in getting into trouble and getting out of it. But at the same time, I generally manage to get some other people in and out of trouble, too. Be seeing you again. So long.
There he goes into that drugstore. He's stepping on the scales.
Weight 239 pounds. Fortune, danger.
Who is it?
The Fat Man.
And now, here's the Fat Man in Murder Makes a Broken Heart.
This one began on a Monday morning down at the office. I was expecting a couple of checks in the mail, so I came in early. As I got off the elevator, I spotted a dame standing in front of my door. Only she wasn't just standing. She was trying to reach through the mail slot and fish out some of my letters. Naturally, I grabbed her.
Oh, let me go, please.
What's the idea, monkeying with the mail?
I wasn't trying to steal anything.
No? What were you doing?
Oh, just looking through your letters.
That's a bad habit for a young girl like you.
Well, it isn't a habit. I've never done it before.
Then why did you start? What are you after?
Nothing. I'm not sure it was mail.
Come on, honey. Which one? The one with the check in it?
No, it was just a letter.
What did you want it for?
I didn't want it.
But you didn't want me to have it either, right?
Well,
Who was it from?
Mr. Barnett.
Who?
Mr. Barnett, he owns a jewelry store.
Never heard of him.
Well, it isn't really important.
Important enough for you to break the law. Come on inside, kid. I want to know what this is all about.
But
Inside, I said. That's the idea.
What are you going to do with me?
Find out if you're telling the truth.
How?
This letter will prove it.
Don't open this, Mr. Runyon, please.
Why not?
Because I'll tell you what's inside.
Go ahead.
Well, I don't know the exact words, but
Go ahead.
Well, Mr. Barnett wants you to help him. He thinks he's being robbed down at the store.
And?
Well, that's all. He wants you to find out if it's the cashier who's stealing the money.
And you don't want me to find out. Is that it?
No. Because I'm the cashier.
Now, let me get this straight, Mr. Barnett. You've never missed any jewelry or precious stones.
No, just money.
Taken from the cash register.
That's right. It's stolen in very small amounts. $1 here, $1 there, and on a big day, as much as 10.
You know how it's done?
Yeah. By ringing up the wrong amount on the cash register. You see, she rings up $8 on a $10 purchase. And all she has to do is to pocket the difference.
But why would anybody steal a $2 bill with all these diamonds around?
That's what I can't understand. I know she's not a crook, but I can't trust her anymore.
I don't blame you. Anybody else work in the store?
Just a clerk. But I'm sure he's not stealing the money.
Why?
Because it's been missing on his day off.
I see. You're sure she's the one who's stealing it?
Positive. I've seen her slip the bills into her bag.
Then why did you write me? Why don't you call the police and have her arrested?
I would, Mr. Runyon. Except for one thing.
What?
She's my daughter.
You own this car, mister?
Why, yes.
Okay, get in. I want to talk to you.
What's the idea?
Get in and I'll tell you.
Tell me right here. Who are you?
The fat man, Brad Runyon.
Oh, the private detective.
Yeah.
Well, what do you want?
An explanation. You're a clerk in Mr. Barnett's store, aren't you?
That's right.
Then maybe you'll tell me why his daughter is stealing money for you.
You're crazy.
Am I? She just left a $20 bill for you in the glove box of this car.
What do you mean?
Don't play dumb. I saw her do it. There. Look at that. It's a 20, isn't it?
Yes, but there must be some mistake.
Stop the noise. It's your car, and you're the one she's giving the dough.
But I'm not.
Then what's the 20 doing here?
That's what I'd like to know. She borrowed it from me less than an hour ago.
Hello?
Hello, Runyon. This is Mackenzie.
Yeah?
And now, don't say headquarters never did you no favors, Runyon.
You got some dope for me on that clerk.
No, not a thing on him, but Dugan's been trailing that girl for you.
And?
Yeah, he traced a call she made from a drugstore.
Well, what's so wonderful about that?
The guy she called, he's an ex-con.
Who?
Dave Morey. Did a stretch 2 years ago for swiping a bracelet, but he's laid low ever since.
Is he young?
Young enough to take money from a woman and plenty good looking, too.
Sounds like the boy I'm looking for. Got the address?
Yeah, 215 Hastings Street.
Thanks, Mac. I'm going right up there.
Yeah, who is it?
Open up and you'll find out.
And what's the big idea? What do you want?
Dave Morey. Does he live here?
Who wants to know?
A friend of his, Brad Runyon.
Beat it, Flatfoot. I can smell you guys a mile off.
Then hold your nose, because I'm coming in.
Hey, not so fast.
Give me room, cutie, or I'll run you over.
Hey, let me go!
Okay. I just wanted to get in.
That's no trick for a steamroller.
Never mind. Is this your dump or Morey's?
Both. I'm his sister.
Then what are you trying to hide? Why didn't you let me in?
Because I don't like cops, private or otherwise.
Why not?
You know why. They're always snooping around. Like you. They won't leave us alone.
Maybe they've got a good reason.
No, maybe they haven't. Davy's trying to go straight.
Does he have to try?
Oh, you're kidding. You know he did a stretch. That's why he can't get started, and that's why he can't get a job.
Okay. Where is he?
You leave him alone.
I'm not touching him. I just want to know where he is.
Inside on the bed. He's asleep.
No wonder he can't get a job.
Shut up, you big ape. He's sick.
What's the matter with him?
Lots of things. His lungs, mostly. That's why it's costing us so much dough for the doctor's bills.
Where are you getting it?
None of your business.
You're getting it from Barnett's daughter.
Well, what if we are? It's got to come from somewhere.
Not the old man's pill. Besides, it's a crummy trick to make that kid steal it.
Nobody asked her to steal. She and Davy are in love with each other, and the old man can't see it.
So they're meeting each other on the sly, eh? And she's slipping him money for the doctor's bill.
That's it?
Well, it's a nice story. But I'll have to see Davy to believe it.
Why?
Because a guy with bad lungs doesn't have much use for anything like this rowing machine.
Oh, that's mine.
Cut it out, sweetheart. I'm going to see Davy.
No, don't go in there.
Stop me. I thought so. He isn't here. And that story you told me stinks.
No, I don't. Most of it's true.
Then why did you have to lie?
Because I wanted to find out how much you knew.
About Davy and the girl?
No, about Mr. Barnett.
What do you mean?
Well, something funny's going on. Davy's seen the girl on the sly, like I told you, and he's lying to her about being sick. But I can't figure out what he's up to with Mr. Barnett.
How do you know he's up to anything?
Oh, he must be. He's out with Barnett right now.
All right, Davy. This is where you get out.
Right. Don't worry about your daughter, Mr. Barnett. I'm leaving town the first thing tomorrow morning, and she'll never see me again. That's my word.
Good. You'd better keep it.
I will. So long, Mr. Barnett.
So long.
Pretty happy, aren't you, Davy?
Huh?
You and Mr. Barnett must have cooked up something good.
Beat it, Walrus. I don't talk to strangers.
You'll talk to this one.
Yeah? Oh, you little punk, come back here. Come back here, I said. I'll catch you for taking me in a shit. It was the last thing I ever do. Oh. Oh, you low heel. What did you throw at me?
My handcuffs. I had to do something to slow you up. You're too fast for me.
That didn't have to break my back.
I didn't. I just knocked you down. Now get up off the sidewalk and talk to me like a man. I'll pick up those cuffs, Davy.
Okay.
You know who I am.
With a bill like that, it's pretty obvious you ain't Slim Callahan. What do you want, fat man?
A couple of honest answers. Can you give them to me?
Why should I?
Because I'll push your face in if you don't.
Okay.
What were you doing with Barnett?
Nothing. He was just giving me a lift. Oh!
That's for stalling, Davy. Now let's get to the point. What were you doing with Barnett?
Well, we were talking about his daughter. He don't want me to see her anymore.
How did he find out you were seeing her?
She told him. Told him the whole thing about the money she was giving me and everything.
Go ahead.
That's all there is. He said he'd kill me if I didn't lay off seeing her. So I'm leaving the first thing in the morning.
How much did he pay you?
Nothing.
Come on. I know the game you were playing. You went after the money you could beat from the girl. You were waiting for the old man to buy you off.
But he didn't. He didn't give me a cent.
Then what were you so happy about when you got out of the car?
Who says I was? Hey, what are you doing?
Searching you. I'm going to find out how much you took him for.
Oh, lay off, will you? You got no right to... Hey, that's my wallet.
You mean this is Exhibit A? Cash transactions aren't as safe as you think they are.
What's the matter, wise guy? Get a surprise when you open that wallet?
Yeah. I guess he didn't pay you off in cash.
Course not. He give me an IOU.
Hello?
Hello, Mr. Barnett.
Yeah.
This is Davy.
What's wrong, Davy?
It's off. The whole deal's off.
What do you mean? Why?
Because the fat man might catch onto it.
How can he? As soon as he gets back here, I'll call him off the case.
Well, it's too risky anyhow.
Not if I leave the burglar alarm off. You know the combination of the safe and everything.
That don't make any difference. I want to wait a while till the fat man fades out of the picture.
But you can't wait, Davy. That big diamond won't be in the safe after tomorrow.
What do you mean?
Mrs. Cunningham only left it here for one night. You've got to take it now, or you'll just get the little stuff.
Yeah, well, how do I know you're on the level?
You know what I want, don't you? I want you to take your price and clear out of town. This way, I'll be sure of it.
Yeah, what about me? How do I know you won't squeal?
Because I'm in it as much as you are. If I open my mouth, the insurance company will have me arrested.
Okay, Mr. Barnett. I'll be there tonight. But if you double-cross me, Mr. Barnett, I'm warning you. I'll kill your daughter.
But, Davy... Did you hear that, Mr. Runyon?
Most of it. You're taking an awful chance, Mr. Barnett.
Why? You'll catch him before he gets out of the store, won't you?
I don't know. I don't know if a deal like this is ethical.
Is Davy ethical?
No. But you're helping him commit a crime so you can catch him. And you're luring him into it with somebody else's diamond.
What else can I do? He wanted $5,000 in cash to give up seeing my daughter.
That's quite a price.
With no guarantee either. This way, I can be sure.
Well, I hope you're right, Mr. Barnett. Because if it doesn't work out, You're setting your daughter up for murder.
Mr. Runyon. Yes? You can come up out of the cellar now, Mr. Runyon. I've locked up the store, and all the shades are down.
Good. Let's take care of the front door, and I'll turn off the lights after you go.
Right.
Wait a second. Where's the clerk?
Bob Kenny? He left about 10 minutes ago.
What for?
He said he had a date or something, so I let him go a little early. Was that wrong?
No, I was just checking up. You better go now yourself, Mr. Barnett. Otherwise, it might look funny.
All right. And don't forget to check on the cellar.
I won't.
Good luck, Mr. Runyon. I'll be waiting home for your call.
All right now, Mr. Kenny. Suppose you come out from behind that counter.
Why, how did you know I was here, Mr. Runyon?
Your overcoat is still hanging on the hook. What's the big idea?
Well, I wanted to talk to you. Alone.
Why?
Because I know there's something funny going on. And I think Mr. Barnett's daughter is mixed up in it.
Sure you aren't mixed up in it yourself?
No. I just wanted to let you know that...
Come on, spit it out.
Well, it's the burglar alarm, Mr. Runyon. It's been disconnected.
That's all you wanted to tell me?
Why, yes.
Well, don't let it worry you, Kenny. I know all about it.
Oh. I thought Miss Barnett might be up to something, and I'd hate to see her get into any trouble.
You're pretty fond of her, aren't you?
Yes. I have been for a long time. That's why I was worried about the burglar alarm. I didn't know who cut the wires.
Cut the wires? I thought you said they were disconnected.
Well, it's the same thing, isn't it?
No. I knew about the switch being disconnected, but if the wires were cut, it means there's somebody else in on this deal. Quick, honey. If you don't want anything to happen to Miss Barnett, get out to her house right away and see that she stays there. Don't let her out of your sight. But just go ahead. Do as I tell you.
All right. I'll go, Mr. Runyon. I'll be there in 20 minutes.
Son of a gun. That Barnett girl may know a lot more than...
Hey! Who got those lights?
Come on, Runyon. Another whiff of this and you'll be all right.
Oh, my head.
Yeah, you said it, brother. You've been out for over an hour.
Where am I?
Downstairs in the cellar of Barnett's store. Somebody cracked you in the noggin and dumped you in.
Oh, what happened upstairs?
Plenty. A fine detective you are, Runyon.
Come on. Was anything stolen?
Everything. The place was gone over by an expert.
What about the big diamond in the safe?
That's gone, too. And who monkeyed with a burglar alarm, Brad?
I don't know, but if Davy got away with those jewels, at least he won't bother the Barnett girl.
The Barnett girl? What are you talking about?
Nothing, Mac. It's my head.
Mr. Runyon! Mr. Runyon!
Barnett, what's wrong?
My daughter, Mr. Runyon. She's gone.
Step on it, Mac. If Davy's got that girl, we may never see her again.
How do you know he's got her? Barnett said she took her own car.
That doesn't mean she's in it now. She could have met him somewhere. Come on, we've got to get over to his apartment.
What for?
I've got a hunch his sister knows something about this job, and if she does...
Calling Lieutenant McKenzie.
Wait a second. Something's coming in on the radio.
Car 42 calling Lieutenant McKenzie.
Yeah, go ahead, Riley.
We found that Barnett girl's car, Captain, all smashed up on River Drive. Only she wasn't in it. That kid David was killed at the wheel.
Yeah, it's her car, all right. But I don't understand why he was driving it.
Maybe the girl was with him when he crashed.
I doubt it. I doubt if anybody could walk away from a wreck like this one. Do you mind if I look inside?
Oh, Runyon, for Pete's sake, don't monkey around till the inspector gets there. The jewels haven't even been found yet.
Maybe I'll find them if they're here.
Well, they must be here. Davy wouldn't have been killed if he wasn't in such a hurry to get away with them.
He was in a hurry, all right, but that isn't what killed him. He died before this car smashed up.
Yeah? What do you mean?
Come here and look. There are 2 bullet holes right through his head. Open up. Open up in there.
How do you know Davy's sister is home, Runyon?
I don't, but we're going in the apartment just the same. Open up or I'll kick the door in.
Just a moment, please.
Hey, she is home.
What's the matter? What's wrong?
Well, look who's here, Mac. Barnett's daughter.
Why didn't you open up right away, young lady?
Why, Davy told me not to answer the door.
When did you see Davy last, Miss Barnett?
About an hour ago, I lent him my car.
What for?
He had an errand to do.
Yeah, he had an errand, all right, only you stopped him from doing it. Now, where are the jewels?
What jewels? I don't know what you're talking about.
Come on, Miss Barnett. You know Davy robbed that store. You helped him do it.
I didn't.
Then why did you cut those wires on the burglar alarm? And why did you run away from home?
I won't tell you. I'm not going to talk until I see Davy. Where is he?
Right where you left him, young lady, after you shot him in the head.
Shot? Is he hurt?
He's dead.
No. No, I don't believe it.
Well, you ought to. You killed him.
Stop it. Stop saying that. I was supposed to meet him right here.
Yeah, well, he wasn't headed in this direction. We found him on the other side of town.
You're lying. We were going to run away together after...
After what? The robbery?
Yes.
Then you did know about it.
Yes, but I didn't kill him. I didn't. I had no reason to.
I don't know about that, Miss Barnett. I found a perfectly good motive right over there in that desk. Especially if you were in love with Davy.
What did you find, Runyon?
A wedding picture. That woman who called herself Davy's sister wasn't his sister at all. She was his wife.
We're getting nowhere fast, Runyon.
Well, you can't expect to solve a murder by sitting in your office. Let's get out of here.
Wait a minute. Yeah, Mackenzie speaking.
Hello. Is Mr. Runyon there, please? I've got to talk to him.
Yeah, for you, Brad. Thanks. Hello?
Mr. Runyon?
Yeah? Who's this?
Bob Kenny, the clerk at Mr. Barnett's store.
Well, where have you been?
I've been chasing all over town. I know who murdered Davy.
What?
I know where she is, too. On a train that leaves Grand Central Station in about an hour.
Are you kidding?
For heaven's sake, no. I'm at the station now. Come down here as soon as you can, Mr. Runyon. I'll be waiting for you at the information booth.
Okay, my friend. We'll be right there. Keep talking, Kenny. Was this dame about so high with red hair that plenty died?
Yes.
Well, that's Davy's sister, all right. I mean, his wife.
Well, how do you know she killed him, Kenny?
I saw her do it.
What?
Remember when I left you tonight? I drove out to Miss Barnett's house, but the place was empty, so I started back for the store.
Go on.
Well, about halfway back, I noticed this girl standing on the corner of Cullen Street. For a second, I thought she was trying to hitch a ride. But a car came by, and just as it slowed up to turn, she pulled out a gun and fired a shot at the driver.
You saw all this?
I was right there in my car. I saw her fire the shot and everything.
So what did you do?
Well, I was kind of flustered, I guess, so I didn't do much but stay right where I was.
But you saw the car smash up against the telephone.
Oh, yes, I saw that all right. Then I saw the girl run to the car and take a black bag out of it. That's when I started to chase her.
And you followed her here?
Right to the ticket window.
It's no good, Kenny.
What do you mean?
The story has got a flaw in it. Either you killed Davy or you're trying to shield the real murderer by blaming it on somebody else.
No, she's on that Chicago train, I tell you. Car 42B, compartment C.
Stop the noise. You didn't see her kill Davy.
Why not?
Because Davy wasn't shot once, as you said he was. The killer put 2 bullet holes in his head.
Hey, do you really think we'll find her in this compartment, Runyon?
Kenny said she was here, didn't he?
Yeah, but you didn't believe him. That's why we had him arrested.
Must have had some reason for wanting to leave us here. Let's find out what it is.
Who is it?
Conductor.
Oh, all right. Oh, hey, you get your foot out of that door.
Take it easy, baby. We want to talk to you.
You've got a nerve busting in here.
Cool off. His badge may not mean nothing to you, but mine does.
Well, I haven't done anything.
Neither have we yet. Search the room, Runyon.
What'd you expect to find? I said leave that suitcase alone.
Okay, sister, this isn't the one I'm looking for. It's a little black bag.
Well, I haven't got it.
You mean you got rid of it already?
I don't know what you're driving at.
You will when we find it. Rip that berth apart.
I will not.
Do you want me to do it?
No, there's nothing in there, I tell you.
Okay, baby, then I know where it is.
Where?
The upper berth.
Hey, no, you don't. You leave that alone.
Driver, Max. Actually, full of goodies.
Stop, give me that.
Stop kicking, will you? You're on your way to the chair, lady.
Chair?
Yeah.
For what?
For the murder of your husband, Dave Morey.
Don't be funny. Davy isn't dead.
Isn't he?
No, I'm supposed to meet him in Chicago tomorrow night.
Well, the trip's been canceled. And if you want to keep your skirts out of the hot seat, honey, you better start spilling about these jewels. Where'd you get them?
My lawyer will tell you.
Come on. If you won't talk, your lawyer won't be around where we'll take you. You want to be tried for murder or larceny?
Neither. Davy gave me those stones.
Before or after he died?
Will you quit saying he did? You don't have to frighten me with a trick like that. I'll talk.
Go ahead. When did you get this bag?
Tonight. Right after Davy came out of the store. He handed them to me and took it on the lam.
Then how come the ring with a big stone isn't in this bag?
What ring with a big stone?
Are you kidding? If you were in this job with Davy, you must have known about the big stone.
Well,
Well, I did, but he didn't get it.
You mean he was holding out on you? That's why you killed him, for holding out in the big stone.
Oh, you're crazy.
Don't give me that. You were after that stone as much as he was. And when you found out he kept it for himself, you went after him in your car and plugged him.
No!
She's right, Mac. It couldn't have been that way.
Why not?
Because there wasn't time. She couldn't have found out about that big diamond until after she made a getaway. By that time, it was too late to shoot Davy.
Well, I'm taking her in anyway.
That's okay with me, but we won't find out who the murderer is until we find that big stone.
What's the idea of dragging me back here to the jewelry store, Runyon?
I want to look at this safe.
What for?
Well, it's just possible there's a secret compartment in here that... Wait a second.
Huh? What is it?
Somebody's coming up those cellar stairs. Quick, get behind the counter.
Hey, can you see who it is?
Yeah. Barnett.
He's going over to that safe. Hey, maybe there is a secret compartment. You hear that? He turned something on the inside. Grab him, Runyon. He's got the ring.
Just a minute, Mr. Barnett.
Runyon.
That's right. Stay where you are till I get there. And don't move your hand. All right, Mr. Barnett. I'll take that ring now.
Why, I haven't got it.
Don't be a chump. We just saw you take it out of there.
You must be mistaken. Look, my hands are empty.
Not as empty as you want me to think. You stole that diamond, Barnett.
Why? What do you mean?
You just put it back in the safe.
Well, I was just keeping it for Mrs. Cunningham. I didn't want David to get it.
I know you didn't want David to get it, Mr. Barnett, but you weren't keeping it for anybody but yourself.
You can't prove that.
Yes, I can. You hit me on the head last night so that Davy would get away and be blamed for the diamond you stole.
What?
Don't you understand? He didn't want Davy to be caught with the goods because it would prove that Davy never took the diamond. You're a thief, Mr. Barnett.
That's a lie.
It better not be. Because you wanted Davy to get away, that proves you're not the murderer. Look, Mr. Kenny, if you ever want to get out of this cell, you better come clean.
I've told you all I know, Mr. Runyon.
You've told us more than you know. You didn't see Davy's wife fire those shots, but you did see her steal a black bag out of the wrecked car, didn't you?
Yes. She was reaching in through the window as I drove up.
Then she got those jewels after the car was wrecked, which means Davy didn't want to cut her in on the robbery, and she killed him for the running out on her, huh?
I told you she killed him.
Yeah, but you told us a phony story. Why?
So Miss Barnett wouldn't be blamed for the murder.
Miss Barnett. That's all I wanted to know, Kenny. That's all I wanted to know. Well, that's that. It seems I spend my life in getting into trouble and getting out of it. But at the same time, I generally manage to get some other people in and out of trouble, too. Be seeing you again. So long.
There he goes into that drugstore. He's stepping on the scales.
Weight 239 pounds. Fortune, danger.
Who is it?
The Fat Man.
And now, here's the Fat Man in Murder Pays Dividends.
It was a cold, dank, dismal February afternoon that found me driving half-heartedly along a busy Long Island highway. I'd received a curt note that morning from crotchety old Homer Crane, who had more millions than he had white hairs on his aging head. All the old geezer had said was that he needed me and would pay well. I turned off the highway into the gate that fronted the Crane estate. I drove about 2 minutes and stopped in front of a mansion that looked like a cross between the Taj Mahal and the Yankee Stadium. I got out and rang the doorbell.
Yes?
My name is Runyon.
I'm Mr. Crane's private secretary.
I got this note in the mail this morning. It was signed by your boss.
Oh, yes. The other fat man. Come in.
Thanks.
Come with me, Mr. Runyon.
Hey. This is quite a place.
Don't touch anything, please. This hall is lined with priceless works of art.
Don't get excited, Buster. I'm not looking for samples.
Well, who is it?
It's Fawcett, Mr. Crane. Mr. Runyon is here.
Well, bring him in, Percy. Bring him in.
Inside, Mr. Runyon.
Good evening.
Good evening. You can leave us, Percy.
Yes, sir.
So you're the fat man, eh? You got any muscle underneath all that bulk?
I'm not a weightlifter, Mr. Crane, but I can manage to flex a bicep if the occasion comes up.
You carry a gun?
You wear pants, Mr. Crane?
What?
A detective without a gun is only half dressed, Mr. Crane.
Yeah, I like your style. I think we'll get along.
Yeah, that all depends.
On what?
The job you have. All you said in your letter was that you needed me and you'd pay well.
Is $500 a week considered good pay in your profession?
It'll do.
As far as needing is concerned, you wouldn't be here if I didn't. I want protection, Mr. Runyon. Good protection.
From whom?
Anybody and everybody. I'm a wealthy man, and I've made some enemies. Lately, I've had a couple of threats.
On paper?
No. One of them came by telephone. A voice I didn't recognize. He might have been a former business acquaintance. I'm not sure. At any rate, I didn't like his tone, and I'm taking precautions. Do you like Palm Beach, Mr. Runyon?
At this time of the year, who doesn't?
Yeah. Well, I have a house there, and my wife is waiting for me to join her. I want you to come south with me and spend a few weeks.
Sounds pretty good.
All you have to do is to sun yourself on the beach and make sure that I stay alive. Does that appeal to you? Hello? Crane? The man who threatened me before.
Let me take that. Hello?
Who's this?
What's your business, mister?
You sound like a detective. Well, it won't help him. Won't help him at all. When I finish him off, I'll finish you off, too.
Hello? Hello?
What did he say?
He said just enough to make me take this job. I stayed overnight in Homer Crane's sports model Coliseum. We caught a fast train the next afternoon for Palm Beach. Percy Fawcett came with us, and I could see he was developing a very healthy dislike for me with every passing minute. The old man and I shared a drawing room, with Percy in the compartment next door. I was taking no chances with Homer Crane, and I never let him out of my sight for a second.
Where are we now, Percy? Percy? Do you know?
I believe we've just crossed into Virginia, Mr. Crane.
Is Percy acquainted with all your friends, Mr. Crane?
Yes. Why?
I'd like him to go through this train to see if he recognizes anyone.
Through the whole train? Do you think that's necessary?
Oh, go on, Percy. Do as he says. He knows his business.
Very well.
Mr. Crane, tell me some more about this guy, Davis.
I've told you all there is to tell. We did business together a couple of years ago, and I haven't seen him since.
Would he have any reason for hating you?
Why, well, no. Not that I can think of.
Look, Mr. Crane, if I'm going to help you, I've got to have your cooperation. Now, come clean.
Well, I did outsmart him once. Business deal.
By how much?
Just a couple of million.
Peanuts, huh?
He went into bankruptcy then. I never saw him again.
That's all I wanted to know. You'll keep our peepers open for Mr. Davis. There we are, Mr. Crane. Who is it?
It's Honey. Is Homer there?
Right. It's Honey Crawford. An old friend of mine, yes. Open the door.
Oh, Homer, darling.
Hello, honey. Come on in.
Oh, Homer, you old thing, you. Why didn't you tell me you were going south?
Well, it was rather unexpected, dear. Oh, I want you to meet Mr. Runyon. This is Honey Crawford, Mr. Runyon. One of the prettiest gals on Broadway.
Isn't he simply awful saying things like that? Oh, I'm very glad to know you all.
It's a pleasure.
I ran into your secretary in the vestibule, Homer. He told me you were here. Oh, darling, I've got so much to tell you. Could you all leave us alone for just a little while, Mr. Runyon?
Sorry, lady.
Oh, go ahead, Runyon. It's quite all right.
You hired me to protect you, Mr. Crane. Let me do it in my own way.
Is he protecting you, darling?
Oh, well, you know how it is, honey. A man in my position, he sometimes needs a bodyguard.
Oh, now, Homer, you don't need a great big man like Mr. Runyon to protect you from poor little me.
Go on, Runyon. Now, don't be silly. Get yourself a drink in the club car. I'll be perfectly all right with Honey.
Is that an order, Mr. Crane?
Yes. We want to be alone.
Okay, suit yourself. It's your next.
Seems to me you might have a little more respect for your employer, Mr. Runyon.
What part of the South do you come from, Miss Crawford?
Why, the deep South, of course.
That's funny.
What is?
I had a feeling you could get back to your ancestral home on the Brooklyn subway. I'll be right outside, Mr. Crane, if I'm needed. I stepped out into the vestibule and lit a cigarette. If Honey was going to pull any fast ones, at least I'd know who to lay my hands on. Honey could be real dangerous, and she didn't need any gun. I decided Homer knew what he was up against, so I leaned up against the wall to relax. Suddenly, the vestibule door opened, and Percy popped in from the next car. His face was as white as a handkerchief sticking out of his pocket.
Mr. Runyon?
Yeah?
He's inside, in the club car.
Who?
Davis, the man Mr. Crane was talking about before.
Is he alone?
Yes, there's no one in there but he and the porter.
Wait here. Someone's got to keep an eye on the old man inside.
What are you going to do?
Introduce myself to Mr. Davis. Excuse me.
Well?
Haven't we met before?
Not that I know of.
You're Mr. Davis, aren't you?
And who in the blazes are you?
My name is Runyon. I'm the fat man. You've got a big chest development, Mr. Davis, for a guy your size.
What?
You don't carry any hardware where your wallet should be by any chance. Don't reach for it, Mr. Davis.
What are you doing?
Practicing up on my judo. I'll take that gun. Bang. Well, this gun's full up and ready to go to work, huh?
Get out of my...
Come back here. Well, He seems to have come to a sudden stop, both you and the train. Get on your feet, Mr. Davis.
You've got nothing on me.
No. Porter, get hold of the conductor.
I've got a license to carry the gun, fat man.
But there's no open season on Homer Crane.
A dozen detectives won't help him. And he knows it as well as I do.
Conductor.
I'm very busy, mister. Something's happened out there.
What do we do? Break an axle?
An elderly man fell through an open door in the vestibule. The whole train darn near passed over him before we could stop.
Do you know who it is?
Not yet. He had drawing room C in the next car. Excuse me, mister. I'm in a hurry.
He doesn't have to tell us who he is, Davis. You know and I know. It was Homer Crane. Well, it was Homer, all right. At least what was left of him. It happened near a town called Marston, close to the Virginian border. I stuck around with the inquest and got the verdict I expected. Accidental death. Davis had an alibi because he was with me. In fact, everybody seemed to have an alibi, except the victim. After the inquest, I met Percy in the coroner's office.
It was awful, simply awful. Miss Crawford and Mr. Crane came out of the drawing room and separated. He said he was going into the diner, and he told me to wait inside.
That's what you told the coroner.
It was the truth.
Then why keep repeating it all the time? Who are you trying to convince?
Now, look here, Mr. Runyon,
Skip it. Percy, you didn't tell Mr. Crane that Davis was on the train.
Why,
He'd never have moved out of that drawing room if you had.
I didn't want to worry him. I thought you were taking care of David.
Your excuses are pretty weak, Percy. Maybe you can do a little better with train schedules.
Train schedule?
Yeah. You and I are continuing to Palm Beach. For one thing, we've got to break the news to his wife. And Percy, let's make sure we never pass any open vestibule doors. It's pretty hard to prove a murder charge when you haven't got a motive. I couldn't figure what Honey Crawford had to gain by killing her sugar daddy. But Percy was a different story. And to keep our appearances, he had to come down to Palm Beach with me. Homer's Palm Beach menage was something like his New York arena, only a little bigger. His wife was a quiet little woman, and nobody's fool. And it was interesting the way she took the news.
So, Homer is dead.
You'd better wire that Virginia coroner about the disposal of the body, Mrs. Crane.
I'll take care of it.
If you don't mind my saying so, you're not very unhappy about the incident.
I feel sorry for Homer, that's all. Lately, we've been drawn apart. I don't know why. Perhaps he was always too interested in making money. But I just can't be a hypocrite about it. I've lost a friend, but not a husband.
Do you know a man named Davis?
Davis? Yes, it seems to me that name is familiar, Mr. Runyon.
He was on the train before it happened.
What about him?
Nothing. I just wanted to see if it rang any bells.
Mr. Runyon, I'm sorry my husband didn't take your advice and stay close to you on that train. But I appreciate what you tried to do for him.
I was well paid for it.
Yes. Homer was always generous to his employees.
Including Percy.
Of course. Why do you ask?
More bells. This time they're ringing for me.
I suppose you want to return to New York as soon as possible.
I'm in no hurry.
You're welcome to my hospitality for as long as you'd like to stay.
Thanks.
The beach for half a mile on either side of the house is private. If you're a good swimmer...
I don't swim, but I'll use your beach for the next few hours. Find out how the seagulls are doing.
Watch the tide, Mr. Runyon. It comes in rather fast at this time of the day. And if you're not a very good swimmer, you...
Tides aren't the only things to watch that are tricky, Mrs. Crane. Why, hello, honey child.
if it isn't the fat man.
Taking a stroll on the beach?
Yes, trying out my new bathing suit. You like it?
You can catch cold in an awful lot of places with that thing on.
Oh, you're cute, fat man.
We seem to be better friends for some odd reason.
I never hold a grudge.
Then maybe you won't mind telling me what you're doing on this beach.
Walking.
You know who owns it?
Maybe. I'm in the hotel out yonder. I thought I'd walk out and find out what she looks like.
Mrs. Crane?
I wanted to see what she has that I don't seem to have.
You mean why she hooked a rich guy like Crane and you couldn't?
You'd be surprised, Mr. Runyon.
Would I?
If Homer hadn't fallen off that train,
Then what?
Mr. Runyon! What's that on the beach over there?
What?
Hey! It looks like a man. Mr. Runyon!
He's dead.
Oh, no.
Like he's been dead for hours. Tide washed him up on the beach.
Do you know who he is?
Yeah. His name is Davis. This time they called it accidental drowning. And it was beginning to get monotonous. But I didn't squawk, because I was starting to get the tie up now. And if I played my hand close to my chest, I might soon have some results. That night I took a flashlight and went through the boathouse on the edge of the beach. Homer Crane had quite a collection of plain and fancy speedboats. And as I was looking over a flashy job with an 8-cylinder motor, I heard the door squeak open behind me. I didn't move. I just waited.
Stand where you are.
I'm standing.
There's a light switch on the wall to your left. Snap it. Runyon!
Hello, Percy.
What are you doing in here?
Waiting for the Queen Elizabeth.
Don't be funny.
Better point that gun the other way, Percy. It might go off.
I demand to know what you're doing in this boathouse.
Well, maybe we're both here for the same reason.
I don't like you, fat man, and I never have.
You're not number one on the hit parade with me, either.
I think it's time you packed your things and went back to where you belong.
Do you like speedboats, Percy?
What?
I said...
Who's in there?
Good evening, Mrs. Crane.
Percy, what are you doing with that gun?
He's pointing it at me at the moment, and I'm beginning to get bored with the idea.
Put that gun away, please.
Well, that's a good boy, Percy.
I don't understand what this is all about, but I don't like it. Haven't we had enough trouble already?
I'm sorry, Mrs. Crane. He was snooping around, and I thought he was a thief.
Huh. Have you ever tried to get rid of a hot motorboat?
He's full of clever remarks, but he hasn't explained anything.
Please leave us alone.
But, Mrs. Crane...
I have nothing to worry about from Mr. Runyon.
Suit yourself, Mrs. Crane.
Did you find what you were looking for, Mr. Runyon?
No, not yet.
May I ask what it was?
I'm looking for a murderer, Mrs. Crane.
A murderer?
Yes, I'm looking for the person who killed your husband, and Davis.
You're joking, Mr. Runyon.
No, I'm real serious.
But my husband and Davis...
I know. Accidental death. Well, I won't buy that theory, Mrs. Crane.
What did you expect to find in here?
I was curious to know when that speedboat was last used.
It was used early this afternoon.
Yeah? Who used it?
Percy Fawcett.
That's interesting. What for?
A friend of mine, a neighbor on that island offshore, wanted to borrow it. Percy took it over to her.
And she used it?
I imagine so.
Let's check on that, Mrs. Crane. It looks like about a 10-minute run from here.
Just about.
The boat's safe, isn't it?
Perfect.
Will you run it?
Yes.
Fine, let's go. You're pretty good at handling this boat, Mrs. Crane.
I've been driving it for quite a while.
Don't you think you ought to use your lights?
They're not working. We can see the island. You knew this boat had been used this afternoon, Mr. Runyon?
Yeah.
How did you know?
You didn't completely wipe all the oil from the motorhead.
I didn't?
You heard me.
Just what do you mean?
You used this boat today, Mrs. Crane, not Percy. And you used it before Percy and I even arrived in Palm Beach.
Did I?
You used it to get Davis into deep water, where he could quietly drown when you pushed him overboard. Pushing people out of things seems to be your one interest in life.
I have another interest, Mr. Runyon.
Really?
To protect myself.
You ought to practice more. The job you did on Homer was pretty good, but you messed it up with Davis.
You're out of your mind, Mr. Runyon.
The last time I saw Davis was in Virginia. But he had plenty of time to get down to Palm Beach and have himself killed hours before I even arrived.
Not a bad accomplishment, you must admit.
And not very surprising either when you remember there's fast plane service between here and New York. That's how you got up to Washington and boarded the train your husband was on. And that's how you got back here to Palm Beach in time to provide yourself with an alibi.
Excellent, Mr. Runyon.
Davis saw you on that train. And he flew back here with you. Was it blackmail he tried to pull?
The idiot wanted his money back. The $2 million my husband took away from him. It's too bad you discovered this, Mr. Runyon.
There's only one thing I haven't figured out yet.
There are two things, Mr. Runyon.
Well, I like to take them one at a time. You didn't kill old Homer because of that dizzy blonde.
Honey Crawford? Oh, don't be ridiculous. I knew about her long ago. I wanted freedom, Mr. Runyon. And Percy thought it. Now, is it clear?
Extremely. And now, that other thing you said I hadn't figured out.
How you're going to get back to shore and notify the police. I doubt very much if you could prove this, Mr. Runyon. But I'm not going to give you a chance. You should have learned to swim. You're as careless as Mr. Davis was.
But I might be a tougher proposition to push out of a boat.
Oh, I don't intend to push you. No, I can swim, you see. This boat is fast, Mr. Runyon. And if I make my turns too sharp, we capsize. Like this.
You all right over there? What's happened? We just went for a moonlight dip. She'll be okay in a minute. She only fainted. You a lifeguard?
Beach patrol. We saw the explosion offshore. There's a boat going out there now.
They won't find anything but a couple of sticks. She's coming out of it. The explosion was something she didn't count on.
Oh, what happened? Oh, why am I lying here on the beach?
This man just saved your life.
The fat man. But you told me you couldn't swim.
You shouldn't believe everything you hear. But I've got a feeling you're going to wish you'd never taken a swimming lesson by the time a jury gets through with you and Percy in court.
Palm Beach to New York, lower 5.
Right.
And I got upper 6, Mr. Runyon.
Well, honey child.
Glad to see me.
It's always nice to see someone who's easy on the eyes.
Oh, you're so awesome cute, fat man.
Oh, conductor, is there a diner on this car?
Yes, sir. The second car forward.
Hungry, honey?
Darn.
How would you like a dozen oysters, followed by roast beef rare right in the bone?
Oh,
Mashed potatoes, gravy, and huckleberry pie a la mode.
oh, my goodness.
Well, you've got an invitation, baby. Providing you come out of the deep south and be yourself.
Okay, brother. You win. Let's head for the diner.
Okay, sister. You're practically there. Seems I spend my life in getting into trouble and getting out of it. But at the same time, I generally manage to get some other people in and out of trouble, too. Be seeing you again. So long.
There he goes into that drugstore. He's stepping on the scales.
Weight 239 pounds. Fortune, danger.
Who is it?
The Fat Man.
And now here's the Fat Man in Murder from the Past.
The long black car slid along the country road with the silent, effortless speed of an airplane shadow. It was a nice countryside, mild and civilized, trimmed and clipped by the money of rich men who liked living in the country. I leaned back against the soft cushions of the seat with a cigarette and wondered why a millionaire like Vernon Kingsley needed a private detective. He hadn't said much on the phone, except that money was no object, and he'd send his chauffeur to pick me up at the office. I blew smoke toward the glass partition separating me from the driver's seat and let my eyes rest on the back of the chauffeur's head. Suddenly, I ground out my cigarette, leaned forward, and tapped on the glass. The window slid silently down.
Yes, sir?
Is it much farther to Kingsley's place?
No, sir. We're almost there.
Kingsley didn't say much to me on the phone. Any idea why he's hiring a detective?
If Mr. Kingsley didn't see fit to tell you, sir, I hardly think it's my place.
But you know why.
Yes, sir.
You're not a very talkative guy, are you?
No, sir. Here's the entrance now, sir.
Does old Kingsley live up here alone?
No, sir. There's Mr. and Mrs. Ringo, Mr. Kingsley's daughter and son-in-law. Here we are, sir. I'll go and open the front door, sir.
Okay. I leave my coat in the hall. You go tell him I'm here.
Yes, sir.
I won't have it. I won't have it, I tell you. I'm not a child. I won't put up with it, you understand.
Well, I say we won't put up with it when we are putting up with it.
I don't care. I won't have it.
Mr. Runyon is here, sir.
Huh? Oh, yes. Send him in.
This way, Mr. Runyon.
Come in, Mr. Runyon. Come in. I am glad you're here. This is my daughter, Grace, and her husband, Dolph Ringo.
How do you do, Mr. Runyon?
How do you do?
I'm particularly glad you're here, Runyon.
Why?
Because I don't want any more broken bones. As you can see, my left arm is broken and in a cast. I'm sorry you missed that. I might add that all future injuries are yours.
Mine. How did you break your arm, Ringo?
Doing what Mr. Kingsley here has hired you to do.
Maybe you better tell me just why you did hire me to come here, Kingsley.
Yes. Sit down, Mr. Runyon. Sit down. I am not a child, Mr. Runyon, and I will not be frightened.
What is there to be frightened of?
Oh, nothing, really. Nothing at all, except a lot of trickery and play acting.
You can call it that if you want to, Father. But you know very well it's much more than that.
What kind of play acting and trickery, Kingsley?
Well, I'd better start at the beginning. That was in Cairo quite a few years ago. At that time, both my son-in-law, Mr. Ringo, and I were in business there.
What sort of business?
We were engaged in selling certain supplies to the Egyptian army. Most of our dealings were with a Captain Stoner. Through certain carelessness on the part of Captain Stoner, we were able to make considerable profit. As a result, Stoner was court-martialed and dishonorably discharged from the army.
Hey, wait a minute, Kingsley. Let's get this straight. If I'm going to work for you, I want the truth. Stoner wasn't just buying supplies for the Egyptian army from you, was he?
That's right, Runyon. No use beating about the bush. Of course he wasn't just buying. He was selling army supplies back to us on the sly.
Black market, huh?
You call it that if you want to. That's neither here nor there. The point is that this Stoner was caught and thrown out of the army in disgrace. Nothing so drastic happened to us. Naturally, he resented it.
It was not our fault that Stoner was caught in his dealings, but of course he blamed us. Now, after all this time, this man appears suddenly and says to me, I have come to watch you die. Now, what do you think of that, Mr. Runyon?
I gather that you're not very anxious to hurry up and die on his account.
That's right, Mr. Runyon. That is why I've hired you. You will have to deal with this Captain Stoner.
I see. Years later, Stoner showed up and threatened your life. Just what's he done so far?
Done? Done? He's done enough. Look at Ringo's arm. Stoner broke it in a fight. He's terrorized my family. But even so, it's not what he has done that worries me. It's what he intends doing. I'm afraid he's going to murder me. I want you to stop him, Runyon.
Do you know where he is?
Of course I know where he is. He rented a small cottage about a quarter of a mile from here. He came with a servant, an enormous fellow named Bruno, who has the strength of a giant.
Oh, a horrible man. There's something awful and sinister about the servant.
Have you gone to the police about Stoner's threats?
Of course I have. But it does no good. They won't take it seriously. After all, he hasn't really threatened me. He's only told me that he has come here to watch me die.
You said Stoner broke your arm, Ringo. How did it happen?
When Stoner first got here, I thought I could handle him. I met him one morning in the village. I lost my temper and hit him. We had a fight, and, well, he broke my arm. In a way, I suppose you could say it was really my own fault. You see, I hit him first. I'm sorry about it.
Mr. Kingsley! Mr. Kingsley!
Yes, Towler, what is it? What's wrong?
There's a fire, sir. It's raging through the woods in the direction of the guest house.
It's that devil Stoner's work.
Come on, Ringo, let's go.
But your arm, darling, it's broken. So you shouldn't go.
Now, never mind, Grace. I won't interfere. I'm only going along to see how an expert handles things.
The wind seems to be changing direction and the fire's dying down.
Yes, there's not much we can do about it now, but let it burn out.
As long as the wind holds this direction, it'll be okay. Good thing it didn't get into those trees. Here, give me that flashlight a minute.
What are you going to do?
See if there are any footprints. I think this is the spot where the fire was started. There is where the charred ground begins.
Yes, you're right.
Yeah. Just as I thought.
Run! Runyon, what was that?
Wait a second, Ringo.
A rock. Was that
somebody threw it at us? Here it is where I'm shining the light.
A skull drawn on it.
Yeah, with a red crayon. That's not all either. Look down on the ground at these footprints. They're big enough to fit the description of Bruno, Stoner's servant.
Listen, Runyon, I'm afraid. I didn't want to say too much back at the house because I don't want to upset Kingsley any more than he already is. But I think Stoner is insane, dangerously insane. You see, back in Cairo, Stoner was, well, he was easy to handle. It was nothing like he is now. I tell you, he's a madman now.
He certainly sounds like an interesting guy.
Well, what can we do about it?
I'm not sure yet. But first thing in the morning, I'm going to call on Captain Stoner.
You wish to see the captain?
Yeah. Is he here?
This way, please. The captain is eating breakfast. Here is the gentleman, Captain.
Don't tell me I was expected.
Oh, yes, sir. Good morning, Mr. Runyon.
I don't remember meeting before, Stoner.
Oh, we haven't met before, Mr. Runyon. But you see, I know quite a bit about you.
You get around, don't you?
Do sit down. You must pardon my breakfasting so late, but I slept very badly. I had a most abominable dream. I dreamt that Vernon Kingsley's throat had been cut from here to here. Yes, it was an atrociously gory business. He bled and screamed horribly, the swine.
I don't suppose you liked that, did you, Captain Stoner?
Oh, getting his throat cut was all to the good, but he bled and screamed so. It was really quite annoying.
Yeah. Was it throat cutting that you had in mind when you threatened Kingsley's life?
When I threatened him? My dear fella, I never have threatened Vernon Kingsley. I was in Reba, a stinking little African village, and one morning a voice spoke to me from an orange tree. It said, "Go to the State Stoner, and there you will see Vernon Kingsley die." Well, I thought that was a capital idea. Naturally, I thanked the voice, told my servant Bruno to pack and started at once. As soon as I found Kingsley, I told him about it, thinking perhaps he'd die immediately, so I wouldn't have to waste precious months now.
Is that why you've been trying to hurry it up?
I beg your pardon?
Last night there was a fire in the brush behind Kingsley's house.
Yes, I saw the fire.
You didn't happen to see any rocks with red skulls drawn on them, did you?
I don't understand.
Somebody threw one at me.
Oh, really now? Why would anybody do that?
I don't know. Unless whoever threw it was trying to scare Kingsley and his family.
I have spent years in Africa, and I have much faith in the voices that come from orange trees. You needn't think for one moment that I've had anything to do with whatever's happened.
Your servant Bruno, huh?
Perhaps. He has an incorrigible bent for the ruder sort of African horseplay. I'll gladly punish him for any misbehavior of which you can prove him guilty.
Let me catch him at it, and I'll do my own punishing.
Be sure you have a firm grip on him. He's remarkably effective with his 2 knives.
Thanks. I'll try and remember that. By the way, Stoner, the voice didn't happen to say anything about Kingsley's son-in-law, Ringo, did it?
There was no need. When the body dies, the hand is dead. I have often wondered if the voice spoke to Kingsley, too. I once asked him, but he was most evasive about it.
I can imagine.
In most similar cases, the voice that warns of a person's death also speaks to the victim. I believe that's the conventional way of doing it.
I wouldn't know. I'd have a talk with an orange tree. Maybe I ought to ask Kingsley what he dreamed last night.
Did he look nightmarish this morning?
I don't know. I left before he was up.
What, you mean you've no idea what shape he's in this morning, whether he's alive or not? Whether my dream was a true one or not?
No idea at all.
My dear man, that's capital.
You called me, sir?
Yes, Bruno, yes. Take at once. We leave immediately. Our mission is finished.
It is good. Yes, sir.
Hadn't you better wait to make sure?
But I am sure. As sure as when the voice spoke from the orange tree. There's nothing to wait for now. I've seen him die.
In a dream.
Was it a dream? Well, goodbye, my friend. Perhaps we shall meet again someday if your work ever brings you to Africa. Oh, by the way, please remember me to Kingsley's daughter and son-in-law. I really can't sincerely send condolences.
Good morning, Runyon. Well, did you see Captain Stoner?
Yes, I saw him. Where's Kingsley?
I don't know. I haven't seen him this morning. Well, why? What's wrong?
Stoner had a dream last night. It was a very pretty dream.
A dream? I don't understand.
Neither do I. Where's Kingsley's room?
Oh, down at the end of the hall. He must still be asleep. What did you think of Stoner? Is he crazy?
Not very. He wanted to be remembered to you and Mrs. Ringo. And by the way, how's your arm this morning?
Oh, rotten. It gave me trouble all night. Ah, here's his room.
Well, what are you staring at me for, Runyon? Have I forgotten my necktie?
No. Your neck looks all right.
All right? Of course it's all right. Did you see Captain Stoner? Did you find out what he's up to?
Yeah. When I left, he was packing to go back to Africa. Around noon, it started to rain, a steady, dreary downpour. Nobody came in or went out of the house. Late in the afternoon, I walked back over to Stoner's cottage. It was locked tight. Through the windows, I could see that it was empty. There was no sign of the captain or his giant servant. I would have gone back to the city that night, but Kingsley wouldn't hear of it. He was still plenty scared. The evening passed quietly, and everybody went to bed early. The next morning, I was awakened by the sudden, violent opening of my bedroom door. Fowler, the chauffeur, stood there. His face was gray with fright, and his eyes bulged in his head.
It's happened. It's happened.
What's happened? What's wrong?
Down there. It's awful, awful.
Quit babbling and talk. What is it?
It's Mr. Kingsley, sir. Mr. Kingsley. I went in to waken him just now, and there he was lying across the bed with his throat cut from ear to ear.
What should we do, Runyon? It's terrible. Shouldn't we move him? Just to leave his body there across the bed seems wrong.
I'm sorry, Ringo, but we'll have to leave him here until the police come.
What about Stoner and his threats?
The police already have an alarm out for him and the big servant. They won't get far. Where's your wife?
She's in her room. That devil Stoner, making up that story of the dream and pretending to leave. He must have waited in the village until we were all asleep.
He didn't wait in the village.
Well, how do you know?
After I called the police, I telephoned the man who had rented the cottage to Stoner. He's the station master in the village. He told me that Stoner came in yesterday afternoon, turned in the keys, paid for 2 weeks' rent, and said he'd been unexpectedly called away. Then Stoner and the servant, Bruno, took all their baggage and got on the 2:10 train to the city.
The station master was sure of that?
Positive. He was standing on the platform when the train pulled out.
Well, so the dead man hired you to protect him, eh, Runyon?
Okay, Mac, don't rub it in. I thought this fellow Stoner had cleared out.
I've talked to everybody. None of them heard anything or saw anything from bedtime last night until the chauffeur opened the door to call him this morning and saw him dead. Do you know any more than that?
No.
Well, I guess this crazy Captain Stoner's our man, all right.
Yeah. You oughtn't to have much trouble finding him.
We'll find him. Don't you worry about that.
What did the doctor say?
Well, he says Kingsley was killed between 3 and 4 this morning with a heavy knife. Hey, Anderson, send Mr. Ringo in here.
Okay, Lieutenant.
Find the knife yet?
Yeah. One of the boys found it out in the shrubs near the driveway. The murderer evidently tossed it in there after killing Kingsley. There weren't any fingerprints on it. We haven't found anything else inside or out of the house. You know, it's funny, a fellow as scared as Kingsley was supposed to have been didn't keep himself locked up tighter. His windows were open, anybody could have gotten in. His door wasn't even locked.
You wanted to see me, Lieutenant?
Yeah. Is Stoner left-handed, Ringo?
Why, not exactly, but he's very nearly ambidextrous, as I remember, but uses his left hand more than his right. Why?
Because I think Kingsley was killed by a left-handed man. Hello, Runyon. Come on in.
So you finally picked Stoner up.
Yeah, I told you we'd find him. Those circulars we put out on him did the trick.
Where did you find him?
In the Chicago rooming house. Yesterday afternoon, the Chicago police got an anonymous phone call tipping them off as to where Stoner was. They went over to the rooming house, and there both of them were, the big servant Bruno and Stoner. They flew him in last night.
Does he talk?
No, he's talked plenty, but he hasn't said the right words.
He denies killing Kingsley.
That's right. He says he doesn't know a thing about it. You know, he must be crazy. Well, we got him dead to rights. First, he tells you about that dream, then he skips out of town. He could easily have hired a car and returned to the Kingsley place that night, and finally, he won't say where he was the night of the murder.
You mean he hasn't any kind of alibi at all?
None. Doesn't seem to bother him either. When I asked him why he skipped out, he just kind of smiled and said that he knew there wasn't anything more to wait for after his dream, so he left. He said when he'd heard about the murder, he knew we'd be looking for him, so he went into seclusion. Then he just sat there grinning and acting smug and smooth as silk. I tell you, the guy's nuts.
I'm not so sure about that. What about that big servant, Bruno?
Nothing there at all. Just clammed up tight, wouldn't say a word.
Has Stoner got a lawyer yet?
Sure, I think the lawyer's nuts, too.
Why?
Well, just before you got down here to headquarters, the two of them had a talk in his cell. When it was over, out comes this cocky little lawyer with a grin a mile wide in his face. Both he and Stoner actually seem happy about the whole thing. I don't get it.
Neither do I, and I don't like it.
You know, if it wasn't such an open and shut case, I'd almost think they had something up their sleeve.
Don't be too sure they haven't. Both Bruno and Stoner were indicted for murder. Before the trial, neither of them opened his mouth, except to occasionally talk to the little lawyer, whose name was John Loder. Most of the time, they just sat there grinning, looking like the cat that ate the canary. They didn't waste any time on the trial. The prosecution stepped in the first and second day and went to town. They didn't miss a trick, and Stoner admitted everything. Everything, that is, except the actual murder. He flatly denied that. On the third day, it was the defense's turn. Loder, their little lawyer, adjusted his glasses, grinned at the court, and called one witness. His name was Nathaniel Jones.
And now, Mr. Jones, would you kindly tell the court what your occupation is?
I'm the sheriff of Greene County.
And where is Greene County, Mr. Jones?
Why, it's the county next to this one, on the south.
That will place Greene County about 50 miles from Fourth County, where the murder of Vernon Kingsley took place during the early morning hours of January 9th, would it not?
It sure would.
Now, Mr. Jones, I want you to look carefully at the two defendants sitting there. Have you ever seen these two men before?
I sure have.
Would you kindly tell the court just where, when, and under what circumstances?
I sure will. I first seen them both
sitting in Ralph Dingle's saloon in Needleville about 8 o'clock on the night of January 8th.
That would be the evening before the murder of Vernon Kingsley, would it not?
Yes, sir.
What were these two gentlemen doing when you saw them?
They were getting drunker than billy goats and trying to pick a fight with Hank Sanford. Seeing as how I'm sheriff, I throw them in jail where they belonged.
How long did they stay there?
Until noon the next day when they sobered up.
So at the time of Kingsley's murder, the defendants were both in your jail. Is that right, Sheriff?
It sure is.
The defense rests its case.
Hello?
Hello. Mr. Runyon?
Yeah, this is Runyon.
Mr. Runyon, this is Grace Ringo, Mr. Kingsley's daughter.
Oh, yes, Mrs. Ringo.
Mr. Runyon, they've come back.
Stoner and his servant?
Yes. They've taken the same cottage again. They can't have come back for any reason except that they mean to kill my husband, as I'm sure they did my father. My husband won't listen to me. He laughs at me and calls me a foolish child and tells me he can take care of himself. But he can't. Not at least with a broken arm. And they'll kill him just as they killed Father. I know it.
Stoner hates your husband as much as he hated your father.
Yes, he does. You see, the trouble in Cairo was actually more my husband's fault than it was Father's. Won't you please try to keep them from killing him?
I'll do what I can. How long have they been back?
Since the day before yesterday.
Okay, Mrs. Ringo. I'll be down the first thing in the morning.
Oh, this is a terrible time to get a man out of bed in a cold night. What do you plan to do?
We're both going to do a little watching and waiting. Yeah, there are the lights in Stoner's cottage down there. See them?
Yeah, somebody there, all right. You know, you get a good view here even at night.
Yeah. I can tell now if anybody comes in or out of the cottage. Hand me that night glass.
Here.
Uh-uh.
What's wrong?
Somebody just came out of the back door of the cottage and started walking up toward the Kingsley place.
Who is it?
Mrs. Ringo, Kingsley's daughter.
Oh, we've been sitting here for 2 hours, Runyon. I'm freezing. What are you waiting for?
This. Here. Quick, take a look through these glasses. There. Coming up the walk to the cottage.
Ringo?
Yeah. Kingsley's son-in-law. You can see his left arm is still in a sling.
He's going inside.
Get out your gun, Mackenzie.
What for?
Those are rough customers down there, and we're going to pay them a call.
Oh, but I don't get it, Runyon. What does it mean? First Kingsley's daughter, and then her husband. I thought you said they were afraid of Stoner.
Right now, I'm not quite sure just who's afraid of who. Come on. Hurry, Mac, hurry! Drop that gun, Ringo. I'll take care of this. So you got Stoner and Bruno.
They tried to shoot me first. They were going to kill me. I had to do it.
Watch him, Mackenzie.
Right.
Stoner's still alive. I just saw him move. Stoner.
Just stay right where you are, Ringo, and keep your hands over your head.
But I tell you,
I said don't move. There have been too many killings around here already.
Okay, Stoner. Okay. Take it easy. He's dead. But he lingered just long enough. Ringo, you're under arrest for the murder of Vernon Kingsley.
You're out of your mind.
Am I? Stoner just told me enough before he died to fill in some things I'd been guessing at.
It's a lie. Stoner killed Kingsley.
When I saw your wife leave this cottage a while ago, I got suspicious and started thinking back a bit. The first time I saw Stoner, he was eating breakfast, and he used all his utensils with his right hand. Mackenzie said Kingsley was killed by a left-handed man.
All the more reason to prove my innocence. My left arm is broken.
Is it? Just suppose your wife and you and Stoner were in cahoots and planned to get rid of Kingsley for his dough. To keep suspicion from yourself, it might have been a smart idea to tell Kingsley you'd had a fight with Stoner and that your arm broke. Stoner just mentioned that. Mackenzie, pick that cast in his arm.
Keep away from me. Keep away.
You sure you want me to do this, Runyon?
Here, I'll do it. His pistol will make a good hammer.
You can't do this. My arm.
You're not fooling. Once more now. Now I'll pull this phony bandage off. You see, Mac? Just the sound is mine.
All right. All right, I did kill Kingsley.
Okay, let's have the rest of it.
Stoner and Bruno, knowing they couldn't be tried on the same charge they'd been acquitted of, came back to blackmail me into a bigger share of the money. And I had to get rid of them. If Stoner had only died before he'd had a chance to talk, I'd have gotten away with it.
On the contrary, Ringo. You see, Stoner didn't talk.
What?
No, Stoner didn't talk. I just said that to make you confess easier.
You double...
Shut up. I've been thinking about you ever since your wife called. But you put the final touch on it yourself. When we broke in here a minute ago, I told you to drop your gun. You dropped it. Out of your left hand. Bring him along, Mac. We'll go pick up his wife. Well, that's that. It seems I spend my life in getting into trouble and getting out of it. But at the same time, I generally manage to get some other people in and out of trouble, too. Be seeing you again. So long.
There he goes into that drugstore. He's stepping on the scales.
Weight 239 pounds. Fortune, danger.
Who is it?
The Fat Man.
And now, here's the Fat Man in Murder Made Stylish.
It was one of those too warm for winter and not warm enough for spring nights. And I was sitting uncomfortably in my office doing a little homework on a set of fingerprints. A big dinner, a couple of bottles of beer, and my concentration had almost lulled me into a light sleep. I came to with a start, though, as I realized someone had quietly come into my office. When I looked up, I saw a big, tough-looking lug moving up to my desk.
Fat man,
How did you get in here?
you ought to learn to shut your doors.
You ought to learn to knock.
I got a job for you, Runyon.
What kind of a job?
You'll find out later.
I don't like blind dates.
Not even when the payoff is guaranteed.
Where's your partner?
I don't need no partner here.
Here. What's that?
Half a $1,000 bill.
Where's the other half?
You get that when the job's finished.
You don't look like you can afford to tear up coin of the realm this way.
I got a car downstairs. You want me to take you where that other house is located?
In just a second.
What you looking for?
Scotch tape. So I can paste the two halves together.
That's the joint. Second floor. It's a walk-up.
Aren't you coming along?
I wait for you down here.
I might need you for an introduction.
Look, Fat Man, there's nothing to worry about. All you gotta do is go up to the second floor and knock.
And you still won't tell me what this is all about.
I tell you I can't. I got my orders. You won't need that gun, Runyon.
I'd just as soon keep it handy if it's all the same to you. The setup was phony, and maybe I was taking a chance. But chances pay off in my business, and it gave me a cozy feeling to get that close to a $1,000 bill. There was a door facing the stairway on the second floor. I hesitated for a second, trying to figure out a way to keep from exposing myself when the door was open.
Is that you, Castillo?
Good evening.
Oh, hello. I thought you were someone else.
You want to see me?
Oh, I want to see everybody. Everybody in the whole wide world.
Mind if I come in?
Oh, not at all.
Having a little party, huh?
I'm having a wonderful time. You want a drink?
No, thanks.
Oh, come on. Good for your liver.
My liver's in fine shape as it is.
What's your name, tall, wide, and handsome?
Runyon.
Mine's April. Like in showers. You want to dance?
No, thanks.
Oh, come on. I like to dance. How's about a little salmon?
You ever see this before?
What's that?
Half of $1,000 bill.
Oh, where's the other half?
That's what I'd like to know.
Oh, but it's silly to walk around with $1,000. Come on, let's dance.
Relax, baby.
Oh, don't you like me?
You might not be bad when you're sober. All you need now is an orange in your hair and to be a walking old-fashioned.
Well, Cuchillo likes me. Wait till Cuchillo gets back. He'll dance tango with me.
Who is Cuchillo?
Never heard of El Cuchillo, the bullfighter? He's the greatest matador in the world.
Anyone in that room over there?
Oh, just Brandon. Handsome Brandon. Delicious Brandon. He's crazy about me, too.
Excuse me.
Oh, you mustn't go in there.
Why not?
Oh, of course, Brandon's got a terrible hangover. He's sleeping at home. That's why Cuchillo went out. He's going to get something at the drugstore for Brandon's hangover.
Maybe Brandon can part with an explanation.
Brandon will be awful mad if you wake him up. Oh, it's wild music, Mr. Runyon. Come on back and dance.
Turn on that radio.
Oh, what for?
Turn it up, I said.
Oh, what's the big idea?
So your friend Brandon's got a hangover, has he?
Sure, all he needs is a prairie oyster.
He needs a little more than that, baby. He happens to also need an undertaker. One glance at Brandon's body had the same effect on April as an ice-cold needle shower. She sobered up fast and looked like the scared kid she was. I put in a call to Lieutenant Mackenzie at headquarters and took stock while I waited. I've run across my share of murders, and I thought there was nothing new. But this killing was original. A curved sword had been plunged into the soft spot above the collarbone. One end of it was sticking out of his neck, and the other end through his side. It reminded me of something, and I tried to think of what it was. And then I remembered. They killed bulls that way, in the Plaza del Toros.
I didn't do it, Mr. Runyon. I swear I didn't. You've got to help me. You've got to.
How long have you been here?
For half an hour.
And in all that time, you never discovered the body?
We thought the apartment was empty. Just before you came in, Cuchillo went into the bedroom, and when he came out, he said Brandon was in there, but he passed out, and he was going to get him something from the drugstore.
How did you get into the apartment in the first place?
I had a key. Brandon gave it to me.
Now, let's get this straight. Which one is your heavy lover, Brandon or the Matador?
Oh, I kind of like them both, I guess.
You mean you play the field? Who are you calling?
My sister. Catherine will help me. She'll get me out of this.
A couple of lawyers might come in handy.
Hello?
Catherine, this is April.
What's the matter? Where are you?
At Brandon's apartment. It's awful, kid. It's horrible. You've got to help me. You've got to get over here.
For heaven's sake, April, make sense. What's wrong?
Yeah, let me speak to her. What's the last name?
Langley.
Langley. Hello?
Who are you? What's happened over there?
I suggest you get over here in a hurry. Your kid sister's in a spot. You know the address?
Yes, I know where Brandon's apartment is, but what's going on?
Murder, Miss Langley.
Murder. I'll be over immediately.
Open up.
Mackenzie.
Yes, open up. All right, where's the body, Runyon?
Inside.
All right, who's this?
April Langley's the name. She was here when I found him.
Come on, Brody.
Yes, sir.
What are they going to do?
They're probably going to pin a murder charge on you.
Oh, no.
Unless you've got a little more to offer in your own defense.
But I swear I had nothing to do with it. They can't arrest me.
You'd be surprised, baby.
Nice job. What'd you think he was, lady? A pincushion?
I didn't tell him.
No, but who did?
Maybe he committed harakiri, Lieutenant.
Don't be funny, Runyon.
Keep your blood pressure down, Mackenzie. A lot more to this case than meets the eye. And by the way, Max, did you see a guy downstairs in a black sedan?
A black sedan?
Yeah.
No, the street was empty.
Yeah. Not that I expected him to wait.
Well, come on, girlie. Let's get started.
Don't hesitate me, Mr. Runyon. Don't hesitate me.
Mackenzie may be small, April, but he's very determined. I'll wait here for your sister.
I tell you, I didn't kill him. I didn't kill him. I'm innocent.
That's what they all say, sister, but we'll go over your story down at headquarters. Now, come on. I don't want no trouble. Brody.
Yes, sir.
Photograph that body in the room, then call the morgue.
Okay, Lieutenant. You won't need me, Mackenzie. I told you all I know about this over the phone.
Well, why waste your time staying here, then, Runyon? Her sister can come down to headquarters if she wants to.
I'm not wasting my time, Mackenzie. I'm working on a jigsaw puzzle.
What?
And the only piece that's missing is half a $1,000 bill.
I'm Catherine Langley.
My name is Runyon. Come in, please.
Huh? Where is April?
The police took her down to headquarters.
What? Why didn't you tell me to go there first?
Just a minute, Miss Langley. You might get more out of me than you get from the police.
What has she done this time?
You sound like it's an old story.
April's been getting herself into trouble ever since she was 10.
I was wrong. I figured she started it too.
But what was it you told me before about murder?
A man named Brandon Russell was killed in this apartment just a little while ago.
He probably had it coming to him.
You don't seem very unhappy about it.
All I want to know is what April had to do with this.
She's playing the lead, Miss Langley. She's charged with the killing.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
Not when you know the circumstances. How did Brandon and April stand with each other?
She was in love with him. That's why I say the charge is ridiculous.
And what about El Cuchillo?
Is he mixed up in this, too?
Do you know him?
He followed April here from Mexico City. I suppose she led him on,
Miss Langley, I don't mind telling you that your sister's in a bad spot. There's only one person I can think of offhand who might be able to help her out of it. This El Cuchillo character.
Was he here when it happened?
Maybe. You know where I can find him?
No. But I'll pay you well if you do.
In half bill?
What?
Never mind. I'll see what I can do. Miss Langley, did you ever see a bullfight?
No.
I have. It seemed natural to put myself in the Matador's place. Feel the strain and the tension he was under. But Brandon Russell seems to be the only man who ever found out how it felt to be the bull. I just got back to my office. What's up?
She's loose.
Who?
That busy debutante, April Langley. Have you seen her?
You were with her last, Lieutenant.
Running, if you're pulling any fast ones on me...
Take the gloves off, Mackenzie. The gong just rang. How did she get away from you?
We sent her into a private room with a matron to search for weapons. She conked the matron on the head with a water pitcher and sneaked out through a back window.
Cute kid.
I don't know if you're working for her, Runyon, but you better not hold out on me if she comes to you.
Don't worry about it. If she shows up, I'll ship her back.
You got any idea where she went?
You might try the gin mills. Maybe she was thirsty. I'll call you later. Well, hello.
You are Fat Man?
That's right.
I am Lolita.
Glad to know you, Lolita.
Why should you be glad? There is nothing to be glad about. I am Lolita, and I am very, very mad.
Who you mad at?
El Cuchillo.
You know him.
Know him? Oh, know him. I practically bring him up. When he meets me, he's only a picador, and a very bad picador, too. Then he gets his inspiration from me, and he become a big shot, a matador. And you think he is grateful? Caramba, what a pig with women.
No, take it easy, Lolita. I'm not as interested in his past as I am in his present.
You want to know where he is, no?
You can say that again, sweetheart.
What?
Skip it. Where is this Cuchillo?
He tell me they are looking for him, and he asked me to hide him. You think maybe I stand for his teeth and then I help him?
Where is he, Lolita?
In my apartment. I give you the address. Do what you like with him. It is no matter to me. Oh, senor, I would like you to cut his ears off.
Maybe I will. What's the address?
Mr. Fatman, before you go, I give you a warning. Do you speak Spanish?
No, I never got around to it.
Then you don't know what his name means in English. El Cuchillo.
No. Suppose you translate.
El Cuchillo, Mr. Fatman, means the knife.
Lolita's apartment was uptown, so I decided to use my car. I drove up Madison to 55th and turned left. I hit a red light at 5th, and as I waited for it to change, I happened to glance into the mirror above my head. There was a car behind me that looked vaguely familiar. I drove up 5th to 63rd, and the light stopped me again. The car was still behind me. Just to see what would happen, I made a U-turn on the avenue and doubled back on myself. Another U-turn 2 blocks up, and I was going north again. This time, there was no question about it. I was being followed. I upped my speed and zigzagged through some heavy traffic. Then I headed uptown, making sure to take advantage of every light. By the time I reached Lolita's, I'd lost in my hopes.
Open up, Cuchillo.
Either you open up, my friend, or I'll get the cop on the beat to bust this door down. That's better.
Oh, good evening.
El Cuchillo?
Mm-hmm. Si, senor.
My name's Runyon.
Yes, I know. The fat man. Come in, senor. Oh, Lolita told you I was here, no? She's neat, yes?
Yes.
Lolita is so impetuous. Very fiery, too.
You ever heard of a guy named Brandon Russell, Cuchillo?
Brandon? Ay, pobre Brandon. Brandon makes the best martini in New York. It is too bad that his mixing days are over, no?
I'm glad you're being frank. That saves me a lot of time.
Oh, no. It is impossible.
What is?
For you to be a matador. You are too wide when you should be narrow. A picador, maybe. Yes, on a horse. But never a matador.
Look, Cuchillo.
Eh? How is my love, my life, my Lolita?
Your life was talking about cutting your ears off when I saw her last.
She is charming, no?
All right, Cuchillo, cut out the small talk. What do you know about Brandon Russell's death?
Nothing, senor?
Look, Matador, you'll either talk to me or you'll talk to the cops. And I haven't got time for a quiz game.
I told you, senor, I know nothing. Well, we come inside the house and he is there with my sword sticking out. As far as I am concerned, this is very bad, of course. So I, how you say it? Get out of there, muy pronto.
Who did the sticking, Cuchillo?
This I cannot tell. This sword I gave him when we first meet. A token of friendship, no? And in exchange, I take the lovely April.
Do you know where the lovely April is right now?
Home, no?
No. You dropped your handkerchief.
Oh,
I'll get it. Lipstick, Cuchillo.
Why, no, it can't be. No.
Now, don't tell me you got this on your handkerchief after kissing a bull.
Senor, if you please.
Save it and call her out. Are you going to do it, or will I?
You are very impetuous too, Mr. Runyon. Querida. That means sweetheart in Spanish. Now, come here, my love.
Don't let him send me back. Please don't let him.
All I've got to say, baby, is that you certainly fixed it for yourself.
I wasn't going to let them put me in that awful jail.
Get your coat, April. You too, Castillo.
No, I won't go with you. No!
Madre mia, what a girl.
What's she taking up that mantle?
If you dare to come near me, I'll kill myself.
That is a punta, a knife we used to finish off the bull. Oh, that is very sharp.
Put it down, baby.
No.
I said put it down.
Someone is at the door.
I have a feeling I know who it is. Open it gently, Castillo.
That. You gotta get...
He's dead, Cuchillo.
Extremely.
Do you know him?
I never see him before, senor.
Well, I have. He's the guy who runs around tearing up $1,000 bills. See if he has any identification on him.
I think I'm going to faint.
Save it, sister. I'm too busy to fan you right now.
April, sit down over here on the couch.
Don't you touch me, do you hear? Don't come near me.
April.
Well, at least I know his name. His name is Welsh.
Welsh?
Yeah, according to this license in his wallet. He seems to be somebody... Uh-oh.
You find something?
I'll say I did. I'll answer that. Hello?
Who is this?
Who do you want to talk to?
Is Miss Langley there?
Is this Miss Catherine Langley calling?
Why, yes.
Brad Runyon speaking.
Oh. I'm calling from home. A girl named Lolita just phoned and told me my sister might be at this number. I understand my sister has escaped from the police.
Look, Miss Langley, I'm going to get everything straightened out. Your sister is here.
May I talk to her, please?
Of course, just a second. April.
Is it kid?
Yeah. Listen, baby. You're all set to take the rap for Brandon Russell's murder unless you follow my orders. Are you going to do as I say this once? Or am I going to feed you to the lion?
I'll do anything at all, Mr. Runyon.
All right. Take this phone and keep talking for 5 minutes. You understand? 5 minutes by the clock. I don't care what you say or how you say it, only don't hang up. I may be big, but I can move around fast and I have to. And, brother, for the next 5 minutes, I moved fast. There was a candy store and 2 drugstores within a block. I covered the candy store first and then one of the druggists. But my luck was bad. Until I hit number 3. Then I saw what I was looking for come out the door and head for a cab parked on a corner. I ran across the last 20 feet and managed to jump onto the running board.
Hey, what's the big idea?
Keep driving, brother. I'm giving the orders. So, you were calling from home, Miss Langley.
I preferred not to tell you I was in the neighborhood.
Oh, there you did. Particularly since you just finished sticking a knife in a man named Welsh.
Are you crazy?
What was he, your chauffeur? You must have been in the back of that sedan when he followed me to Lolita's apartment.
I never heard of a man named Welsh, and I have no chauffeur.
No. Then what was he doing with this check made out for $1,000 and signed by you?
Give me that.
Not so fast. There seems to be a little more to the story. You set up a nice little party, but the curfew rang too soon. It was certainly sisterly of you to stick a sword in Russell and then frame the rap on your sister.
You've got all the answers, haven't you?
I made it my business to get the answers. I don't like being pulled in as a witness to a framing as low as that one was. You don't mind if I take a look through your bag, do you?
Stop it, you...
Keep driving. I'll show you my badge later. Take it easy, sister. I'm sure I'll find what I'm looking for in here. Now, take it easy. Let's see if the piece of the $1,000 bill I found in your bag matches the one I've been hanging on to. Well, perfect, isn't it?
Well, I guess that's that.
Why did you kill him?
I'm only sorry it wasn't April. All her life she's had every man she ever looked at. Then she had to take Brandon away from me.
And what about Welsh? Did you find you couldn't trust him after all?
I gave him that check, and I offered him more. But he wanted even more than that. A fool thought he could blackmail me into marrying him.
So you paid him off at Lolita's door, then called from across the street to establish an alibi.
We followed you because we thought you'd lead us to April, so we could turn her back to the police.
What a loving sister you are. Driver.
Yeah?
Police headquarters. Oh, and incidentally, Miss Langley, You don't mind if I keep both halves of this $1,000 bill, do you? You've got to admit I've earned it.
Well, I gotta hand it to you, Runyon. You did a good job.
Then why growl at me like that, Mackenzie?
I missed my dinner following up this case, and I'm hungry. I always growl when I'm hungry.
I am hungry too, senor.
Hey, are you still here, Coachillo? I said you could go.
I was waiting for the senor Fatman. I thought perhaps he would like to join me.
Join you in what?
Well, you know, senor, a matador never eats before a fight. It is safer, you see, in case he is unfortunately gored by the bull. The surgery is easier for the surgeon.
That's a pleasant thought.
But after the fight, senor, ay, madre mia, we eat like the horse. And right now I feel the way I feel after the fight. Have you ever tasted arroz con pollo?
What is it?
Tender chicken, cooked as only a Latin can cook it, covered over with steamy rice, and the sauce you'd like to bathe in.
Not bad.
Of course, you may prefer mole de guajolote. This is turkey covered over with a sauce a man could make love to. In it you have chile, tomatoes, sesame seeds, and after, chocolate.
You're beginning to sell me, Coachillo.
Hey, am I included in this, invitazione?
If you please, senor.
Come on, Mackenzie. We can tickle our palates with a sauce or two, and then we'll move on to bigger things. We've got a man here who knows his bulls. With Coachillo's training, he'll probably lead us to the classiest steak in town. Well, that's that. It seems I spend my life in getting into trouble and getting out of it. But at the same time, I generally manage to get some other people in and out of trouble, too. Be seeing you again. So long.
There he goes into that drugstore. He's stepping on the scales.
Weight 239 pounds. Fortune, danger.
Who is it?
The Fat Man.
And now here's the Fat Man in Murder Takes a Picture.
It was one of those winter nights when the air was wet and raw, and you could almost see the pneumonia germs putting out a welcome sign in the slush. But not for me, brother. I was snug and comfortable in my flat, with a good book and a bag of apples. And I was staying put for the evening. Or so I thought. Here we go again. Yeah?
Is this the Fat Man, Brad Runyon?
Yeah, that's me.
My name is Cagle, Irene Cagle. Could I possibly see you for a few minutes? It's very important.
What's it about?
I'd rather not explain over the phone. I want to talk to you in person. I have money enough to pay for your time if you can spare some.
Couldn't it wait until tomorrow?
No, it's urgent, Mr. Runyon. Please, I'm depending on you.
So's my doctor. He's depending on me to stay home on a night like this.
Please, Mr. Runyon, please.
All right, what's the address? I'll grab a cab.
Meet me at the Sapphire Club.
You mean the Sucker's Paradise that opened just the other day?
I'll leave my name with the head waiter. He'll show you to my table. How long will it take you?
15 minutes, more or less.
Oh, fine. I'll be waiting. Oh, Mr. Runyon.
Yeah?
You carry a gun, don't you?
In my business, I feel undressed when I go out without one.
I just wanted to make sure that you brought it along.
The Sapphire Club was the city's latest gift to the well-heeled out-of-town. It had everything a chump could wish for, including a cover charge that could keep you in debt for a month. The joint was jammed with mink and ermine, and when the head waiter saw me with no white tie and tails, he looked as if he wouldn't come near me without rubber gloves and a pair of tweezers. He was just about to brush me off with the old request for reservation routine when a woman walked over. She was quite a number. I've seen my share of beautiful women. She was wearing one of those evening gowns that seemed to be painted on. She knew how to show it off to its best advantage. She waved the head waiter to a neutral corner, then gave me a great big smile.
It's all right, Charles. Mr. Runyon is my guest. How do you do? I'm Irene Cagle.
How do you do?
I have a table over here where we can be alone. Will you come with me?
I'm right behind you.
Sorry I didn't meet you at a place where we could have more privacy, but frankly, I was afraid to leave the club.
Why?
Because of my husband. Please sit down.
Thanks.
Oh, first of all, let me give you a tip.
Hey, that's quite a roll.
There's $500, and there'll be more later on.
And what do I have to do to earn this lettuce?
Protect me?
From who? Your husband?
We've been separated for over a month, but he wants to kill me. I know it. I know what he's like and what he'll do. I need someone like you, Mr. Runyon, to keep him away.
What's he so mad about, Mrs. Cagle?
Don't you have a man?
Sounds like a familiar tune.
I couldn't help myself. Floyd has money, and he's given me a great deal, but I wasn't in love with him when I married him. Now there's someone else.
What's his name?
Is that important?
I like to know my way around. It helps.
His name is... That girl coming over the camera. Don't laugh.
No, thanks.
She's going to take it. Get away from this table.
Hey, what's the big idea?
Don't you dare. Thanks a lot. You've got to get a hold of that picture. Oh, husband, see it.
Don't worry about your husband. He sees a lot more than you think he does.
Floyd.
Now, just a minute,
That's all I want. That's all the proof I need. So, this is your boyfriend. Well, my lawyers will be happy to know about it.
You told that girl to take our picture.
And she's giving me the proof just as soon as it's developed.
I've got a little something to say about that myself, Mr. Cagle. I don't happen to be photogenic. And nobody takes my picture except by request.
You can do your talking in court.
Don't be a fool. I never saw your wife before tonight. You only look like a fat if I use that photograph.
You'll see about that.
You've got to get that photograph. Don't you see what he's trying to do? If he proves there's another man he can get a divorce and cut me off without a cent.
Something tells me this job is going to be a lot more trouble than it's worth. But I'm stuck with it, so I may as well see it through.
Where are you going?
I'm going after your spouse, Mrs. Cagle, and that picture.
Who is it?
The fat man. You don't mind if I come in, do you? They told me you developed your pictures in this room. Where's Cagle?
Who?
The guy who hired you to snap that photo. He followed you in here, didn't he?
No.
Where's the picture you just took, sweetheart?
Oh, it's drying over there. It'll be ready in a few seconds.
How much did he pay you to take it?
$10.
10. Here's 20. You can hand it over to me.
Well, I don't care one way or another.
Is this it?
Yes.
Not bad. The lighting could be better. Hey,
Hey, what's the matter?
come over here and take a look at this.
Well, don't you like it?
Don't look at me or her. Look at the background in this picture.
You mean that drunk lying across the table in the booth?
He may be drunk, sweetheart, but that knife sticking out of his neck isn't going to help his hangover.
Did you get it, Mr. Runyon?
Yeah, I got it all right, but I can't
Hey,
figure
what's
out.
wrong?
He was lying across that table when this picture was taken. The flashbulb lit up the darkness in the corner and caught him in the background.
Oh, what are you talking about?
A corpse, Mrs. Cagle. And it's disappeared.
What?
The table's empty and it's clean. But I've still got this picture.
Let me see it. What?
You know him?
Harry Bates. Man I love.
Well, things are beginning to add up. Who's the manager of this joint? Now, take it easy, Mrs. Cagle. I know it's tough.
Oh, why did he have to kill him? I would have broken off with Harry if I knew.
Anything wrong over here?
Who are you?
Nick Crowder. He might happen to own this place.
You're just the man I want to see.
Am I?
Here, take a look at this photograph.
Not a bad likeness.
How about that stiff in the background? Does he take a good picture, too?
Hey, wait a minute.
He's gone now, Mr. Crowder. And I'd like to know what happened to him.
Let me see that.
I'll hold on to it if it's all the same to you.
I certainly can't understand it.
Neither can I. Yet. Where's your phone?
Are you calling the police?
You can bet your last reservation I am.
Well, use the phone in my office. Inside, to the right. It's private.
Thanks. And while I'm calling headquarters, you might figure out a reason for the disappearance of that body. And it ought to be a Lulu. Come on, Mrs. Cagle. How do you feel, Mrs. Cagle?
I don't know. I want to go home.
You'd better stay here in Crowder's office with me, just to make certain you won't be next.
Oh.
Homicide, Lieutenant McKenzie speaking.
This is Brad Runyon.
Hi, Brad. What's on your mind?
Murder. Now, get this straight. I've got a picture here. A photograph that was just taken. It's definite proof of...
Just a minute, mister.
Mr. Runyon, he's got a gun.
A nice big shiny one, too.
Hello? Hello?
Hand that picture over, fat man.
I'd rather not.
Hand it over, I said, and make it snappy.
Well, if you insist.
Hey, what's going on over there? Runyon, can you hear me?
You.
Me?
You, lady, pick up those matches on the table.
Hey, what in blazes happened to this connection?
Light one. I said light it.
Hello? Hello there, hello?
He's holding the picture.
Now tell that cop you made a big mistake. Go on, fat man, give out.
Hello? Hello there, hello?
Mackenzie.
Well, what happened to you? What's all this about a picture, anyway? And you got proof of what?
Never mind, Mackenzie. All I've got now is smoke in my eyes.
Now just stay put, fat man. You and the dame better relax for a while.
You're not leaving so soon.
I got a date. A heavy date.
Don't go after him. He'll kill us both.
He won't shoot inside, not in front of 100 people. Come on.
What's your hurry?
Out of my way, Crowder.
Take it easy. What's all the excitement about?
That gorilla who just walked out.
What gorilla?
You must have seen him. He just left. He was holding a gun.
I didn't see a guy, and I didn't see a gun. What are you two doing in my office?
You just told
Wait a minute, Mrs. Cagle. Don't waste your energy. Mr. Crowder seems to be playing a dumb. I suppose you don't know anything about a picture either.
What picture?
Crowder, you know you're alive.
Look, fat man, I put a lot of dough into this joint. Every nickel I got, and I don't want any trouble. Understand? Trouble's no good for business. The customers don't like it.
Business is liable to pick up a little, Crowder, when the cops start paying you a visit. Only it'll be on the house.
The cops have nothing on me.
No.
If you think you got a case, go ahead and call them. Only when you start talking about pictures, you better have something to show for it.
Okay, Crowder. This round is yours.
Thanks. Well, now, if you want to go back to your table and enjoy yourself, I've got no objections.
Is your floor show as good as the one you put on back here?
Anybody who comes into my club and behaves himself is entitled to have a good time. All I want out of my customers is a paid check and a great big smile. But when you ask for trouble, I make sure you get it. See?
Here, Crowder.
What's the nickel for?
The use of your phone. And this is for the use of the hall. Come on, Mrs. Cagle. Let's get out of here. At my apartment, Mrs. Cagle.
Your apartment?
I'll get a hotel room for the night. You won't be safe anywhere else. And your husband thinks I'm your light of love anyway, so you've got nothing to lose.
Where are you going, Mr. Runyon?
I've got a couple of calls to make.
What about the police?
They can't help us now. We've got no body and we've got no proof.
And the photograph's gone.
But the negative isn't.
What?
There was a negative to that picture, Mrs. Cagle. Of course, Crowder may have burned it by now, but I have a hunch he didn't. That negative might come in handy to a man with Crowder's talent.
I'm frightened.
You ought to be. This is no marble game we're playing.
If my husband finds me...
I'll save him the trouble. By looking for him.
Where will you look?
Look, I like to make life easy for myself. I always do the obvious first. You'd be surprised how often it works.
What do you mean?
I'm going to your husband's apartment, Mrs. Cagle. That's probably the last place you'd expect to find him.
Well, you've got a nerve coming to my house, Runyon.
You can tie a can to the irate husband routine. I think you've already figured out that I wasn't your competition.
What do you want?
I want to know why you left the Sapphire Club in such a hurry, without even waiting to get that photograph you wanted.
I decided to drop the whole business, that's why. I can't afford a scandal in my position.
You can't afford to go to the chair in your position either.
What are you talking about?
Yeah. Packing, Cagle.
I'm leaving for the weekend.
That's nice. Where to, China?
I'm not running out, if that's what you mean.
That's exactly what I mean. And you are running out, my friend.
Are you going to get out of here? Or must I throw you out?
That's an interesting question. You know, you're a pretty big boy, Cagle. But I just finished off a bigger one. Now get your hat.
What for?
We're going down to headquarters.
Headquarters? They've got nothing on me.
They might get something. If they work over you for a while. Cagle, your phone's ringing. Go on, answer it.
Hello?
Mr. Cagle?
Yeah?
This is Nick Crowder.
Crowder?
I own the Sapphire Club.
Find out what he wants.
What is it, Mr. Crowder?
I'd like to see you.
Yeah?
I got the negative to a picture, what I think you might be interested in.
The negative to a picture?
Tell him to bring it up.
This is a picture you'd like to own, Mr. Cagle. Especially since I remember making a reservation for you tonight in my club.
Look, you're talking in circles. I don't know what you mean.
I'll be up in 15 minutes and make it a little clearer, okay?
Okay.
See you.
He's coming up here.
Cagle, you're a lucky guy.
Am I?
You're so close to the hot seat now, you're burning a hole in your pants. But you may get a last-minute reprieve. Where does that door lead to?
The bedroom.
I leave it open when I go inside. This is going to be a three-way conversation. Only I'll be a silent partner.
Hello, Mr. Cagle.
Are you Crowder?
That's right.
What do you want?
Mr. Cagle, I understand you're a very rich guy. Somebody told me you've got a copper mine in Nevada.
And what about it?
Copper's good stuff. It pays off. I guess you can afford to buy a little picture every now and then.
What have you got to say?
This. It's a negative that makes very good proof. Look at it in front of this light. You see the guy lying across the table in the back? Well, his name is Harry Bates. And he was fooling around with your wife.
My wife?
He's dead, Cagle. He was killed in my club. Funny thing, though, nobody ever found the body.
What does all this have to do with me?
Don't you get the connection, Mr. Cagle?
Sure. He gets the connection, Crowder. Fat man. That's quite a welt you've got on your jaw. What happened? Run into a doorknob in the dark?
Why, you...
Don't reach, Crowder. It'll take an hour to pick the slugs out of your hide if you do.
So you run your dick in on this, Cagle. All right, smart guy. See where it gets you.
Hold on to that negative, Cagle.
What are you doing?
I'm calling the police.
Go on, call them. When they hear what I got to say about Cagle's connection with that stiff...
Haven't you forgotten something, Crowder? You'll have a little explaining to do yourself, won't you?
Yeah, Lieutenant Mackenzie. Homicide.
This is Runyon, Mackenzie.
Oh, no, not again.
Remember that photograph I told you about before? What I've... Cagle!
He's putting the negative.
Runyon, where are you?
If you think you're going to use this as evidence, you're mistaken.
What is this, a gag? Runyon!
Mackenzie, I've got a feeling we've run out of pictures again.
Listen to me, Runyon. How would you like a good sock in the nose?
The pleasure's all yours, Mackenzie. Drop into my apartment sometime. You can take a swing at me after I go over some unfinished business with a couple of gents. It's not safe to play with matches, Cagle.
No?
And you were a sucker to burn that picture.
Maybe.
Now, when they find the body, you dumb crust, they'll definitely pin it onto you. There's nothing to prove that Harry Bates was murdered in the Sapphire Club. And the Crowder got rid of the body.
That's a lie. You don't know what you're talking about.
And as for you, Crowder, it's my word against yours. And with your reputation, you may only come out second best.
Yeah?
Yeah. Mrs. Cagle is another witness, Crowder. And then there's your girl photographer. Maybe she's on your payroll, but a couple of bucks won't keep her quiet when the cops rope her in on a murder rap.
Why, this guy'll fly before I will.
But when he gets to the chair, maybe you'll be sitting right on his lap.
If I have to, I'll come clean. I'm not taking a rap for anybody.
And you'd better get your soap out, Crowder. And you too, Cagle. Because the wash can't wait.
Who is it?
You don't mind if I come into my own apartment, do you?
Did you find my husband?
Sure, I found him. I had a long talk with him.
And you turned him over to the police?
They'll know where to find him.
Oh, that's a great relief. I borrowed your dressing gown, Mr. Runyon. I hope you don't mind.
It looks as though you could share it with two other girls.
Oh, yes, it is a bit large. Mr. Runyon, I want to thank you for what you've done for me.
Do you?
I don't know what would have happened if you hadn't come along.
Sit down, Mrs. Cagle.
You can call me Irene. We're getting to be pretty good friends, aren't we?
I'm beginning to wonder how long that friendship will last.
What do you mean?
I've got a little story to tell you. Are you in a listening mood?
Why, of course.
I want to tell you what happened to Harry Bates, the Sapphire Club, tonight.
Oh, have they found poor Harry's body?
They will. Crowder told me a couple of his boys trucked it up to the Morris Parkway and dumped it in the ditch.
How did they get him out of the club?
The customers evidently thought they were carrying out a drunk. That part was easy.
And how did my husband kill him?
Your husband didn't kill Harry Bates, Irene.
No?
No. You did.
Are you joking?
Your husband noticed the body lying at the table right after that picture was taken. He must have seen him with you before, because he recognized him and got out of there fast. Crowder got rid of the body to save his club's reputation. And to pull a little blackmail on the side.
Well, I don't see how you've got me mixed up in this.
You made a reservation for 2 for this evening at the Sapphire Club, sweetheart. That reservation was made last night, long before you thought of calling me.
Well?
Who were you sitting with before I showed up?
Harry, of course.
Of course.
You're very clever, Mr. Runyon.
Oh, I get by.
Oh, incidentally, this dressing gown wasn't the only thing I borrowed when I got here tonight. I found this revolver in your drawer.
What else did you use? My toothbrush?
Just sit where you are. And I'll finish that story for you.
Fine.
When I called you, I really wanted to hire you to protect Harry.
And when did you change your mind?
When Harry told me we were through. Now, I'd taken a million chances with that two-timing heel. I even gave my husband ground for divorce, giving up a fortune in alimony.
And then Bates told you he was walking out.
Yeah. I went a little crazy, I guess. I grabbed a steak knife on the table. We were off in a corner, and no one even noticed.
And then I walked in, and you had to play it straight.
You're always walking in, Mr. Runyon. But this time, you're not walking out. Surprise.
Not very. Oh, by the way, Irene, that gun you borrowed has no bullet to it.
What? Are you...
Surprise.
Runyon! Runyon, are you in there? It's Mackenzie here. Now, I suppose you give me an explanation of all this nonsense, huh? Oh, well, who's she?
Mrs. Cagle meets Lieutenant Mackenzie. Don't let that gun worry you, Lieutenant. It's a war souvenir. The one they had in 1917. By any chance, did you happen to find the body of a man named Bates near the Morris Parkway?
How'd you know about that?
Because this very attractive little number was the one who stuck the knife in his throat. Now, come on, baby, own up. Papa's got all the evidence.
I only wish I had you where I had Harry Bates.
Take her away, Brady.
Don't touch me.
I'll give you the rest of the details at headquarters, Mackenzie.
Okay.
Don't touch me. I can walk by myself.
So you're the guy who wants to sock me in the nose?
Yeah, but, well, you broke this case, and anyway, I forget what I was sore about now.
Good. Remind me to remember, not to remind you. Well, that's that. It seems I spend my life in getting into trouble and getting out of it. But at the same time, I generally manage to get some other people in and out of trouble, too. Be seeing you again. So long.
There he goes into that drugstore. He's stepping on the scales.
Weight 239 pounds. Fortune, danger.
Who is it?
The Fat Man.
And now here's the Fat Man in Murder Takes a Picture.
It was one of those winter nights when the air was wet and raw, and you could almost see the pneumonia germs putting out a welcome sign in the slush. But not for me, brother. I was snug and comfortable in my flat, with a good book and a bag of apples. And I was staying put for the evening. Or so I thought. Here we go again. Yeah?
Is this the fat man, Brad Runyon?
Yeah, that's me.
My name is Cagle, Irene Cagle. Could I possibly see you for a few minutes? It's very important.
What's it about?
I'd rather not explain over the phone. I want to talk to you in person. I have money enough to pay for your time if you can spare some.
Couldn't it wait until tomorrow?
No, it's urgent, Mr. Runyon. Please, I'm depending on you.
So's my doctor. He's depending on me to stay home on a night like this.
Please, Mr. Runyon, please.
All right, what's the address? I'll grab a cab.
Meet me at the Sapphire Club.
You mean the Sucker's Paradise that opened just the other day?
I'll leave my name with the head waiter. He'll show you to my table. How long will it take you?
15 minutes, more or less.
Oh, fine. I'll be waiting. Oh, Mr. Runyon.
Yeah?
You carry a gun, don't you?
In my business, I feel undressed when I go out without one.
I just wanted to make sure that you brought it along.
The Sapphire Club was the city's latest gift to the well-heeled out-of-towners. It had everything a chump could wish for, including a cover charge that could keep you in debt for a month. The joint was jammed with mink and ermine, and when the head waiter saw me with no white tie and tails, he looked as if he wouldn't come near me without rubber gloves and a pair of tweezers. He was just about to brush me off with the old request for reservation routine when a woman walked over. She was quite a number. I've seen my share of beautiful women. She was wearing one of those evening gowns that seemed to be painted on. She knew how to show it off to its best advantage. She waved the head waiter to a neutral corner, then gave me a great big smile.
It's all right, Charles. Mr. Runyon is my guest. How do you do? I'm Irene Cagle.
How do you do?
I have a table over here where we can be alone. Will you come with me?
I'm right behind you.
Sorry I didn't meet you at a place where we could have more privacy, but frankly, I was afraid to leave the club.
Why?
Because of my husband. Please sit down.
Thanks.
Oh, first of all, let me give you a tip.
Hey, that's quite a roll.
There's $500, and there'll be more later on.
And what do I have to do to earn this lettuce?
Protect me?
From who? Your husband?
We've been separated for over a month, but he wants to kill me. I know it. I know what he's like and what he'll do. I need someone like you, Mr. Runyon, to keep him away.
What's he so mad about, Mrs. Cagle?
Don't you have a man?
Sounds like a familiar tune.
I couldn't help myself. Floyd has money, and he's given me a great deal, but I wasn't in love with him when I married him. Now there's someone else.
What's his name?
Is that important?
I like to know my way around. It helps.
Victor, sir? His name is... That girl coming over the camera. Don't laugh.
No, thanks.
She's going to take it. Get away from this table.
Hey, what's the big idea?
Don't you dare. Thanks a lot. You've got to get a hold of that picture. Your husband sees it.
Don't worry about your husband. He sees a lot more than you think he does.
Floyd.
Now, just a minute, mister.
That's all I want. That's all the proof I need. So, this is your boyfriend. Well, my lawyers will be happy to know about it.
You told that girl to take our picture.
And she's giving me the proof just as soon as it's developed.
I've got a little something to say about that myself, Mr. Cagle. I don't happen to be photogenic. And nobody takes my picture except by request.
You can do your talking in court.
Don't be a fool. I never saw your wife before tonight. You'll only look like a Saturday if I use that photograph.
We'll see about that.
You've got to get that photograph. Don't you see what he's trying to do? If he proves there's another man, he can get a divorce and cut me off without a cent.
Something tells me this job is going to be a lot more trouble than it's worth. But I'm stuck with it, so I may as well see it through.
Where are you going?
I'm going after your spouse, Mrs. Cagle, and that picture.
Where is it?
The fat man. You don't mind if I come in, do you? They told me you developed your pictures in this room. Where's Cagle?
Who?
The guy who hired you to snap that photo. He followed you in here, didn't he?
No.
Where's the picture you just took, sweetheart?
Oh, it's drying over there. It'll be ready in a few seconds.
How much did he pay you to take it?
$10.
10. Here's 20. You can hand it over to me.
I don't care one way or another.
Is this it?
Yes.
Not bad. The lighting could be better.
Hey, what's the matter?
Come over here and take a look at this.
Well, don't you like it?
Don't look at me or her. Look at the background in this picture.
You mean that drunk lying across the table in the booth?
He may be drunk, sweetheart, but that knife sticking out of his neck isn't going to help his hangover.
Did you get it, Mr. Runyon?
Yeah, I got it all right, but I can't figure out.
What's wrong?
It was lying across that table when this picture was taken. The flashbulb lit up the darkness in the corner and caught him in the background.
Oh, what are you talking about?
A corpse, Mrs. Cagle. And it's disappeared.
What?
The table's empty and it's clean. But I've still got this picture.
Let me see it. What?
You know him?
Harry Bates. Man I love.
Well, things are beginning to add up. Who's the manager of this joint?
Bates.
Now, take it easy, Mrs. Cagle. I know it's tough.
Oh, I'd be hard to kill him. I would have broken off with Harry if I knew.
Anything wrong over here?
Who are you?
Nick Crowder. You might happen to own this place.
You're just the man I want to see.
Am I?
Here, take a look at this photograph.
Not a bad likeness.
How about that stiff in the background? Does he take a good picture, too?
Hey, wait a minute.
He's gone now, Mr. Crowder. And I'd like to know what happened to him.
Let me see that.
I'll hold on to it if it's all the same to you.
I certainly can't understand it.
Neither can I. Yet. Where's your phone?
Are you calling the police?
You can bet your last reservation I am.
Well, use the phone in my office. Inside, to the right. It's private.
Thanks. And while I'm calling headquarters, you might figure out a reason for the disappearance of that body. And it ought to be a Lulu. Come on, Mrs. Cagle. How do you feel, Mrs. Cagle?
I don't know. I want to go home.
You'd better stay here in Crowder's office with me, just to make certain you won't be next.
Oh.
Homicide, Lieutenant McKenzie speaking.
This is Brad Runyon.
Hi, Brad. What's on your mind?
Murder. Now, get this straight. I've got a picture here. A photograph that was just taken. It's definite proof of...
Just a minute, mister.
Mr. Runyon, he's got a gun.
A nice big shiny one, too.
Hello? Hello?
Hand that picture over, fat man.
I'd rather not.
Hand it over, I said, and make it snappy.
Well, if you insist.
Hey, what's going on over there? Runyon, can you hear me?
You.
Me?
You, lady, pick up those matches on the table.
Hey, what in blazes happened to this connection?
Light one. I said light it.
Hello? Hello there, hello?
He's holding the picture.
Now tell that cop you made a big mistake. Go on, fat man, give out.
Hello? Hello there, hello?
Mackenzie.
Well, what happened to you? What's all this about a picture anyway? And you got proof of what?
Never mind, Mackenzie. All I've got now is smoke in my eyes.
Now just stay put, fat man. You and the dame better relax for a while.
You're not leaving so soon.
I got a date. A heavy date.
Don't go after him. He'll kill us both.
He won't shoot inside, not in front of 100 people. Come on.
What's your hurry?
Out of my way, Crowder.
Take it easy. What's all the excitement about?
That gorilla who just walked out.
What gorilla?
You must have seen him. He just left. He was holding a gun.
I didn't see a guy, and I didn't see a gun. What are you two doing in my office?
You just told
Wait a minute, Mrs. Cagle. Don't waste your energy. Mr. Crowder seems to be playing it dumb. I suppose you don't know anything about a picture either.
What picture?
Crowder, do you know you're alive?
Look, fat man, I put a lot of dough into this joint. Every nickel I got, and I don't want any trouble. Understand? Trouble's no good for business. The customers don't like it.
Business is liable to pick up a little, Crowder, when the cops start paying you a visit. Only it'll be on the house.
The cops have nothing on me.
No.
If you think you got a case, go ahead and call them. Only when you start talking about pictures, you better have something to show for it.
Okay, Crowder. This round is yours.
Thanks. Well, now, if you want to go back to your table and enjoy yourself, I've got no objections.
Is your floor show as good as the one you put on back here?
Anybody who comes into my club and behaves himself is entitled to have a good time. All I want out of my customers is a paid check and a great big smile. But when you ask for trouble, I make sure you get it. See?
Here, Crowder.
What's the nickel for?
The use of your phone. And this is for the use of the hall. Come on, Mrs. Cagle. Let's get out of here. At my apartment, Mrs. Cagle.
Your apartment?
I'll get a hotel room for the night. You won't be safe anywhere else. And your husband thinks I'm your light of love anyway, so you've got nothing to lose.
Where are you going, Mr. Runyon?
I've got a couple of calls to make.
What about the police?
They can't help us now. We've got no body and we've got no proof.
And the photograph's gone.
But the negative isn't.
What?
There was a negative to that picture, Mrs. Cagle. Of course, Crowder may have burned it by now, but I have a hunch he didn't. That negative might come in handy to a man with Crowder's talent.
I'm frightened.
You ought to be. This is no marble game we're playing.
If my husband finds me...
I'll save him the trouble. By looking for him.
Where will you look?
Look, I like to make life easy for myself. I always do the obvious first. You'd be surprised how often it works.
What do you mean?
I'm going to your husband's apartment, Mrs. Cagle. That's probably the last place you'd expect to find him.
Well, you've got a nerve coming to my house, Runyon.
You can tie a can to the irate husband routine. I think you've already figured out that I wasn't your competition.
What do you want?
I want to know why you left the Sapphire Club in such a hurry, without even waiting to get that photograph you wanted.
I decided to drop the whole business, that's why. I can't afford a scandal in my position.
You can't afford to go to the chair in your position either.
What are you talking about?
Yeah. Packing, Cagle.
I'm leaving for the weekend.
That's nice. Where to, China?
I'm not running out, if that's what you mean.
That's exactly what I mean. And you are running out, my friend.
Are you going to get out of here? Or must I throw you out?
That's an interesting question. You know, you're a pretty big boy, Cagle. But I just finished off a bigger one. Now get your hat.
What for?
We're going down to headquarters.
Headquarters? They've got nothing on me.
They might get something. If they work over you for a while. Cagle, your phone's ringing. Go on, answer it.
Hello?
Mr. Cagle?
Yeah?
This is Nick Crowder.
Crowder?
I own the Sapphire Club.
Find out what he wants.
What is it, Mr. Crowder?
I'd like to see you.
Yeah?
I got the negative to a picture, what I think you might be interested in.
The negative to a picture?
Tell him to bring it up.
This is a picture you'd like to own, Mr. Cagle. Especially since I remember making a reservation for you tonight in my club.
Look, you're talking in circles. I don't know what you mean.
I'll be up in 15 minutes and make it a little clearer, okay?
Okay.
See you.
He's coming up here.
Cagle, you're a lucky guy.
Am I?
You're so close to the hot seat now, you're burning a hole in your pants. But you may get a last-minute reprieve. Where does that door lead to?
The bedroom.
I leave it open when I go inside. This is going to be a three-way conversation. Only I'll be a silent partner.
Hello, Mr. Cagle.
Are you Crowder?
That's right.
What do you want?
Mr. Cagle, I understand you're a very rich guy. Somebody told me you got a copper mine in Nevada.
And what about it?
Copper's good stuff. It pays off. I guess you can afford to buy a little picture every now and then.
What have you got to say?
This. It's a negative that makes very good proof. Look at it in front of this light. You see the guy lying across the table in the back? Well, his name is Harry Bates. And he was fooling around with your wife.
My wife?
He's dead, Cagle. He was killed in my club. Funny thing, though, nobody ever found the body.
What does all this have to do with me?
Don't you get the connection, Mr. Cagle?
Sure. He gets the connection, Crowder. Fat man. That's quite a welt you've got on your jaw. What happened? Run into a doorknob in the dark?
Why, you...
Don't reach, Crowder. It'll take an hour to pick the slugs out of your hide if you do.
So you run your dick in on this, Cagle.
All right.
Smart guy. See where it gets you.
Hold on to that negative, Cagle.
What are you doing?
I'm calling the police.
Go on. Call them. When they hear what I got to say about Cagle's connection with that stiff...
Haven't you forgotten something, Crowder? You'll have a little explaining to do yourself, won't you?
Yeah, Lieutenant Mackenzie. Homicide.
This is Runyon, Mackenzie.
Oh, no, not again.
Remember that photograph I told you about before? What I've...
Cagle! He's burning the negative.
Runyon! Runyon, where are you?
If you think you're going to use this as evidence, you're mistaken.
What is this, a gag? Runyon!
Mackenzie, I've got a feeling we've run out of pictures again.
Listen to me, Runyon. How would you like a good sock in the nose?
The pleasure's all yours, Mackenzie. Drop into my apartment sometime. You can take a swing at me after I go over some unfinished business with a couple of gents. It's not safe to play with matches, Cagle.
No?
And you were a sucker to burn that picture.
Maybe.
Now, when they find the body, you dumb cluck, they'll definitely pin it onto you. There's nothing to prove that Harry Bates was murdered in the Sapphire Club. And the Crowder got rid of the body.
That's a lie. You don't know what you're talking about.
And as for you, Crowder, it's my word against yours. And with your reputation, you may only come out second then.
Yeah?
Yeah. Mrs. Cagle is another witness, Crowder. And then there's your girl photographer. Maybe she's on your payroll, but a couple of bucks won't keep her quiet when the cops rope her in on a murder rap.
Why, this guy'll fly before I will.
But when he gets to the chair, maybe you'll be sitting right on his lap.
If I have to come clean, I'm not taking a rap for anybody.
Then you'd better get your soap out, Crowder. And you too, Cagle. Because the wash can't wait.
Who is it?
You don't mind if I come into my own apartment, do you?
Did you find my husband?
Sure, I found him. I had a long talk with him.
And you turned him over to the police?
They'll know where to find him.
Oh, that's a great relief. I borrowed your dressing gown, Mr. Runyon. I hope you don't mind.
It looks as though you could share it with two other girls.
Oh, yes, it is a bit large. Mr. Runyon, I want to thank you for what you've done for me.
Do you?
I don't know what would have happened if you hadn't come along.
Sit down, Mrs. Cagle.
You can call me Irene. We're getting to be pretty good friends, aren't we?
I'm beginning to wonder how long that friendship will last.
What do you mean?
I've got a little story to tell you. Are you in a listening mood?
Why, of course.
I want to tell you what happened to Harry Bates, the Sapphire Club, tonight.
Oh. Have they found poor Harry's body?
They will. Crowder told me a couple of his boys trucked it up to the Morris Parkway and dumped it in the ditch.
How did they get him out of the club?
The customers evidently thought they were carrying out a drunk. That part was easy.
And how did my husband kill him?
Your husband didn't kill Harry Bates, Irene.
No?
No. You did.
Are you joking?
Your husband noticed the body lying at the table right after that picture was taken. He must have seen him with you before, because he recognized him and got out of there fast. Crowder got rid of the body to save his club's reputation. And to pull a little blackmail on the side.
Well, I don't see how you've got me mixed up in this.
You made a reservation for 2 for this evening at the Sapphire Club, sweetheart. That reservation was made last night, long before you thought of calling me.
Well?
Who were you sitting with before I showed up?
Harry, of course.
Of course.
You're very clever, Mr. Runyon.
Oh, I get by.
Oh, incidentally, this dressing gown wasn't the only thing I borrowed when I got here tonight. I found this revolver in your drawer.
What else did you use? My toothbrush?
Just sit where you are. And I'll finish that story for you.
Fine.
When I called you, I really wanted to hire you to protect Harry.
And when did you change your mind?
When Harry told me we were through. Now, I'd taken a million chances with that two-timing heel. I even gave my husband ground for divorce, giving up a fortune in alimony.
And then Bates told you he was walking out.
Yeah. I went a little crazy, I guess. I grabbed a steak knife on the table. We were off in a corner, and no one even noticed.
And then I walked in, and you had to play it straight.
You're always walking in, Mr. Runyon. But this time, you're not walking out. Surprise.
Not very. Oh, by the way, Irene, that gun you borrowed has no bullet in it.
What? Are you...
Surprise.
Runyon! Runyon, are you in there? It's Mackenzie here. Now, suppose you give me an explanation of all this nonsense, huh? Oh, well, who's she?
Mrs. Cagle meets Lieutenant Mackenzie. Don't let that gun worry you, Lieutenant. It's a war souvenir. The one they had in 1917. By any chance, did you happen to find the body of a man named Bates near the Morris Parkway?
How'd you know about that?
Because this very attractive little number was the one who stuck the knife in his throat. Now, come on, baby, own up. Papa's got all the evidence.
I only wish I had you where I had Harry Bates.
Take her away, Brady.
Don't touch me.
I'll give you the rest of the details at headquarters, Mackenzie.
Okay.
Don't touch me. I can walk by myself.
So you're the guy who wants to sock me in the nose?
Yeah, but, well, you broke this case, and anyway, I forget what I was sore about now.
Good. Remind me to remember, not to remind you. Well, that's that. It seems I spend my life in getting into trouble and getting out of it. But at the same time, I generally manage to get some other people in and out of trouble, too. Be seeing you again. So long.
There he goes into that drugstore.
He's stepping on the scales.
Weight 239 pounds. Fortune, danger.
Who is it?
The Fat Man.
And now here's the Fat Man in Murder is Forecast.
It was the end of a hectic day, and I felt I could do with a little rest. I'd risen early to be at the police lineup with Lieutenant Mackenzie, helping him identify a little guy who just got separated from his wife. Only instead of a divorce, he used a meat axe. The rest of the day was routine but tiring. I decided to turn in early, and it was only a little after 9 when I reached home. My brand new shipment of trouble was waiting for me just outside my apartment door. And the way this baby twitched when he saw me made me feel that this trip I was in for a Lulu.
Hey, you're Brad Runyon, ain't you? The Fat Man?
Yeah. What's on your mind?
I've been waiting here for over an hour, hoping you'd show up. You didn't see anybody outside the house across the street, maybe, when you came in?
No.
That's good. That's okay. I'm still in the clear.
If it's not too much trouble, you might tell me who you are and what you're doing outside my apartment.
My name is Giles, Dan Giles. I need protection, Fat Man, and I need it bad. All I want is for you to let me stick around until 11 o'clock. Only 2 hours. That's all I need, and then I'll take a powder. And here is $200 for your trouble.
At $100 an hour, you must need companionship bad.
Look. Oh, open up, will you? And let's talk inside. It ain't safe out there for me. Oh, open up and give me a break, huh?
After you, Mr. Giles.
Yeah. Thanks. You got a drink here, maybe? Huh?
No, sorry. I wasn't expecting company. Well, what's the gimmick? Who's after you and why?
I don't know. All she said was that I'd get it by 11. You get that? I'd get it by 11.
Sure.
If I can hold out for 2 hours more.
All who said?
Marta, she's a fortune teller, a gypsy. She reads the cards and she reads your palm. She said I'd crack by 11 p.m. I'd crack by 11 p.m. And them fortune tellers are always right.
How old are you, Giles?
Me? I'm 46.
Do you still believe in Santa Claus?
You kidding?
When a guy your age goes in for palm reading, he needs a psycho, not a private detective.
They've been right with me before. Anyway, you got no kick. You're getting paid, ain't you?
Where did you do your time, Giles? San Quentin?
Hey, what do you mean?
Take it easy. You've got Sturbird written all over you. They don't get your color in Miami or Palm Beach. And that's an ex-con twitch, if I ever saw one.
Okay. Leavenworth. 10 years.
What for?
Larceny.
When did you get out?
3 days ago.
On parole?
No parole. I'm free. I can go wherever I like, see? I can leave the country if I want to. I done my time, and I'm going straight. I don't carry no more rods, and I don't blow no more safes. All I want to do is just to be left alone.
Oh, yeah? It's beginning to come back to me.
What?
Rusty Giles, alias the Mystic. A payroll robbery with a couple of $100,000 is the take.
Say, you got a good memory, Fat Man.
You're the guy who used to plan his jobs according to the stars. You wouldn't move unless you got an okay from a gypsy.
Yeah. Well, I'm through with all that, so help me. I done time twice, mister, and I ain't setting myself up for another rap.
You don't need a palm reader to tell you that makes sense, Giles.
Hey, where's your phone, Fat Man?
Right behind you. Who are you calling?
The only one in town I can trust. I've been hiding there until I can complete a little unfinished business.
Annie?
Rusty, where are you? You all right?
Yeah, I'm okay, baby. So far. I'm with Brad Runyon, the fat man. Hey, you hear anything?
No, nothing.
You been home all evening?
Yes. Hey, Rusty, I'm scared. I'm worried about you, honey.
That's okay. The fat man's got a rod, and he knows how to use it. I'll call you again after I leave. A little after 11.
You sure you don't want me to pick you up?
No. You stay where you are. Let me handle it.
Oh, okay. But take care of yourself, honey.
Yeah, I'll be all right. See you later.
The girlfriend?
Yeah.
Anybody else know you're here?
I got a feeling about half of New York knows it. I've been trailed all afternoon. I blew into town around 4 and went straight to Marta, the fortune teller, the way I always used to. Well, then she told me.
That you'd be a dead pigeon by 11 tonight.
Yeah. Listen, let's stop the gab. I don't want to do any more talking. I just want to sit here with you until 11 and then blow. That's the deal, ain't it?
Yeah, that's the deal. But you'll have to time yourself. My watch went on the blink this afternoon.
No, it's okay. I got a watch. Yeah, it's 9:30 now. We got an hour and a half to go.
For the next hour and a half, he just sat there and hardly said a word. He kept chain smoking my cigarettes until I ran out. And then he started nipping at his fingernails. Once we heard someone walking slowly up the steps, and he stiffened out like a gun dog at point. I put my hand over my gun holster, but the steps passed us by and kept climbing to one of the upper floors. Finally, he looked at his watch for the 100th time.
Hey, it's 11 bells, fat man.
Is the party over?
Yeah. I'm all right now. I can go.
You can hang around for another hour if you like. I'll give you a cut rate, $50.
Hey, that ain't so funny.
My gags grow on you. Look, there's a hack stand at the end of the block if you're looking for cabs.
I got my car in front of the door. So long, fat man. And thanks.
Thank you. Yes, I'd better do a little checking, I think. I'd better see if my friend is really on the level.
Police headquarters.
Get me Lieutenant Mackenzie. That was a soft $200.
Yeah, Mackenzie speaking.
This is Runyon, Mac.
Well, Brad, what's on your mind?
Do you happen to know a con named Giles?
Giles? Rusty Giles?
Yeah, that's the rabbit.
Yeah, he was sprung a couple of days ago.
I just wanted to make sure his story was straight.
What story?
He's been in my apartment for the last 2 hours. Hold everything, Mac. I'll be right back. I took 3 steps and reached the window. Then I looked down. The street was empty except for a brand new roadster in front of the door. And a body was lying under the lamppost. It was Giles. And what was left of his face was turned up to the light. I glanced at the clock in the church tower up the block. It was just starting to strike 11. I went back to the phone and Mackenzie. Hello, Mac.
Yeah, what's happened, Runyon?
Giles just had his palm read, and the gypsy hit it right on the nose. The only thing she forgot to tell him was that his watch was fast. I waited 2 minutes after Mackenzie hung up and watched the body through my window. I wanted to make sure I wouldn't be set up as target number 2. But the street was empty and nothing moved. I checked my gun again and left the apartment. I took the stairs very slowly with my eyes glued on the vestibule door. My caution wasn't wasted. There was someone standing just outside in the vestibule. Looking for someone, huh?
Nobody in particular. Guess I got the wrong street. Yeah, this ain't the house I want.
Just a minute, mister. For a guy who's just walked past a corpse, you take it pretty calmly.
A corpse? What are you gassing about?
Did you have blinders on when you passed that lamppost?
What lamppost?
Over there.
Hey, what's eating you, fat man?
The bodies. Gone.
Okay, Runyon, where's Giles?
Your guess is as good as mine, Mackenzie.
What are you talking about?
His body was under that lamppost 15 minutes ago. Now it's gone. And so is his car.
Well, who's this?
You ought to know me by now, Lieutenant. The name's Dwayne.
Oh, sure, I remember you. Jimmy Dwayne, 10th Avenue ward healer and tough guy. Well, what are you doing here?
He's an innocent bystander. I fixed him, Mac. He's clean.
You got nothing on me. I've been minding my own business. I didn't see nothing. And I didn't hear nothing.
Well, now, isn't that nice? That rates you a gold star and a lollipop.
You talk real big with a badge in your pocket and a rod in your hand.
Listen, that badge saved you from getting your teeth knocked out before this.
Take it easy, Mackenzie. You're a cop, not a fight promoter.
Brody!
Yeah, Lieutenant.
Take this gun to headquarters and hold him for the lineup in the morning.
Come on, get moving.
Yeah, way off. I can walk.
He must know something. It took me 3 minutes to reach the street from my apartment. That's when they snatched the bodies. He must have seen them.
Well, I'll round up the rest of his gang and have them in the lineup in the morning, too. You gonna be there, Brad?
With bells on. And as long as you're making a collection, Mackenzie, see if you can pick up a dame named Marta.
Marta? Well, Marta who?
She's a fortune teller. And pretty good at it, too. I just tell her not to forget her crystal ball. Police lineup is like a zoological laboratory. Instead of a microscope, the department uses a powerful light, which shines right into their faces as they stand along a stage up front. We can see them, but they can't see us. And the cops don't give any prizes for the $64 quit. The first 2 lugs who were marched in were only vagrants, a petty larceny rap and an assault and battery charge. But the next 2 were more to my liking.
Okay, who's next, Brody?
Charlie Nielsen.
You know him, Runyon?
Sure. Mind if I pump him a little?
He's all yours. Bring him in, Brody.
This way, big shot.
Ah, take that light out of my face.
What's the matter, Charlie? Bashful?
Never mind a white trick. Satisfy your curiosity and get me out of here.
Well, let me see his history, Mackenzie. Thanks. Mr. Charlie Nielsen, alias the Squeaker, convicted in 1928 for rum running. Did time in San Quentin until 1933. Convicted again in 34 for carrying concealed weapons, Leavenworth until 42.
You ought to write a book.
You know a guy named Rusty Giles, Charlie?
Giles? I never had the pleasure of making his acquaintance.
You're a liar, Charlie. A cockeyed liar. Giles was one of your mob in 33. You knew him before he did his stretch in Leavenworth.
You must have the wrong guy. In 1933, I was running a nursery school in Hoboken.
You won't get nowhere treating this slob with respect. Let me handle it.
Now, wait a minute, Mackenzie. Get Dwayne in here.
Brody, bring in Dwayne.
On your feet, tough guy. All right. What's all them lights for? Turn around.
You know what they're for. There's no novelty to you, Jimmy. I won't bother to go over your little dossier. It'll just take me an hour to read it. You remember Mr. Nielsen, I presume?
Never saw him before in my life.
That's funny. I've been told you two were in partnership.
Us? Why, we never even been formally introduced.
You sure you didn't run into each other last night around 11?
I was home in bed last night. I was sick.
Tummy ache?
Look, you got nothing on us. I want to see my lawyer.
Where's Giles, Dwayne? Open up or I'll...
You what, Lieutenant? You know you got nothing to hold us.
He's right, the rat. I haven't.
Where's Marta? Did you pick her up, Mackenzie?
Brody, did you get hold of that gypsy?
Not yet, Lieutenant. We picked up a dame named Annie Kincaid a few minutes ago.
Rusty's girl.
Where is she?
Inside, Lieutenant.
Let me talk to her alone, Mackenzie. She might give out for me.
What are you doing? Running this department?
Not yet, but don't put any ideas into my head.
Now, let's
see you in a couple of minutes. Come on, Brody. Hello, Annie.
What a fine bodyguard you turned out of, you fat man. Rusty would have been better off if he stayed away from
Relax, baby, relax. I want cooperation, not an argument.
What did they pull me in for? What's the big idea?
We just need a little information. We're looking for a palm reader named Martha. You know where she lives?
Maybe.
Now, look. You know the setup, Annie. Rusty must have told you all about it. But maybe you're not interested in putting the finger on the guy who conked your boyfriend.
I'd like to put 10 fingers on him, around his throat.
Then give out. Where is Martha?
14 Lewis Street, in the village. She runs a store on the ground floor.
That's better. Brody, tell the lieutenant to hang on to Nielsen and Duane until he hears from me.
Well, I say you went.
Tell him I've gone out to get my fortune told. Are you Martha?
Yes. What can I do for you?
A couple of friends of mine told me you were pretty good at looking into the future.
Martha does not see into the future. She only tells you what she reads in your palm. Please sit down.
Thanks.
Your right hand, please.
It's all yours.
You are a man who likes to live, to eat well.
You're doing fine, Martha.
I see a blonde young woman coming into your life.
Bleached or natural?
You joke with Martha. You do not believe what she tells you.
I'm a little bit of a palm reader myself, Martha. Maybe that's why I'm skeptical. How would you like me to forecast your future?
I don't understand.
Let's see your hand.
What do you...
Not so good.
No?
You're a girl who likes to live, and you've been doing pretty good at it. Up to now.
So?
But there's something that's cutting off your lifeline over here. It looks to me like a chair. A chair with wires all over it. I see you strapped in that chair, Martha.
What are you talking about?
Now I see a tall, dark man moving into your life. And he's got his hand on the switch behind your back.
Who are you? What do you want?
I thought you knew everything, Martha. The name is Runyon. Sometimes I'm called the Fat Man.
The detective?
There was a man in here yesterday afternoon, remember? A man by the name of Rusty Giles?
No.
You're not as good at looking into the past as you are in the future. Rusty Giles was killed last night, and you called it to the minute. How come, Martha?
I don't know what you are talking about.
No? Let's see that palm again. Your lifeline looks even shorter than it did before.
Let go of me.
How about it, Martha? Do we start trading secrets? Or do I yank you in on a suspicion of murder?
No, please. I have nothing to do with it.
Why did you forecast Rusty's death?
But I was just guessing, that is all.
You'll have to guess better than that for the police.
They'll kill me if I talk. I know they will.
If you say the right thing, Martha, they won't even have time to consider it.
You'll give me protection.
All the way.
All right. I tell you. There was a tall man, dark complexion, who come in yesterday morning.
Was his name Duane?
He did not tell me his name. He just showed me a gun. That was enough. He said he was a friend of Rusty Giles.
You knew Giles before he was sent up the river, didn't you?
Yes. He would come in here at least once a week so I could read the stars for him.
What did Duane tell you?
He said that Giles had just come back to New York and he would probably come to see me. He told me to tell him that he would die by 11 o'clock unless he came through.
Unless he came through. What do you mean by that?
He would not tell me, Mr. Runyon. He just said Giles would understand. He said it was some kind of joke they were playing. And he gave me no choice about doing what he asked.
When Giles came in later, was he alone?
No. There was a girl with him. He called her Annie. He got frightened when he heard what I told him, and he said he was leaving town.
What else, Martha?
That is all. I swear that is all.
That may not be enough for the police.
You promised to protect me. You promised.
You've got one more little job to do for me, Martha. How do you rate as a spiritualist?
When I go into my trance, I can speak with anyone from the spirit world.
Oh, well, don't go into your trance just yet. I've got to issue a few invitations. I'll give you instructions on what to say and how to say it.
Instructions? Since when do I need instructions?
Since now, Martha. This particular spirit has to be coaxed into joining the party.
And who is it?
The ghost of Rusty Giles. got in touch with Mackenzie, and together we mapped out a plan. At 9 that evening, I returned to Martyrs and found that our guests were beginning to arrive. Anybody here yet?
The girl is in the little room inside.
Everything all set?
Yes, Mr. Runyon. Suppose they come with guns.
They're being driven here in a police car. Don't worry about it. If you play it right, Martyr, I might get what I'm looking for. But if you try any tricks, I'll have to start reading that palm of yours again.
I will do exactly as you say, Mr. Runyon.
Good.
Someone is coming in.
It looks like the rest of our company.
All right, inside, boys.
Well, look who's here again, Charlie.
What goes on? What's the idea of them coppers driving us here and then pushing us inside?
Martyr's holding a seance, boys. I thought you might like to attend. Have either of you ever met the little lady?
Not me.
How about you, Duane?
Ask her.
I never saw him before, Mr. Runyon.
See?
Yeah. Call Annie and Martyr. Sit down, boys. No, over here. And keep those chairs in a circle.
What is this? What's a gag?
Martyr's going to introduce you to an old friend.
Hello, fat man.
Now, you sit next to me, Annie. Glad you came.
You will please hold hands in a circle and make sure the circle is never broken. Otherwise, the spirits will be angry.
Spirits? What spirits? Say, is this dame nuts?
Shut up, Charlie.
We will now put out the light.
Oh, I'm going to have lights put out on me.
Quiet, please, everyone. Quiet. Quiet.
What's the matter with her?
I call now to the spirit world. Giles, Rusty Giles, where are you? Rusty,
pipe down, Charlie.
Speak to me, Rusty. Speak through my voice. Where are you? Knock twice if you hear me call. He is talking now. He is saying something to me. He is telling me who his murderers are.
It's a fake. You can't kid me. It's a fake.
Who was it, Rusty? The man who called himself Duane?
That's a lie.
The man who came to see me? I can't hear you, Rusty. What? He was?
Taking no fake. I ain't taking a rap for nobody. I'll tell you who bumped him off. It was... What was like? What? Not so fast, baby.
Take your hands
Her
off
gun,
me.
Brody. Grab her gun.
What's the matter?
She meant them bullets for me to murder.
Easy, Duane. You've got a little explaining to do before you start pointing any fingers.
We trailed Rusty all the way to your house. We waited for 2 hours till he came out. Then we saw Annie here, pull a gun, and let him have it.
It's a lie. It's a dirty lie.
Who put the body in the car?
Charlie did it. Yeah, Charlie. I was keeping watch outside to make sure nobody saw him when you found me.
We didn't butt him up. We were just trying to scare him, that's all.
Yeah, we knew how he fell for that palm reading malarkey, so we fixed it up with Marta. When he went up the river 10 years ago, he stashed away a 200-gram take he was supposed to split with us.
What did you do with the body, Charlie?
It's in a warehouse near the river. Well, he took it because we figured there might be something on it that would show us where the dough was hid, that's all.
Sounds like a straight story, Mackenzie.
Yeah.
Well, Annie, how about it? Are you going to sing a little, too?
You got enough on me to give me the hot seat twice. What else you want?
Why did you do it?
What would you do if you waited for a punk 10 years, hit him out, and then found out he planned to take a powder on you as soon as he shook the mob that was after his dough?
I don't know, Annie.
Well, I do. And I'd do it again if I had the chance. Now, his dough is in a safe deposit vault under the name of Cooper. If you give me a break, I'll tell you where.
You're telling us where, sister, and you're not getting any breaks. I'll do one little thing for you, Annie, just to show my heart's in the right place.
Yeah? What?
I'll put a sign on the door to your apartment. Annie doesn't live here anymore. Well, that's that. It seems I spend my life in getting into trouble and getting out of it. But at the same time, I generally manage to get some other people in and out of trouble, too. And now, this is the Fat Man signing off. So long.
There he goes into that drugstore. He's stepping on the scales.
Weight 239 pounds. Fortune, danger.
Who is it?
The Fat Man.
And now here's the Fat Man in Murder is Forecast.
It was the end of a hectic day, and I felt I could do with a little rest. I'd risen early to be at the police lineup with Lieutenant Mackenzie, helping him identify a little guy who just got separated from his wife. Only instead of a divorce, he used a meat axe. The rest of the day was routine but tiring. I decided to turn in early, and it was only a little after 9 when I reached home. My brand new shipment of trouble was waiting for me just outside my apartment door. And the way this baby twitched when he saw me made me feel that this trip I was in for a Lulu.
Hey, you're Brad Runyon, ain't you? The Fat Man?
Yeah. What's on your mind?
I've been waiting here for over an hour, hoping you'd show up. You didn't see anybody outside the house across the street, maybe, when you came in?
No.
That's good. That's okay. I'm still in the clear.
If it's not too much trouble, you might tell me who you are and what you're doing outside my apartment.
My name is Giles, Dan Giles. I need protection, Fat Man, and I need it bad. All I want is for you to let me stick around until 11 o'clock. Only 2 hours. That's all I need, and then I'll take a powder. And here is $200 for your trouble.
At $100 an hour, you must need companionship bad.
Look. Oh, open up, will you? And let's talk inside. It ain't safe out there for me. Oh, open up and give me a break, huh?
After you, Mr. Giles.
Yeah. Thanks. You got a drink here, maybe? Huh?
No, sorry. I wasn't expecting company. Well, what's the gimmick? Who's after you and why?
I don't know. All she said was that I'd get it by 11. You get that? I'd get it by 11.
Sure.
If I can hold out for 2 hours more.
All who said?
Marta, she's a fortune teller, a gypsy. She reads the cards and she reads your palm. She said I'd crack by 11 p.m. I'd crack by 11 p.m. And them fortune tellers are always right.
How old are you, Giles?
Me? I'm 46.
Do you still believe in Santa Claus?
You kidding?
When a guy your age goes in for palm reading, he needs a psycho, not a private detective.
They've been right with me before. Anyway, you got no kick. You're getting paid, ain't you?
Where did you do your time, Giles? San Quentin?
Hey, what do you mean?
Take it easy. You've got Sturbird written all over you. They don't get your color in Miami or Palm Beach. And that's an ex-con twitch, if I ever saw one.
Okay. Leavenworth. 10 years.
What for?
Larceny.
When did you get out?
3 days ago.
On parole?
No parole. I'm free. I can go wherever I like, see? I can leave the country if I want to. I done my time, and I'm going straight. I don't carry no more rods, and I don't blow no more safes. All I want to do is just to be left alone.
Oh, yeah? It's beginning to come back to me.
What?
Rusty Giles, alias the Mystic. A payroll robbery with a couple of $100,000 is the take.
Say, you got a good memory, Fat Man.
You're the guy who used to plan his jobs according to the stars. You wouldn't move unless you got an okay from a gypsy.
Yeah. Well, I'm through with all that, so help me. I done time twice, mister, and I ain't setting myself up for another rap.
You don't need a palm reader to tell you that makes sense, Giles.
Where's your phone, Fat Man?
Right behind you. Who are you calling?
The only one in town I can trust. I've been hiding there until I can complete a little unfinished business. okay, baby. So far. I'm with Brad Runyon, the fat man. Hey, you hear anything?
No, nothing.
You been home all evening?
Yes. Hey, Rusty, I'm scared. I'm worried about you, honey.
That's okay. The fat man's got a rod, and he knows how to use it. I'll call you again after I leave. A little after 11.
You sure you don't want me to pick you up?
No. You stay where you are. Let me handle it.
Oh, okay. But take care of yourself, honey.
Yeah, I'll be all right. See you later.
The girlfriend?
Yeah.
Anybody else know you're here?
I got a feeling about half of New York knows it. I've been trailed all afternoon. I blew into town around 4 and went straight to Marta, the fortune teller, the way I always used to. Well, then she told me.
That you'd be a dead pigeon by 11 tonight.
Yeah. Listen, let's stop the gab. I don't want to do any more talking. I just want to sit here with you until 11 and then blow. That's the deal, ain't it?
Yeah, that's the deal. But you'll have to time yourself. My watch went on the blink this afternoon.
No, it's okay. I got a watch. Yeah, it's 9:30 now. We got an hour and a half to go.
For the next hour and a half, he just sat there and hardly said a word. He kept chain smoking my cigarettes until I ran out. And then he started nipping at his fingernails. Once we heard someone walking slowly up the steps, and he stiffened out like a gun dog at point. I put my hand over my gun holster, but the steps passed us by and kept climbing to one of the upper floors. Finally, he looked at his watch for the 100th time.
Hey, it's 11 bells, fat man.
Is the party over?
Yeah. I'm all right now. I can go.
You can hang around for another hour if you like. I'll give you a cut rate, $50.
Hey, that ain't so funny.
My gags grow on you. Look, there's a hack stand at the end of the block if you're looking for cabs.
I got my car in front of the door. So long, fat man. And thanks.
Thank you. Yes, I'd better do a little checking, I think. I'd better see if my friend is really on the level.
Police headquarters.
Get me Lieutenant Mackenzie. That was a soft $200.
Yeah, Mackenzie speaking.
This is Runyon, Mac.
Well, Brad, what's on your mind?
Do you happen to know a con named Giles?
Giles? Rusty Giles?
Yeah, that's the rabbit.
Yeah, he was sprung a couple of days ago.
I just wanted to make sure his story was straight.
What story?
He's been in my apartment for the last 2 hours. Hold everything, Mac. I'll be right back. I took 3 steps and reached the window. Then I looked down. The street was empty except for a brand new roadster in front of the door. And a body was lying under the lamppost. It was Giles. And what was left of his face was turned up to the light. I glanced at the clock in the church tower up the block. It was just starting to strike 11. I went back to the phone and Mackenzie. Hello, Mac.
Yeah, what's happened, Runyon?
Giles just had his palm read. And the gypsy hit it right on the nose. The only thing she forgot to tell him was that his watch was fast. I waited 2 minutes after Mackenzie hung up and watched the body through my window. I wanted to make sure I wouldn't be set up as target number 2. But the street was empty and nothing moved. I checked my gun again and left the apartment. I took the stairs very slowly with my eyes glued on the vestibule door. My caution wasn't wasted. There was someone standing just outside in the vestibule. Looking for someone, huh?
Nobody in particular. Guess I got the wrong street. Yeah, this ain't the house I want.
Just a minute, mister. For a guy who's just walked past a corpse, you take it pretty calmly.
A corpse? What are you gassing about?
Did you have blinders on when you passed that lamppost?
What lamppost?
Over there.
Hey, what's eating you, fat man?
The body's gone.
Okay, Runyon, where's Giles?
Your guess is as good as mine, Mackenzie.
What are you talking about?
His body was under that lamppost 15 minutes ago. Now it's gone. And so is his car.
Well, who's this?
You ought to know me by now, Lieutenant. The name's Dwayne.
Oh, sure, I remember you. Jimmy Dwayne, 10th Avenue ward healer and tough guy. Well, what are you doing here?
He's an innocent bystander. I frisked him, Mac. He's clean.
You got nothing on me. I've been minding my own business. I didn't see nothing. And I didn't hear nothing.
Well, now, isn't that nice? That rates you a gold star and a lollipop.
You talk real big with a badge in your pocket and a rod in your hand.
Listen, that badge saved you from getting your teeth knocked out before this.
Take it easy, Mackenzie. You're a cop, not a fight promoter.
Brody!
Yeah, Lieutenant.
Take this gun to headquarters and hold him for the lineup in the morning.
Come on, get moving.
Yeah, lay off. I can walk.
He must know something. It took me 3 minutes to reach the street from my apartment. That's when they snatched the bodies. He must have seen them.
Well, I'll round up the rest of his gang and have them in the lineup in the morning, too. You gonna be there, Brad?
With fouls on. And as long as you're making a collection, Mackenzie, see if you can pick up a dame named Marta.
Marta? Well, Marta who?
She's a fortune teller. And pretty good at it, too. I just tell her not to forget her crystal ball. Police lineup is like a zoological laboratory. Instead of a microscope, the department uses a powerful light, which shines right into their faces as they stand along a stage up front. We can see them, but they can't see us. And the cops don't give any prizes for the $64 quit. The first 2 lugs who were marched in were only vagrants, a petty larceny rap and an assault and battery charge. But the next 2 were more to my liking.
Okay, who's next, Brody?
Charlie Nielsen.
You know him, Runyon?
Sure. Mind if I pump him a little?
He's all yours. Bring him in, Brody.
This way, big shot.
Ah, take that light out of my face.
What's the matter, Charlie? Bashful?
Never mind the wisecracks. Satisfy your curiosity and get me out of here.
Well, let me see his history, Mackenzie. Thanks. Mr. Charlie Nielsen, alias the Squeaker, convicted in 1928 for rum running. Did time in San Quentin until 1933. Convicted again in 34 for carrying concealed weapons, Leavenworth until 42.
You ought to write a book.
You know a guy named Rusty Giles, Charlie?
Giles? I never had the pleasure of making his acquaintance.
You're a liar, Charlie. A cockeyed liar. Giles was one of your mob in 33. You knew him before he did his stretch in Leavenworth.
You must have the wrong guy. In 1933, I was running a nursery school in Hoboken.
You won't get nowhere treating this slob with respect. Let me handle it.
Now, wait a minute, Mackenzie. Get Dwayne in here.
Brody, bring in Dwayne.
On your feet, tough guy.
All right. What's all them lights for? Turn around.
You know what they're for. There's no novelty to you, Jimmy. I won't bother to go over your little dossier. It'll take me an hour to read it. You remember Mr. Nielsen, I presume?
Never saw him before in my life.
That's funny. I've been told you two were in partnership.
Why, we've never even been formally introduced.
You sure you didn't run into each other last night around 11?
I was home in bed last night. I was sick.
Tummy ache?
Look, you got nothing on us. I want to see my lawyer.
Where's Giles, Dwayne? Open up or I'll...
You what, Lieutenant? You know you got nothing to hold us.
He's right, the rat. I haven't.
Where's Marta? Did you pick her up, Mackenzie?
Brody, did you get hold of that gypsy?
Not yet, Lieutenant. Well, we picked up a dame named Annie Kincaid a few minutes ago.
Rusty's girl.
Where is she?
Inside, Lieutenant.
Let me talk to her alone, Mackenzie. She might give out for me.
What are you doing? Running this department?
Not yet, but don't put any ideas into my head.
Now, let's
see you in a couple of minutes. Come on, Brody. Hello, Annie.
What a fine bodyguard you turned out to be, Fat Matt. Rusty would have been better off if he stayed away from
Relax,
you.
baby, relax. I want cooperation, not an argument.
What did they pull me in for? What's the big idea?
We just need a little information. We're looking for a palm reader named Marta. You know where she lives?
Maybe.
Now, look, you know the setup, Annie. Rusty must have told you all about it. but maybe you're not interested in putting the finger on the guy who conked your boyfriend.
I'd like to put 10 fingers on him, around his throat.
Then give out. Where is Martyr?
14 Lewis Street, in the village. She runs a store on the ground floor.
That's better. Hey, Brody, tell the lieutenant to hang on to Nielsen Duane until he hears from me.
Well, I'd say you went.
Tell him I've gone out to get my fortune told. Are you Martyr?
Yes. What can I do for you?
A couple of friends of mine told me you were pretty good at looking into the future.
Martha does not see into the future. She only tells you what she reads in your palm. Please sit down.
Thanks.
Your right hand, please.
It's all yours.
You are a man who likes to live, to eat well.
You're doing fine, Martyr.
I see a blonde young woman coming into your life.
Bleached or natural?
You joke with Martha. You do not believe what she tells you.
I'm a little bit of a palm reader myself, Martyr. Maybe that's why I'm skeptical. How would you like me to forecast your future?
I don't understand.
Let's see your hand.
What do you...
Not so good.
No?
You're a girl who likes to live, and you've been doing pretty good at it. Up to now.
So?
But there's something that's cutting off your lifeline over here. It looks to me like a chair. A chair with wires all over it. I see you strapped in that chair, Martyr.
What are you talking about?
Now I see a tall, dark man moving into your life. And he's got his hand on a switch behind your back.
Who are you? What do you want?
I thought you knew everything, Martyr. The name is Runyon. Sometimes I'm called the Fat Man.
The detective?
There was a man in here yesterday afternoon, remember? A man by the name of Rusty Giles?
No.
You're not as good at looking into the past as you are in the future. Rusty Giles was killed last night, and you called it to the minute. How come, Martyr?
I don't know what you are talking about.
No? Let's see that palm again. Your lifeline looks even shorter than it did before.
Let go of me.
How about it, Martyr? Do we start trading secrets? Or do I yank you in on a suspicion of murder?
No, please. I have nothing to do with it.
Why did you forecast Rusty's death?
But I was just guessing, that is all.
You'll have to guess better than that for the police.
They'll kill me if I talk. I know they will.
If you say the right thing, Marta, they won't even have time to consider it.
You'll give me protection.
All the way.
All right. I tell you. There was a tall man, dark complexion, who come in yesterday morning.
Was his name Duane?
He did not tell me his name. He just showed me a gun. That was enough. He said he was a friend of Rusty Giles.
You knew Giles before he was sent up the river, didn't you?
Yes. He would come in here at least once a week so I could read the stars for him.
What did Duane tell you?
He said that Giles had just come back to New York and he would probably come to see me. He told me to tell him that he would die by 11 o'clock unless he came through.
Unless he came through. What did he mean by that?
He would not tell me, Mr. Runyon. He just said Giles would understand. He said it was some kind of joke they were playing. And he gave me no choice about doing what he asked.
When Giles came in later, was he alone?
No. There was a girl with him. He called her Annie. He got frightened when he heard what I told him, and he said he was leaving town.
What else, Marta?
That is all. I swear that is all.
That may not be enough for the police.
You promised to protect me. You promised.
You've got one more little job to do for me, Marta. How do you rate as a spiritualist?
When I go into my trance, I can speak with anyone from the spirit world.
Well, don't go into your trance just yet. I've got to issue a few invitations. I'll give you instructions on what to say and how to say it.
Instructions? Since when do I need instructions?
Since now, Martyr. This particular spirit has to be coaxed into joining the party.
And who is it?
The ghost of Rusty Giles. I got in touch with Mackenzie, and together we mapped out a plan. At 9 that evening, I returned to Martyrs and found that our guests were beginning to arrive. Anybody here yet?
The girl is in the little room inside.
Everything all set?
Yes, Mr. Runyon. Suppose they come with guns.
They're being driven here in a police car. Don't worry about it. If you play it right, Martyr, I might get what I'm looking for. But if you try any tricks, I'll have to start reading that palm of yours again.
I will do exactly as you say, Mr. Runyon.
Good.
Someone is coming in.
It looks like the rest of our company.
All right, inside, boys.
Well, look who's here again, Charlie.
What goes on? What's the idea of them coppers driving us here and then pushing us inside?
Martyr's holding a seance, boys. I thought you might like to attend. Have either of you ever met the little lady?
Not me.
How about you, Dwayne?
Ask her.
I never saw him before, Mr. Runyon.
See?
Yeah. Call Annie and Martyr. Sit down, boys. No, over here. And keep those chairs in a circle.
What is this? What's a gag?
Martyr's going to introduce you to an old friend.
Hello, fat man.
Now, you sit next to me, Annie. Glad you came.
You will please hold hands in a circle and make sure the circle is never broken. Otherwise, the spirits will be angry.
Spirits? What spirits? Say, is this dame nuts?
Shut up, Charlie.
We will now put out the light.
I'm going to have lights put out on me.
Quiet, please, everyone. Quiet. Quiet.
What's the matter with her?
I call now to the spirit world. Giles, Rusty Giles, where are you? Rusty.
Pipe down, Charlie.
Speak to me, Rusty. Speak through my voice. Where are you? Knock twice if you hear me call. He is talking now. He is saying something to me. He is telling me who his murderers are.
It's a fake. You can't kid me. It's a fake.
Who was it, Rusty? The man who called himself Dwayne?
That's a lie.
The man who came to see me? I can't hear you, Rusty. What? He was?
No fake. I ain't taking a rap for nobody. I'll tell you who bumped him off. It was... What was like? What? Not so fast, baby.
Go! Get your hands
Her
off
gun,
me!
Brody. Grab her gun.
Let your hands!
She meant them bullets for me to murder.
Easy, Dwayne. You've got a little explaining to do before you start pointing any fingers.
We trailed Rusty all the way to your house. We waited for 2 hours till he came out. Then we saw Annie here, pull a gun and let him have it.
It's a lie! It's a dirty lie!
Who put the body in the car?
Charlie did it, yeah, Charlie. I was keeping watch outside to make sure nobody saw him when you found me.
But we didn't butt him off. We were just trying to steer him, that's all.
Yeah, we knew how he fell for that palm reading malarkey, so we fixed it up with Marta. When he went up the river 10 years ago, he stashed away a 200-grand take he was supposed to split with us.
What did you do with the body, Charlie?
It's a tin of warehouse near the river. We only took it because we figured there might be something on it that'd show us where the dough was hid, that's all.
Sounds like a straight story, Mackenzie.
Yeah.
Well, Annie, how about it? Are you going to sing a little, too?
You got enough on me to give me the hot seat twice. What else do you want?
Why did you do it?
What would you do if you waited for a punk 10 years, hit him out, and then found out he planned to take a powder on you as soon as he shook the mob that was after his dough?
I don't know, Annie.
Well, I do. And I'd do it again if I had the chance. Now, his dough is in a safe deposit vault under the name of Cooper. If you give me a break, I'll tell you where.
You're telling us where, sister, and you're not getting any breaks. I'll do one little thing for you, Annie, just to show my heart's in the right place.
Yeah? What?
I'll put a sign on the door to your apartment. Annie doesn't live here anymore. Well, that's that. It seems I spend my life in getting into trouble and getting out of it. But at the same time, I generally manage to get some other people in and out of trouble, too. And now, this is the Fat Man signing off. So long.
Stay tuned for tonight's adventure with the Fat Man. Perhaps you don't believe in the kind of ghost that's supposed to haunt houses, but there are other kinds. Ghosts of words once spoken, ideas once held, personalities once present. They linger in our memories, and a walk in our nation's capital, past the time-hallowed buildings which have witnessed so much of America's history, can revive them. These are the memories, the all-pervasive ghosts of Washington. But for those of us who are unable to visit the capital, the same warm familiarity with the heroes of America's past is possible through the program Mr. President. Starring Edward Arnold, Mr. President, too, brings history to life. Tonight on ABC.
There he goes. He's stepping on the scale. Weight, 237 pounds. Fortune, danger. Who is it?
Brad Runyon, the Fat Man. Crime, like death and taxes, is always with us. As long as there are crooked politicians and ambitious racket guys, the answer will be graft. If rich women continue to be careless with their jewels, there'll be headline robberies. And until somebody can change human nature, hatred in a heart and a gun in a hand will always add up to murder.
The American Broadcasting Company brings you, in part transcribed, the adventures of Brad Runyon, the Fat Man, starring J. Scott Smart, an exciting and fast-moving criminologist who tips the scales at 237 pounds. Tonight's adventure, Order for Murder.
I'd been in Washington, D.C. that day, finishing up a job, and a friend of mine who lived some 40 miles south toward the Maryland coast had asked me down for the weekend. I hadn't seen him in several years. Since I had my car, I decided to go. I ate dinner before leaving and cleared Washington just after dark. The traffic dwindled off gradually, and 30 minutes later, I was rolling along a dark, deserted stretch of road on the Maryland side, not far from the Potomac River. I must have been just about opposite Mount Vernon when the motor of my car suddenly sputtered and died. I got out, but I couldn't find the trouble. It was a warm night, and back in the woods, a chorus of frogs were really whooping it up. I lit a cigarette, tried to remember the last house I'd passed, then saw the headlights of a car coming toward me. I stepped out and waved my lighted cigarette up and down.
What's the trouble?
My car broke down. Can you give me a lift into the nearest town?
Not going that far.
Well, do you live out here?
No?
Or I can use the phone.
Get in, I'll take you as far as I'm going. Past the house, I'll drop you off.
Well, don't they have a phone where you're going?
I wouldn't know. Get in if you want to ride.
Okay, thanks.
Hey, mind lighting a cigarette for me?
Yeah, keep it in your mouth. I'll hold the match for you.
Huh?
Here you
Sorry, I should have warned you about the scar.
Well, I didn't mean
That's all right. Come on, hold the match for me.
Here.
Well, go ahead. Ask me how it happened. I'm used to it. 7 years is a long time.
The war?
Yeah, out in the island. That sweet, lovely, wonderful war. Maybe you know.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, it was great, wasn't it? More fun. So funny, I thought I'd die, you know? My name's O'Reilly. Johnny O'Reilly, and I'm not a kid. You couldn't tell by the face, could you?
No, I guess I couldn't.
Remember that name, mister, because you're probably going to be seeing it in the papers soon.
Why?
I got a lot out of that war, but I didn't get any medals, and I should have got one, too, the big one. But I didn't get it. Somebody else got it. You know who got it?
Who?
A major got it. Tie that if you can. A major back of the lines who let me do the work and then took the credit. I was hanging on in a hospital for more years than I like to remember.
Why didn't they try plastic surgery?
They did. 5 times. The best they could do. It was really fun. It's been a long time coming back. But I'm back now. 7 years nearly.
You were in the hospital 7 years?
Yeah, that's right.
Why didn't you protest when they gave this major the medal instead of you?
I did. It didn't do any good. In a way, I'm glad now.
Glad?
Yeah. I'm going to make another protest in my own way. Now, as far as I can take you, turn off down that little road over there.
Well, thanks for the lift.
It's a pleasure. Give me somebody to talk to.
Mind if I give you some advice?
No, I don't mind.
Forget the war. Make the best of things as they are.
Just what I'm going to do, mister.
The river's down that way, isn't it?
Yeah.
Anything else?
Yeah, a major lives down there. I'm going to pay him a visit.
I stood there watching the taillight of his car quickly fade out of sight down the little dirt road. It really wasn't any of my business, but the guy sounded upset enough to do anything. The least I could do was to try and stop him. I wondered how far it was to the river and started walking fast down the little dark road. I'd gone about a mile when the road turned off to the right, and I could see the Potomac River through the trees. The road now ran parallel to the river, and 5 minutes later I saw the lights of a house up ahead. It stood well back from the road in a clump of trees and fronted on the river. There were no cars in sight. Beyond it, a couple of 100 yards, was another house. I started toward it when suddenly, down in the woods between the two houses, I saw the flicker of a small light. Flashed on, moved furtively around, and went out. I pushed into the woods and walked cautiously toward it.
George, they come. They're down there in the graveyard. I just saw... Oh, you're not George?
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to frighten you.
Who are you? Are you one of them?
One of who?
The spirits who are coming for the Major.
Major?
Yes, Major Smith. I knew they'd come. I knew they'd hear me. And now he'll suffer. Now he'll pay for his wickedness.
Does the Major live in that house?
No. That's my house. He lived over there beyond the graveyard. At least he did live there. But he won't live there anymore. Not after tonight.
Miss Nancy. Miss Nancy, where are you?
Here I am, George. Over here.
Oh, yeah. Oh, what you doing out here, Miss Nancy? You catch cold.
George, I saw them. They were down there in the graveyard.
Who's this man?
Why, I don't know.
Well, my name is Runyon. I'm looking for Major Smith's house.
You're a friend of his?
No, I've never even...
But I hate him. I hate him. I never wanted...
Please, Miss Nancy, please. You go on up to the house, Miss Nancy. I'll speak with this gentleman.
Yes, George. Yes, George. Anything you say.
Do you work for her?
Yes, sir. Please, I'll hope you forget what she said to you. You see, she ain't quite right in her head, but she don't mean no harm. Mr. Smith coming here to live after all these years and bringing a new young wife with him just sort of set it off again.
Why does she hate Major Smith so much?
Well, years ago when Miss Nancy and Miss Smith was both young folks, they was engaged to get married. But he changed his mind at the last minute and left Miss Nancy waiting at the church. He run off with another woman.
What's all that crazy talk about spirits?
Oh, that's just an idea she's got. That little graveyard over there belongs to the Smith family. Miss Nancy thinks his ancestors is coming out of the ground and taking him away.
Mm-hmm, I see. This young wife of Smith's, she isn't the one he ran off with when he left Miss Nancy, is she?
Oh, no, that one died a long time ago. This is a new one. And if you ask me, he's going to be sorry he ever laid eyes on her.
What do you mean by that?
I mean, she don't love him at all. They say she only married him for his money, and she'd like to get that just as soon as possible.
The old man turned and left me standing there in the woods. I looked down toward the graveyard, but no more lights showed in the darkness. I went back to the road and walked quickly toward the Major's house. Just as I reached the gate, I heard a car coming along the road behind me. I stepped behind a tree and waited. The car stopped near the gate. I saw a man and woman sitting in the front seat. As I watched, they melded into a long embrace. Then the door opened and the woman got out. She said something in a low voice to the man, and the car swung around and disappeared up the road. The woman turned and started up toward the house. As she came abreast of me, I stepped out from behind the tree.
Oh, you startled me.
Don't be frightened. I'm not going to hurt you.
Well, who are you? What are you doing in my yard?
You live here?
Of course I live here. I'm Mrs. Smith.
You're Major Smith's wife?
Certainly.
Was that the major who just let you out of the car?
You saw us?
It wasn't the major, was it?
No, it wasn't. Who are you?
My name's Runyon. I'm a private detective.
So, my husband hired you to spy on me. All right, I'll save you some trouble. There is another man, and there always has been. I never loved Edgar, and he knew it. He was no good from the start. That's why he was court-martialed and discharged from the Army. But if he wants to get rid of me, he's going to have to pay plenty. Now, anything else you want to know?
Mrs. Smith, your husband hasn't hired me. In fact, I've never even seen him.
Well, then why are you here? What do you mean by...
Just a minute. I met an upset guy on the road tonight, and he hates Smith. I think he may try to kill him. Sounded mad enough to be convincing. That's why I came here. Is your husband at home?
Why, yes, at least he was when I left several hours ago.
Well, come on, let's go inside.
Very well.
The guy dropped me back on the main road and headed in this direction.
He was in a car?
Yes, but I don't see it anywhere. Oh, does Smith have a gun?
Yes, he has several of them.
Good. Hold it.
What is it?
Look there through the French doors.
Is that the man?
Yeah.
He's got a gun.
Yeah, he's covering your husband with it.
What do we do?
Those French doors are open. Can you enter the front door without making any noise?
Yes, I think so.
Okay, take your time, go inside. Then go around and open the door to that room. Open it fast and loud.
What are you going to do?
I'll slip over by those open French doors. When the door opens, he'll turn around and I'll grab him from behind.
Well, suppose he shoots when I open the door.
Don't step into the room. Just bang the door open suddenly. Mrs. Smith nodded silently and started for the front door. I eased over to the house and stopped in the shadows beside the open French doors and listened to Johnny taunt the major.
How do you like it, Smith? How do you like sitting there waiting, knowing you're going to get it in a minute?
You're insane. You're a madman.
Yeah, I'm plenty mad. Been boiling in me for 7 years. You probably don't recognize me, but the name is O'Reilly. Smith, remember Johnny O'Reilly?
I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm talking about a certain night in the islands during the war. What?
Okay, Johnny, that's enough of that. Come on. Drop that gun.
Drop. Not a chance.
Drop it. Grab the gun, Smith. Grab it.
Try this for size, fatty.
Stop him. Stop him. He'll get away.
No, let him go.
Give me that gun, you coward. I'll stop him. He's gone. Oh, you let him get away.
But I couldn't help it, Phyllis. I couldn't seem to move.
Mr. Runyon, are you all right?
Yeah, I think so. You need me. The stomach knocked the wind out of me.
He got away. It was my husband's fault. He could have stopped him.
Where's his gun?
Here it is.
Give it to me.
What are you going to do?
Your husband and I are going out there and find that guy.
Who are you?
Never mind that now. Your wife says you have some pistols. Where are they?
Here in this drawer.
You take one and give your husband one.
All right.
And you stay here. Come on, Smith.
Well, do you think it's wise to go out there?
We've got his gun.
Yes, but he might have another one.
Polish up that medal you won, Smith. It's time you earned it. We left Mrs. Smith in the house and went out into the grounds. The moon had come up and we could see fairly well in the dark. We circled the house once, saw nothing, and walked down the road toward the graveyard.
Here's the graveyard. Do you suppose he's hiding here?
He's hiding somewhere. We didn't hear his car drive off. I think he...
What's wrong?
Look.
What on earth?
Somebody's been doing some digging.
The grave. It's been opened.
Yeah, not very long ago either. This pile of dirt is fresh.
That explains the light you saw.
Yeah.
I don't understand this. The coffin's still in the grave, isn't it?
Yes, still down there.
Why would anybody want to open this grave?
Maybe Miss Nancy isn't so crazy after all, Smith. Or maybe somebody's just making room to add another coffin. Hey, hold it. I couldn't tell where the shot came from, but it hadn't been fired from close up. Smith clutched at his breast and then toppled forward into the open grave. I jumped down beside him and turned him over. His shirt front was covered with blood and his eyes were wide open. He'd never win any more medals or make any more enemies. He was dead. I crouched there beside him for nearly a minute, but nothing happened. And then I climbed out of the grave and started quickly back toward the house where we'd left his wife. Suddenly, I heard somebody moving through the trees ahead of me. Stopped and waited. Steps came closer. Stopped 10 or 15 feet away.
Mr. Runyon? Oh, Mr. Runyon, where are you?
Over here, Mrs. Smith.
Oh, Mr. Runyon. I heard a shot a minute ago. I thought... Where's my husband? What's happened?
He's dead, Mrs. Smith.
Dead. Then that man did have another gun.
I'm not so sure about that.
What do you mean?
Your husband wasn't a very popular guy. There were a few other people around who might have liked to see him out of the way.
Are you trying to say that man didn't kill my husband?
No, I'm just saying it's possible he didn't.
Are you intimating that I...
Maybe. After all,